My family decided my sister was moving into my renovated bedroom, so I smiled, nodded, and secretly sold the house to a cash buyer in 14 days. Original post. My dad casually set his wine glass down, looked me dead in the eye, and said, "You can sleep on the pull-out couch." After realizing they had just unilaterally decided that my primary bedroom would go to my sister's daughter, and my sister would take my newly renovated guest room, I just stared at him. I was sitting at the head of the table in my own house, paying the mortgage, paying for the Christmas dinner they were currently eating, and I replied, "Not in a million years." For a few agonizing seconds, the only sound in my dining room was the soft crackle of the fireplace and the sharp clinking of my mother's fork against her porcelain plate. I turned my attention to my older sister, Serena 35. I was convinced I had misheard her. "What room?" I asked, my voice dangerously level. Serena gave me an impatient, almost pitying look. She was wearing the expensive cashmere sweater I had bought her the previous Christmas. The one she had immediately complained was a little too beige for her complexion. Beside her, my 8-year-old niece, Chloe, was carefully separating her roasted carrots from her mashed potatoes with the edge of her fork, trying to make herself as invisible as possible. "Your spare bedroom," Serena said, as if explaining something very simple to a toddler. "The one upstairs with the window seat. Chloe loves it. She needs a stable place to sleep while I get everything sorted out with my housing situation." My hand tightened around my water glass until my knuckles turned white. The bedroom she was talking about had not been a spare bedroom for very long. For almost 3 years, it had been a neglected, drafty box of a room with water-damaged linoleum flooring, peeling 1980s wallpaper, and a rusted baseboard heater that clanked like a dying engine every winter. 4 months earlier, after years of delaying anything that felt remotely indulgent or selfish, I had finally renovated it. I am a 33-year-old emergency veterinarian. I work grueling 1-4-hour shifts. I spend my days dealing with frantic owners, emergency surgeries, and the heavy emotional toll of euthanizing beloved family pets. I needed a sanctuary, so I spent $23,000 of my hard-earned savings. I installed rich walnut hardwood floors, custom floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, a built-in reading nook beneath the bay window, deep navy blue accent walls, blackout linen curtains, a premium mattress, and a heavy oak desk where I sometimes reviewed complex patient files. It was peaceful. It was the only quiet place in my chaotic life. Serena knew all of this. She had watched me obsess over the paint samples. She had sent me links to expensive modern lamps she thought would look good on the bedside table. She had even joked that it looked nicer than the luxury hotel room she couldn't afford. Now, she was claiming it for her daughter as though my house were an Airbnb she had booked without my permission. I glanced at Chloe. She had stopped moving her food around. Her small shoulders were tense, pulled up toward her ears. Her eyes were fixed firmly downward. None of this was her fault. "What exactly are you talking about?" I asked, fighting to keep my voice steady. Serena sighed dramatically, rolling her eyes. "My lease is ending. I told you that last month. You told me your landlord was raising the rent, which means I can't justify renewing it. That is not the same thing as telling me you are moving into my house." Dad set his fork down with a sharp little scrape. "Clara," he said, using the exact tone he had perfected when I was a disobedient child. Slow, heavy, deeply disappointed. "Your sister is going through a difficult transition right now." Serena leaned back in her dining chair, crossing her arms defensively. "I'm not asking for much." "You haven't asked for anything," I replied, the heat rising in my chest. "You just announced that my newly renovated room belongs to your daughter." Mom gave me a pleading, teary-eyed look from the other end of the table. "Please, Clara. Let's not make Christmas unpleasant." I almost laughed out loud. The dining room smelled like roasted turkey, cinnamon candles, and the expensive fresh pine garland Mom had insisted I buy because my old artificial decorations were depressing. I had worked until nearly 1 a.m. the previous evening, performing emergency surgery on a husky named Apollo, who had swallowed a jagged piece of a plastic frisbee. Then I had woken up at 5:30 a.m. to start cooking a massive holiday meal for everyone. Serena had arrived an hour late with Chloe and a stack of empty Tupperware containers because she wanted to make sure she got the good leftovers. Dad had brought 2 bottles of cheap wine he knew I didn't drink. Mom had criticized my table runner before she even took her coat off. And somehow, merely 10 minutes into dinner, I was the one threatening to make Christmas unpleasant. "How long are you planning to stay?" I asked, staring directly at Serena. She shrugged, unbothered. "I don't know. A few months, maybe a year. The housing market is ridiculous right now." "1. And where exactly will you sleep?" Another heavy pause. Serena looked at Dad. Dad cleared his throat, puffing out his chest. "Well," Dad said, as if stating a universal law of physics, "obviously, Chloe needs the renovated bedroom. She needs stability, and a quiet place for her schoolwork. Serena can take your primary bedroom temporarily." I blinked, genuinely stunned. "My bedroom?" You have a perfectly good couch downstairs, Dad said, gesturing toward my living room. It pulls out, doesn't it? It's perfectly comfortable. For one strange, suspended moment, the world stopped spinning. I could hear every single sound in the room with unnatural, terrifying clarity. The antique clock ticking on the wall. The winter wind brushing aggressively against the frosted windows. The faint, rhythmic hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen. Chloe's small, anxious intake of breath. I looked around the table at the 3 adults sitting in my home, eating my food. They were waiting for me to agree that the logical, undeniable solution to my sister's chronic financial irresponsibility was for me to surrender my entire house, room by room, until I was sleeping on a pull-out couch in my own living room. Dad's expression was firm and authoritative. Mom's was anxious but hopeful. Serena's was almost bored, completely devoid of guilt. They truly believed I would say yes. That was the absolute worst part. Not the sheer entitlement, not even the staggering assumption, but the absolute certainty. They had spent over a decade training me to be the reasonable, generous, accommodating golden child. They had learned that I would complain quietly, lose sleep privately, and eventually drain my own resources to do whatever made everyone else's life easier. They didn't realize that in that exact moment, something fundamental inside me had finally shattered and gone completely silent. I lifted my water glass, took a slow, deliberate sip, set it down, and nodded. All right, I said quietly. Serena's shoulders relaxed immediately. A smug smile crept onto her face. Thank you, Mom whispered, exhaling a massive sigh of relief. Dad picked up his fork again, carving into his turkey as if a minor business transaction had been settled appropriately. Serena turned to Chloe, her voice dripping with fake sweetness. See, I told you Aunt Clara would understand. Chloe did not smile back. She just stared at her plate. I finished eating my dinner in total silence. I served the homemade pie. I wrapped up the leftovers in Serena's Tupperware. I loaded the dishwasher. I kissed my parents goodbye at the front door. Serena lingered behind them in the hallway, scrolling casually through her phone while Chloe zipped up her winter coat. I'll bring some boxes over next weekend, Serena said without looking up. You should probably move your veterinary medical paperwork out of the heavy desk upstairs. Chloe will need that space for her homework and crafts. I leaned casually against the door frame, feeling entirely numb. What about your furniture? I'll sell most of it on Facebook Marketplace. There's no point paying for a storage unit when I don't know how long I'll be here. And your boyfriend? Her eyes flickered nervously for a fraction of a second. What about Julian? Is he moving in, too? Serena rolled her eyes, scoffing. Not immediately. Maybe later, depending on how things go with his job. We haven't discussed the logistics properly yet. Of course they hadn't. Serena was 35 years old, but she had always treated adult planning as a tedious chore that other people did on her behalf. She drifted from self-inflicted emergency to self-inflicted emergency, and every single one somehow landed squarely in my lap, heavily wrapped in the manipulative language of family obligation. When she lost her job at a high-end holistic wellness spa 3 years earlier because she refused to show up on time, I covered her rent for 4 straight months. When she needed a massive deposit for a luxury loft apartment after separating from Chloe's father, I transferred $4,500 without hesitation. When Chloe's school organized a 2-week equestrian summer camp that Serena couldn't afford, I paid the $1,200 fee because Chloe deserved to go. When Serena's car needed a new alternator, when her electricity bill was 3 months overdue, when she wanted to take a $900 online marketing course she never even finished, she called me. Sometimes, she asked sweetly. Sometimes, she cried hysterically. Sometimes Mom called me first to soften me up and prepare me for the request. The money always left my account, it rarely ever came back. I loved my niece fiercely. That was the lever they used most often. You don't want Chloe to suffer because of adult problems, do you, Clara? No, I didn't. But somewhere along the way, preventing Chloe from suffering had become entirely indistinguishable from preventing Serena from ever facing the consequences of her own terrible choices. That night, after the taillights of their cars disappeared down the snowy street, I walked upstairs and stood in the doorway of the renovated bedroom. Moonlight spilled across the rich walnut floor. The heavy linen curtains shifted slightly above the heater. A veterinary journal I had been reading sat open on the window seat beside a folded cashmere blanket. I remembered the week the contractors had finally finished the room. I had come home after losing an elderly, sweet-natured golden retriever on the operating table. I knew the dog was unlikely to survive when the crying owner brought him in, but I had tried for 3 hours anyway. Afterward, I came home, sat alone in this beautiful new room with my scrubs still on, and cried until the sky turned pitch black. It wasn't just a spare bedroom. It was the first thing I had ever created entirely for myself. There was no practical justification for it, no family emergency attached to it, no guilt woven into the floorboards. Just a quiet space for me. I walked over, sat down on the window seat, opened my laptop, and stared blindly at the screen for a few minutes. Then, I picked up my phone and called my best friend, Maya. Maya answered on the fourth ring, her voice thick and gravelly with sleep. Hello, Clara? Is everything okay? Do you have a pet emergency? Maya had been my closest friend since our undergraduate years. She was also the ruthless, highly successful real estate agent who had helped me buy this house 6 years earlier when it was a total fixer-upper. I want to sell, I said, my voice eerily calm. There was a long pause on the line. Sell what? My house. Another, much longer pause. Your house. The house you just poured 23 grand into? Yes. Clara, it is 11:45 p.m. on Christmas night. I know. Maya woke up very quickly after that. I could hear her sitting up in bed, the rustle of her sheets. Are you serious? Completely. What the hell happened? My family decided they are moving into it. Serena is taking my room. Chloe is taking the new room. Dad told me I can sleep on the pull-out couch. She let out a long, slow breath. Without asking you. They asked after they already decided. It was an announcement, not a question. Did you say no? I looked at the navy blue walls. I nodded and said all right. Maya, I am done. I am so completely done arguing with people who believe my answer is negotiable and my home is public property. Maya was silent for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice had shifted from concerned best friend to absolute business mode shark. All right, the neighborhood is incredibly hot right now. Inventory is historically low. Your renovations will help push the value up significantly. You have fantastic equity. Are you thinking a standard 3-0-day listing timeline? No. What are you thinking? Cash buyers only. As is sale. Fast closing. 14 days maximum. Clara, that will drastically reduce your buyer pool. You might leave 20 or 30 grand on the table. I know, I don't care, I want out. Do you have somewhere to go? I can rent a furnished townhouse near the veterinary clinic for a few months. Dr. Harrison has been trying to convince me to buy into the practice as a partner and move closer anyway. Maya knew about the offer. My boss, Dr. Harrison, was a brilliant vet, but he was tired. He planned to retire gradually over the next 3 years. He had officially offered me a 40% partnership stake in the clinic and access to a small, practice-owned cottage right behind the facility while I decided where I permanently wanted to live. I had delayed giving him an answer because buying into the clinic felt like an enormous, terrifying commitment. Selling my house felt even more enormous. But sitting in that beautiful room, knowing my sister was currently packing her boxes to invade my sanctuary while my father assigned me to my own living room couch, the decision suddenly felt incredibly simple. The house was mine. That meant I could sell it. Maya came over at 12:30 a.m. She was wearing black leggings, a heavy wool coat thrown over her flannel pajamas, and the grim expression of a woman who had heard enough horrific stories about my family over the last decade to understand that asking too many emotional questions would only waste precious time. We drank strong black coffee at my kitchen island and built the listing. I already had professional photos from when the renovation was completed. I had taken them to show Dr. Harrison. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, updated kitchen, finished basement, fenced yard, quiet street. Move-in ready. Cash offers prioritized. Closing within 14 days preferred. By 2:30 inches the morning, the listing was officially live on the MLS. At 6:45 a.m., my phone buzzed. It was a text from Maya. I have 4 showing requests already, 1 cash investor, 1 couple relocating from out of state for work, 1 corporate buyer, and 1 represented by an agent I trust implicitly. I'm coming over to put the sign up right now. I stood at the upstairs window, wrapped in my thick winter robe, holding a mug of tea. I watched Maya march across my snow-covered front lawn with a mallet and hammer the wooden post deeply into the frozen earth. The bright red and white sign looked almost cheerful against the stark white snow. For sale. Update 1. The phone rang at 7:12 a.m. The caller ID flashed Mom. I let it ring twice before answering calmly. Good morning. What is on your lawn? She demanded instantly. Her voice was so loud and shrill that I had to physically pull the phone away from my ear. I assume you mean the sign. Why is there a for sale sign in front of your house, Clara? Because the house is for sale. There was a stunned, breathless silence on the other end. Mom drove past my street every single weekday on her way to work at the dental office. I pictured her slamming the brakes in her little silver sedan, her travel coffee mug rattling in the cup holder, staring at the sign in my yard as though someone had erected a tombstone in the middle of the night. You're selling your house? She stammered. Yes. Since when? Since last night. Does your father know? I haven't spoken to him this morning. He's in the shower. I haven't told him. What about Serena? What about her? Mom made a strangled, panicked sound in the back of her throat. Clara, this is not funny, this is a sick joke. I agree, it's not funny. It's a real estate transaction. You cannot sell your house because of one conversation at Christmas dinner. I can sell my house for any reason I choose, Mom. I own it. Your sister has already given notice to her landlord. Mom yelled. That piece of information made me sit up straighter. I frowned. Wait, when? When did she give notice? That. Mom hesitated. I could hear the trap snapping shut in her mind. Last week. I stared blankly at the kitchen wall. So, Serena ended her lease before speaking to me at dinner. She assumed you would help. You always help. She assumed correctly. I am helping her. I am helping her understand the severe danger of making concrete life plans with property that does not belong to her. Mom's voice sharpened into a nasty blade. That is incredibly cruel, Clara. No, I replied, my voice dropping an octave. Cruel would be promising an 8-year-old girl a bedroom in someone else's home, and then making me out to be the villain when reality interferes. Chloe needs stability. Then Serena should provide it, I countered. You have 3 bedrooms. Mom shrieked. I also have one house. Apparently, that created massive confusion for everyone. So, I am simplifying the situation. I won't have a house by the end of the month. Mom hung up on me. At 7:28 a.m., Dad called. I let it go straight to voicemail. At 7:31 a.m., Serena called. I let that go to voicemail, too. At 7:40 a.m., someone pounded on my front door hard enough to rattle the frosted glass panes. I walked into the hallway and opened it to find Serena standing on my porch. She was wearing sweatpants, an unbuttoned winter coat, and the exact same boots she had worn the night before. Her hair was pulled into a messy, chaotic knot. Her face was pale, her eyes wide with absolute, unadulterated fury. What the hell is wrong with you? She screamed, her breath pluming in the freezing morning air. A curtain shifted in the living room window of the house across the street. My neighbor, Mrs. Gable, was definitely watching. I stepped outside in my socks and pulled my front door closed behind me so the heat wouldn't escape. Lower your voice, Serena. You listed the house. Yes. You can't do that, we had a plan. No, I corrected her. You had a plan. Dad had a plan. You said all right. I said all right because I was utterly exhausted and tired of trying to explain basic property ownership to 3 grown adults while I was trying to eat the dinner I cooked for you. She stared at me, her chest heaving. You are selling your entire house just to spite me. You're insane. I'm not spiteful, Serena, I'm tired. I realized that owning this house made you believe you were legally entitled to occupy it. I'm removing the temptation. Where is Chloe supposed to go? She demanded, tears of anger finally spilling over. My apartment lease ends next week. Then call your landlord, apologize, and renew it. I can't afford the rent increase. Then find a smaller apartment. Her mouth fell open in sheer disgust. A smaller apartment? Are you listening to yourself? Chloe needs her own room. She can't share a room with me. I agree. It's a shame you terminated your lease before securing a new one. Just then, the passenger door of Serena's parked car opened. Chloe stepped out onto the snowy driveway. She stood there in her oversized pink coat, looking incredibly small and frightened. Serena spun around, her voice cracking. Chloe, I told you to wait in the car. I need to use the bathroom, Chloe said softly, her lip trembling. I stepped aside immediately, opening the front door. Of course, sweetie, go right inside. Second door on the left. When the door clicked shut behind her, I turned back to my sister. The anger I felt was cold and absolute. Do not bring her into this, Serena. Do not use her as a shield. Serena's eyes flashed maliciously. She is already in this, you are making her homeless. No. You gave up your lease without permission to move into my house. You made that decision. You would really choose money over your own niece. There it was. The familiar, rusted blade she had polished through years of manipulation. I folded my arms tightly against the freezing wind. I have paid your rent, Serena. I paid your massive security deposit. I covered Chloe's equestrian camp, her school supplies, her braces, and her last 3 birthday parties. I have transferred you money so many times that my banking app automatically suggests your name the second I open it. Do not stand on my porch and pretend I have failed your daughter just because I refuse to sleep on a couch in a house I bought with my own blood, sweat, and tears. Her expression shifted. Just for a fraction of a second. It wasn't guilt. It was calculation. She was trying to figure out which angle to play next. You always make everything about money, she spat bitterly. Because you're obsessed with it. Family is supposed to help each other. Name the last time you helped me. She opened her mouth. Nothing came out. I waited. Snowflakes caught in her messy hair. The silence stretched between us, thick and damning. You don't need help, she said finally, her voice dripping with resentment. You have your fancy veterinary career, you have thousands in savings, you have this perfect, easy life. I almost laughed. My life didn't appear by magic, Serena. I built it while cleaning out infected dog cages during my undergrad. I studied for my medical exams while working overnight shifts at a 2-4-hour emergency clinic. I paid off $80,000 in student loans while you quit jobs every 6 months because your managers were jealous of your aura. I earned every single peaceful corner of this house. You think you're better than me? No. I think I am responsible for me. And you are responsible for you. Chloe came back outside a minute later. Her cheeks were flushed from the warmth of the house. She avoided looking at either of us. I crouched down to zip her coat properly and adjust her scarf. Are you okay, Bug? I asked gently. She nodded, but her eyes were glossy with unshed tears. Mom said I was getting your pretty new room. I swallowed the lump in my throat. I know she did, sweetie. Did I do something wrong? That question hit me harder than any insult Serena had ever hurled at me. No, I told her firmly, looking right into her eyes. Absolutely not, you did nothing wrong. The adults made a mistake. It is never your job to fix adult mistakes, okay? Behind her, Serena looked away, staring at the snowy street. By noon that day, Maya had scheduled 8 showings. By 6 p.m., we had 3 cash offers. The strongest offer came from a man named Mr. Henderson. He was a retired high school principal who was relocating to be closer to his daughter after his wife suddenly passed away. He loved the downstairs layout because his knees were failing. He loved the fenced yard because he planned to adopt a senior rescue dog. And he loved the renovated upstairs bedroom because his granddaughter visited on weekends and loved to read. His offer was incredibly clean. No financing contingency. Waived inspections, cash in hand. Closing in exactly 14 days. I signed the acceptance paperwork electronically at 8 p.m. The next morning, the real explosion happened. Dad arrived at my veterinary clinic. I was in the back treatment room, examining a terrified orange tabby cat who had gotten into a fight with a raccoon. My senior technician, Rosa, leaned into the doorway, looking highly uncomfortable. Dr. Clara, she whispered, there is a man at reception demanding to see you. He says he's your father. He's being very loud. I closed my eyes for a second, took a deep breath, and handed the stethoscope to Rosa. Tell him I'm with a patient. He'll have to wait. Dad waited 45 minutes. When I finally stepped into the lobby, he was standing near the display of prescription dog food, wearing his long wool coat, visibly seething that the world hadn't stopped spinning the moment he walked in. We need to talk. He snapped, loud enough for a woman holding a pug to turn and stare. I have exactly 10 minutes before my next surgery, I said coldly. This is not the place. Then make time. I turned on my heel and walked into an empty consultation room. He followed me, slamming the door behind him. What you are doing is completely irrational, Dad barked, pointing a finger at me. I drove past your house. The sign says, under contract. It is, I accepted a cash offer last night. His face drained of color. You what? The buyer is closing when? You? 13 days. You need to cancel it, right now, call your agent. No. Clara, stop behaving like a petulant child, he roared. I leaned casually against the stainless steel exam table. I'm not the one trying to give away someone else's bedroom to solve a problem I didn't create. His jaw tightened, a muscle ticking in his cheek. Your sister is struggling. She has been struggling for a decade. She's a single mother. She's a single mother who receives $1,200 a month in child support. She has a job. She has options. What she does not have is the deed to my property. Nobody is taking your property. I told you to sleep on the couch temporarily so Serena could have your bedroom, Chloe could have the new room, and Julian could have the basement. I froze. Julian? The boyfriend? Dad frowned, realizing his slip-up. Yes, Julian. Serena told me Julian might move in later. Dad looked incredibly uncomfortable. He looked toward the frosted glass door, then back at me. His lease ended last month. He's currently sleeping on his brother's floor. They were both going to move in. A cold realization washed over me. Wait, Julian's lease ended last month. Serena ended hers last week. They planned this. They planned to completely take over my house. I stared at my father, the pieces clicking together perfectly. Why are you pushing this so hard, Dad? You've always enabled her, but you're frantic right now. Dad wouldn't meet my eyes. Dad, I demanded. What did you do? He swallowed hard. Your mother and I. We co-signed Serena's current apartment lease. If she breaks it without paying the penalty, or if she gets evicted, it destroys our credit. We are trying to refinance our own mortgage next month. We need her out of that apartment cleanly, and we can't afford to pay her rent for her. I let out a harsh, bitter laugh. It echoed off the sterile walls of the clinic. Oh my God, it's not about Chloe's stability, it's about your credit score. You co-signed for her, she couldn't afford it, and your brilliant solution to save your own financial skin was to sacrifice my house and put me on a pull-out couch while she and her unemployed boyfriend took over my life. We are your family, Dad shouted, his face turning purple. That. I know you make fantastic money. I know you live alone in a massive house. Why is helping us such an unbearable sacrifice? Because it is never a sacrifice for the person doing the asking. I yelled back, finally losing my temper. I paid $5,500 for Mom's new roof when the insurance denied the claim. I paid for your transmission repair 2 years ago. I gave Serena $4,500 for that apartment deposit, the same apartment you're now trying to save yourselves from. I loaned you $3,000 for property taxes and you never paid me back. I have been the bank for this family for a decade. Dad shifted uncomfortably, crossing his arms. I have helped this family gladly, I continued, my voice shaking with rage. But the absolute second I spend money on something just for me, a single room, Serena decides it belongs to her. And you agree so completely that you order me onto the couch to save your own credit score. Your niece is a child. He deflected aggressively. Yes, she is. Which is why she deserves a mother who plans responsibly, and grandparents who don't teach her that family means parasitic entitlement. Dad stared at me as if I were a stranger. He turned around, grabbed the door handle, and left the clinic without another word. Update 2. That weekend, the situation escalated from toxic to absolutely unhinged. Serena posted a vague, melodramatic message on Facebook about how some people worship money and property more than their own flesh and blood, and how heartbreaking it is to explain adult cruelty to an innocent, homeless child. Several extended relatives called me. My Aunt Marina told me I was being hysterical and dramatic. My cousin Elena suggested I delay the closing for a few months until Serena got on her feet. Mom sent me Zillow links to cheap 2-bedroom apartments as if I were Serena's personal assistant. Then, on Sunday morning, while I was carefully packing my kitchen dishes into cardboard boxes, I heard the loud, grinding beep of a commercial vehicle reversing into my driveway. I looked through the kitchen window. Serena had arrived. With a massive 1.5-foot rented U-Haul van. Julian, her boyfriend, was in the passenger seat. Mom and Dad's SUV pulled up right behind them. For a solid minute, I simply stood at the window, holding a stack of ceramic plates wrapped in newspaper, completely unable to process the sheer audacity of what I was witnessing. Julian hopped out of the truck and opened the back door of the U-Haul. Inside, I could see dozens of cardboard boxes, a king-sized mattress, Chloe's pink desk chair, a flat-screen TV, and a heavily worn velvet sofa. I put the plates down, unlocked my front door, and walked outside onto the porch without even putting my coat on. The freezing air hit me like a wall. What exactly are you doing? I asked loudly. Serena slammed the driver's side door of the U-Haul. She marched up the driveway, looking triumphant. Moving my things in before you do something even more irresponsible and permanent. The house is under contract, Clara. Just call your realtor and cancel it. Pay the penalty. We're moving in. Julian rubbed his gloved hands together against the cold, looking slightly awkward but resolute. Look, Clara, everyone is really emotional right now. Maybe we can just move the heavy stuff into the garage and talk about this inside over coffee? You are not stepping 1 foot inside my house, I said, my voice eerily calm. Julian's eyebrows shot up. Seriously? Dad stepped forward from his SUV, throwing his hands up. Enough, Clara, this stunt has gone way too far. Open the garage. Mom looked physically exhausted, clutching her purse to her chest. Clara, please, just let them put the boxes in the basement. Serena has nowhere else to go. Her landlord is expecting her out by Wednesday. Then she needs to find a storage unit, I said. Serena pointed aggressively toward the massive truck. We already paid $150 for this rental. We are moving in today. That was a terrible financial decision, I replied. Her face twisted into a mask of pure hatred. You cold, selfish bee. Do not finish that sentence, I warned her. Something in my tone made her snap her mouth shut. I walked slowly down the porch steps, walked over to the electronic keypad beside the garage door, and pressed the code. Nothing happened. I pressed it again. Still nothing. I turned to face them. I changed the locks on Friday, I said clearly. Your old emergency house key no longer works. The garage code has been wiped. The Wi-Fi has been disconnected. I have installed 3 new security cameras that are currently recording audio and video straight to the cloud. And Mr. Henderson, the buyer, is sending his private inspector here in exactly 2 hours. Dad stared at me, absolutely horrified. You changed the locks? On your own family? I changed the locks on a property I own to prevent a home invasion. I corrected him. Chloe was sitting in the back seat of Mom and Dad's SUV. I could barely see her pale little face pressed against the tinted glass. Seeing her steadied my racing heart. I lowered my voice, addressing all of them. I will say this exactly one time. Chloe is always welcome in my life. I will take her for weekends. I will help pay for her school supplies or medical needs directly to the providers if she needs it. But absolutely none of you will ever use that child as a battering ram to force me into surrendering my home. Serena crossed her arms, shivering in the cold. So you get to play the generous, perfect Aunt Clara while leaving us on the freezing street? You're not on the street. You have money. You have Julian. Julian suddenly looked incredibly uncomfortable. He looked at Serena, then at me. Wait. Clara, Serena told me this arrangement was already fully agreed upon. She said you offered the house because you were moving closer to your clinic. It was never agreed upon. I told him, looking him dead in the eye. She announced she was taking my bedroom. My father told me to sleep on the couch, and I sold the house the next day to stop them. Julian turned slowly towards Serena. You told me your sister offered. You said she wanted us here. Serena's eyes darted around nervously. She would have. Eventually. Once we were inside, she would have calmed down. It's a family house. That single, desperate sentence exposed the entire rotting core of their plan. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It wasn't an act of pure desperation. It was a calculated, predatory strategy. Push hard enough, bring the kid into it. Get mom crying. Let dad apply the authoritarian pressure. Arrive with a loaded U-Haul. Create a physical situation that is far too awkward and uncomfortable for Clara to resist. It had worked 100 times before with money. This time, there was a for sale sign on the lawn and a legally binding contract on Maya's desk. Julian stepped backward, away from Serena and away from the U-Haul. I am not getting involved in this, he muttered, shaking his head. Julian, stop. Serena spun toward him, grabbing his arm. You're already involved. Your stuff is in the truck. No, Julian said, pulling his arm out of her grip. You told me we were moving into a family property to save money. You didn't tell me we were literally ambushing your sister and forcing her out of her own bedroom. This is psychotic. It's not like that, Serena pleaded. Julian looked at me, his face red with deep embarrassment. I am so sorry, Clara. It sounds exactly like that. He pulled his phone out, ordered an Uber, and stood at the end of my driveway in complete silence until it arrived 10 minutes later. He got in and drove away, leaving his boxes in the back of the truck. Serena started sobbing hysterically. Mom blamed me for ruining Serena's relationship. Dad said I had humiliated the entire family in front of the neighbors. I stood in the driveway in my socks, my feet freezing, and watched them unload absolutely nothing. Eventually, Dad got into his SUV and drove away. Serena had no choice but to climb into the driver's seat of the U-Haul and follow him. The truck drove away full. 14 days later, I sat in a sleek conference room at the title company and signed the closing documents. Mr. Henderson, the buyer, was a remarkably kind man. After the paperwork was stamped, he shook my hand with both of his. I hope you know how much I appreciate this fast close, Clara, he said warmly. My granddaughter has already claimed that beautiful window seat upstairs as her official reading headquarters. I smiled, feeling a genuine wave of peace wash over me. It's a very good place to read, I hope she loves it. I'm heading to the animal shelter this weekend, he added. Looking for an older dog. Something calm. A rescue. That made me smile properly for the first time in weeks. Call my clinic when you find one, Mr. Henderson. First exam is on the house. By the end of January, I had officially moved into the small cottage owned by the veterinary practice. It was significantly smaller than my old house. It only had 2 small bedrooms, a narrow galley kitchen, and a tiny fenced garden with a crooked, ancient apple tree and a weathered wooden bench beneath it. The first night, I sat on the living room floor surrounded by half-open cardboard boxes, eating Thai takeout from a plastic container because I hadn't unpacked my silverware yet. By all accounts, it should have felt like a massive loss. I had given up a beautiful home I had poured my soul into. Instead, I slept better that night than I had in 10 years. In March, Dr. Harrison and I finalized the partnership agreement. For the first time in my veterinary career, I wasn't just grinding out endless hours for a base salary, I was actively shaping the clinic's future. I hired a second emergency technician, expanded our weekend care schedule, and started a discretionary fund for pet owners who couldn't afford urgent, life-saving treatments. I also adopted a dog. His name is Barnaby. He is a senior basset hound with cloudy eyes, severe arthritis, and an entirely unreasonable hatred for FedEx delivery trucks. He sleeps beneath the crooked apple tree when the weather is warm, and he follows me from room to room, his heavy paws patting softly against the floorboards, as though making sure I don't disappear. As for Serena, reality hit her like a freight train. Without my house, and without Julian's income, he permanently broke up with her after the U-Haul incident and came back a week later with a police escort to collect his belongings from her storage unit. Serena had no choice but to face the music. Mom and Dad had to drain a significant portion of their savings to pay off the broken lease penalty to save their credit. Serena eventually found a cramped, 2-bedroom apartment 30 minutes away from Chloe's school. It is much smaller than the luxury places she's used to, but it is clean and safe. For the first time in her life, she had to take extra weekend shifts at her new retail job to make rent. For the first 2 months, Serena refused to speak to me. Then, one afternoon, my phone rang. It was Chloe, calling from her iPad. "Hi Aunt Clara," she said softly. "Can I come see Barnaby?" "Of course you can, Bug," I said. Chloe spent the following Saturday at my cottage. We baked chocolate chip cookies. We walked Barnaby at a painfully slow pace around the block. We sat under the crooked apple tree drinking hot chocolate while Chloe told me all about her new school friends. Before Serena pulled up to pick her up, Chloe lingered near the front door, zipping her coat slowly. Mom says you sold your big house because you hate us, she murmured, looking at her boots. I knelt down so we were perfectly eye level. I sold the house because I needed a change, Chloe, and because I wanted to protect myself. Because Mom wanted the green room? Because wanting things is perfectly okay, I said gently, brushing a piece of hair behind her ear. But adults have to ask before making plans with things that belong to other people. It's about respect. She thought about that for a long moment, her young brain processing the logic. Mom should have asked you. Yes. She should have. And Grandpa shouldn't have told me to sleep on the couch in my own house. Chloe smiled, a genuine, bright smile. I like your little cottage better anyway, Aunt Clara. It has Barnaby. After she left, I stood in the doorway for a long time, watching Serena's taillights disappear at the end of the street. Serena didn't get out of the car, she just honked the horn. But it was a start. Mom apologized eventually. It wasn't a perfect apology, and it didn't happen all at once. She came to the cottage one Sunday carrying a lemon pound cake. She walked through the small rooms very quietly, noticing that there was no massive pull-out couch waiting to swallow my life, no stacks of family luggage hidden in the corners, no evidence whatsoever that I had ruined my life by refusing to be a doormat. I really thought you would change your mind, Mom admitted, sitting at my small kitchen table. I know you did. I thought you would calm down and realize that selling the house was an extreme reaction. It was extreme, I agreed, pouring her a cup of coffee. But it was also necessary. Because none of you believed me when I said the house was mine. The only boundary this family understood was a legally binding closing date. Mom looked down at her hands, tears welling in her eyes. We shouldn't have put you in that position. I was just so terrified for our credit, and so worried about Serena. I worry about Serena too, Mom. But worrying about her is not the same thing as rescuing her from the consequences of her own actions. You've been rescuing her so long she forgot how to swim. Mom nodded slowly, wiping a tear away. Dad took much longer. He is a proud, stubborn man, and apologizing directly is simply not in his emotional vocabulary. But 6 months later, on my 34th birthday, he sent me a text message. I drove past the old house today. There was a nice old man walking a dog in the yard. The place looks good. I understand why you did it, Clara, even if I was too angry to see it at the time. Happy birthday. I read the message twice. Then I replied, thank you. It wasn't total forgiveness for everything he had said. It wasn't a cinematic, tearful reconciliation. But it was a beginning. A healthy, properly distanced beginning. As for Serena, our relationship changed permanently. She finally stopped asking me for money. The first time Chloe needed new prescription glasses, Serena mentioned the $200 cost during a brief phone call. I braced myself for the inevitable request, but then Serena quickly added, I'm not asking you to pay for it, Clara. I already budgeted for them out of my next paycheck. It was a small, simple sentence, but it told me everything I needed to know. She understood. Maybe not everything, and maybe she still resented me deep down, but she understood the boundary. Sometimes, late at night, I think about that room I renovated. I picture the deep navy blue walls, the rich walnut floors, and the heavy linen curtains. I imagine Mr. Henderson's granddaughter curled up on the window seat with a fantasy novel, while his old rescue dog sleeps peacefully on the floor nearby. I don't regret spending $23,000 on that room, and I don't regret leaving it behind, either. That renovation taught me something I should have learned a decade earlier. Peace is incredibly expensive. Not just because hardwood floors and custom shelves cost thousands of dollars. Peace is expensive because once people become accustomed to benefiting from your silence and your sacrifice, protecting yourself will always feel like an act of cruelty to them. For years, I truly believed that being the dependable daughter meant solving every single family emergency. I thought being a good sister meant giving and giving until there was absolutely nothing left that felt entirely mine. I thought loving my niece meant allowing her mother to use my affection as a financial and emotional hostage. I was wrong. Stability is not taking someone else's bedroom. Family is not a blank permission slip to trample over boundaries. And generosity should never be measured by how quietly you let people erase your existence. That Christmas, my family looked me in the eye and told me I could sleep on the couch in my own home so they wouldn't have to face reality. By sunrise, the house was for sale. 14 days later, I handed over the keys. I lost a piece of real estate, but for the first time in my life, I kept something infinitely more valuable. The right to decide exactly where I belonged. I inherited Grandpa's lake house. My entitled sister turned it into a frat house and demanded a key. Then I found the hidden ledger that destroyed her lies. My sister smirked, sitting in my late grandfather's favorite leather chair, and told me that changing the locks on our cabin was destroying the family. So I handed her a formal trespassing warning, called the police to physically escort her off the property, and let the entire family tear themselves apart while I read the secret journals Grandpa left behind that exposed exactly why she was really so desperate for my house. I feel like I am slowly losing my grip on reality, and I desperately need to know if I am the villain my family is making me out to be. My grandfather, Arthur, passed away 8 months ago. He was the anchor of my life, the man who practically raised me, and when his will was read, it wasn't a surprise to anyone that he left me his beloved lakeside cabin at Blackwood Lake. We were incredibly close. He taught me how to fish for trout in the early mornings, how to properly sand and stain the wraparound deck, and we spent countless weekends working on structural projects together. The cabin meant absolutely everything to both of us. But the property isn't just sentimentally valuable, it is worth roughly $450,000 and sits on some of the most pristine, prime lakefront real estate in the entire county. My grandfather was incredibly specific in his will. He dictated that the cabin should go to someone who would cherish it, maintain it as a sanctuary, and respect its peaceful nature. He chose me because I was literally the only grandchild who ever showed genuine interest in the property. I spent my teenage years helping him with the grueling upkeep, chopping wood, clearing the gutters, and patching the roof. My sister, Chloe, 29F, on the other hand, never cared about the cabin growing up. She actively despised it. She thought it was boring, dirty, and old-fashioned. She preferred expensive hotel vacations, all-inclusive resorts, and luxury spa weekends. She constantly complained about the mosquitoes, the lack of high-speed Wi-Fi, the spotty cellular reception, and called the place disgustingly rustic in the most dismissive, arrogant tone possible. When Grandpa Arthur was alive, she visited maybe twice in the last decade, and both times she left early because she was bored. Here is where things get incredibly complicated and infuriating. Last weekend, I finally felt emotionally ready to drive up to the cabin for the first time since inheriting it. I planned to spend some quiet time there, grieve in peace, and start going through Grandpa's remaining belongings. I pulled into the gravel driveway, nostalgia washing over me, and had my newly minted key ready. But as I walked up to the heavy oak front door, my stomach dropped. I could hear heavy bass thumping through the walls, loud music vibrating the windows, and the chaotic sounds of shouting voices inside. I pounded on the door. A guy I had never seen in my life answered. He was wearing soaking wet swim trunks, dripping lake water onto the antique hardwood floors, and holding a cheap beer. Behind him, I could see at least 8 people lounging around my living room. The place was wrecked. There were muddy footprints everywhere. The guy looked annoyed, squinted at me, and aggressively asked what the hell I wanted. When I firmly explained that this was my cabin and demanded to know who he was, he threw his head back and laughed. He said Chloe had told them they could stay for the long weekend because her family owned the place. I saw red. I was absolutely livid. I immediately pulled out my phone and called Chloe. Instead of apologizing, she acted like I was being an insane, unreasonable tyrant. She nonchalantly said our parents had given her a spare key months ago and told her she could use the cabin whenever she wanted for her weekend getaways. Apparently, she had been bringing massive groups of friends up there regularly and had even started advertising it on her social media as our family's shared vacation home. When I reminded her that I legally inherited the cabin, that my name was the only one on the deed, and she had absolutely no right to be there, she got incredibly defensive. She snapped that Grandpa would have wanted the whole family to enjoy it. She insisted that just because the legal paperwork had my name on it didn't mean I should selfishly hoard it from everyone else. She actually called me a greedy narcissist for wanting to kick her friends out into the cold. The absolute worst part? My parents are entirely backing her up. When I called them in a panic, my mother sighed heavily and said I was being petty, territorial, and cruel. She said that family should always share. My father chimed in, suggesting I compromise by letting Chloe have the cabin on weekends since I work a demanding corporate job during the week anyway. They kept parroting the same line. Grandpa would have wanted the cabin to bring the family together, not divide us. But here is what they are deliberately choosing to ignore. Grandpa specifically left the cabin to me because he trusted me to care for it properly. While I was on the phone, I walked through the house and took inventory of the disaster. Chloe's friends had been using Grandpa's expensive, vintage fishing equipment without cleaning it, leaving the lines tangled and the hooks rusted. There was a mountain of crusted, rotting dishes in the sink attracting flies. Someone had taken a pocket knife and actually carved their initials into the handmade oak dining table Grandpa and I had built together when I was 15. There were cigarette butts and beer bottles scattered all over the pristine deck, and they had apparently been having massive, raging bonfires dangerously close to the dry tree line, completely ignoring the local fire bans. I ended up having to physically demand that Chloe's friends pack their bags and leave immediately. It created a massive, humiliating scene. They were incredibly hostile, swearing at me and insisting they had paid for the weekend and had permission to be there. One massive guy actually got in my face, chest bumped me, and argued that I couldn't just show up and kick them out of Chloe's lake house. It took me threatening to call the state troopers for them to finally pack their cars and speed off, spinning their tires and throwing gravel all over the lawn. Now, my entire extended family is furious with me. Chloe is telling everyone who will listen that I am on a massive ego trip, that I am trying to erase the family from Grandpa's memory, and that I am a monster. My parents are relentlessly pressuring me to do the right thing and hand over a set of keys. They are making me feel like I am a greedy, selfish villain for simply wanting to honor the actual, legally binding terms of my grandfather's will. But I know Arthur. He left a 3-page letter of detailed instructions with the deed about maintaining the property, the specific varnish for the wood, the winterization process for the pipes. He specifically chose me because he knew I would respect and preserve it. He watched Chloe's careless, destructive attitude toward the cabin for 20 years. There is a very specific reason he didn't leave it to the family. He left it to me. I am so deeply torn between wanting to maintain family peace and fiercely protecting the only thing I have left of the man who meant the world to me. Am I wrong for wanting to establish strict boundaries? Should I just cave and let Chloe continue using it to keep the peace, even though she is trashing it? I feel like I am losing my mind. Edit. Thank you for all the overwhelming responses. Reading through your comments is genuinely helping me realize I am not crazy for wanting to protect my grandfather's legacy. A lot of you asked about the key situation. I interrogated my mother, and apparently, she still had a spare emergency key from 5 years ago when she used to occasionally help Grandpa clean. She secretly handed it over to Chloe the week after the funeral without ever mentioning it to me. I am calling a locksmith first thing tomorrow morning. Update 1. It has been 3 weeks since my original post, and the situation has completely exploded into a nightmare. First of all, thank you to everyone who validated my feelings. Your support gave me the steel spine I needed to dig deeper into what Chloe was actually doing with my property. The morning after I kicked her friends out, I hired a premium locksmith and paid $800 to have the entire property rekeyed. I changed the locks on the front door, the back patio, the boathouse, and the heavy iron padlocks on the storage shed. I also hired a security company to install a comprehensive, high-definition camera system around the perimeter, covering the driveway, the dock, and all entry points. I didn't announce this to my family, I just did it. The real, earth-shattering bombshell dropped when I started investigating exactly how long Chloe had been exploiting the cabin. Remember how that aggressive guy mentioned they had paid for the weekend? I decided to do a deep dive into Chloe's public and private social media accounts. What I found made me physically nauseous. Chloe has been posting about luxurious weekend getaways at our family estate for the past 6 months. Basically, the dirt wasn't even settled on Grandpa's grave before she started exploiting his home. She had been tagging the location, posting heavily filtered photos of herself and her friends drinking on the deck, and she even created a permanent Instagram highlight reel titled, Lake House Life. In several long, rambling captions, she refers to it as her childhood sanctuary, and talks about how she spent her whole life growing up there, which is a complete and utter fabrication since she hated the place. But here is the absolute kicker that made me contact a lawyer. I found hard, undeniable evidence that she was operating an illegal, unlicensed short-term rental business. A mutual acquaintance who saw my angry Facebook post anonymously sent me a massive file of screenshots from a private group chat. Chloe had been messaging dozens of people, telling them they could rent her private lake house for $250 per weekend. She had been pocketing thousands of dollars in pure, untaxed cash off my grandfather's property while I was the one paying the exorbitant property taxes, the premium lakefront insurance, and the monthly maintenance costs. I also discovered she had been hosting massive, out-of-control parties. I plugged in Grandpa's old landline answering machine, which I still pay for, and found 23 unheard voicemails. They were all from furious, exhausted neighbors. They described deafening music playing until 4 a.m., drunk people trespassing onto their private docks, and one idiot whose massive truck got stuck in the protected marshland because they decided to go off-roading. The property damage was far more extensive than my initial walkthrough revealed. Aside from the carved dining table, I found deep, black cigarette burns melted into the expensive composite decking. The boathouse had a shattered window that had been lazily covered with silver duct tape, but the discovery that broke my heart was Grandpa's vintage, handcrafted wooden fishing tackle box. Someone had dumped out his antique lures, filled it with jagged ice and cheap beer, and used it as a cooler. The melted ice had completely warped the beautiful mahogany wood and left permanent, rotting rust stains everywhere. Furthermore, someone had taken neon green spray paint and tagged the side of the wooden dock with a crude, disgusting drawing. When I finally confronted Chloe over the phone with the screenshots of her illegal rental business, she completely lost her mind. She didn't apologize. Instead, she shrieked at me, accusing me of being a stalker and obsessing over a bunch of old, rotting wood. She actually had the audacity to claim that the cabin was decaying because I wasn't using it enough, and she was doing me a favor by bringing life and energy back to the place. I coldly told her that she needed to immediately cease all posts about the cabin and that she was permanently banned from the property. Her response was to scream a string of profanities, block my number, and immediately call our parents to hysterically cry that I was abusing her. My parents' reaction destroyed whatever respect I had left for them. When I forwarded them the screenshots of Chloe illegally charging people $250 a weekend, my mother gasped and accused me of spying on my own sister. She said families shouldn't keep secrets. My father actually defended the rental scheme. He cleared his throat and suggested that Chloe sharing the costs with friends was a sign of financial maturity and showed she was trying to be an entrepreneur. They deliberately ignored the photos of the cigarette burns, the ruined tackle box, and the 2-3 noise complaints from the neighbors. The absolute final straw happened last Saturday. Despite the changed locks and the warnings, my phone buzzed with a motion alert from the new security system. I opened the app and watched in real time as Chloe and 2 of her friends marched up to the cabin. When her old key didn't work, she didn't leave. Instead, I watched her drag a heavy patio chair to the side of the house, pry off the screen of a guest bedroom window that she remembered had a faulty latch from 10 years ago, and illegally climb inside my house. I immediately called the local police dispatch and drove the 40 minutes to the lake at breakneck speed. I arrived just as a squad car was pulling into the driveway. We walked in together. Chloe was sitting in Grandpa's leather chair, pouring herself a glass of wine, acting like the queen of the castle. When she saw me, and the uniformed officer, she didn't even flinch. She just rolled her eyes and said, "Oh my God, you brought the cops? We need to talk about your controlling behavior." She demanded that I hand over the new keys in front of the officer. She yelled that cutting her off was punishing the family and dishonoring Grandpa's memory. The police officer was incredibly professional but stern. He asked for my ID, verified my name on the deed, and then turned to Chloe. He bluntly explained that regardless of their DNA, I was the sole legal owner. She had broken in through a window, and she was criminally trespassing. The humiliation of watching an armed police officer force my screaming, crying sister to put her shoes on and march her off my grandfather's property was one of the darkest moments of my life. But what solidified my resolve was the complete lack of remorse in her eyes. As she was escorted to her car, she was furiously typing on her phone, undoubtedly spinning a victim narrative to the rest of the family. Now, the entire extended family is involved. My aunt called me screaming that I was tearing the bloodline apart. Several cousins have sent me toxic, passive-aggressive paragraphs about how money changes people, and family is forever. But they don't know what I found. While cleaning up the mess Chloe left, I was going through Grandpa's locked filing cabinet. Tucked inside a manila folder, I found a carbon copy of a letter he wrote to his estate lawyer 3 years ago. In it, Grandpa explicitly detailed his terrifying concerns about leaving the property to multiple people. He wrote, "I have seen inheritance turn siblings into vultures. I want the cabin to go solely to the one person who will preserve its soul, not the one who will turn it into a cheap party destination." Reading those exact words was like getting a hug from beyond the grave. Grandpa knew exactly what he was doing. He saw through Chloe's superficiality. I have retained a lawyer, and I am officially documenting every single interaction. I feel incredibly isolated, but I will not let my grandfather down. Update 2. It has been 3 agonizing months since I had the police remove Chloe from the cabin, and if you thought my family would eventually calm down and see reason, you are sorely mistaken. The harassment has escalated to a terrifying, almost unhinged level, but I have finally uncovered the ultimate, devastating truth that explains exactly why my parents have been fighting so viciously for Chloe to have the house. The security cameras have been the best investment of my life. In the first month alone, I caught Chloe trying to breach the property 4 separate times. The first time, she brought a massive aluminum ladder and tried to scale the side of the house to reach a second-story balcony. The second time, she brought a shady-looking guy I didn't recognize who spent 20 minutes casing the windows with a flashlight. The third time, she actually took a heavy steel crowbar and tried to pry the reinforced strike plate off the back door, causing $400 in cosmetic damage before the alarm blared and she ran away into the woods. But the fourth incident was the most brazen, unbelievable thing I have ever witnessed. I was sitting at my desk at work when my phone alerted me. I opened the live feed and saw Chloe, my mother, my father, and a professional locksmith standing on my front porch. I watched in absolute horror as my father pointed at the door, demanding the locksmith drill the deadbolt. I could hear the audio perfectly. The locksmith looked hesitant and asked to see a deed or utility bill with their name on it. Right on cue, my mother burst into theatrical, sobbing tears, wailing about how their cruel, mentally unstable son had locked them out of their sacred family memories and they just wanted to retrieve some photo albums. I immediately called the locksmith company's dispatch, identified myself, and told them their employee was currently being manipulated into committing a felony breaking and entering. The dispatcher radioed the locksmith, who immediately packed up his tools and practically ran to his van. As he drove away, my father chased the van down the driveway, screaming obscenities and kicking the gravel. Watching my own parents try to orchestrate a break-in to my home shattered my heart into a million irreparable pieces. The social pressure became suffocating. At my cousin's wedding last month, I was completely ambushed. I couldn't even get a drink without a relative cornering me. My aunt trapped me near the buffet and spent 20 minutes lecturing me about how I was a disgrace to the family name. But the most devastating, unforgivable tactic Chloe used was weaponizing our 84-year-old grandmother Arthur's widow. My grandmother's mind has been slipping lately, and she gets easily confused. Chloe went to her nursing home, sat by her bed, and maliciously fed her a twisted narrative. Chloe told her that I had locked the entire family out, that I was selling the cabin to a corporate developer, and that I was erasing Arthur's memory. My grandmother called me late one night, weeping uncontrollably, begging me not to destroy the lake house. She kept crying, "Please don't take Arthur's home away from us. Please let the family heal." I spent 2 hours on the phone, gently trying to explain the reality, the police, the damages, the illegal rentals, but in her fragile state, she couldn't process it. She just kept repeating that family must stick together. That conversation broke me. The fact that Chloe was willing to torture an elderly, grieving woman just to win an argument proved exactly how sociopathic she is. Chloe also ramped up her online smear campaign. She posted daily throwback photos with captions like, "Missing the days when love mattered more than a piece of paper." Her friends began review bombing my corporate LinkedIn and my company's Google business page, leaving 1-star reviews claiming I was unethical, greedy, and untrustworthy in personal matters. I had to sit down with my HR department, explain the insane family drama, and have our legal team issue takedown notices to Google. But the absolute breaking point and the moment that changed everything forever happened 6 weeks ago. I drove up to the cabin to inspect the crowbar damage. When I walked into the master bedroom, I froze. Someone had been inside. The cameras hadn't caught them because they had hiked 2 miles through the dense, camera-blind woods behind the property and smashed a tiny basement ventilation window. The house felt violated. There were dirty towels thrown on the floor. But the most disturbing thing was sitting on the center of Grandpa's freshly made bed. It was a handwritten note on pink stationery that read, "This place has too much love to be locked away. Arthur would want everyone to feel welcome here. Stop fighting the inevitable." I felt sick to my stomach. I immediately called the police, filed another report, and spent $3,000 upgrading the entire house with shatterproof glass, reinforced steel door frames, and internal motion sensors. That night, unable to sleep and vibrating with anxiety, I decided to finally clean out the basement storage room. I was moving boxes when I noticed Grandpa's ruined, water-damaged wooden tackle box sitting in the corner. I picked it up to throw it in the dumpster, but it felt unusually heavy for an empty box. I inspected the bottom, and realized the wood was exceptionally thick. I grabbed a flathead screwdriver and pried at the base. With a loud crack, a false bottom popped open. Inside the hidden compartment was a sealed, waterproof document bag. My hands were shaking as I unzipped it. Inside was a thick, leather-bound bank ledger, a stack of wire transfer receipts, and a handwritten letter addressed specifically to me. I sat on the concrete floor and read the letter. It completely rewrote my family's history. Grandpa Arthur hadn't just left me the cabin because I loved it. He left it to me because he had times already given Chloe her inheritance. The letter explained everything in devastating detail. When Chloe turned 21, she threw a massive fit about how unfair it was that Grandpa spent money maintaining the cabin instead of helping her live her best life. To keep the peace, Grandpa established a private trust fund for her, containing exactly $450,000, the exact appraised value of the cabin. The ledger documented every single withdrawal. For 6 years, while I was up on the roof fixing shingles in the blistering heat, Chloe was draining that account to fund her luxurious lifestyle. She used Grandpa's money to buy a brand new Mercedes, fund her month-long trips to Bali and Europe, and pay for her expensive downtown apartment. But it got worse. The letter explicitly stated that my parents were the legal trustees of that account. They were supposed to monitor it and ensure she used it for a house down payment or education. Instead, they enabled her. They let her blow through nearly $500,000 by the time she was 27. Grandpa's final paragraph burned into my soul. "I leave this ledger for you, my boy, because I know they will come for the cabin. Chloe has squandered her half of the legacy, and your parents are too weak to tell her no. They will try to take your sanctuary to make up for their failure to raise a responsible adult. Do not let them. You earned this place with your sweat and your love. Protect it." Suddenly, everything made perfect, terrifying sense. My parents weren't fighting me because of family memories. They were fighting me out of desperate, suffocating guilt. They knew Chloe was completely broke. They knew she had blown her inheritance. They wanted me to hand over a $450,000 asset so she could continue her lavish lifestyle, probably by forcing a sale or legally turning it into a full-time rental property, so they wouldn't have to financially support her themselves. The next morning, I didn't yell. I didn't cry. I was filled with a cold, terrifying calm. I drove straight back to the city, went to my lawyer's office, and handed him the ledger, the receipts, and the letter. We drafted the most nuclear, ironclad legal response imaginable. Update 3. It has been 6 months since I found the ledger, and I have finally found absolute peace. My lawyer sent a massive, certified legal binder to my parents and Chloe. It contained copies of the ledger, copies of the wire transfers, Grandpa's letter, and a formal cease and desist order regarding the harassment, trespassing, and defamation. My lawyer also included a drafted lawsuit for the property damage, the illegal rental profits, and the emotional distress, stating clearly that if any of them ever contacted me, stepped foot in my county, or mentioned my name online again, we would file it immediately and drag their financial failures into public court. The silence that followed was deafening. The moment my parents realized I had hard, undeniable proof of their financial mismanagement and Chloe's squandered inheritance, they completely folded. The online harassment stopped overnight. The passive-aggressive texts from cousins ceased, likely because my parents frantically did damage control to hide the truth about the $450,000 Chloe wasted. I haven't spoken to my parents or my sister in half a year. The only tragic casualty of this war was my grandmother. She passed away 3 months ago. I wasn't invited to the funeral planning, but I attended the service. Chloe had the absolute gall to stand at the pulpit and give a tearful eulogy about how much Grandma loved the lake house, shooting venomous glares at me the entire time. But it didn't hurt me anymore. I knew the truth. I knew Chloe was a fraud, wearing a designer black dress paid for by the grandfather she despised. I have spent the entire spring and summer at the cabin, working remotely and pouring my soul into restoring it. I completely repaired the dock using Grandpa's original blueprints. I sanded down the dining room table, carefully filling the carved initials with a beautiful gold resin, a Japanese technique called kintsugi, repairing the broken with gold to make it stronger. I replanted his native flower garden, and I even restored his vintage tackle box, keeping the false bottom intact as a reminder of the truth. I have also integrated myself into the local lake community. The neighbors who used to complain about Chloe's frat parties now come over for Sunday barbecues. Mr. Henderson, the neighbor next door, told me stories about how Grandpa used to help him harvest his vegetable garden every autumn. Learning about the quiet, profound impact Grandpa had on this community reinforced that I am not just guarding a piece of real estate, I am protecting a legacy of kindness and stewardship. Financially, I am doing excellent. I used my own savings to upgrade the plumbing and electrical, and the property value has soared. But more importantly, I took the advice of many Reddit commenters. I sat down with my estate lawyer and drafted a bulletproof will and a living trust. If anything ever happens to me, the cabin will not revert to my next of kin. It is placed in an ironclad trust managed by a third-party conservation firm, with strict instructions that it can never be sold, subdivided, or inhabited by Chloe or my parents. It will be preserved as a historical nature retreat. My therapist has been instrumental in helping me navigate the grief of losing my living family. She helped me realize that setting boundaries isn't an act of cruelty, it's an act of self-preservation. My parents and sister chose their path of entitlement and deception. I chose the path of integrity. This morning, I woke up at 5:30 a.m. I brewed a pot of strong black coffee, walked out onto the pristine, burn-free deck, and sat in Grandpa's favorite leather chair. I watched the thick white mist roll slowly across the glassy surface of Blackwood Lake as the sun peeked over the pine trees, casting a brilliant orange glow across the water. It was completely, beautifully silent. There were no loud stereos, no screaming drunk strangers, no toxic family drama, just the sound of a loon calling in the distance and the wind in the trees. I achieved exactly what Grandpa Arthur hoped for when he wrote his will. I saved his sanctuary. My family may forever view me as the greedy villain of their manufactured story, but as I sit here in the peace he built with his own 2 hands, I know the truth. I honored his trust. The cabin is safe, and I am finally home. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity of your parents to watch your sister blow $500,000 on luxury cars and vacations, and then try to steal your inheritance to keep funding her lifestyle is genuinely sickening. The false bottom in the tackle box is like something out of a movie. Grandpa played chess while they were playing checkers. Good on you for locking that trust down. User 2. I am so incredibly sorry about your grandmother passing away while believing Chloe's lies. That is a special kind of evil for your sister to manipulate a confused, grieving elderly woman just to score points in a family feud. But you did the right thing. You protected the one thing your grandpa loved most. The gold resin in the table is a beautiful touch. User 3. The fact that they brought a locksmith to your house while you were at work is terrifying. That's not just entitled family drama, that's a coordinated criminal conspiracy to break and enter. I'm glad you hit them with the legal nuke. Enjoy the peace and quiet on that deck. OP. You earned every single sunrise. My family kicked me out at 18, with $85. 10 years later, they demanded my apartment for my golden brother, so I sold their house and watched them lose everything. My parents secretly tried to forge a lease to steal my apartment for my golden child brother, then had the audacity to try and break in when I changed the locks. So, I dug into our family's legal history, uncovered a hidden trust they'd been leeching off of for over a decade, and completely legally forced the sale of the very house they were sleeping in. I remember the exact sound the deadbolt made when it clicked shut behind me. It was a heavy, metallic thud that echoed in the humid summer air. My dad had just shown up at my bedroom door, tossed a cheap, fraying duffel bag onto my mattress, and said, "Your brother starts his senior year of high school next month. He needs a bigger space to study, so we're giving him your room. You're legally an adult now. Figure it out. I remember asking if this was some kind of sick, twisted joke. My voice cracked. I sounded like I was still 12 years old, not an 18-year-old who had just walked across a graduation stage 4 days prior, but my father didn't blink. He didn't show an ounce of hesitation or remorse. He just pointed a thick finger at the bag and told me I had exactly 15 minutes to pack my life away before he physically threw me out and changed the locks. That was how I left my childhood home. There was no graduation party, no tearful goodbye, no advice for the future. Just a heavy door slamming in my face, $85 in my wallet, and a sickening, hollow drop in my stomach as I realized I had absolutely nowhere to go. I wasn't a bad kid. I really wasn't. I never touched drugs, never snuck out, never got into a single fight at school. I worked a grueling part-time job stocking shelves at a local grocery store from 4 p.m. to midnight, maintained a 3.8 gigapascals, and quietly dreamed of saving enough to attend the local community college. But in my house, none of that mattered. I was the invisible spare. My younger brother, Liam, was the absolute golden child. Even when we were little, I used to joke to myself that our parents must have thought he was the second coming. If Liam got a B on a test, they bought him a new video game to encourage his potential. If I got an A, I was met with a distracted nod and a reminder to take out the trash. Liam would total his brand new car and get a replacement within the week. I would wear my sneakers until the soles literally detached, and I'd be yelled at for being irresponsible with my belongings. Liam was 2 years younger, but he was treated like a fragile, precious royal heir. He got expensive private tutors, weekend tennis lessons, and catered birthday parties. I got hand-me-down winter coats and absolute silence. Whenever I gathered the courage to ask my parents why the rules were so drastically different for us, my dad would just cross his arms, scowl, and bark, "Stop being so dramatic, Sam. The world isn't fair. Get used to it." I learned very early on that making noise only made things worse. So, I kept my head down. I worked my late-night shifts, did my homework by the light of a tiny desk lamp, and promised myself that the second I turned 18, I would pack my bags and leave on my own terms. I guess they just decided to beat me to the punch. That first month out on the streets was a waking nightmare. I couch surfed with a few sympathetic friends until their parents started giving me tight-lipped smiles and hinting that I had overstayed my welcome. There were nights when the rain was coming down so hard I couldn't see the streetlights, and I had to secretly sleep on a pile of broken cardboard boxes in the back storage room of the grocery store where I worked, terrified the manager would catch me. Eventually, I scraped together enough cash to rent a tiny, windowless room in a dilapidated shared house. I lived with 3 older guys. One of them blasted heavy metal at 4 a.m., another was running a very obvious illegal enterprise out of the kitchen, and the third was a quiet guy named Mateo who barely spoke English but would regularly leave hot plates of homemade empanadas outside my door when he knew I hadn't eaten in days. Mateo showed me more genuine warmth in a month than my parents had in 18 years. It took me 5 agonizing years to truly get on my feet. I worked every humiliating, exhausting job you can imagine. I scrubbed toilets at a dying mall, delivered pizzas in neighborhoods where my car was broken into twice, and worked overnight security at a warehouse where the heating was permanently broken. Every single break I had, I was glued to a battered, second-hand laptop, taking online courses and teaching myself coding and network security. I fought tooth and nail for every inch of progress, eventually earning a master's degree in cybersecurity. It wasn't a glamorous path, but it was mine. I built it with my own 2 hands. No trust fund, no safety net, no emergency phone calls to mom and dad. Just sheer, unadulterated stubbornness. By the time I turned 27, my life was unrecognizable. I was living in a beautiful, sunlit, 2-bedroom apartment in a highly sought-after neighborhood in downtown Seattle. I had a high-paying job as a senior security analyst for a tech firm, a reliable car, a solid group of friends, and most importantly, an overwhelming sense of peace. I never thought about my family. I had blocked their numbers years ago. I wasn't carrying around a burning rage anymore. I had just accepted that if I wasn't good enough for them back then, I certainly wasn't going to crawl back and beg for their affection now. And then, on a random, quiet Sunday morning, the ghost of my past came knocking. Literally. I was wearing sweatpants, holding a mug of fresh coffee, and getting ready to water my houseplants when I heard it. 3 sharp, aggressive, entitled knocks. It wasn't the polite tap of a neighbor or a delivery driver. It was a demand. And, I walked over, peered through the peephole, and felt all the blood drain from my face. My heart slammed against my ribs. Standing in my hallway was my mother. And looming right behind her, arms crossed in that exact same domineering posture I remembered from the day he threw me out, was my father. My brain short-circuited. My first thought wasn't, what are they doing here? It was, how the hell did they find my address? I took a deep breath, unlocked the deadbolt, and pulled the door open, but I deliberately planted my feet in the doorway. I didn't step aside. Sam? My mother gasped, pressing a hand to her chest. She widened her eyes, trying to look breathless and overwhelmed, like this was some beautiful, cinematic family reunion. "Oh my God, look at you. You look so grown." "I am grown," I replied, my voice completely flat and devoid of emotion. "It's been almost 10 years. What do you want?" My dad pushed his way forward, his jaw tight. "No small talk. We need to have a serious conversation. Let us in." I stared at him. I looked at the gray in his hair, the familiar scowl lines around his mouth. For a long, tense 10 seconds, I didn't move. Finally, morbid curiosity won out. I stepped aside, leaving the door cracked open. They walked into my apartment and immediately began dissecting it with their eyes. My mother ran her fingers over the back of my expensive leather sofa like she was checking for dust. My dad paced near the floor-to-ceiling windows, taking in the view of the city skyline. The silence in the room was suffocating. "We've had a really rough couple of years. And," my mother finally said, sitting down uninvited and clasping her hands tightly in her lap. "And your brother? Well, Liam is in a really terrible bind." I felt a cold, familiar knot twist deep in my intestines. Of course this was about Liam. They hadn't tracked me down to apologize. They were here on a rescue mission for the golden child. "What kind of bind?" I asked, leaning against the kitchen island, refusing to sit down with them. "He got let go from his startup," she said softly, adopting a tragic, mourning tone. "And his fiancée. She left him. She took the dog, she took the car. He had to break his lease because he couldn't afford the rent. He's really struggling, Sam. His mental health is in the gutter." I just stared at her. I didn't offer a single word of sympathy, I just waited. My dad stepped in, clearing his throat loudly. "We've been doing some digging, and we see that you're doing very well for yourself now. You've got this massive apartment, 2 bedrooms. We think it's time to put the past behind us and come together as a family." I raised a single eyebrow. "Come together how, exactly?" My mother gave me a pleading, teary-eyed look. "We think the right thing to do would be for Liam to move into your second bedroom. Just temporarily. Just for a year or two, until he gets back on his feet and finds a new job. It would be so good for him to be around his successful older brother." There was a moment of absolute, ringing silence in my apartment. I genuinely thought I was hallucinating. A hysterical laugh bubbled up in my throat, and I had to bite the inside of my cheek to stop it. "You're joking, right?" "One," I said, my voice dropping an octave. "No," my dad barked, his face flushing red. "We are absolutely not joking. You have the space. You make good money. It is the bare minimum you can do. Family comes first, Sam." Those 3 words times family comes first times snapped something deep inside my brain. The sheer, unadulterated audacity of it all washed over me like a physical wave of heat. "Let me make sure I am understanding you correctly," I said, my voice dangerously quiet. I pushed myself off the kitchen island and took a step toward them. "You threw me onto the literal street on my 18th birthday with $85 to my name. You didn't care if I starved. You didn't care if I froze to death. You changed the locks on me so Liam could have a bigger study room. And now, 10 years later, you track me down to demand that I house the very same brother you ruined my life for, because family comes first?" My mother looked down at her shoes, suddenly very interested in the rug. We made some mistakes, Sam. Parenting is hard." "Mistakes?" I interrupted, my voice finally rising. "Forgetting to pick me up from soccer practice is a mistake. Throwing your child away like a bag of garbage is a choice. Listen to me, you ungrateful brat," my dad snarled, taking a threatening step toward me. He was trying to use his physical size to intimidate me, forgetting that I was no longer a scrawny teenager. I was taller than him now, and I didn't flinch. "He is your flesh and blood. He needs help. You do not turn your back on family when they are bleeding." "You did," I fired back, staring directly into his eyes. "And I'm not doing this. Get out of my apartment. Now." The room went dead quiet. My dad glared at me, his fists clenched at his sides. He looked like he wanted to hit me, but he knew he couldn't get away with it anymore. He gave me a look of pure disgust, shook his head, and grabbed my mother's arm. "You are going to regret this," he sneered as he yanked the front door open. "You arrogant little prick. You're going to regret turning your back on us." They left, slamming the door so hard the framed pictures on my wall rattled. I locked the deadbolt, slid down to the floor, and sat there for an hour, my hands shaking uncontrollably. I thought it was over. I thought I had won by standing my ground. But I had completely underestimated the depths of their entitlement. The storm hadn't passed. It was just gathering strength. Update. 1. They didn't contact me for 5 days. I foolishly convinced myself that my dad's parting threat was just an empty bark. But by the following Friday, the psychological warfare officially began. It started with a voicemail from Liam. I hadn't heard my brother's voice in a decade. It sounded raspy, pathetic, and incredibly rehearsed, like he was reading off a script. "Hey, Sam. Mom and Dad said they stopped by. Look, man. I'm at rock bottom. I'm sleeping on a buddy's couch and he's kicking me out on Monday. I have absolutely nothing left. I know we aren't close. But please. I just need a room. I'll clean, I'll cook, I'll stay out of your way. Please don't let me end up on the street, call me back. I didn't call him back. I felt a brief, terrifying flicker of guilt, but I crushed it instantly. I knew Liam's game. He had always survived by playing the helpless victim, wrapping people around his finger with a puppy dog routine until they fixed his messes for him. I wasn't going to be his safety net just because he finally had to face the consequences of his own incompetence. When I ignored the voicemail, my parents unleashed the flying monkeys. Suddenly, my phone was blowing up with texts and Facebook messages from extended family members I hadn't spoken to since middle school. Aunt Beatrice sent me a massive paragraph calling me a heartless, money-obsessed monster who was letting his own blood rot in the gutter. A cousin I barely remembered texted me saying, "Wow. Didn't realize a little bit of tech money turned you into a complete sociopath. Help your brother, dude." My parents had clearly spun a masterclass narrative. In their version of the story, I was a wealthy, arrogant elite hoarding a luxury penthouse, while poor, innocent Liam was freezing in the slums. They conveniently left out the part where they made me homeless. At 18, I didn't bother defending myself, I just blocked every single number that came through. But then came the breaking point. I was sitting at my desk at work, deep in a code review, when my cell phone buzzed. It was my building's property manager, Mr. Henderson. I answered immediately, assuming there was a water leak or a package issue. "Hey, Sam," Mr. Henderson said, sounding incredibly upbeat. "Just calling to finalize the paperwork. I've got your brother Liam down in the leasing office right now. We're processing the lease transfer, but I just need your verbal confirmation before I run his background check to take over the unit on the 1st of the month." All the air rushed out of my lungs. The office around me started spinning. "Mr. Henderson," I choked out, gripping the edge of my desk so hard my knuckles turned white. "What are you talking about? I am absolutely not moving out. I never authorized a lease transfer." There was a long, horrifying pause on the other end of the line. "Wait. What? Sam, your brother is sitting right in front of me. He has a signed authorization form with your signature on it. He said you got relocated to London for work and asked him to handle the unit handover. It's a forgery," I yelled, no longer caring that my coworkers were staring at me. "Do not process a single piece of paper. Call building security and get him out of that office right now. I am leaving work and coming straight there." I hung up, grabbed my keys, and sprinted to my car. I broke at least 3 traffic laws getting back to my apartment building. When I pulled into the parking garage, I saw Liam standing on the sidewalk out front, holding a sleek designer backpack, looking annoyed. I slammed my car door and marched right up to him. "What the absolute fuck is wrong with you?" I screamed, getting right in his face. Liam actually had the nerve to roll his eyes and sigh, like times I times was the one inconveniencing times him. "Calm down, Sam, you're making a scene. You forged my signature on a legal document. You tried to steal my apartment behind my back." "I didn't forge anything, it's not a crime if we're family," Liam shot back, his voice whining with that familiar, sickening entitlement. "Mom and Dad said you were just being stubborn and needed a push. I figured if I got the paperwork started, you'd realize it's easier to just let me move in. I'm just trying to fix this family, and you're being a selfish prick." I was so blinded by rage I couldn't even form words. He honestly believed he was the victim. He believed that my life, my home, and my safety were his property to claim. "If you ever step foot near my building again," I whispered, my voice trembling with raw fury, "I will have you arrested for fraud. Get out of my sight." Liam scoffed, muttered something about me being a psycho, and walked away. I immediately went upstairs, called an emergency locksmith, and paid triple the standard rate to have a heavy-duty, high-security deadbolt installed. I also went on Amazon and ordered a discreet, motion-activated security camera, which I mounted directly above my door. 3 days later, I was out grocery shopping. My phone buzzed with a motion alert notification from the camera app. I opened it while standing in the produce aisle, and my blood ran ice cold. The live feed showed my father standing in the hallway outside my apartment. He was wearing a faded baseball cap pulled down low over his eyes. He looked up and down the hallway to make sure it was empty. Then, he reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a small tension wrench and a lockpick, and jammed them into my deadbolt. I stood there in the grocery store, paralyzed, watching my own father try to break into my home. He twisted the tools aggressively, his face contorted in frustration. He spent 3 full minutes trying to pick the lock before finally giving up, kicking the bottom of my door in a fit of rage, and storming off down the hallway. I abandoned my shopping cart and went out to my car. I locked the doors and just sat there. I didn't cry, I didn't scream, I just felt a profound, terrifying numbness. There was a delayed reaction in my brain. It was the absolute, undeniable realization that my family didn't love me. They didn't even view me as a human being. I was an obstacle. I was a resource. And if I didn't comply, they were willing to commit felonies to destroy my sanctuary. I called out sick from work for the next 4 days. I didn't leave my apartment. I kept all the blinds drawn, ordered delivery, and jumped at every single noise in the hallway. I started sleeping with a heavy metal flashlight on my nightstand. The anxiety was eating me alive. I finally reached out to a therapist, Dr. Aris, via telehealth. During our second session, I broke down and told him everything. Dr. Aris didn't give me platitudes. He looked at me through the screen and said, "Sam, what you are experiencing is an extinction burst. When toxic people realize they can no longer control you, they escalate their behavior to dangerous levels to force compliance. You cannot reason with them. You can only protect yourself, legally and aggressively." That conversation changed something inside me. The fear evaporated, leaving behind a cold, calculating, diamond-hard rage. I was done being the victim. I was done hiding in my own apartment. If they wanted a war, I was going to give them a nuclear fallout. Update 2. The final phase of their plan began 2 weeks later, and it was their fatal mistake. I received a thick, formal envelope in the mail. No return address. Inside was a 3-page handwritten letter from my mother. The tone was sickeningly sweet, filled with flowery apologies and nostalgic memories of my childhood. But the third page held the poison pill. She wrote that Liam's depression had gotten so bad that he was having dark thoughts. She claimed that she and my dad wanted to help him start over by formally transferring the deed of the childhood home into Liam's name, so he could have a permanent asset to build his life upon. She casually mentioned that because of some archaic legal technicality from when my grandfather passed away, my name was still listed on the estate paperwork. She included a stack of legal documents with sticky notes pointing to signature lines, asking me to just sign these quickly so we can save your brother's life. I didn't sign anything. Instead, I immediately searched for the most ruthless estate litigation attorney in Seattle. I found a woman named Evelyn, whose online reviews described her as a legal shark who takes no prisoners. I booked a consultation and slid my mother's letter and the documents across her mahogany desk. Evelyn read through them in silence. When she looked up, her eyes were gleaming. "Sam," she said softly, "do you know what these documents actually are? A quitclaim deed?" I guessed. "Yes, but do you know why they need your signature?" Evelyn tapped the paper with her pen. "I pulled the public records on this property before you arrived. Your grandfather didn't leave the house to your parents. He placed the home in an irrevocable generation-skipping trust. Your parents are merely permitted to reside there. The actual beneficiaries of the trust, the legal owners of the equity, are you and Liam. Split exactly 50-50. I felt the room tilt. "Wait. You're saying I own half of the house my parents are living in?" "Exactly." Evelyn smiled, a sharp, predatory grin. "And the trust stipulates that the deed cannot be transferred, nor can the house be sold, without the unanimous, notarized consent of both beneficiaries. Your parents have been living rent-free in a house that belongs half to you. Now, they are trying to trick you into signing away hundreds of thousands of dollars in equity so they can hand it entirely to your brother. If you sign this, you forfeit everything." I sat back in my chair, my mind racing. The sheer scale of the betrayal was staggering. They weren't just trying to steal my apartment. They had been actively hiding a massive inheritance from me for a decade, and now they were trying to legally rob me blind. What are my options? I asked, my voice deadly calm. "We can block the transfer instantly," Evelyn said. "But if you want to push the issue, the trust allows either beneficiary to force a partition sale of the property if an agreement on usage cannot be reached. We can force them to sell the house, give you your 50%, and evict your parents in the process." I looked at Evelyn. I thought about the rain on my 18th birthday. I thought about my dad picking my lock. I thought about Liam trying to steal my lease. "Do it," I said. "But I don't want to just file the paperwork. I want them to feel it." We spent the next month quietly laying the trap. Evelyn filed a massive, airtight injunction with the county recorder's office, legally freezing the title of the house so no transfers could be made. We gathered every piece of evidence: the forged lease attempt, the security footage of the break-in, the manipulative emails, the trust documents. Meanwhile, I reached out to my cousin Chloe. Chloe was the only other black sheep of the family, having been disowned years ago for marrying a woman. We had reconnected briefly, and I trusted her. I told her everything. Chloe was disgusted, but more importantly, she was eager to help. She told me that the entire extended family was gathering at my parents' house that upcoming Saturday for a massive 25th birthday barbecue for Liam. My dad had been bragging on Facebook that he had a life-changing surprise for his golden boy. It was too perfect. I also made a phone call to a local investigative journalist who covered real estate fraud and elder abuse. I sent him redacted copies of the trust, the forged lease, and the security footage. He was salivating over the story. He promised me he would publish a massive exposé on inheritance hijacking, and agreed to time the publication perfectly with my signal. Saturday night arrived. I was sitting at my kitchen island in Seattle, my laptop open. Evelyn was on standby. The journalist was on standby. At exactly 7:15 p.m., My phone buzzed. It was a FaceTime call from Chloe. I answered it, muting my microphone. Chloe had her phone propped up against a centerpiece on the patio table, giving me a perfect, high-definition view of the backyard. The yard was decorated with expensive string lights and catered food. Liam was sitting at the head of the table, wearing a smug grin and a designer polo shirt. My parents were standing on either side of him. The entire extended family, including Aunt Beatrice and the cousins who had harassed me, were watching with rapt attention. My dad tapped his craft beer glass with a fork. The chatter died down. "Family," my dad boomed, his voice echoing through the phone speaker. "We all know Liam has had a tough year, but a family takes care of its own. Liam is the future of this family. And to make sure his future is secure, your mother and I have officially decided to sign the deed of this very house over to him. The paperwork is going through as we speak. To Liam, the new homeowner." The family erupted into cheers and applause. Liam stood up, looking incredibly arrogant, and hugged my dad. "Thanks, Dad. It means everything to know I have parents who truly have my back." I smiled. It was the coldest, most genuine smile I had worn in years. I opened my group chat with Evelyn and the journalist. I typed one word: execute. 30 seconds later, the dominoes fell. Evelyn hit send on a massive, legally devastating cease and desist email, copying my dad, Liam, their cheap family lawyer, and every single extended family member whose email address Chloe had managed to scrape together. The email detailed the exact terms of the irrevocable trust, explicitly stating that the house belonged 50% to me, that the title was legally frozen, and that any attempt to transfer it was a criminal act of fraud. It also included a link to the security camera footage of my dad trying to pick my lock, citing it as a pattern of criminal harassment. 10 seconds after that, the journalist published his article online. The headline read, "Golden Child, Stolen Trust. How one Seattle tech worker uncovered a decade-long inheritance fraud." The article heavily implied my parents' identities and laid out the entire sickening timeline, including the forged lease. I watched the FaceTime feed intently. My dad's phone buzzed. Then my mom's. Then Liam's. Then Aunt Beatrice's. Within 30 seconds, every single phone at that table was chiming simultaneously. My dad pulled his phone out of his pocket, annoyed at the interruption. I watched his eyes scan the screen. I watched the color completely drain from his face. He looked like he had just been shot. What is this?" Aunt Beatrice gasped loudly, staring at her phone. "David, is this true? Sam owns half this house? You tried to break into his apartment?" The backyard descended into absolute, beautiful chaos. Liam snatched my dad's phone, read the email, and started screaming. "What do you mean the title is frozen? You said you had his signature. You said the house was mine." My mother started hyperventilating, burying her face in her hands. My dad was stammering, trying to yell over the rising voices of the extended family, who were suddenly realizing that the heartless monster narrative they had been fed was a complete, fabricated lie. Chloe picked up her phone, flipped the camera to her face, gave me a massive, wicked wink, and ended the call. The fallout was biblical. My parents' cheap lawyer immediately dropped them the second he realized Evelyn had filed complaints with the state bar regarding his involvement in the fraudulent deed transfer. The extended family completely turned on my parents. Aunt Beatrice actually called me crying, apologizing profusely for the terrible things she had said, admitting my parents had lied to everyone about the trust. I politely told her I appreciated the apology, but I still didn't want a relationship with anyone who had been so quick to condemn me. 2 days later, I got a frantic, sobbing phone call from Liam. I let it go to voicemail. He left a 5-minute message begging me to drop the legal action, crying that our parents were going to be homeless, that he had already started buying furniture for the house on credit, and that I was destroying the family. I finally texted him back. Just one sentence: "Figure it out, you're legally an adult now." Evelyn was merciless. We forced the partition sale of the property. Because my parents couldn't afford to buy out my half of the equity, the house was listed on the market. They were legally forced to pack up all their belongings and vacate the premises within 60 days. The sheer poetry of them being evicted from the home they kicked me out of was a high I will never come down from. The house sold in a bidding war. After legal fees and taxes, my 50% share came out to exactly $215,000. That money is currently sitting in a high-yield investment account, securing my future for the rest of my life. Liam, completely broke and drowning in credit card debt, ended up having to move into a cramped, dingy studio apartment in a terrible part of town. My parents had to rent a small condo miles away from their comfortable suburban bubble. I never saw them again, but last week, I received one final piece of mail. It was a printed photograph of the empty childhood house, taken right before they handed over the keys. Scribbled on the back, in my father's aggressive handwriting, were the words, "I hope you are happy with what you've done to us." I took a magnet and pinned the photo right to the center of my stainless steel refrigerator in my beautiful, peaceful apartment. Every morning, when I make my coffee, I look at it, and I smile. Because yes, I am incredibly happy. Top comments. User 1. This is the most satisfying legal nuclear revenge I have ever read on this site. The fact that they tried to guilt trip you about family, while actively plotting to steal hundreds of thousands of dollars from your grandfather's trust is genuinely sociopathic. Evelyn the lawyer deserves a massive fruit basket and a 5-star review. Enjoy that $215K, OP, you earned every single penny in blood and sweat. User 2. The absolute audacity of Liam trying to forge a lease transfer while you were at work. I literally gasped out loud. If Mr. Henderson hadn't been a thorough property manager and called you to confirm, you could have come home to your brother living in your space. Changing the locks and installing that camera saved your life. Extinction burst is the perfect term for what your dad did. Stay safe, OP. User 3. As someone who is also the family scapegoat, returning your dad's figure it out, you're an adult line to your brother via text is the ultimate mic drop. They relied on you staying the scared 1-8-year-old kid they threw out. They never expected you to grow up into someone with a spine of steel and a killer lawyer. So glad cousin Chloe got to be the embedded operative at the BBQ. Absolute cinema. My family disowned me at a 5-star restaurant for a viral video. So I showed them the press release of my new multi-million-dollar empire. My toxic family secretly orchestrated a lavish dinner just to hand me a formal disownment letter while my brother recorded my humiliation for his wealthy friends. But they had absolutely no idea that resting right inside my tailored jacket pocket was a newly signed $8.5 million acquisition contract for the tech company I built from scratch. Original post. I am Julian, 27 years old. To truly understand how I ended up sitting at a suffocating, hostile dinner table with the people who shared my DNA, you have to understand the deeply entrenched, toxic dynamics of the Vance family. We were not just wealthy, we were old money Manhattan elite. We were the kind of family that had massive hospital wings named after our ancestors, the kind that ruthlessly guarded our social standing at exclusive country clubs and high-stakes charity galas. For 3 uninterrupted generations, the Vance men were legendary investment bankers. The path was set in stone, before I was even born. We went to elite, ridiculously expensive prep schools, secured our degrees in finance, and then took our designated leather-bound seats in the family boardroom to multiply the fortune. My older brother, Marcus, was the quintessential golden child. He played their twisted game perfectly. He wore the right tailored suits, dated the right women from equally prominent families, and repeated our father's cutthroat corporate buzzwords like a well-trained parrot. I was different. I was supposed to follow the exact same tradition, get my undergraduate degree from Columbia, and march straight into the family firm. But during my sophomore year, I found my true passion, and it had absolutely nothing to do with manipulating the stock market. I developed an all-consuming obsession with algorithms, data structures, and efficiency metrics. I realized with absolute clarity that I did not want to spend the rest of my life trading stocks, breaking apart small companies for a quick profit, and living in the shadow of my father's ruthless reputation. I wanted to build things. I wanted to solve actual, tangible, real-world problems. So, I made the single decision that ruined my standing in the family hierarchy forever. I switched my major from finance to data science. I remember the exact moment I told my father, Richard. It is permanently burned into my memory. I was standing in his massive, cavernous home office in our Upper East Side penthouse, surrounded by dark mahogany wood paneling, expensive oil paintings, and leather-bound books that nobody ever read. I tried to explain my vision to him calmly. I told him that numbers are numbers, and I was just using them differently to build something sustainable. I genuinely, naively thought he would respect the logic. I thought he would see the massive potential in what I was doing. Instead, he stood up slowly, slammed both of his heavy hands onto his immaculate mahogany desk, and glared at me with a level of absolute disgust I had never seen before. He looked at me not as a son but as a severe liability. He told me, his voice dangerously low, that family tradition is not a math problem you can optimize. He said I was throwing away my entire future, embarrassing the pristine Vance name, and acting like an arrogant, ungrateful child who did not understand how the real world operated. I tried to reason with him. I brought up the undeniable fact that tech was the future. He didn't care. To Richard Vance, anything outside of his narrow, profit-driven worldview was an immediate threat to his control. That single explosive conversation fractured my family permanently. The consequences were immediate, calculated, and entirely brutal. I walked out of that office thinking the worst was over, thinking we just needed time to cool off. I was so incredibly, tragically wrong. The silent treatment began the very next morning, executed with the precision of a military operation. It was a slow, methodical erasure of my entire existence from the family unit. Weekly family dinner invitations dwindled to nothing. Family photos for the highly publicized holiday cards no longer required my presence. I was effectively a ghost. Then came the financial strike. They didn't even have the decency to call me. I received a brief, legally sterile email from my father's personal assistant informing me that my college fund was being permanently frozen. The generous monthly allowance I had received since high school was instantly revoked. I was completely, utterly cut off. I had to scramble, panicking in my dorm room, trying to figure out how to pay my skyrocketing tuition and keep a roof over my head. My mother, Eleanor, would occasionally send these passive-aggressive, deeply manipulative text messages saying they completely understood if I was too busy with my little computer projects to come home for Thanksgiving. It was pure psychological warfare. They wanted to starve me out. They wanted me to fail so miserably that I would come crawling back to their doorstep, begging for my old life, ready to wear the conservative suit they had picked out for me. My brother Marcus gladly became their primary proxy. He had just received a massive, highly publicized promotion at the family firm, and he absolutely loved to rub his exorbitant salary and pristine bonuses right in my face. He would call me occasionally, his voice dripping with unbearable condescension, talking loudly about the new luxury sports cars he was test driving. He always made sure to casually mention that the junior analyst position was still open if I ever decided to stop playing around and get a real job. I told him I was building something different. Marcus just laughed a harsh, grating sound and said, "Different isn't always better, sometimes different is just difficult." I had to survive. I took a grueling job at a loud, chaotic, relentlessly busy coffee shop right near campus just to cover the rent for a tiny, run-down, freezing Brooklyn apartment I shared with 2 other struggling engineering students. The constant deafening hiss of the espresso machine and the endless mindless chatter of rude customers became the new exhausting soundtrack to my life. I worked brutal double shifts, dealing with entitled customers who screamed at me over foam ratios, wiping down sticky tables, and literally counting out loose change just to buy cheap ramen noodles. My feet ached constantly. I was exhausted right down to the marrow of my bones, but I absolutely refused to quit. Between my exhausting shifts, I sat at a wobbly, sticky corner table in the back of the shop, put my headphones on, and coded. I poured every single ounce of my frustration, my simmering anger, and my desperate need for independence into my battered laptop. I was building a complex system. It started as a simple class project, but it quickly evolved into something much larger. I called it Supply Sync. It was an advanced, highly sophisticated algorithm designed to perfectly optimize supply chains and inventory delivery schedules for small businesses. My software analyzed local events, complex weather patterns, and years of historical sales data to predict exactly, down to the ounce, how much inventory was needed. I convinced the skeptical owner of the coffee shop to let me run a live real-world test. During the first month alone, my automated solution reduced his product waste by a staggering 24%. The owner was absolutely thrilled. He actually hugged me in the cramped back kitchen with tears in his eyes because I had just saved his struggling business from going under. For the first time in my life, I felt truly, deeply valued for something I created with my own 2 hands. My advanced analytics professor, Dr. Aris, noticed the project during my midterm reviews. Initially, I thought he was going to be a mentor. He looked at my intricate data models and told me that supply chain optimization at this specific scale could completely transform logistics nationwide. I thought I finally had a powerful ally. But a week later, he called me into his secluded office and slid a fully drafted patent application for Supply Sync across his desk. He had explicitly listed himself as the primary inventor and the 70% majority owner. He smiled a sickening, predatory smile, and told me that without his brilliant guidance, my little student project was nothing. He casually threatened to fail me, blacklist me from the university's tech incubator, and bury me in expensive lawsuits if I fought him. My own family had cruelly cast me out, and now this arrogant man was trying to legally steal my only lifeline. I stood up slowly, looked him dead in his cowardly eyes, and told him I would rather burn the entire source code to the ground and salt the earth than let him steal a single line. I walked right out, dropped his class, and took my project entirely independent. I recruited 2 brilliant people from my dorm who believed in my vision: Leo, a genius UX designer, and Maya, a fierce communications major who handled our client relations. We officially formed our own family. We worked entirely out of my cramped, freezing apartment, wearing heavy coats indoors because we couldn't afford the heating bill, staying awake for 48 hours straight to refine the algorithm. By spring, we had real paying clients and hard, undeniable data proving our system worked flawlessly. We were actively preparing for our first major pitch to a high-tier venture capital firm. I truly thought the brutal struggle was finally paying off. I was completely, devastatingly wrong. The week before our massive pitch, absolute disaster struck. I woke up on a gloomy Tuesday morning, made my cheap instant coffee, and opened my laptop to run a final diagnostic check on the Supply Sync prototype. The core directory folder was entirely empty. I frantically dug through the secure cloud backups. Empty. I checked the local physical server drives we had set up in the closet. Wiped completely clean. Pure, unfiltered panic hit me like a physical punch. 3 grueling years of relentless coding, thousands of sleepless nights, all gone. Leo rushed over, And we spent 6 agonizing hours tracing the digital footprint of the wipe. We finally found the breach. Someone had manually plugged into the mainframe, copied the master source code onto an external drive, and initiated a deep, unrecoverable military-grade wipe. The access logs pointed directly to Sam, my college roommate. I confronted him in the cramped kitchen. I didn't yell. I just showed him the undeniable access logs. He stared down at the scuffed linoleum floor, pale and trembling, and confessed to everything. He was drowning in student loan debt and needed cash. But the real agonizing knife twist was when he revealed exactly who had bought him out. Sam admitted that a man in a tailored, ridiculously expensive Italian suit had approached him at a dive bar near the campus. The man knew my full name and all about the supply sync project. He offered Sam $60,000 in crisp, untraceable cash to hand over the drive and permanently wipe my machine. It was Marcus. My own brother had used a tiny fraction of his bloated corporate salary to maliciously bribe a desperate college student just to completely destroy my life's work. I felt a cold, blinding, all-consuming rage wash over me. I grabbed my phone and dialed Marcus's personal number. He answered on the second ring, sounding completely cheerful. The background noise sounded like the polite clapping of an exclusive golf course. I asked him, my voice dangerously quiet, why he did it. Marcus just let out a dark, mocking laugh. He told me he was doing me a massive favor. He said it was high time for me to stop playing silly little computer games in a slum apartment and come back to reality. He casually mentioned the family firm could always use a low-level IT guy to fix jammed printers. He ended the call by saying the game was officially over and I had lost. I looked over at Leo and Maya. They were standing by the doorway looking absolutely defeated. We had no product. We had roughly $8 in our collective bank accounts. Maya started looking up entry-level corporate jobs on her phone, tears silently streaming down her face. I walked over to the kitchen sink, splashed freezing water on my face, and looked into the cracked mirror. I saw the dark circles under my eyes, but I also saw a raging, unquenchable fire that Marcus and my father could never possibly extinguish. I turned back to my team and told them we were absolutely not quitting. I told them Marcus had stolen the old, clunky code, but the real algorithm was locked safely inside my head. We locked the apartment doors, turned off our phones, and rebuilt the entire massive system from absolute scratch. For the next 2 months, we went into monk-like isolation. We built a completely new, revolutionary architecture utilizing advanced machine learning models the original stolen version lacked. We made supply sync completely untouchable. Then, a massive miracle happened. Maya managed to secure a desperate 10-minute meeting with Elena, a notoriously tough angel investor. We walked into her massive glass office with nothing but a raw, functioning, lightning-fast prototype. I showed her the live real-time data proving massive profit margins. Elena offered us $3 million in seed funding right there on the spot. When those massive funds officially hit our corporate bank account, I walked out of the bank, pulled out my phone, and permanently erased the Vance Financial Group from my target list of potential clients. To me, they were dead. We moved into a real office space, expanded the team to 14 people, and started aggressively securing massive contracts. The real earth-shattering turning point came when the CEO of Apex Global Freight, a massive multi-billion-dollar enterprise, reached out. They were bleeding millions in operational inefficiencies and desperately needed exactly what we had built. They didn't just want to be a client, they wanted to acquire us outright. The initial opening offer came in at a staggering $6.5 million. It was life-changing generational wealth, but I knew our true worth. I negotiated with the exact same ruthless, highly aggressive tactics I had watched my father use during his hostile corporate takeovers. The difference was I was defending something I created. After 2 agonizing weeks of intense legal posturing, we settled on a final, undeniable figure, $8.5 million. The deal included ironclad guaranteed positions for my entire team and a highly lucrative director of implementation strategy role for me. I was 27 years old, completely self-made, and a multi-millionaire. Update 1. That exact same week, my uncle Arthur, the family's resident snake and my father's loyal spy, called me trying to snoop around. He aggressively probed about my living situation, hoping to hear I was failing so he could report back to my father. I gave him absolutely nothing, kept my voice flat, and hung up. Then the official invitation arrived. My mother sent a sickeningly sweet text message suggesting a highly formal family dinner at Times Le Ciel Times on Saturday evening to supposedly celebrate my graduation, which they had ignored years ago. Le Ciel Times was the exact highly exclusive restaurant where the Vance family celebrated massive milestones. I knew immediately this was a carefully laid trap. They were setting a grand theatrical stage for something malicious. I replied with a simple, cold text, "I will be there." The day before the dinner, I met with my personal attorney. I officially initiated the complex legal process to completely, permanently strip the Vance name from my identity. I signed the heavy paperwork and walked out feeling lighter than I had in my entire life. That night, I gathered the massive acquisition paperwork from Apex Global Freight, the glossy press releases scheduled to go public on Monday morning, and my framed diploma, sliding them all into a sleek, incredibly expensive black leather portfolio. I arrived at Times Le Ciel Times precisely on time, dressed in a sharp, perfectly tailored suit that cost more than my first car. I navigated smoothly through the dimly lit, opulent restaurant, past crowded tables of Manhattan's elite. I spotted them immediately. My father, mother, and Marcus were positioned perfectly in the exact center of the room, ready for their grand public performance. They wanted witnesses to their power, but they didn't want anyone close enough to hear their cruelty. Marcus was aggressively angling his chair, subtly adjusting his expensive smartphone against his crystal water glass so the high-definition camera lens had a clear view of my empty chair. He was recording my destruction. As I approached, my mother performed a highly theatrical air kiss, announcing in a tone dripping with mocking sarcasm that the guest of honor had arrived. I pulled out my heavy oak chair, placing my leather portfolio gently on the table. A waiter immediately poured vintage champagne. My father offered a cold, generic toast to endings and beginnings. We drank in silence. The exact moment the waiter stepped away, the entire atmosphere shifted violently. The theatrical polite pleasantries were abruptly terminated. With agonizing dramatic slowness, my mother withdrew a thick, heavyweight cream-colored envelope from her designer handbag. She placed it deliberately beside my plate. It was the exact type of expensive, textured paper my father's ruthless lawyers used for hostile takeovers. My mother folded her perfectly manicured hands, looking at me with eyes devoid of any maternal warmth. She began speaking in a carefully modulated, therapy-practiced voice, stating they had given this situation considerable agonizing thought and believed this specific arrangement would benefit everyone. "Clean break," she said smoothly. Marcus still didn't say a word, but I saw his hand subtly slide beneath the tablecloth to tap the screen of his phone. The glowing red recording light reflected off his glass. They were all sitting there, eagerly anticipating my breakdown. They fully expected a desperate, pathetic display of a broken son begging for his family's love. I absolutely refused to give them a single drop of that sick satisfaction. I reached out slowly, broke the embossed wax seal, and unfolded the heavy paper. It was exactly what I thought it was, a formal, legally binding disownment letter. It explicitly acknowledged my choice to pursue alternative, unapproved career options and formally permanently released me from all future financial benefits or inheritance associated with the powerful Vance name. Beneath the cold legal jargon were 3 handwritten signatures, my father's authoritative strokes, my mother's elegant curves, and Marcus's aggressive scrawl. They had all eagerly signed my execution. My physical reaction was entirely under my control. My hands remained perfectly steady. I did not shake or cry. I simply finished reading, looked down at the signatures, and deliberately folded the heavy paper precisely in half. The sudden silence at our table was absolutely deafening. My family was staring at me, their mouths slightly parted, utterly bewildered by my chilling lack of reaction. Their perfect dramatic narrative was completely derailing. My father leaned forward heavily, his thick brow furrowing in genuine, deeply unsettled confusion. He checked his outrageously expensive Patek Philippe watch, annoyed that I was ruining their script. "Is there absolutely anything you would like to say before we conclude this unpleasant business?" he asked in his commanding boardroom tone. I looked him dead in the eye, took the folded disownment letter, and slipped it directly into the inside breast pocket of my blazer. "Is that all you have for me?" I asked quietly. My father cleared his throat, adjusting his silk tie. "You are taking this surprisingly well, Julian. What exactly did you expect, Richard?" I asked, intentionally dropping the title of Dad forever. "Did you expect me to get on my knees and beg for a college fund you maliciously froze years ago? I think everything here is perfectly crystal clear." My mother shifted uncomfortably, her perfectly planned script falling apart. We simply thought you might have some desperate questions about the logistics." She stammered. "I have absolutely no questions for you," I replied smoothly, "but, as it happens, I do have something for you as well. Consider it a final parting gift." I reached across the pristine white tablecloth and pulled my heavy black leather portfolio toward me. I unzipped it incredibly slowly, letting the heavy suspense choke them. I withdrew a thick stack of pristine, newly printed legal documents. I pulled out the final signed acquisition contracts from Apex Global Freight, the highly confidential financial slides, and the glossy finalized press release scheduled to hit every major financial news outlet on Monday morning. I arranged the documents in a perfectly neat, overlapping row right on the table. My father's deeply ingrained corporate instincts kicked in instantly. "What exactly is this?" he demanded, his voice dropping into a low growl. "This is my alternative career option," I stated plainly, using the exact insulting phrasing from his disownment letter. I tapped the Apex Global Freight corporate logo. They officially fully acquired my tech company 2 days ago. The massive public announcement goes live to the entire market on Monday morning. I just thought you should hear it directly from me before you read about your massive failure in the Wall Street Journal. Marcus actually laughed out loud, a highly nervous, high-pitched sound. He lowered his phone, completely forgetting to record as panic set in. "Your company?" he sneered. "You mean that little coffee bean tracker you were playing with? The one I..." He stopped himself abruptly, his face going pale as he realized he was about to publicly admit to corporate sabotage and bribery in a 5-star restaurant. "Supply sync." I corrected him, my voice slicing through the air like a freshly sharpened razor. "The incredibly advanced supply chain optimization system I've been building entirely from scratch. The exact one you paid my roommate to try and destroy." I turned my full attention back to my father. He had already eagerly picked up the executive summary document. His brilliant, calculating financial mind was automatically processing the aggressive valuations. I watched his face. I saw the exact precise microsecond. His eyes landed heavily on the final buyout figure printed prominently in bold black ink. $8.5 million. The healthy color completely drained from his face in an instant. The mighty, untouchable Richard Vance looked as though he had just been violently punched in the stomach. He dropped the heavy paper back onto the table, his hands actually trembling. This is legitimate," he stammered, entirely unable to keep the world-shattering shock out of his voice. "Completely legally legitimate," I replied, keeping my tone light and conversational. "I am officially joining their executive board next month. The payout is fully guaranteed and sitting comfortably in a trust." My mother's flawless composure finally cracked wide open. Her mouth literally hung open in pure shock. "Julian," she whispered, her voice trembling violently, "why on earth didn't you tell us about this massive success?" "Because you stopped asking," I replied quietly, staring right into her eyes. The simple, undeniable, brutal truth hung heavily in the air, completely suffocating them in their own guilt. Marcus desperately snatched the glossy press release. "This document specifically mentions your development of the core algorithm while working as a barista," he read aloud, his voice dripping with disbelief and horror. "Yes, Marcus," I nodded slowly. "I worked there grinding beans and scrubbing toilets for 3 solid years just to pay my rent after all of you aggressively cut me off and left me to starve." My father abruptly cleared his throat, sat up straight, and activated his smooth, highly persuasive, incredibly fake CEO voice. "Julian, my boy, this is quite an extraordinary, massive accomplishment," he said smoothly. "Perhaps we have been entirely too hasty in our harsh assessment. We clearly deeply misunderstood your grand vision. One single multi-million-dollar check, and suddenly I was entirely worthy of his love again. The disownment document is already signed," I reminded him coldly. "Legal documents can easily and quickly be amended, son," he countered smoothly, offering a fake, snake-like smile. "We can tear that terrible paper up right now. We can discuss deeply integrating your new capital into the family firm. Some things should absolutely never be amended," I said firmly, my voice turning to stone. I quickly gathered my highly valuable acquisition materials and neatly returned them to my portfolio. "You wanted a clean break. You've got one. Do not ever contact me again." I stood up, turned my back on them, and walked purposefully through the crowded, buzzing restaurant. I didn't look back once. Every single step I took toward the exit felt incredibly lighter than the last. The massive suffocating weight of their expectations evaporated. Update 2. Fast forward exactly 6 months into the future. I was sitting comfortably in my massive glass-walled corner office at the Apex Global Freight Corporate Tower, looking out over the breathtaking New York City skyline. My software was actively saving the massive company tens of millions of dollars in waste, and my team was absolutely thriving. Meanwhile, the legendary Vance Financial Group was actively, spectacularly burning to the absolute ground. It was aggressively splashed across the front page of every major financial publication. Marcus, driven by a desperate, toxic need to aggressively prove he was vastly superior to the younger brother who had just publicly humiliated him, had acted recklessly. Without consulting the senior partners, he heavily funneled massive amounts of the firm's liquid capital into incredibly volatile tech startups and shady commercial real estate ventures. He wanted a massive, headline-grabbing return to inflate his fragile ego. Instead, the market violently corrected itself. The bubble burst overnight, and Marcus's foolish investments were entirely wiped out in a matter of days. The family firm was suddenly facing catastrophic margin calls from furious lenders. The resulting fallout was spectacularly brutal. Major legacy clients aggressively pulled their accounts. A large group of wealthy, furious investors officially filed a massive multi-million-dollar class action lawsuit against my father and Marcus, citing gross negligence and severe breach of fiduciary duty. To make matters worse, during the frantic internal audits, it was definitively proven that Uncle Arthur had been quietly, systematically embezzling company funds for years. My father ruthlessly fired his own brother on the spot, permanently fracturing their extended family. Then, on a dreary Tuesday afternoon, my incredibly professional receptionist buzzed my private office phone. She sounded incredibly nervous, stating that 3 individuals were currently waiting in the high-security lobby, aggressively demanding to see me. I calmly authorized security to send them up. I deeply needed to see this massive shift in power with my own two eyes. When the polished elevator doors slid open, Richard, Eleanor, and Marcus stepped out hesitantly. They looked absolutely horrendous. The arrogant, untouchable swagger they had paraded around Lucille Times was entirely gone. My father looked like he had aged 10 years, his suit hanging loosely on his thinning frame. Marcus looked completely terrified, massive dark circles under his bloodshot eyes. My mother was incredibly pale, drawn, and devoid of her haughty makeup. I didn't stand up to greet them. I simply leaned back comfortably in my expensive ergonomic chair and waited in absolute silence. Julian, my father started, his voice incredibly raspy, stripped of its boardroom authority. We desperately need to talk as a family. We are absolutely not a family, Richard, I corrected him immediately, my voice ice cold. I have the highly binding legal paperwork safely locked in my desk drawer that explicitly proves it. Marcus stepped forward, his massive pride completely irreparably shattered. He literally dropped to his knees right there on the expensive plush carpet of my office. Julian, please. I am begging you. He pleaded, his voice cracking. I'm completely ruined. The lawsuit is going to destroy me. The firm desperately needs a massive capital injection immediately, or we are officially filing for bankruptcy by Friday. And you want my money to save you? I stated flatly. It's about the family legacy, Julian, my mother pleaded frantically, wiping a highly rehearsed fake tear. You have the massive capital from the acquisition, you can effortlessly save the firm, you can save your only brother. I looked at the three of them demanding my hard-earned resources. I thought back to the agonizing nights I spent shivering violently in my freezing apartment. I thought about Marcus maliciously bribing my roommate. I looked down at my kneeling brother with absolute disgust. Do you happen to remember exactly what Richard told me in his mahogany office years ago when I asked him to emotionally support my career change? I asked Marcus. He shook his head weakly. I shifted my hard gaze directly to my father. You told me very clearly that family tradition is absolutely not a math problem you can optimize. Well, Richard, family loyalty is absolutely not a massive corporate bailout you can demand when your terrible investments fail completely. You are standing here asking me to optimize your massive pathetic financial losses. And the answer is absolutely, unequivocally, permanently no. My father's pale face flushed with intense anger. You would just sit there in your fancy chair and let your own flesh and blood face absolute financial ruin? He spat. You did exactly that to me, I replied calmly. The only massive difference is, I didn't deserve it. You absolutely do. I reached over and firmly pressed the glowing intercom button on my desk. Security, please come up to my office immediately. I have 3 unauthorized individuals who need to be escorted completely off the premises and banned from the building. Julian, you can't possibly do this to us. My mother shrieked. I already did, I said, turning my expensive chair around to face the massive window, entirely dismissing their existence. I sat perfectly still and listened to my family's desperate, angry shouting as they were forcibly grabbed and escorted to the elevators. 2 weeks later, I stood quietly in a solemn wood-paneled courtroom in downtown Manhattan. I raised my right hand, swore a solemn legal oath, and officially changed my name forever. I did not want a single lingering trace of the toxic Vance legacy attached to my bright future. I legally changed my last name to Sterling, the maiden name of Leo's mother, a wonderful woman who had fed me hot meals when I was starving and treated me like a real beloved son. I became Julian Sterling. My biological family eventually lost absolutely everything. The massive lawsuit completely drained their liquid assets. The bank aggressively foreclosed on the sprawling penthouse. Marcus is currently working a deeply miserable, high-stress mid-level sales job in a completely different state. Richard and Eleanor were horribly forced to downsize to a small, incredibly modest condo on the outskirts of the city, their precious social standing permanently annihilated. The heavy cream-colored letter they handed me that fateful night still exists today. I had it professionally framed in thick black wood. It hangs directly behind my desk in my home office. I keep it prominently displayed not out of lingering anger, but as an incredibly powerful daily reminder. Their harsh, calculated cruelty violently forced me to find my own deep inner strength and build my own highly successful empire from scratch. They arrogantly thought they were writing the final humiliating ending to my pathetic story. They had absolutely no idea they were just handing me a blank page and a pen to write my own unstoppable beginning. Top comments. User 1, the sheer audacity of your brother to drop to his knees and beg for the money you made off the exact same software he paid $60K to destroy. That is absolute peak narcissistic delusion. You handled that restaurant scene with the cold, calculated precision of a surgeon. Framing the disownment letter as the ultimate boss move. User 2. When your dad said legal documents can easily be amended, I actually physically gagged. The second they saw that $8.5 figure, you stopped being the worthless disappointment and instantly became their personal ATM. Good on you for letting security literally drag them out of your office. User 3. I love that you changed your last name to honor the woman who actually fed you and treated you like family when you had nothing. Blood doesn't make someone family, loyalty and love do. Let them rot in their tiny condo while you enjoy the skyline view you earned through blood, sweat, and code. My girlfriend stole my medical samples so her friend could get pregnant. When she demanded child support, my lawyer handed her a felony charge. I, 32 male, had been dating Chloe, 28 female, for about 2.5 years. We had been living together in a nice townhouse in Chicago for the last 8 months. Our relationship was, by all standard metrics, completely normal. We talked about the future, we split the bills, we had a dog, and we were generally happy. I work as a senior data engineer, and Chloe worked in medical billing for a massive healthcare network in the city. To understand how this nightmare started, you need to know about Chloe's best friend, Harper, 28 female. Harper was one of those people whose entire personality revolved around wanting to be a mother. She was single, worked as a receptionist at a boutique veterinary clinic, and constantly complained about her biological clock ticking. I'd met her maybe half a dozen times. She was fine, just very intense. Harper wanted a baby desperately but absolutely refused to wait for a partner, and she certainly couldn't afford the $18,000 fees that local fertility clinics charged for donor sperm and IUI treatments. I sympathized with her, but it wasn't my problem. At least, I didn't think it was. Last Tuesday, I was sitting on the couch in our living room, finishing up some code on my laptop. It was raining outside, a totally mundane evening. The front door unlocked, and Chloe practically danced into the house. She dropped her purse on the floor, didn't even bother taking off her wet coat, and threw herself onto the couch next to me. She had this massive, unsettling grin on her face. "I have the most amazing news," she said, her eyes wide with excitement. I closed my laptop, smiling back cautiously. "Did you get a promotion?" "Better," she beamed. "You know how Harper has been struggling so much with wanting a baby, and how she's been so depressed about the clinic prices?" "Yeah," I said, my brow furrowing. I had no idea where this was going. "Well, I helped her out." Chloe clapped her hands together. "Remember those samples you gave at the urologist last year when you had that weird infection scare and they wanted to freeze some just in case?" The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. My blood went completely cold. My heart started hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it might crack them. "What about them, Chloe?" She was still smiling, completely oblivious to the panic rising in my chest. "I work in medical billing, right? So I have access to the overarching lab system for the whole hospital network. I went down to the storage facility, and I convinced a technician I know to let me have one of your frozen vials. I told her it was for us, for our future family planning, and she just signed it over. Then I gave it to Harper. She did an at-home insemination last month, and she just took a test. It worked. She's pregnant. Congrats, babe, you're going to be a biological dad." I stared at her. The silence in the room was deafening, broken only by the sound of the rain hitting the window. My brain literally could not process the words she had just spoken. It felt like a horrible, twisted prank. "You? What?" I whispered. "I helped Harper get pregnant with your sperm," she repeated, speaking slower as if I were a child who didn't understand basic English. She couldn't afford the $18,000 for a clinic donor. "So, I figured, since we're probably going to have kids together anyway in a few years, why not just help her out? You've always said you like helping people." The room started spinning. The sheer audacity, the absolute violation of my bodily autonomy, hit me like a freight train. "Chloe, that is my biological material. You can't just take that. You can't just give that away, that is highly illegal." She rolled her eyes, her smile finally faltering, replaced by a look of profound annoyance. "Oh my God, please don't be dramatic. It's literally just some cells. You weren't even using it. It was just sitting in a freezer. And now Harper gets to be a mom. Isn't that a beautiful thing?" "No," I said, my voice was eerily calm, entirely detached from the absolute inferno of rage and terror burning inside me. "That is reproductive theft. That is medical fraud. That is probably half a dozen state and federal crimes." "Crimes?" She laughed, a sharp, mocking sound. "You're being ridiculous. It's a favor between best friends. Nobody got hurt. You're making a big deal out of nothing." I didn't say another word. I stood up, pulled my phone out of my pocket, opened the camera app, and hit record. I pointed the lens right at her face. "Chloe, I need you to explain to me, right now, on camera, exactly what you just did. Why are you recording me?" She snapped, batting at the air. "Because what you just admitted to is multiple felonies, and I need absolute documentation of your confession before you realize how much trouble you're in and try to change your story." Her face changed. The smugness evaporated, replaced first by confusion, and then by a deep, ugly anger. "Are you serious right now? I did something nice. I helped my best friend become a mother. You should be honored." "Honored?" I yelled, my calm finally breaking. "Honored that you stole my genetic material and used it without my consent?" That you committed medical fraud? To access my private records? That you potentially just made me legally and financially responsible for a child I never agreed to father for the next 18 years? You're overreacting, she screamed back. It's not your kid, it's Harper's. I'm calling a lawyer, I said. I turned on my heel, walked into the master bedroom, and slammed the door shut, locking it behind me. My hands were shaking violently. I could barely type. I opened Google and frantically searched for reproductive rights attorney Chicago and paternity fraud lawyer. I found a firm with stellar reviews, clicked on the emergency contact number, and left a frantic, breathless voicemail explaining the situation and begging for an emergency consultation. Next, I found the number for the urology clinic. It was after hours, but I mashed the dial pad until I got the emergency on-call answering service. I demanded to speak to the clinic administrator. When they finally patched me through to a very tired-sounding manager, I explained exactly what my girlfriend had just confessed to. The silence on the other end of the phone was terrifying. Then, the manager's voice came back, completely devoid of sleep and laced with absolute panic. Mr. Reeves, stay on the line. I am patching in our legal department and the facility director right now. Within 20 minutes, I had confirmed with the hospital's legal team that they were launching an immediate, emergency internal investigation into how my sample was accessed, who authorized the release without my signature, and how it was physically removed from the premises. They promised to call me first thing in the morning. When I finally unlocked the bedroom door and walked back out, Chloe was pacing the living room, talking on her phone. I don't know, Mom, he's totally freaking out. He's being such a massive jerk about this, she whined into the receiver. I walked into the kitchen, grabbed a trash bag, walked into the living room, and started throwing her shoes, coats, and whatever else was lying around into it. She hung up the phone and glared at me. My mom thinks you're being incredibly selfish. Your mom doesn't understand the law, I replied, not looking up. What you did is theft. And depending on how Harper used the sample, there could be massive additional charges. If she forged any documents claiming I consented, that's fraud for her, too. Oh my God, stop, Chloe screamed, stomping her foot like a toddler. You sound like such an asshole right now. Harper is over the moon. She's finally going to have the baby she's always wanted. Why can't you just be happy for her? Because I did not consent to fathering her child, Chloe. Consent matters. It matters in everything. It's not like you have to raise it, she yelled back. She's not asking you for money or anything. That is not how the law works, I shouted. And even if it was, that is entirely beside the point. You violated my bodily autonomy. You stole a part of me. You committed federal crimes to do it. She stood there, chest heaving, staring at me like I was the villain. Then she grabbed her keys off the counter. I can't deal with your toxic energy right now. I'm going to Harper's. Maybe you'll calm down and act like a normal human being by the time I get back. She slammed the door behind her. I stood in the quiet house, my heart racing, feeling utterly violated. I felt sick to my stomach. I went to the bathroom and threw up. Then, I went back to my laptop. I started documenting everything. I wrote down the exact date I gave the sample. I wrote down everything she had just said. I backed up the video recording to 3 different cloud drives. At 9 p.m., my phone rang. It was the lawyer I had called, Marcus. He had been practicing family and reproductive law for over 20 years. I spent 45 minutes explaining the entire nightmare to him. When I finished, I heard him let out a long, heavy sigh. Holy hell. Okay, Elias, listen to me very carefully. First thing tomorrow morning, you are going to the police precinct. You need to file a formal police report. This is reproductive coercion, genetic theft, medical fraud, and massive HIPAA violations on the part of the medical facility. Second, we need to get ahead of any potential paternity claims immediately. Third, we need to start preparing for civil damages. What are the actual consequences here? I asked, my voice trembling. For her, criminal charges that could absolutely result in prison time, Marcus said bluntly. For you? You need a legal shield against any future claims on that child. The fact that she is pregnant does not retroactively make this legal. You had no knowledge. You gave no consent. We are going to establish a paper trail so thick a bullet couldn't get through it. Do not speak to her without recording it. Better yet, kick her out. Way ahead of you, I said. Update 1. Wednesday morning, I walked into the local police precinct. I sat down with a detective, Detective Miller, and laid out the entire story, handing over a flash drive with the video confession. The look on Miller's face was something I will never forget. He took off his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. I've seen reproductive coercion cases before, he muttered, women poking holes in condoms, men secretly flushing birth control pills. But I have never seen anything quite like this. The fact that she used her employment access to bypass medical security makes this a whole different beast. That's federal territory. HIPAA, medical records fraud, wire fraud if she used a computer system. I'm kicking this straight to the district attorney's office. We'll be in touch. I took the rest of the week off work. I couldn't focus. I spent Wednesday afternoon packing the rest of Chloe's belongings into cardboard boxes and stacking them by the front door. At 6 p.m., Chloe unlocked the door and walked in. She saw the boxes and froze. "What is this?" "You need to leave," I said from the kitchen island. "Are you kidding me? You're kicking me out over a fight? You committed multiple felonies, Chloe." "Yes, I am kicking you out. Your name is not on the lease. I own this townhouse. You paid me a flat rate for rent. Here is a cashier's check for the prorated amount for the rest of the month. Take your boxes and get out." She stared at me, then looked down at her phone, which had just buzzed. All the color drained from her face. "Harper just texted me," she whispered, her voice shaking. Detectives showed up at the veterinary clinic. They pulled her out of work and questioned her in front of her boss. "Good," I said coldly. "What the hell, Elias? What did you think was going to happen?" She shrieked. "I thought the police would investigate the crimes you committed. You stole medical samples and fenced them to your friend. It was a favor. It was theft." 20 minutes later, a car screeched into my driveway. It was Chloe's mother, Brenda. Brenda is in her late 50s, and works as an office manager for a real estate firm. You'd think she'd have some grasp of legal liability. You'd be wrong. Brenda barged through my front door without knocking. "This is absolutely absurd, Elias," she yelled. Chloe was standing in the corner, sobbing hysterically now. Chloe was trying to help someone. "You are going to ruin her life over a technicality." "She ruined her own life by committing fraud and theft," I replied, crossing my arms. "She didn't hurt anyone," Brenda screamed, pointing a finger in my face. "She stole my genetic material. She violated my reproductive rights. She committed wire fraud to access restricted medical records. Those are serious felonies, Brenda. Nobody sees it that way. It's just a favor between friends. The police see it that way. The district attorney sees it that way. And honestly, I don't give a damn how you see it. Take your daughter and get off my property before I have you both trespassed." And, what about Harper's baby?" Brenda demanded. "You're going to ruin an innocent woman's life, too. Harper participated in the fraud. She used stolen genetic material. If she signed any clinic documents claiming I consented, that's further fraud. She made her choices." Brenda glared at me with pure hatred. "You are a cold, heartless bastard. That baby is innocent." "That baby is also not my responsibility," I fired back. "I never agreed to father it. When this goes to court, that will be established." Chloe's head snapped up. "When this goes to court, you're suing us?" "My lawyer is already drawing up a cease and desist for Harper," I said calmly. "She is not to contact me. She is not to list me on any birth certificate. She is not to make any claims of paternity. If she violates that, there will be a massive civil suit. As for you, Chloe, the criminal charges are entirely out of my hands now. The DA is handling that." My phone rang. It was Marcus. I answered it on speakerphone. "Elias," Marcus's voice boomed. "Just got off the phone with my contact at the DA's office. They are taking this incredibly seriously. They've found probable cause for multiple felony charges. They're getting warrants for the hospital's server logs right now." "Understood. Thank you, Marcus." I hung up. Chloe was staring at me, her mouth open in horror. "You actually hired a lawyer for this?" "Yes." Brenda grabbed Chloe's arm. "Come on, honey, we're leaving. Let him rot in his own miserable, self-righteous life." They started hauling the boxes out to Brenda's SUV. Before walking out the door for the last time, Chloe turned to look at me, tears streaming down her face. "Harper's baby deserves a father. You are going to regret abandoning your own child." "It's not my child. I never consented to create it. Have a nice life, Chloe." I locked the door, slid down against it, and put my head in my hands. The adrenaline left me all at once, and I just sat there in the quiet hallway, shaking uncontrollably. The next few days were an absolute blur of legal meetings and police interviews. I gave my official statement. I provided all the texts, the video, and my medical records. The urologist's office called me. Their tone was incredibly apologetic and fearful. They confirmed that the sample was accessed improperly. Chloe had used her billing credentials to log into the lab network, found my file, and convinced a junior lab technician that she was picking it up for our upcoming IVF appointment. The technician had been fired immediately. The hospital's massive legal team informed me they were cooperating fully with the police and had completely overhauled their security protocols. They also heavily hinted at a very generous financial settlement if I agreed not to sue the hospital network. Marcus told me not to sign anything yet. On Friday afternoon, my phone rang from an unknown number. I let it go to voicemail. It was Harper. Her voice was trembling, thick with tears. "Elias. It's Harper. Please, I am so sorry. I swear to God I didn't know Chloe didn't have your permission. She told me you guys had talked about it for weeks and that you were totally fine being a donor. She said you just didn't want to go through the paperwork at the clinic. Please don't press charges. I'm 9 weeks pregnant. I can't go to jail. I can't lose this baby. Please, Elias, please call me back. I forwarded the voicemail directly to Marcus. 10 minutes later, Marcus called me. This is gold, Elias. She is admitting on tape that she knew exactly where the sample came from. It shows prior knowledge. It destroys any defense that she thought it was anonymous clinic sperm. It establishes intent. What happens now? I asked, staring out my window at the rain. The DA decides on the charges. For Chloe, it's going to be a bloodbath. The medical facility angle makes it a massive liability. As for Harper, if she knew the source and participated in bypassing standard legal donor protocols, she's liable for conspiracy and receiving stolen property. What about the child? Marcus, seriously, what happens when it's born? That is complicated, Marcus admitted. But legally, you have an incredibly strong case for zero parental rights and zero obligations. The child was conceived without your consent using stolen genetic material. It's the definition of reproductive coercion. You are not legally the father. If Harper tries to claim you are, we take her to family court and bury her under the criminal evidence. You will be fine. Update 2. 2 weeks later, the district attorney officially filed charges. It made the local news. Chloe was charged with felony theft, felony computer fraud, unauthorized access of medical records, and severe HIPAA violations. Harper was charged with conspiracy to commit fraud and receiving stolen property. Chloe's defense attorney sent Marcus a furious letter, claiming the charges were excessive and vindictive, and accusing me of weaponizing the legal system against a woman who made a misguided attempt to help a friend. Marcus's response letter was a work of art. He outlined every single statute they broke, cited state and federal case law regarding reproductive rights and bodily autonomy, and ended with, "Your client committed calculated, premeditated felonies. Mr. Reeves is the victim of a severe bodily violation and is entitled to pursue all legal and civil remedies available to him." Then, the situation escalated again. On a Thursday evening, there was a knock at my door. I opened it to find a middle-aged woman holding a clipboard and wearing a lanyard with a state ID. "Mr. Reeves, I'm Darlene from Child Protective Services. We need to talk about the welfare of the child that is going to be born in approximately 6.5 months. I felt a spike of pure rage, but I kept my face blank. I let her in and offered her a seat in the living room. "I've read the police reports, Mr. Reeves," Darlene said, pulling out a pen. "I'll be honest, this is entirely unprecedented in my 20-year career, but my job is to establish the child's welfare situation. Miss Harper is claiming that you are the biological father and that you are preemptively abandoning your child." "I am not the father," I said firmly. "Not legally, not morally. The sample was stolen from a medical facility. I never consented to its use. I was the victim of a crime." "I understand that is your position," Darlene said, using that soft, patronizing tone social workers perfect. "But biologically, if this baby is born and a DNA test shows you are the genetic father, there are welfare considerations. The state has an interest in ensuring the child is provided for. Those considerations should be addressed to the person who premeditated the theft of my genetic material, and the person who willingly used it knowing it was stolen." I replied, "That's not how CPS works, Elias. We are concerned with the child's well-being. And I am concerned with the absolute violation of my reproductive rights." I shot back, leaning forward. "I have zero legal or financial obligation to this child. I never agreed to father it. If a woman had her egg stolen from a clinic and implanted in another woman without her consent, would you be sitting in her living room demanding she pay child support?" Darlene blinked, clearly taken aback. She made a note on her pad. "Have you considered that once this child is born, they might want to know their biological father? That they might need you? That child can know that their biological father was the victim of a felony," I said coldly. "They can know that their mother participated in medical fraud. They can know that none of this was consensual." "You seem very detached and angry about an innocent baby," she noted. "Because I am detached," I said. "This child is not mine in any meaningful way. It is the product of theft. The court will decide that. I have extensive documentation, police reports, and a DA prosecuting the mothers. We are done here." She left shortly after. Marcus assured me it was standard procedure, just the state trying to figure out who to stick the bill to. He told me not to let them guilt me. The harassment from Chloe's family continued. Brenda sent me a long, unhinged Facebook message. "You are going to burn in hell for what you are doing to that innocent baby. Harper is struggling financially and emotionally because of your legal threats, and you are making it worse. Be a real man and take responsibility for your seed." I screenshotted it, sent it to Marcus to add to the harassment file, and blocked her. 2 days later, Harper's lawyer, a cheap strip mall attorney she must have scraped together money for, sent a demand letter. Harper wanted $3,000 a month in child support starting immediately, full coverage of her prenatal medical expenses, and a legally binding guarantee that I would sign the birth certificate. Marcus literally laughed out loud when he read it to me over the phone. "She is absolutely delusional. She is facing criminal conspiracy charges and she thinks she has leverage. Let me handle this." His response to her lawyer was brutal. Your client participated in medical fraud to acquire stolen genetic material. She has absolutely zero legal claim to anything from Mr. Reeves. Any further harassment or extortion attempts will result in an immediate civil lawsuit for emotional distress and legal fees. Your client should be vastly more concerned with the very real possibility of giving birth in a state penitentiary. That apparently pushed them over the edge. The following Tuesday, Chloe and Harper showed up at my office building. I was sitting at my desk when security called me down to the lobby. I stepped off the elevator to find a complete scene. Chloe was screaming at the front desk guard, and Harper, who was noticeably showing now, was standing behind her, crying loudly, "Look at her." Chloe screamed the second she saw me, pointing at Harper's stomach. "Look at what you're doing, Elias. She is pregnant with your baby and you are acting like she doesn't even exist. You are a monster." Co-workers in the lobby were stopping to stare. My face burned with humiliation, but I kept my voice dead level. "You both need to leave immediately," I said. "You are both under strict orders from my attorney not to contact me. That baby needs a father." Harper sobbed, stepping forward. "I can't do this alone. I can't afford a baby alone. You should have thought about the financial realities of motherhood before you participated in felony fraud to steal sperm," I said loudly, making sure everyone in the lobby heard the context. "I didn't know," Harper wailed. "Chloe said you agreed." "That is between you and the thief you trusted," I replied. I turned to the guard. "Please escort them off the property. If they resist, call the police." "No. No." Security physically ushered them out the sliding doors. I immediately went back upstairs, called Marcus, and filed another police report for violating the no-contact order. Marcus used the incident to secure a permanent restraining order against both of them. The preliminary criminal hearings were set for 6 weeks out. It was going to be a long, grueling process. Marcus explained that criminal trials take time, and the civil issues regarding paternity would be handled separately. "What is the absolute best-case scenario here?" I asked him one afternoon in his office. "Best case? Criminal convictions for both of them. A clear, binding family court ruling establishing you have zero parental rights or financial obligations. A civil settlement where they pay your legal fees. And a restraining order that lasts for decades. And the worst case? They plead down to lesser misdemeanors to avoid jail time. You still get your parental rights clarified, but they walk away with a slap on the wrist. Harper raises the kid on her own. You're free, but it's messy." "I can live with messy," I said. "As long as I am free." Top comments. User 1, "This is the most insane violation of bodily autonomy I have ever read on this site. If a man stole a woman's eggs and implanted them in his new wife, he would be crucified in the town square. Your ex is a complete psychopath, and her friend is just as bad. Do not give them a single inch. Fight this to the Supreme Court if you have to." User 2, "The absolute audacity of the friend demanding $3,000 a month after stealing your genetics. The entitlement is off the charts. Thank God you had the presence of mind to record the confession immediately. That video saved the rest of your life. Keep us updated on the criminal trial." User 3, "CPS trying to guilt trip you is infuriating but unfortunately standard. The state doesn't care about justice, they just want a name on a piece of paper so they don't have to pay for the kid's welfare. Stick to your guns, you are a victim of a crime. That child is not yours." Final update. It has been roughly 10 months since my world exploded. I wanted to give everyone a final update now that the legal dust has mostly settled. The criminal trial never actually made it to a jury. 4 months into the process, facing a mountain of irrefutable evidence, the video confession, the hospital server logs, the fired technician's testimony, and Harper's own voicemail admitting guilt, their defense completely collapsed. Chloe pleaded guilty to reduced charges, felony theft and misuse of medical records. Her lawyer managed to work out a plea deal to keep her out of prison. She was sentenced to 3 years of supervised probation, a massive $8,000 fine, 500 hours of community service, and a permanent felony record. Harper pleaded guilty to conspiracy and receiving stolen property. She got 2 years of probation and a $5,000 fine. Both of them are now convicted felons. The hospital network, terrified of a massive public relations nightmare and a federal lawsuit regarding their HIPAA violations, settled with me out of court for a very substantial, undisclosed sum. The civil case against Chloe and Harper was swift. They were ordered to pay my legal fees, which amounted to $22,000, split evenly between them. More importantly, as part of the legal proceedings, Harper was forced to sign legally binding documents permanently waiving any and all claims of paternity, child support, or involvement from me. The baby was born 3 months ago, a little girl. I only know this because the final court order from the family judge mentions it. I am legally not the father, my name is nowhere near the birth certificate. I have absolutely zero parental rights, and zero financial obligations. The judge's final order specifically states that the conception was non-consensual, the result of criminal activity, and that I am completely severed from the child in the eyes of the law. Harper's life has imploded. When the criminal charges became public, the veterinary clinic fired her. She is currently living with her parents, who are essentially raising the baby while she works at a fast food restaurant to pay off her court fines. Chloe's situation isn't much better. She was obviously fired from the healthcare network and blacklisted from the entire medical billing industry. She's living in her childhood bedroom with Brenda, working temp jobs in warehouses because no corporate office will hire someone with a felony conviction for data theft and fraud. My own mother called me a few weeks ago. She thinks I was too harsh. That baby didn't do anything wrong, Elias, she kept repeating, crying on the phone. She's still your flesh and blood. Neither did I reminded her firmly. I was the victim of a premeditated crime. My flesh and blood was stolen. I ended up going low contact with my parents over this. I lost a few mutual friends, 2 people who subscribed to the toxic belief that I should step up and be the bigger person, completely ignoring the fact that my fundamental human rights were violated. Apparently, my boundaries and consent don't matter as much as a baby that wouldn't even exist if not for multiple felonies committed against me. My therapist says I am handling the trauma remarkably well, considering the circumstances. She says most people couldn't process this level of profound violation without completely breaking down. The nightmares are finally starting to fade. I used to wake up in cold sweats, panic that I was going to be served with child support papers or that Harper was going to show up at my door with a baby stroller. Dating is completely off the table for the foreseeable future. It is incredibly hard to trust anyone after the person you shared a bed with, the person you loved and trusted, used your own body against you. Because that is exactly what it was. She used my body, my genetic material, without my permission. She violated me in one of the most intimate, fundamental ways a human being can be violated. Marcus, my lawyer, has assured me that the settlement agreement is ironclad. If Harper ever tries to contact me, or if she tries to make any claims in the future, we go straight back to court, and she faces immediate penalties and potential jail time for violating the order. Sometimes, in the quiet moments of the night, I do wonder about the kid. Not because I feel any paternal instinct, I truly don't. But because I know that little girl is going to grow up, and eventually, she is going to ask questions. She is going to find out exactly how she was conceived. She is going to learn that her existence started with her mother participating in a criminal conspiracy. She is going to learn that her biological father wanted absolutely nothing to do with her because he never consented to creating her. That is incredibly sad. It breaks my heart for her. But it is not my responsibility to fix it. I did not create that situation. Chloe and Harper did. They played God with my genetics, and they have to live with the consequences of their actions. I sold the townhouse in Chicago last month. I couldn't stand being in the rooms where it happened. I packed up my life, transferred to my company's office in Denver, and moved across the country. New city, new job title, new apartment, new everything. I couldn't risk running into them at a grocery store. I couldn't risk Harper deciding 5 years from now that she wants me involved after all and stalking me. My new therapist in Denver says my desire to flee is entirely understandable. She reminds me weekly that I am allowed to protect my peace, that I am allowed to enforce my boundaries, and that I am not a bad person for walking away, even when society tries to tell me otherwise. The whole ordeal still feels surreal sometimes, like a dark, twisted movie that happened to someone else. But then I look in my desk drawer. I see the thick stack of court documents, the settlement agreement, the permanent restraining orders, the hospital's payout paperwork. It's all very real. It is physical proof that 2 people I trusted committed heinous crimes against me, all while convincing themselves they were doing something beautiful. Chloe actually sent a letter last week. She didn't send it to me. She knows the restraining order would trigger an arrest, but she sent it to Marcus, who forwarded it to me as per protocol. It was 4 pages of handwritten apologies. She wrote that she finally understands what she did was wrong. She said she is in intensive therapy, that she hates herself for ruining our life together, and that she hopes, maybe years down the line, I can find it in my heart to forgive her. I won't. Forgiveness is for people who make mistakes. Leaving the stove on is a mistake. Forgetting an anniversary is a mistake. What Chloe did was not a mistake. It was the deliberate, calculated, premeditated theft of my genetic material for someone else's benefit. She actively chose her friend's selfish desires over my fundamental human rights. She lied, she manipulated, and she committed fraud. That wasn't a lapse in judgment. That is simply who she is at her core. And honestly, I am incredibly glad I found out exactly who she was before we got married, before we combined our finances, before we had children of our own together, before I legally tied my entire life to a woman who fundamentally does not understand or respect the concept of consent. The legal battles are finally over. The emotional recovery is going to take a lot longer, but I am free. I have no child support payments draining my accounts. I have no custody battles to fight. I have no ties to the people who violated me. That is the win here. It's not a fairy tale happy ending. It's not closure, because I don't think you ever fully close the door on something this bizarre and traumatic. It is just freedom, and as I sit here in my new apartment, Watching the sun set over the mountains in Denver, I realized that some days, freedom is more than enough. My parents promised my newly home to my brother because his business failed, so I stripped the place bare and legally evicted them without a second thought. My brother Julian always had a favorite phrase he loved to throw in my face: "You just don't understand what it's like to take risks." He would say it with this condescending little smirk, usually right before asking our parents for another handout. I was always the practical one in the family. I went to a state college, graduated with a solid degree, started working at a corporate firm, and slowly but surely advanced in my career. I played it safe, and I was proud of it. Julian, on the other hand, was the self-proclaimed visionary. He was the risk-taker, the golden child who chased wild dreams, the one who was destined to build an empire and become a millionaire. That was the narrative my parents obsessively pushed. While I was putting in 50-hour weeks, Julian was bouncing from one failed startup to another, always shielded from the consequences of his actions by our parents' endless emotional and financial safety nets. All my quiet effort and dedication finally paid off when I landed an incredible job. I was hired as a project manager at a massive multinational company. It was exactly the position I had been grinding for, complete with a fantastic salary and incredible benefits. The only problem was the location. My new office was deep in downtown Chicago, and I was still living out in the distant suburbs. 2 hours to get there in the morning traffic, 2 hours to get back at night. 4 hours of my day, every single day, just gone. After only 3 weeks, I was a walking zombie. The commute was destroying my physical and mental health. I knew I couldn't keep going like this, so I decided I desperately needed to find an apartment closer to the city. That weekend, I went to my parents' house for our mandatory Sunday family dinner. Over roast chicken and mashed potatoes, I casually mentioned my commute situation and my plan to start apartment hunting. My parents exchanged this very specific, knowing look. Then, my mom set down her fork and smiled. "We might have a solution for you, Chloe," she said. "Do you remember that old condo that belonged to your aunt, the vintage one in Lincoln Park that I inherited?" She took a sip of her wine before continuing. "The tenants just moved out, so it's completely empty right now, and it's only a 10-minute train ride from your new office. If you want it, it's yours." Of course, I remembered the condo. I had spent countless holidays there as a kid. I immediately asked how much the rent would be, bracing myself for city prices. But my mom gave me a number $900 a month that was absurdly low for the area. I could easily afford it. I got incredibly excited and immediately said yes. I didn't even think twice. It felt like, for once, my parents were actually looking out for me. The moment the apartment situation was settled, my parents seamlessly shifted the conversation back to Julian, their absolute favorite topic in the world. Meanwhile, Julian had recently landed a few new contracts for his boutique logistics company. He was expanding, hiring a few drivers, and acting like he was the next Jeff Bezos. His business was growing, and things were going great for him. And as always, my life was viewed as the stable, mundane baseline. I was the boring daughter pushing papers in a cubicle, while he was the brilliant golden child changing the world. The next day after work, I drove over to check out the condo. Let me tell you, the previous tenants had treated the place like a glorified frat house. It was an absolute disaster. The original hardwood floors were scuffed and stained, the walls were coated in this depressing, nicotine-stained yellow paint, and the kitchen looked like it hadn't been updated since 1985. The only piece of furniture left behind was this hideous, lumpy, plaid armchair sitting right in the middle of the living room. I immediately called my mom. "Hey, Mom, the location is perfect, but the place needs a lot of work. Do you mind if I do some renovations? At my own expense, of course." She sounded completely indifferent. "Don't go overboard, Chloe. Don't paint the walls black or do anything crazy, but fine, remodel it however you like. Just don't ask us to pay for it." That was all the permission I needed. That exact same night, I started building mood boards on Pinterest and binge-watching home renovation tutorials on YouTube. For the next 6 straight months, I dedicated every single ounce of my free time and disposable income to renovating that condo. After my grueling days at the office, I would take the train straight to the apartment. I spent my nights sanding floors, measuring wall space, testing paint swatches, and checking prices at hardware stores. I visited every single furniture outlet in the greater Chicago area. I tested dozens of mattresses and sectionals. I learned how to mount a massive flat-screen TV to brick, how to install modern floating shelves, how to replace outdated light fixtures with sleek, modern chandeliers, and how to tile a kitchen backsplash. I painted the cabinets a gorgeous midnight blue and added brushed gold hardware. I did absolutely everything with my own 2 hands. Every weekend was dedicated to the condo. Every evening was dedicated to the condo. And in the end, it was breathtaking. It was exactly how I had envisioned it. I walked around the space one night, a glass of wine in my hand, looking at everything with immense pride. I genuinely couldn't believe I had done it all on my own. It felt like a luxury penthouse. I couldn't wait for my mom to see what I had accomplished. I invited her over for dinner that Friday. When she arrived, she didn't say a word at first. She walked through the hallway, inspecting the new lighting, running her hand over the freshly painted walls, and staring at the modernized kitchen. She looked around very seriously, as she always did, scrutinizing every tiny detail. Finally, she turned to me, her eyes wide. "It's incredible, Chloe. I genuinely can't believe it." My mom rarely gave me compliments, so this felt monumental. Then, she walked over and hugged me, a real, tight, lingering hug. Not just a quick, obligatory pat on the back, but a genuine embrace. In that moment, I stupidly thought I had finally earned her respect. I thought I had finally proven my worth. 2 weeks later, we had another Sunday family dinner. I was practically vibrating with excitement because I had some massive news to share. I had been promoted. My salary had bumped up significantly, I was given my own department to lead, and I was handling high-level corporate accounts. I had grown so much in my company in such a short amount of time, and I couldn't wait to tell my family. About halfway through dinner, there was a lull in the conversation. I took a deep breath and smiled. "Hey, I actually have some really great news to share. I got promoted to senior project director this week." My mom, who was in the middle of cutting her steak, barely even glanced up at me. "Oh, that's great, sweetie. Good for you," she mumbled dismissively. Literally 3 seconds later, my dad cleared his throat and shifted the conversation entirely. "So, Julian, tell us about the new fleet." And just like that, my massive career milestone was erased. But that's when the real conversation of the night began, and the tone shifted drastically. Julian's logistics company was tanking. Apparently, a massive corporate competitor with state-of-the-art tracking technology and millions in venture capital had moved into the city. They were undercutting his prices and stealing all his clients. Julian's business was bleeding money, and everything he had built was on the verge of total collapse. My dad looked around the table with a grim expression and announced that he and my mom had decided to take out a second mortgage on their house. They were going to give Julian a massive loan so he could try to keep his company afloat and pivot his business model. I put my fork down and looked at them, genuinely concerned. "Are you guys sure about this? Look. This new competitor is a corporate giant. It's going to be nearly impossible to compete with their tech infrastructure and their endless cash flow. Throwing more money at a failing business model is incredibly risky." Julian slammed his hand on the table, making the silverware rattle. He glared at me with pure venom. My parents looked at me with identical expressions of disgust. "You don't know the first thing about real business, Chloe," my dad snapped. "You've always played it safe. You sit in a comfortable, air-conditioned office typing emails, so you don't understand anything about taking real risks and being an entrepreneur." Basically, I was told to shut my mouth and keep my opinions to myself. Then my mom looked right at me and delivered the line that would eventually become the catalyst for everything that followed. "Family always helps family, Chloe. Remember that." I bit my tongue and didn't say another word. Fine. Let them burn their money. The next few months were an absolute, unmitigated disaster for Julian. Despite the massive cash injection from my parents, his business completely crashed. He filed for bankruptcy. One Tuesday afternoon, my mom called me, crying, to tell me that Julian and his incredibly high-maintenance wife, Mia, had lost their luxury downtown loft and were moving into my parents' guest bedrooms. Just try to imagine the dynamic. My mom called me a few days later, whispering into the phone. "Oh, Chloe, Mia is just really struggling with this transition. You know how she is. She's always been so concerned about appearances, and now she has to tell her country club friends she's living with her in-laws. It's so hard on her. Yeah, let me tell you about my sister-in-law. Mia is the absolute worst. She spent the last 3 years bragging on Instagram about being a CEO's wife, posting photos of designer bags and luxury vacations paid for by Julian's eventually doomed company. Now, she was slumming it in suburbia, and she was making everyone miserable. That weekend, as usual, I went to my parents' house for dinner. Of course, Julian and Mia were there, both looking like martyrs. As soon as we sat down to eat, Julian launched into this heavily rehearsed, victim mentality speech about how the market was rigged, how big corporations destroy innovation, and how unfair everything was. Then, right in the middle of dessert, Mia sighed dramatically, pushed her plate away, and rubbed her temples. "I just don't think I can handle living like this much longer. With all due respect to you guys, no offense, but Julian and I are adults. We need our own space. We need our dignity back." Julian reached over, patted Mia's hand, then turned to my parents with a sickeningly casual tone. "Hey, Mom, Dad, what's the deal with Aunt's old condo in the city?" Guys, I wish you could have seen my face. I practically choked on my water. I immediately sat up straight and said, hello? The deal is that I live there. I spent 6 months remodeling the entire place. I pay rent. This person right here lives there." They completely ignored me. It was like I hadn't even spoken. My mom's face instantly lit up with excitement. "Oh, Julian, that's a brilliant idea. Chloe made the place look absolutely beautiful. She renovated everything, the floors, the kitchen, the bathroom. It looks like a luxury suite now. Julian and Mia looked at each other. They exchanged this slow, calculating, greedy look that made my blood run cold. I felt a heavy, nauseating knot form in my gut. You know that instinctual feeling when you just know something terrible is about to happen? I felt it, but I silently told myself, no, they wouldn't dare. Even they aren't that cruel. This is not happening. Update 1. I left that dinner feeling incredibly uneasy, but I tried to convince myself I was just being paranoid. I had spent 6 whole months renovating that condo with my own sweat and tears. I had a verbal agreement with my mom. They wouldn't just throw me out. 2 days later, I was walking up the stairs to my apartment, exhausted from a massive project launch at work. I was just thinking about what show I was going to binge on Netflix when I reached my door. I put my key in the lock, but the door was already unlocked. I pushed it open and heard familiar voices echoing from my living room. I walked in and froze. My mom, Julian, and Mia were standing right in the middle of my living room. I immediately dropped my bag. Mom, what is going on? What are you guys doing here? You didn't call me. You didn't ask for permission. What is this? I am. My mom turned to me, her face completely hardened. With absolute audacity, she crossed her arms and said, I have a spare key, Chloe. I'm the legal owner of this property. I can come inside whenever I please. She didn't even have the decency to look me in the eye. To give you a clear picture of the sheer disrespect happening, Mia was casually walking around my apartment, running her hands over my custom curtains, opening my kitchen cabinets, and inspecting the marble countertops. She practically waltzed into my bedroom, checked out my custom closet organizer, and peeked into my bathroom. She was literally inspecting my home as if she were a wealthy buyer at an open house. When she finally finished her little tour, she walked back into the living room, sat down gracefully on my expensive velvet sofa, smiled with this smug, cat-like grin, and looked at Julian. This place is absolutely perfect, babe. We can definitely move in by next weekend. I felt my heart pound against my ribs. What? Excuse me? I live here. I renovated this entire place. This is my home. What the hell are you talking about? My mom stepped forward, cutting me off with a sharp wave of her hand. Excuse me, Chloe, but I am the owner of this deed. I decide who lives here and who doesn't. Your brother is going through a devastating crisis right now. He and Mia need a fresh start in the city to network and rebuild. I was completely stunned. My brain was short-circuiting. Are you serious right now? What about all the work I did? The money I spent? I painted these walls. I fixed the floors. I bought every single appliance and piece of furniture in this room. I built this home. Then, my own mother looked at me with eyes so cold I barely recognized her. Well, since you renovated it, the property value has skyrocketed. The market rate for an apartment this nice in Lincoln Park is at least $2,700 a month. So, if you can't pay the new rent of $2,700 starting on the first of the month, you have exactly 1 week to pack your things and leave. Guys, obviously, I knew there was absolutely no way I was going to pay triple my current rent just to stay in a place I had already poured thousands of dollars into fixing. It was extortion. And my coward of a brother? He just stood there, staring at the floor, not saying a single word to defend me. My mom grabbed her purse. You have 1 week, Chloe, we expect the keys by Sunday. Then, the three of them walked out the door, leaving me standing alone in the dead silence of my living room. I could have broken down. I could have cried all night, but anger is a much better motivator than sadness. I didn't shed a single tear. Instead, I walked straight to my laptop, opened it, and started hunting. I searched with a frantic, cold determination. By 2 a.m., I had found the perfect place, a sleek, modern high-rise apartment in River North, closer to my office, with floor-to-ceiling windows. The next morning, I called my boss and told him I had a family emergency and couldn't come in. It was the first time I had called out in 3 years. By 9 a.m., I was touring the new apartment. By 10 a.m., I had signed the lease, paid the security deposit, and secured the keys. Then, I pulled out my phone and called a premium, same-day moving company. I told them I needed a full extraction immediately. I paid a ridiculous emergency fee, but I didn't care. I wanted everything gone. When the moving crew arrived at my condo, I stood in the center of the room with a mug of black coffee, orchestrating the entire process like a battlefield commander. That sofa? Mine. Load it up. The custom TV mount? Unbolt it. The floating shelves? Take them down. The smart thermostat? Unscrew it. I have the old plastic one in a box somewhere. I was ruthless. I made them dismantle the custom closet racks I had built. I even made a worker unscrew the luxury rainfall shower head I had installed in the bathroom and replace it with the rusty, calcified original one I had saved in a drawer. I took the modern light fixtures down and left bare bulbs hanging from the wires. I took the custom cabinet handles off, leaving the doors bare. Load it up. Let's go. Into the truck. Everything goes. By the time the movers finally packed the last box, the apartment looked exactly like the depressing, dilapidated dump it was on the very first day I walked in. The only thing left in the entire place was that hideous, lumpy, plaid armchair sitting dead center in the living room. Everything else, every ounce of charm, every piece of comfort was gone. I locked the door, put the keys in a plain white envelope, drove past my parents' house, slipped the envelope under their front door, and drove away to my beautiful new high-rise. The next morning, absolute nuclear chaos broke loose. At 7 a.m. sharp, my phone started vibrating off the nightstand. My mom, Julian, Mia. My screen was lighting up like a slot machine. I ignored them all. I calmly got out of bed, made myself a fresh cappuccino, stood by my floor-to-ceiling window watching the city wake up, and only after I finished my drink did I decide to engage. I answered my mom's 14th call. "Hello? How could you do this?" She practically screamed into the microphone. "What makes you think you had the right to completely gut the apartment? You stripped the fixtures. You took the cabinet handles. How dare you leave it like this for your brother?" I kept my voice terrifyingly calm. Listen to me very carefully. I had every legal right to take those things because I bought every single one of them with my own money. I have a binder full of receipts. I didn't touch your walls, and I didn't rip up your floors. But the furniture, the hardware, the lighting, that was mine. If you want, I can email you the PDF of the receipts right now. My mom completely lost her mind. She called me words I literally cannot type out on Reddit without getting banned. Julian and Mia started bombarding me with unhinged text messages, accusing me of being a jealous, spiteful psycho who wanted to see them fail. I didn't reply to a single text. I stayed completely silent, blocked their numbers temporarily to get some peace, and focused entirely on settling into my gorgeous new home. We didn't speak for an entire month. I won't lie and say it was easy. I did think about them. I wondered if my mom was still making her Sunday roasts. I wondered what Julian and Mia were sleeping on in that empty, echoing apartment. Sometimes, a wave of nostalgia would hit me, but every time it did, I vividly remembered the look on Mia's face when she claimed my home as her own, and the guilt vanished instantly. Exactly 1 month later, my mom called me from my dad's phone. I almost didn't pick up, but morbid curiosity got the better of me. The very first thing she said, with no greeting, was, "I didn't receive your rent transfer for the first of the month." I actually burst out laughing. A deep, genuine laugh. "Of course you didn't, Mom. You evicted me. Remember? I moved out. I don't live there anymore." She stuttered, clearly flustered. "Well, we thought you would at least keep paying your original rent amount. You know we took out a massive second mortgage to help Julian. Julian can't afford to pay us rent right now because he's unemployed and trying to network. We are drowning in this loan payment. We thought you would continue paying the $900 to help us out." Family helps family, Chloe. Guys, read that again. She actually, genuinely expected me to pay rent for an apartment I was kicked out of, so that my brother and his snobby wife could live there for free, because they took out a loan for his failed business. "So," I said, my voice dripping with venom, "you're throwing the family helps family line at me now, when you are the ones who need my money? Tell me, Mom, does family kick their daughter out onto the street with 1 week's notice to make room for her brother?" There was a long, painful silence. Finally, she whispered, "I am so incredibly disappointed in you." "Funny," I replied. I was just about to say the exact same thing. I hung up. I went into my settings and permanently blocked her number. Then I blocked Julian, then Mia, then my dad. Every single one of them. Gone. Update 2. Over a year went by. I maintained contact with a few cousins who kept me updated on the family drama. According to the grapevine, Julian had convinced my parents to fund yet another brilliant business venture, some kind of artisanal, subscription-based coffee brand. My parents had drained their savings and were actively going around to all our aunts, uncles, and cousins, begging for investments. Every single relative firmly said no. My cousin told me over drinks one night that my parents were drowning in debt and were on the verge of losing their own house. She looked at me sympathetically and asked, "So, how are you handling all this?" I took a sip of my cocktail and smiled. A year ago, this would have destroyed me, but now? Not my circus, not my monkeys. Professionally, I was thriving. I had been promoted again to vice president of operations. My salary had skyrocketed to a level I never thought possible. I was managing massive international accounts, flying first class for business trips, and building serious wealth. But as time went on, I realized something. I still wanted grandma's condo. It wasn't just about the property value, it was the principle. That place held my childhood memories, and I was the one who had restored it. No matter how easily they had stolen it from me, it felt like it belonged to me. And now, with massive cash reserves and my parents backed into a financial corner, I finally had the leverage to take it back. It didn't take long for the trap to spring. One evening, my phone rang from an unknown number. I answered cautiously. "Chloe?" It was my mother. Her voice sounded frail, hesitant, entirely stripped of its usual arrogance. I let out a low chuckle. Well, look who it is. I thought you were disappointed in me. She sighed heavily. Look, Chloe. I know things ended terribly between us. But, I really need to talk to you. I stayed completely silent, letting her sweat. She kept going, the desperation bleeding into her tone. Julian. His new business isn't doing well. The suppliers backed out. Your father and I are in a very, very complicated financial situation. We are entirely tapped out. I murmured, staring at my immaculate manicure. We need a loan, Chloe, a substantial one. Just $65,000 to help us consolidate the debt and keep Julian's company afloat while he pivots. The cherry on top. I smiled so wide it actually hurt my cheeks. Interesting. And tell me, Mom, how many other relatives slammed the door in your face before you finally swallowed your pride and called the daughter you evicted? Silence. Oh, come on. I pushed. You really think I don't know? You're only calling me because no bank will touch you, and the rest of the family is sick of funding Julian's delusions. That's not, she started to protest. It's exactly that. I interrupted sharply. But guess what? Today is your lucky day. I will give you the $65,000. I heard her gasp in relief. Oh, Chloe, thank you, On one condition, I cut in, my voice dropping an octave. The tension on the line was suffocating. What condition? The Lincoln Park condo, I said slowly, savoring every single syllable. I want the deed. Officially. Papers signed, notarized, and fully transferred into my name. Today. But, my mother stammered, panic rising in her voice. No buts, take it or leave it right now. A long, agonizing pause. I could hear her ragged breathing. If you're so confident Julian is a genius who will turn things around, then you have absolutely nothing to worry about, right? I taunted. If he succeeds, you pay me back the $65,000, and we can discuss transferring the property back. But until then, the deed is mine. It's collateral. I knew exactly what I was doing. I knew my parents. They would do what they always did, blindly bet on Julian. And I knew for a fact Julian would never, ever be able to pay off a $65,000 debt. The condo would be permanently mine. I'll have to talk to your father, she whispered. You have 24 hours, I replied, and hung up. 3 days later, I was sitting in my parents' living room with my lawyer. It felt like a hostage negotiation. My mother sat across from me, clutching a pen, her face pale and bitter. My father looked like a broken man, staring blankly at the coffee table. Julian and Mia were standing in the corner, refusing to make eye contact with me. The transfer documents are all in order, my lawyer stated smoothly, sliding the paperwork across the table. My father signed first, his hand shaking slightly. My mother hesitated, glaring at me with pure hatred, before aggressively signing her name. I took the papers, checked the signatures, and slid them into my leather briefcase. The $65,000 will be wired to your account by 5 p.m., I said casually, standing up and buttoning my blazer. Oh, and Julian? Since I am now the legal owner of the property you currently reside in, my lawyer will be emailing you a standard lease agreement tomorrow. Your rent will be $1,500 a month, due on the 1st. Don't be late. Julian's jaw practically unhinged, but he didn't say a word. For the next 8 months, things were quiet. Julian and Mia actually paid their rent on time, mostly because they knew I would legally evict them the second they missed a payment. I hired contractors to go back into the condo and redo the floors and paint the walls. I wanted my property kept in pristine condition. Then, the deadline for the $65,000 loan repayment arrived. My mother called me, demanding a meeting at the condo. When I walked in, my parents, Julian, and Mia were all sitting in the living room. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. We have the money, my father announced, sliding a cashier's check across the kitchen island. I raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. I picked up the check. It was real. $65,000. Great, I said, slipping it into my purse. Debt settled. Glad doing business with you. Now, sign the house back over to us, my mother demanded, crossing her arms defensively. I stopped walking and slowly turned around. Excuse me? The house, Chloe. We paid you back. Now transfer the deed back into our names. That was the agreement. Yes. Yes. I looked at them, letting a slow, cruel smile spread across my face. No. Julian jumped up from his stool. What do you mean, no? That was the deal. It was collateral. Show me the contract, I said flatly. What? My father stammered. Show me the legally binding contract stating that I am obligated to sell this property back to you upon repayment of the loan. They all froze. There was no contract. My lawyer had drafted a straight sale of the property for $65,000. The money they just handed me? Legally, that was just them paying me back a personal loan. The real estate transfer was a completely separate, fully executed legal transaction. I owned the house free and clear. We had a verbal agreement. My mother shrieked, her face turning crimson. Oh, did we? I laughed bitterly. Just like we had a verbal agreement that I could live here after I spent thousands of dollars renovating it? Tell me, Mom, where did you suddenly get $65,000 from anyway? My parents exchanged terrified glances. Julian looked at the floor. Oh my God, I realized, the pieces clicking together. You didn't make this money. You borrowed it from somewhere else, didn't you? A high-interest lender? You went into even more debt just to try and trick me into giving the house back. The deafening silence confirmed everything. They were truly pathetic. You stole from us. Mia screamed hysterically, gripping the edge of the counter. I didn't steal anything, I fired back, my voice echoing off the walls. I bought this property, I set the terms. You lied to me, you used me, and you threw me out like garbage. You thought I was stupid enough to let you walk all over me again? You're delusional. Julian took a threatening step toward me, his fists clenched. You vicious, jealous bitch. You planned this from the start. I didn't flinch. I stared right into his eyes. The only thing I did, Julian, was teach you a lesson in real business. I'm not responsible for the fact that you're an incompetent failure who needs mommy and daddy to constantly clean up your messes. I turned to the door, my hand on the knob. By the way, since the lease expired yesterday, we are now month to month. The new rent for this unit is $4,500 a month. You have until Friday to pay the first installment, or I will file formal eviction papers. I walked out and slammed the door behind me. They didn't pay. They couldn't. Exactly 3 days later, while they were at my parents' house plotting their next move, I executed my final play. I hired a massive moving crew, unlocked the condo, and had every single piece of their furniture, clothing, and personal belongings packed up. We drove it all to my parents' house in the suburbs and unloaded it directly into their driveway. Boxes, mattresses, clothes, just a mountain of their failures sitting in the cul-de-sac. When my phone inevitably blew up with furious, screaming voicemails from Julian threatening to kill me, I simply texted back, your belongings have been returned. The locks have been changed. Do not contact me again. Of course, they tried to sue me. Julian convinced my parents to hire a desperate, cheap lawyer to file a lawsuit claiming bad faith, and citing our verbal agreement to return the property. The day of the hearing was the most satisfying day of my entire life. I sat in the polished wooden courtroom in a tailored designer suit, completely relaxed. Julian, my mother, and my father sat across the aisle, looking exhausted and broke. My lawyer stood up and simply presented the signed, notarized, and legally filed deed. The judge, an older, no-nonsense man, adjusted his glasses, read the document, and looked down at Julian. Mr. Julian, do you possess any written, signed contract proving that the defendant agreed to return this property to you? Julian swallowed hard, his face pale. No, Your Honor, but it was a verbal agreement between family. She tricked us. The judge actually scoffed. A verbal agreement? Regarding the transfer of real estate? Sir, under the statute of frauds, any contract for the sale or transfer of land must be in writing to be enforceable. You signed over the deed. The defendant legally owns the property. I don't care about your family drama. The judge slammed his gavel. Case dismissed with prejudice. Julian looked like he was going to vomit. My mother buried her face in her hands and started sobbing uncontrollably. My father just stared blankly ahead, finally realizing that he had sacrificed his entire financial future for a son who was completely useless. As I walked out of the courtroom, Julian was waiting in the hallway. His eyes were red, burning with absolute hatred. You destroyed this family, he hissed at me as I walked past. I stopped, looked him up and down, and smiled. No, Julian. I just finally gave you the consequences you've been running from your entire life. I walked out of the courthouse into the bright Chicago sunlight and never looked back. Today, I still own the condo. I rent it out to a lovely young couple for $3,200 a month, which completely covers the mortgage on my luxury high-rise. Julian's coffee business went bankrupt 6 months later. My parents had to sell their house in the suburbs to pay off the high-interest loan they took out to try and trick me, and they currently live in a cramped 2-bedroom apartment with Julian and Mia. They spent their entire lives worshipping a spoiled, incompetent son, while treating me like dirt. In the end, they got exactly the life they invested in. And me? I got everything I ever wanted. Top comments. User 1. The sheer audacity of them throwing you out of a home you renovated, demanding you still pay rent, and then trying to trick you with a fake loan shark payout is mind-blowing. You played this like an absolute grandmaster in chess. Enjoy that rent money. User 2. Statute of frauds for the absolute win. Anyone who knows anything about real estate knows you never transfer a deed without a legally binding buyback clause. Your parents let their blind love for their golden child completely blind them to basic legal logic. Beautiful revenge. User 3. It's hilarious how Mia was walking around your apartment touching your custom curtains like she was on HGTV, only to end up living in a cramped apartment with her in-laws because her CEO husband couldn't actually run a business. Karma didn't just knock, You drove the karma bus right through their front door. My parents ignored my existence to worship my golden brother. When his career tanked, they tried to hijack my success. My response ruined them. My father stood up at my 26th birthday dinner, delivered a tear-jerking, 10-minute speech about my twin brother's achievements, and then turned to me, raised his glass, and muttered exactly 7 words, "And happy birthday to you, too, Caleb." I walked out of the restaurant that night, cut my family off, and quietly built a massive $500,000 company, only to watch my father's secret financial ruin bring him crawling to my doorstep a year later begging for a bailout. Original post. For our 26th birthday, my twin brother got a customized toast, a deeply emotional speech, and a private dining room full of tears and applause. When the clapping finally died down, my dad cleared his throat, looked in my general direction, and said, "And happy birthday to you, too, Caleb." Everyone immediately went back to eating their expensive steaks. I sat there in the stifling noise of clinking silverware for exactly 10 more minutes. Then, I quietly pushed my chair back, took my fiancé's hand, and walked out of my family's life. My name is Caleb. I am 26 years old, and I want to tell you about the excruciating night I finally realized I had been cast as a silent background character in the movie of my own family's life. I don't mean that in some poetic, metaphorical sense, I mean it quite literally. My father looked me dead in the eye at a party that was supposedly for both of us, gave me 7 obligatory words, and then turned back to his meal like I was an annoying commercial break he had been waiting to end. But I am getting ahead of myself. Let me back up and give you the context of how a family breaks apart so quietly that nobody even hears the snap. I have a twin brother named Liam. We are fraternal twins, not identical, which I think is a crucial detail here because people always expected us to be vastly different, and we absolutely were. Liam was the loud one. He was the golden athlete, the charismatic extrovert, the kind of guy who could walk into a crowded room and immediately have 6 people laughing hysterically at a joke he just made up. He played varsity baseball and football in high school, was crowned homecoming king, and had the kind of perfect, symmetrical jawline that made the old ladies at our church in Richmond, Virginia, constantly stop my mother to say, "Oh, Sarah, you must be bursting with pride." And she was. They both were. My parents worshipped the ground Liam walked on. Me? I was the quiet one. I liked reading thick historical biographies. I liked the smell of sawdust and building intricate things with my hands. I spent the vast majority of my high school years tucked away in the dusty wood shop or isolated in my bedroom, meticulously sketching out complex furniture designs on graph paper. I wasn't some antisocial outcast or a weird recluse. I had a solid group of friends, I went to normal teenage parties, and I had a lovely girlfriend for most of my junior year. I just wasn't Liam. And in my family's household, not being Liam was apparently an unforgivable deal breaker. We grew up in a very affluent, manicured suburb just outside of Richmond. Our dad, Tom, was a high-rolling partner at a commercial real estate firm. Our mom, Sarah, was a cosmetic dental hygienist who treated neighborhood gossip like a competitive sport. We had a sprawling house, a massive backyard with a pool, and a golden retriever named Buster, who was, without a shadow of a doubt, the only objectively good member of our family because Buster loved everyone equally. Buster was the only one who didn't keep score. I should make one thing incredibly clear. Liam and I actually got along fine when we were growing up. We weren't those magical, telepathic twins who finished each other's sentences, but we shared a bedroom until we were 13, played the exact same video games, and bickered over whose turn it was to walk Buster in the freezing rain. Liam wasn't actively malicious or mean to me. He wasn't even consciously aware of the massive psychological disparity happening under our roof. There is a very distinct difference between a villain who actively hurts you and a person who blindly benefits from a rigged system they didn't personally build. Liam was the latter. At least, he was back then. The blatant favoritism wasn't always a screaming siren when we were little kids. It was a slow, insidious drip. It was subtle, plausible deniability. It was the way my dad would charge his camcorder battery to film every single agonizing second of Liam's baseball tournaments, but completely forget to show up to my state-level woodworking showcase at school. It was the specific way my mom would introduce us at large family gatherings. She would firmly wrap her arm around Liam's broad shoulders, beam with radiant joy, and say, "This is Liam, our absolute superstar. He just got scouted for a Division I scholarship." Then, she would vaguely gesture in my direction with a dismissive nod and add, "And this is Caleb, period, end of sentence." No accolades, no context, no pride, just my name and the heavy, unspoken implication that I was merely the leftover spare. For years, I lied to myself. I convinced myself that it didn't bother me. I built up this impenetrable internal narrative where I was the mature, stoic son. I was the independent one who didn't require constant external validation. I was above keeping score. Spoiler alert, I was absolutely keeping score, carving tally marks into the walls of my own mind. I just didn't have anyone who cared enough to look at the scoreboard. When we graduated high school, Liam secured a partial athletic scholarship to play baseball at a decent university in Atlanta. It was treated like a royal coronation. My parents threw a massive, catered celebration in our backyard. My grandparents flew in from out of state. My dad actually cried real, trembling, cinematic tears over a scholarship that barely covered 40% of the tuition. Meanwhile, I got accepted into a highly prestigious, fiercely competitive trade program for master furniture making and advanced woodcraft in Charlottesville, Virginia. It was a small, elite cohort offering hands-on apprenticeships with master artisans. When I nervously presented my acceptance letter at the dinner table, my mom briefly glanced at it and sighed, "Oh, that's nice, honey. But will you eventually get a real college degree, too?" My dad simply asked how much the tools would cost before immediately changing the subject to Liam's upcoming freshman orientation schedule. That interaction became the permanent blueprint for our entire adult lives. Liam breathes, the family throws a parade. Caleb achieves a milestone, the family politely shrugs. Liam graduated college with a generic communications degree, massive blowout party at a country club. I finished my elite artisan program, secured my own workshop space, and started getting high-paying commissions for custom hardwood furniture. My mom asked if I had considered applying for a stable management job at Home Depot. Liam got engaged to his incredibly sweet, bubbly girlfriend, Paige. My parents hosted a lavish, 5-course engagement dinner downtown. I started dating a brilliant, fiercely independent woman named Maya who I met at a local arts festival in Charlottesville, and my parents didn't even bother to meet her for almost 14 months, because they simply never asked a single question about my personal life. Maya noticed the toxic dynamic before I was ever willing to verbalize it. She would occasionally accompany me to the rare family dinners in Richmond and just sit there in stunned silence, watching my parents orbit around Liam like he was the literal blazing sun. She watched my dad aggressively interrogate Liam about his corporate job, his fantasy football brackets, his golf swing, and his weekend drinking plans, and then never once pivot to ask me a single question about my life. After one particularly agonizing Thanksgiving, Maya looked at me in the dark cabin of my truck on the drive back to Charlottesville and softly asked, "Caleb, does your family even know you exist?" I tried to laugh it off, but the question landed in the center of my chest like a block of lead. By the time our 26th birthday rolled around, I had quietly built a very solid, incredibly fulfilling life for myself. I had a small but rapidly expanding custom furniture business. I was handcrafting massive dining tables, complex bookshelves, and intricate bed frames, heirloom pieces that wealthy clients were paying serious money to own. I had just been featured in a regional architectural design magazine. Maya and I had been together for 3 years, and we had just moved into a beautiful craftsman house we were renting with an ironclad option to buy. I was happy. I was stubbornly, quietly happy, like a stubborn weed that had learned to bloom in completely barren soil despite nobody ever bothering to water it. Our parents aggressively insisted on throwing a joint birthday dinner. Turning 26 felt like a milestone, my mom claimed. They booked the private back room at a very expensive, dimly lit steakhouse in Richmond and invited about 35 people. It was a mix of extended family, my parents' country club friends, Liam's rowdy college buddies, and Paige's wealthy parents. The invitation read, "Come celebrate Liam and Caleb's 26th birthday. Equal billing, at least in ink." Maya and I drove in from Charlottesville the evening before. We were forced to stay at a nearby Marriott because my parents' guest room had recently been converted into what my mother unironically called the Liam Memory Room. It was a literal, terrifying shrine to my brother's athletic glory days. Trophies lined custom shelving, framed newspaper clippings covered the walls, and his high school baseball jerseys were professionally mounted in shadow boxes. Maya took one look inside that room, didn't utter a single word, and just squeezed my hand so hard her knuckles turned white. The night of the birthday dinner, Maya and I arrived exactly on time. The private room was aggressively decorated. Silver balloons, a massive custom banner, and an enormous tiered cake with both of our names scrawled in icing. Liam was already there, holding court, shaking hands, hugging aunts, and just radiating that effortless golden retriever energy he always had. I walked in, gave my mom a stiff hug, nodded at my dad, and then strategically retreated to the shadowy edges of the room, quietly nursing a club soda and catching up with an older cousin. Dinner was finally served around 7:30 p.m. The steaks were perfectly cooked, the wine was flowing, and the ambient noise of 35 people laughing was deafening. And then, my dad stood up at the head of the long table. He dramatically clinked his crystal glass with a knife. The entire room fell into a hushed, reverent silence. I sat up a little straighter. I thought to myself, okay, here we go. We are 26 years old. This is a joint party. Surely, this will be balanced. What happened over the next 10 minutes is permanently seared into my brain, and honestly, looking back now, I am profoundly grateful that it happened because it was the brutal slap to the face that finally woke me from a 26-year coma. My dad held his glass high, A warm, glowing smile plastered across his face, the exact smile I had spent my entire miserable childhood desperately trying to earn. He immediately launched into a monologue about Liam. He talked about the terrifying day we were born, specifically focusing on how Liam came out first, screaming his lungs out, ready to conquer the world. He talked about Liam's first steps, his first words, his first home run. He recounted a wildly exaggerated story about Liam at age 8, standing up to a bully on the playground, and how my dad knew right then and there that his son was destined for greatness. He talked about Liam's college baseball career, his magnetic personality, and the way he lights up every single room he enters. He praised Paige, talking about how proud he was that Liam had secured such a wonderful future wife. He talked about Liam's new mid-level corporate job in Atlanta and how he just knew his boy was going to climb straight to the top of the executive ladder. It went on for 10 minutes. 10 full, agonizing, uninterrupted minutes of my father standing in front of 35 people, pouring his entire soul out about my twin brother. Extended family members were dabbing their eyes with linen napkins. My mom was openly weeping. Paige had her hand dramatically pressed over her heart. Liam sat there looking deeply humbled and grateful. And I sat exactly 3 seats down, staring at my half-eaten mashed potatoes, feeling a massive, invisible fault line crack open inside my chest. Everything I had been holding together with duct tape and sheer stubbornness for 26 years was splintering. When my dad finally finished his poetic masterpiece about Liam, he paused. He took a deep, theatrical breath. He turned his head slightly to the left, looked at me, and said, "And happy birthday to you, too, Caleb." He raised his glass in my general direction. A few oblivious people around the table mumbled, "Happy birthday, Caleb," in that deeply awkward, obligatory tone you use when someone suddenly reminds you there is a second person in the room. And then, my dad sat down. The conversation immediately resumed, the clinking of silverware returned. That was it, 7 words. After 600 seconds of pure, unadulterated poetry about my brother, I received 7 words and a vague gesture like I was a forgotten postscript at the bottom of a love letter addressed to someone else. I sat completely frozen for about 10 minutes. I robotically cut my steak. I moved a piece of asparagus around my plate. I took a sip of ice water. Underneath the heavy tablecloth, Maya had her hand resting firmly on my knee, her fingers digging into my leg. I could feel her burning gaze on the side of my face, but I absolutely refused to look back at her because I knew, with absolute certainty, that if I met her eyes, I would completely shatter. I could feel my throat constricting. My eyes were stinging with hot, humiliating tears, and I swore to God I was not going to give them the satisfaction of seeing me break. Not here, not in front of 35 people who had just silently watched my own father verbally erase me from my own birthday. I carefully folded my linen napkin, placed it next to my plate, pushed my heavy chair back, leaned over to Maya, and whispered, "I need to leave right now." She didn't hesitate. She instantly grabbed her purse, stood up, and took my arm. Nobody even noticed us at first. We were already halfway to the heavy wooden exit doors when my aunt finally spotted us and called out, "Caleb, where are you going?" "They haven't even brought out the cake yet." I didn't stop walking. I just threw a glance over my shoulder and flatly said, "I'm not feeling well. Tell everyone goodbye." And we walked out into the cool Virginia night. The drive back to the Marriott was suffocatingly silent for the first 5 miles, I gripping the steering wheel so hard my hands were shaking. Eventually, I abruptly pulled my truck into an empty gas station parking lot, slammed the gear into park, and just sat there staring blankly at the flickering fluorescent lights of the convenience store. Maya didn't push me to speak. She didn't offer empty platitudes. She just sat quietly and waited. And then, the tidal wave hit me. The realization I had been out running for my entire life finally caught up and slammed into me. I wasn't sad anymore. I was furiously, violently angry. It wasn't a loud, explosive anger. It was a cold, quiet rage. The kind of rage that starts in the pit of your stomach and pumps ice water through your veins. 26 years of being the other one. 26 years of being a tiny footnote in my own family's history. 26 years of watching my parents pour every single ounce of love, attention, financial support, and pride into Liam while I stood 3 feet away pretending the starvation didn't hurt. And for what? Because I preferred building things in a quiet shop instead of throwing a leather ball on a grassy field? Because I wasn't a loud, boisterous spectacle? Maya finally broke the silence. Her voice was trembling with her own anger. She looked at me and said, "You do not deserve this, Caleb. You have never deserved this, and I am not going to sit here and watch you keep pretending that this is acceptable. They don't see you, and they never will." I nodded slowly. I couldn't trust my voice to speak. When we finally got back to our hotel room, my phone started vibrating relentlessly. My mom had texted first. "Where did you go? Your father is very upset. You completely embarrassed us in front of everyone by storming out early. Liam is worried about you." I stared at the screen, letting out a dark, hollow laugh. Notice the incredible framing of that text message. My father times is upset. I times embarrassed times them. Liam times is worried. Not a single word asking times why times I left. Not a single shred of self-awareness that anyone in that room understood what had just transpired. Liam texted me a few minutes later, "Hey bro, you good? Mom said you bounced. Hope you're feeling okay. Wish you could have stayed for the cake, it was red velvet." He wasn't trying to be malicious. That is the deeply tragic thing about Liam, he isn't inherently cruel. He has just been so thoroughly cemented as the center of the universe for so long that he lacks the basic capacity to perceive the gross imbalance. Asking Liam to notice the favoritism is like asking a fish to notice the water it swims in. I didn't respond to a single message. Maya and I sat on the edge of that cheap hotel bed, and for the first time in my entire adult life, I laid it all out. I talked about every single ignored milestone. I talked about the time I won first place in a prestigious regional woodworking competition at 17, and my parents completely forgot to attend because Liam had a times practice scrimmage. A practice scrimmage. Not even a real game. I told her about the time I overheard my dad telling my uncle that he was deeply concerned I lacked ambition, while I was literally standing in the garage sanding a custom coffee table I had just been paid $600 to build. Maya listened to all of it, holding my hands. Then she asked a question that fundamentally altered my brain chemistry. "Caleb, you have been waiting 26 years for them to finally see you. What if they never do? What are you going to do then?" I didn't have an answer that night, but the question burrowed deep into my skull. The next morning, my mom called twice. I let it ring into the void. Then, shockingly, my dad called. My dad never called my cell phone. I watched his name flash on the screen, feeling a brief, pathetic flutter of hope that maybe, just maybe, he was calling to apologize. I let it go to voicemail. I listened to it later in the truck. The message was, "Caleb, your mother says you left because you felt sick. Hope you're better. Call us when you get a chance. Liam wants to grab brunch before you drive back." No apology, no self-awareness, just a casual dismissal. Maya and I checked out of the hotel, drove the 2 hours back to Charlottesville, and I didn't call any of them. For the first time in my life, I didn't feel a crushing wave of guilt. I felt completely, utterly done. Not in a dramatic, screaming, bridge-burning way. Done in the quiet, permanent way, the way where you finally accept that a phone works both ways, and if they wanted to reach you, they would. I decided right then and there to stop showing up to tables where no place was set for me. Update 1. The first month after the birthday disaster was bizarrely quiet. I simply stopped initiating contact. I stopped calling on Sunday afternoons. I stopped texting my mom first. I stopped being the invisible glue desperately holding my side of the relationship together. And you want to know the most pathetic part? It took them almost 4 entire weeks to notice I was gone. 28 days passed before my mom finally sent a text, "Haven't heard from you. Everything okay?" It wasn't a panicked phone call. It was a casual text, like she was checking to see if a neglected houseplant was still green. I replied, "Yep, just busy with work." She replied with a thumbs up emoji. That was the entirety of our communication for the next 3 months. During this silence, Maya gently but persistently pushed me into therapy. I started seeing a brilliant psychologist named Dr. Aris. During our very first session I recounted the birthday dinner story. Dr. Aris just leaned back, steepled his fingers, and asked, "Caleb, how long have you been performing the role of okayness just to make your parents comfortable with their own neglect?" I stared at him for a full minute before bursting into tears. Therapy shattered me and slowly rebuilt me. I realized my obsession with being the low-maintenance, independent son was a trauma response. If my parents didn't value me, I convinced myself that needing their validation was a weakness. I had twisted their profound neglect into my own identity and proudly called it maturity. Dr. Aris taught me how to set ironclad boundaries. He told me, "You can love people from a distance without constantly handing them the knife they used to stab you." While I was doing the grueling emotional work in the background, something explosive was happening with my business. Right around the time of the birthday fallout, I was contacted by a very high-profile interior designer named Elena, based out of Raleigh, North Carolina. She had seen my work in the architectural magazine and wanted to commission a massive, custom dining set for a wealthy client's new estate. A massive Appalachian walnut table, 10 matching chairs, and a sprawling buffet. The budget she offered was staggering, $22,000. Imposter syndrome screamed in my head, but Maya stood directly behind my office chair and refused to let me move until I typed out the acceptance email. I spent 4 grueling months on that dining set. I am talking 16-hour days in my shop, meticulously hand-selecting every single slab of walnut, cutting complex dovetail joints that nobody would ever even see, just because I demanded absolute perfection. When I finally delivered the pieces to the estate, the client actually burst into tears. She called it the most exquisite furniture she had ever seen. Elena took professional photographs, plastered them all over her high-profile design portfolio, and tagged my business. That was the spark that ignited a powder keg. Within 3 months, my phone wouldn't stop ringing. Elena referred me to 4 other luxury designers. A boutique hotel in downtown Charlottesville commissioned me to build custom, live-edge headboards and nightstands for 30 luxury suites. A high-end restaurant owner ordered a massive 30-foot epoxy river bar top. I was drowning in lucrative work. I had to hire my first full-time employee, a brilliant craftsman named Sam. 2 months later, I hired a joinery specialist named Chloe. By the end of the summer, I officially incorporated as Caleb Vance Woodworks. I signed a commercial lease on a massive 15,000 square foot warehouse. I had a team of 6 people. I had a sleek website Maya designed. I was pulling in more money in a month than I used to make in a year. I was finally building an empire with my own name on it. That same summer, I proposed to Maya. I did it on the wraparound porch of the house we had just officially purchased together. I custom carved a ring box out of rare black walnut, featuring a tiny, intricate inlay of the Blue Ridge Mountains. She said yes before I even finished my sentence. It was the happiest moment of my life, and I didn't bother telling my parents about the engagement for 3 full weeks. When I finally casually mentioned it during a brief, strained phone call with my mom, her immediate response was, "Oh, that's nice. You know, Paige and Liam are thinking about buying a bigger house in Atlanta soon." I just smiled, said goodbye, and hung up. I didn't even feel the sting anymore. We skipped Thanksgiving in Richmond. We hosted our own massive Friendsgiving in Charlottesville. My mom sent a barrage of passive-aggressive texts about how disappointed my father was, but I just ignored them. We skipped Christmas, too. I was completely detached. I was finally free. And then, the universe delivered a massive plot twist. In early April, Liam got laid off. The corporate marketing firm he worked for in Atlanta went bankrupt, and despite Liam being the golden child of the universe, his charm couldn't save him from corporate restructuring. He called me to vent, sounding genuinely terrified and lost. I felt terrible for him. Regardless of our parents' toxicity, Liam was still my brother, and I didn't want him to suffer. I offered him emotional support and told him to keep his head up. But 2 days later my phone rang. The caller ID said Times Tom Vance. My father, the man who had given me 7 words for my birthday, was calling me on a random Tuesday afternoon. Curiosity got the better of me, so I answered. "Caleb," my dad started, his voice dripping with an unnatural, forced camaraderie. "Your brother is in a really tough spot. I was wondering if you might have some menial work for him at your little shop. Just something to keep cash in his pocket while he figures his life out." I sat back in my leather office chair and stared at the ceiling. My father, who had never once asked about my business, who had never visited my shop, who had never even looked at my website, was now calling to demand I give his favorite son a pity job at my company. I kept my voice dangerously calm. "Dad, do you even know what my company does?" There was a long, awkward silence on the line. You build furniture, right? Tables and stuff?" Tables and stuff. I had just signed a massive $75,000 commercial contract to furnish a luxury resort. I had 6 employees on payroll. And my father thought I made tables and stuff in a garage. I politely informed him that my commercial manufacturing facility was not equipped to hire unskilled laborers with 0 woodworking experience, and that Liam should focus on his own career field. My dad's voice instantly turned cold. "I just thought family was supposed to help family, Caleb." The hypocrisy was so thick it was practically choking me. A month later, my mom called with a new tactic. She brightly announced that she, my dad, Liam, and Paige wanted to drive up to Charlottesville for a weekend to finally see our new house and visit the little shop. Maya looked at me and said, "Let them come. It's time they step into your world." I agreed to host them for exactly 1 afternoon, a house tour, a shop tour, and a dinner. The Saturday they arrived was exactly 1 year after the birthday disaster. They pulled into the driveway of our beautiful craftsman home. My mom walked inside, looked at the stunning, custom-built furniture filling every room, and said, "Oh, this is cute," in the same tone you use to compliment a child's macaroni art. My dad was mostly silent. Liam, however, looked genuinely shocked. He kept running his hands over the dining table, muttering, "Dude, you built this? This is incredible." Then, I took them to the commercial shop. This was the moment I had been waiting for. I unlocked the heavy steel doors to my 15,000 square foot warehouse. The massive industrial saws were humming, the air smelled of rich cedar and lacquer, and my 6 employees were busy assembling high-end pieces. I walked my family past the massive lumber racks, the high-tech CNC machines, and the dedicated finishing rooms. I pointed to the design board covered in blueprints for luxury hotels. My dad stopped dead in the middle of the warehouse floor. He looked at the massive scale of the operation, the expensive machinery, the stacks of completed luxury furniture waiting for freight shipping. For the first time in 26 years, I saw something break behind his eyes. He looked completely caught off guard. He swallowed hard and quietly muttered, This is a real operation you have here." I didn't say a word. I just smiled. But the real explosion was waiting for us at dinner. Update 2. I booked a table at an upscale, quiet restaurant in downtown Charlottesville. I wanted this conversation on my turf. For the first hour, the conversation was agonizingly superficial. But right as dessert was being served, my mom couldn't help herself. She leaned across the table, put on her best pleading face, and said, "Caleb, honey, are you absolutely sure you can't find a little corner in your shop for Liam? Just a small management role? It would mean the absolute world to your father and me. A little corner in my shop." I carefully set my fork down. Maya slipped her hand onto my knee. I looked directly at my mother, my voice devoid of any emotion. "Mom, before I answer that, I need to ask you a question. Do you have any idea what my company's gross revenue was last year?" My mom blinked, completely confused. My dad slowly looked up from his coffee. Liam and Paige froze. "It was just over $410,000, I stated clearly. I have 6 full-time employees. I have commercial contracts, spanning 4 states. I am currently outfitting a $75,000 luxury resort in the mountains. This is not a little shop I run out of a garage. This is a massive corporate entity. It is my life's work. And the fact that you are sitting here, begging me to invent a fake job for your golden child in a business you know absolutely nothing about, tells me everything I need to know." The table went dead silent. The air was sucked entirely out of the room. My mom's jaw actually dropped. But it was my dad's reaction that changed everything. My dad didn't look proud. He didn't look ashamed. His eyes suddenly lit up with a frantic, desperate kind of greed. He leaned forward, his hands trembling slightly, and the massive, shocking twist of my family's perfect facade finally revealed itself. "Caleb," my dad started, his voice cracking. "Son, that is incredible. Truly, I am so proud of you. In fact, your mother and I have been meaning to talk to you about a family investment opportunity." Liam looked at our dad, his brow furrowed in utter confusion. "Dad, what are you talking about?" My dad ignored Liam entirely, his desperate eyes locked onto me. The truth spilled out like vomit. For the past 3 years, the commercial real estate market in Richmond had been completely brutalizing my father's firm. He was practically bankrupt. But instead of downsizing their lavish lifestyle, my dad had secretly taken out a massive second mortgage on their Richmond house to keep up appearances. Worse, he confessed that he had been secretly funneling tens of thousands of dollars to Liam to help pay for Liam's extravagant wedding and luxury apartment in Atlanta, using high-interest credit lines. My dad had built an entire mountain of debt just to maintain the illusion that Liam was a massive success and that our family was flawless. "The bank is threatening foreclosure, Caleb," my dad whispered, looking around the restaurant nervously. "I thought if Liam got a job with you, he could start paying me back. But if your business is pulling in $500,000, Caleb, I need a loan. I need $150,000 to save the family home. Family helps family, right?" I sat there, completely paralyzed by the sheer audacity. The 26 years of neglect, the birthday speech, the constant dismissal. It wasn't just blind favoritism. It was transactional. My dad only worshipped Liam because Liam fit the aesthetic of a successful son. And the absolute second Liam faltered, and the second my dad realized times was the one hoarding the actual wealth, he immediately tried to pivot and bleed me dry to save his own skin. I looked at Liam. My brother looked like he had just been hit by a freight train. The horror dawning on his face was absolute. Liam finally realized that he wasn't truly loved. He was just a shiny trophy our dad used to stroke his own ego. And now that the trophy was tarnished, Dad was trying to pawn it off. I looked back at my father. I didn't yell. I didn't scream. I just felt a profound, overwhelming sense of pity. "Dad," I said softly, leaning over the table, "I remember my 26th birthday. I remember sitting there while you talked about Liam for 10 minutes. And then you looked at me, and you gave me exactly 7 words. Do you remember what they were?" My dad swallowed hard, sweat beading on his forehead. He couldn't speak. I stood up from the table, dropped a $100 bill on the wood to cover my meal, and looked down at the man who had ignored me my entire life. "I have exactly 7 words for you now," I said, making sure every syllable landed like a hammer strike. "I will never give you a dime." I took Maya's hand and walked out of the restaurant, leaving them sitting in the wreckage of their own making. That was a year ago. The fallout was apocalyptic. My dad's firm completely collapsed, and the bank foreclosed on the Richmond house. My parents are currently renting a tiny 2-bedroom apartment and fighting constantly. I haven't spoken to either of them since that night in the restaurant, and I never will again. The truly surprising part of this story is Liam. That night shattered the golden illusion for him. He realized our parents had financially weaponized his life and set him up for failure just to brag to their country club friends. Liam completely cut ties with our dad, too. Without the toxic pressure of being the perfect son, Liam actually humbled himself. He moved to a smaller, affordable apartment with Paige, took a grueling entry-level job in a completely different industry, and started going to intense therapy. We talk on the phone once a week now. It's awkward, and we have a lot of baggage to unpack, but for the first time in our lives, we are actually building a real brotherhood without our parents pulling the strings. As for me, Caleb Vance Woodworks just cleared $600,000 in revenue this year. Maya and I got married last month in the backyard of our beautiful home, surrounded by friends who actually see us and love us. My parents weren't invited. Liam was my best man. If you are out there reading this, and you are the invisible child in your family, I want you to hear this loud and clear. The people who refuse to see your worth do not hold the pen to your story. Stop begging for a seat at their table. Walk away, build your own table with your own two hands, and only invite the people who actually value the craftsmanship. Top comments. User 1. The absolute unmitigated gall of your father to ignore you for 26 years, call your life's work a little shop, and then immediately pivot to begging for $150K when he realized you were rich. The 7 words line at the end was pure cinematic perfection. You dropped a nuke on that table. User 2. I am so incredibly happy for Liam's character arc. Most golden children never wake up from the delusion. The fact that he realized your dad was just using him as a prop to fund his own ego, and then actively chose to cut him off and rebuild a relationship with you, is the best plot twist here. User 3. I will never give you a dime. Exactly 7 words. I literally got chills reading that. You built an empire out of the scraps they threw at you, and when they tried to eat at your table, you served them nothing but reality. Masterpiece. Wishing you and Maya a beautiful marriage. I need space. My girlfriend texted from another man's apartment. I replied understood, canceled her credit cards, and let foreclosure do the rest. My name is Marcus 28 male, and up until a few months ago, I was in a 2.5-year relationship with Chloe, 24 female. We didn't officially live together. She had her own quaint little studio apartment downtown, and I had my own place closer to my corporate job in the financial district. But for the last 14 months of our relationship, I had essentially become her sole financial provider, her safety net, and her personal ATM. To understand how we got here, you have to understand Chloe's delusion. About a year and a half into our relationship, Chloe decided to quit her perfectly good part-time job as a barista. She constantly complained about smelling like roasted coffee beans and dealing with rude customers. Her ultimate dream was to become a full-time lifestyle, beauty, and travel influencer. She was convinced she was just one viral video away from securing massive brand deals. The glaring problem was that her influencer gig wasn't bringing in a single dime. In fact, it was a massive, gaping financial sinkhole. She was constantly buying new designer outfits, expensive ring lights, high-end cosmetics, and booking aesthetic coffee shops just to capture the perfect Instagram shot. Because I loved her deeply and believed in supporting a partner's ambitions, I foolishly stepped in to bridge the financial gap while she grew her audience. I fell victim to the sunk cost fallacy. And by bridging the gap, I mean I was entirely bankrolling her existence. I had given her 2 premium credit cards in my name, listing her as an authorized user. I was paying her unlimited cell phone plan, her premium car insurance, her luxury $150 a month gym membership, all her music and television streaming services, and even her upgraded cloud storage for all those high-resolution photos she took daily. Altogether, her lifestyle was costing me roughly $2,200 a month. And that $2,200 didn't even include the lavish weekend dinners we went on, the random gifts she'd demand for her, unboxing content, or the occasional $300 cash transfers I'd send her via Venmo when she inevitably couldn't make her portion of her studio apartments. Rent. Enter Liam, 27 male. Liam was Chloe's so-called best friend from her college days. He was the classic, textbook orbiter, the guy who was always the absolute first to like her posts, dropping heart eyes and fire emojis on every single selfie within seconds of it going live. He was the one she always swore was just a platonic friend, and repeatedly told me I was being deeply overreacting, controlling, and insecure if I ever brought up his obvious intentions. This was the dude who was texting her "Good morning, beautiful, hope you crush it today" before I even had the chance to wake up and make my morning coffee. I always had a gut feeling about him, but I suppressed it to keep the peace. 4 weeks ago, the absolute peak of audacity occurred. I was sitting at my desk at work, buried in complex financial spreadsheets, when my phone buzzed. It was a massive paragraph from Chloe. "Hey babe, so Liam's roommate completely bailed on him out of nowhere, and he's offering me the extra room in his apartment for super cheap. I really need this opportunity, Marcus. It's time for me to get out of my tiny studio and focus entirely on my brand without any outside distractions. I think we need to do no contact for a month, okay? I'm just really trying to figure myself out, find my creative voice, and protect my peace. We're still together, obviously. I just need space to breathe and grow. Love you so much." I sat there in my ergonomic office chair, the fluorescent lights buzzing above me, and stared at that glowing screen for a solid 10 minutes. My brain was completely short-circuiting trying to process the sheer, unadulterated entitlement radiating from those words. Let me get the logistics of this straight. She is packing up her life and moving into an apartment with another man, a man who clearly, desperately wants to sleep with her, but we are obviously still a committed couple? and I am suddenly considered a distraction that needs to be cut off for a whole month. While I am simultaneously expected to continue quietly covering her $2,200 monthly living expenses from the shadows. A cold, terrifyingly calm wave of absolute clarity washed over me. The thick, blinding fog of love completely evaporated in an instant. I didn't write a long, emotional paragraph back. I didn't beg her to stay. I didn't call her crying and asking what I did wrong. I typed a single word. Understood. Arky. And then, I got to work. Real work. Update 1. I stood up, walked over to my office door, and locked it. I pulled up my personal laptop, opened a new browser window, and brought up every single banking and utility application I possessed. The great purge commenced. First, the credit cards. She had 2 of my premium travel cards where she was listed as an authorized user. One had an $8,500 limit, the other a $6,000 limit. Both were practically maxed out from her endless business expenses, which translated to designer shoes, luxury brunches, and trips to Sephora. I had been making the minimum payments like an absolute clown for a year. I navigated to the Account Management tab, clicked Revoke Authorized User Access, and then selected Deactivate Card for both pieces of plastic. A green checkmark appeared. Done. Her physical cards were now completely useless pieces of plastic. Next, the phone plan. I logged into my Verizon family account. There was her number, happily utilizing my unlimited 5G data to upload her TikToks. I selected her specific line, clicked Remove from Family Plan, and hit Confirm. Effective immediately. She would have no cellular service the second she stepped off Wi-Fi. Car insurance was next. I logged into my Geico portal. She drove a leased Honda Civic that was somehow bundled onto my policy to save us money. I swiftly removed her vehicle and deleted her name as an insured driver. She could figure out how to drive legally on the roads by herself. Then came the daily lifestyle perks. The $150 a month luxury gym membership. Cancelled online. The Spotify Premium Family Plan? Booted her device permanently. The Netflix, Hulu, Max, and Amazon Prime accounts she used every single evening? Passwords changed to complex alphanumeric strings, and I forced a global sign out of all devices command. Even her precious online shopping accounts that were tied to my email address and payment methods, I went in and deleted the entire profiles, wiping her saved carts and wish lists into the digital void. The whole systematic dismantling of her financial safety net took me exactly 45 minutes. When I finally closed my laptop, I felt lighter than I had in 2.5 years. The crushing weight of her financial burden was gone. I picked up my phone, navigated to her contact, and hit block. She wanted a month of no contact to find herself? She was going to get exactly what she asked for, down to the absolute letter. The clock was officially ticking. The absolute silence lasted for exactly 3 days. On the afternoon of the 4th day, my phone started lighting up like a Christmas tree with rapid-fire calls from unknown numbers and mutual acquaintances. I didn't pick up a single one, but the voicemails they left were absolute cinematic gold. I poured myself a glass of bourbon and listened to them in my living room. The first voicemail was from her enabler friend, Jessica. "Oh my God, Marcus, what the hell did you do? Chloe's card just stopped working at the mall and she's completely losing her mind. This is so incredibly low and toxic of you. You are literally financially abusing her. Call her back right now and fix this." The second was from her mother, Brenda. "Hi Marcus, honey, it's Brenda. There seems to be some sort of strange mix-up with Chloe's credit cards. She thinks it's a bank glitch but she can't get a hold of you because her calls aren't going through. Can you please call the bank and sort it out? She's really upset and stressed out." The third voicemail was from Chloe herself, clearly using Liam's phone number. "What the actual hell, Marcus? My card just got declined at Whole Foods in front of literally everyone. The cashier looked at me like I was a homeless person. How could you do this to me? This is literal financial manipulation and abuse. Turn the cards back on right now. You are ruining my life." Financial manipulation? That was a phenomenally bold accusation coming from a woman who had just packed her bags, moved into another man's apartment, and demanded zero contact while fully expecting her boyfriend to blindly bankroll her existence. I listened to the voicemails, laughed out loud, and went back to eating my dinner. I ignored every single one of them. She wanted space, and I was committed to giving it to her. But the absolute best voicemail came late that same night. It was Chloe again, and this time the anger was gone. She was hysterically, uncontrollably sobbing. "Marcus, please pick up. My car insurance lapsed because you took me off, and I got pulled over for a busted taillight. The cop gave me a $520 ticket for driving uninsured and almost impounded my car. I don't have the money to pay this. And Liam saw my card get declined at the grocery store today. I had to pretend that I accidentally grabbed my old canceled debit card. It was so humiliating. Please, Marcus, I'm begging you, just turn the cards back on. I'll pay you back eventually, I swear on my life. This is so embarrassing. Embarrassing? Perfect. Maybe that was something she should have considered before she moved into a guy's apartment who actively thirsts over her, and told the man paying her bills that she needed no contact. Update 2. The chaos finally erupted in person yesterday afternoon. It was a Saturday, and I was in the middle of meal prepping for the week when there was a frantic, aggressive pounding on my front door. I looked through the peephole. It was Chloe. And standing awkwardly right behind her, looking like a lost puppy, was Liam. She had actually brought the guy she moved in with to confront me about cutting off the voluntary allowance I was giving her. I unlocked the deadbolt, opened the door, and leaned against the frame, crossing my arms. Chloe looked like a complete wreck. The polished, flawless influencer veneer was completely gone. She had no makeup on, her hair was shoved into a greasy, messy ponytail, and she was wearing a pair of faded, oversized sweatpants. Liam stood a few feet back on the porch, looking incredibly uncomfortable and aggressively staring at his shoes while fiddling with his phone. "Marcus, we seriously need to talk right now," Chloe demanded, her voice trembling with a mix of rage and panic. "You asked for a month of no contact," I said calmly, not moving an inch. "It's only been 2 weeks. You're breaking your own rules. Stop it, Marcus, just stop," she screamed, her face turning red. "You know exactly what you did. You completely tanked my credit and ruined my life." "Your credit?" I raised an eyebrow, genuinely amused. "Chloe, those are my credit cards. They are in my name, tied to my social security number, paid from my checking account. You were just an authorized user spending my money. Your credit is completely unaffected." Liam finally decided to play the white knight and chimed in, his voice cracking slightly. "Dude, you gotta admit, that's kind of harsh. She was heavily relying on those cards to survive." I slowly turned my gaze to Liam. I let the heavy silence hang in the air for a few agonizing seconds before I spoke. "You're seriously standing on my porch right now? She moved into your apartment, Liam. She's living with you. But I'm supposed to keep paying her bills and buying her groceries while she plays house with you." Liam's eyes darted back and forth nervously. "Look, man, it's not like that. We're just friends. She just needed a place to stay to focus on her art." "Right," I said, nodding slowly. "Just friends. Well, friend, she's your roommate now. You feed her." Chloe stepped between us, her fists clenched. "Marcus, I need those cards turned back on right now. I have a massive brand partnership meeting tomorrow morning via Zoom and I need to look professional. I don't even have the money to get my hair done or buy my specific foundation. You are sabotaging my career." "That sounds like a massive you problem," I replied, totally deadpan. "I swear to God I will take you to court," she shrieked, pointing a shaking finger at my chest. "You controlled me financially. You made me dependent on you and now you're punishing me for needing space. My followers will ruin you." "Sue me for what, exactly?" I laughed, unable to hold it in anymore. "Stopping the flow of free money? Go right ahead. Please, take me to court. Call a lawyer right now. I have over 2 years of bank statements showing tens of thousands of dollars spent at Sephora, Ulta, Zara, and high-end coffee shops, all while you posted on Instagram about being an independent, self-made queen." I looked over at Liam, who was suddenly looking very pale and sweaty. "Yo, Liam, didn't she tell you I was a controlling, toxic boyfriend?" Liam shifted uncomfortably, looking at Chloe and then back at me. Yeah. She said you were financially abusive, and wouldn't let her leave." Toxic?" I asked, looking back at Chloe. "I paid every single one of her bills while she chased an influencer dream that generated zero revenue. And controlling? She literally packed her bags and moved in with you, buddy. Does that sound like I controlled her movements or who she hung out with?" Chloe's face went from red to a sickly white. "You are destroying my life. My engagement is dropping because I can't afford to keep up my content. My car registration is expired and I can't afford to renew it. I can't even afford food." I feigned shock and looked at Liam. "Wait, what? Liam's not covering the grocery bill? That's so odd. I thought you guys were roommates? Surely he's helping out with the household expenses." Liam looked at her, his confusion morphing into visible irritation. I paid your share of the rent this month because you said your funds were tied up in brand investments." "Not right now, Liam," Chloe snapped at him aggressively. You could physically see the gears turning in Liam's head. The realization was washing over him in real time. He thought he was moving in a vulnerable, beautiful girl who was finally leaving her toxic boyfriend, and that he was going to swoop in, be the hero, and get a girlfriend. Chloe, on the other hand, thought she was getting a free place to stay with her pathetic orbiter while keeping me on the hook as her personal ATM. "Look," I said, stepping back into my apartment and grabbing the door handle. "You wanted space to focus on yourself and your brand. I am giving you that exact space. Now get off my property before I call the police and have you both trespassed." Chloe immediately broke down into hysterical, ugly tears, dropping to her knees on the porch. "You don't get it, Marcus. I have bills. I have responsibilities. My minimum payments on my personal student loans are $400 a month. Then get a job. Content creation is my job, she wailed. Your 4,500 followers aren't paying your bills, Chloe. I was. And now I'm not. Goodbye. I started to close the door. She quickly shoved her foot in the jam to stop it. I'll post about this. I will expose exactly what kind of abusive person you are on TikTok. I will ruin your reputation. Please do, I smiled warmly. Make sure you explicitly mention the part where you moved in with another man while expecting your boyfriend to fund your entire life. I'm sure that will get a ton of likes and sympathy. I shoved her foot back with my shoe, slammed the heavy wooden door shut, and locked the deadbolt. Her little smear campaign kicked off almost immediately. That evening, she posted a tearful, highly edited video on TikTok and Instagram about surviving financial abuse in relationships and how her toxic ex left her stranded with nothing. It got maybe 600 views. And the comments from her own followers were absolutely ruthless. Wait, didn't you just post last week that you moved in with your male bestie? So let me get this straight. Your ex paid all your bills and you left him, and now you're mad he stopped paying? Where do I sign up for this kind of financial abuse? This is so incredibly cringe. Delete this before more people see it. She deleted the video within 3 hours. Update 3. The real desperation hit the following Tuesday. I was at the gym, doing a set of deadlifts, when I got a direct message on Instagram. It was from Liam. Hey man, we seriously need to talk. Chloe has been lying to me this whole time. She told me she had enough savings to pay half the rent and utilities for the next 6 months, but she is completely broke. She's been eating all my food, using my expensive shower products, and she just sits on the couch crying all day refusing to clean. She already owes me $1,100 for rent and groceries. Is there any way you can take her back or at least help her out financially? I read the message while wiping the sweat off my face and actually laughed out loud in the middle of the gym. I typed back, that sounds like a massive issue for you, buddy. She's your roommate now. Her mom lives 25 minutes away. Tell her to go there. Liam replied immediately, his panic obvious through the text. I tried. Her mom won't take her in unless she deletes her social media and gets a real full-time job. She refuses to do it. Bro, this isn't even funny anymore. She tried flirting with me last night to get me to pay for her car insurance. When I told her I didn't have the money, she flipped out, threw a glass at the wall, and called me a broke loser. I had to leave my own apartment to get away from her. You wanted her as a roommate, I replied coldly. You played stupid games, Liam. Enjoy your stupid prize. Do not contact me again. The real kicker, however, came from Chloe's mother Brenda. Brenda actually called me the next day, and unlike Chloe, she sounded genuinely apologetic, exhausted, and deeply embarrassed. Marcus, honey, I am so deeply sorry to bother you. Brenda sighed heavily over the phone. I had absolutely no idea you were covering all of her expenses. She lied to my face. She told me she was earning a fantastic income online from brand deals and affiliate links. Brenda, she made maybe $250 a month from random Amazon affiliate links. I explained gently. That was her entire income. I paid for everything else. Oh my dear Lord, Brenda gasped, her voice breaking. And the credit cards? She told me there was a bank error and you were holding her money hostage. Are they really maxed out? Yes, I confirmed. Between the two cards, there is about $14,500 in debt. All clothes, makeup, luxury dining, and random aesthetic junk for her videos. If you check her socials, every single post, every meal, every outfit was directly funded by my paycheck. There was a long, heavy silence on the other end of the line. I could hear Brenda taking a shaky breath. I am cutting her off entirely too, Marcus. I told her she can come home, but only if she gets a job at my friend's dental clinic as a receptionist. She has to work 40 hours a week, and pay me rent. I am done enabling this delusion. I raised her better than this. Good call, Brenda. You're a good mom, and you're doing the right thing for her long term. You're a good man, Marcus. You deserve so much better than how my daughter treated you. I am so sorry for the pain she caused. Hearing that from her own mother felt like the ultimate vindication. Update 4. Yesterday marked exactly 1 month since the infamous I need space text. Right on cue, like a perfectly programmed robot, Chloe texted me from a completely new phone number. Hey love, the month is officially up. I've done a lot of reflecting and journaling, and I miss us so much. Can we please meet up and talk? Liam is being super weird and creepy and I really need to leave this apartment. I read the text and left it on read. No reply. An hour later, my phone buzzed again. Hello? Yes. 10 minutes later, Marcus, please. I know I messed up. I'm sorry. 5 minutes later, I will do literally anything. Just respond to me. 2 minutes later, fine. Be immature and ignore me. See if I care. But she did care. And it escalated to a level of insanity I never anticipated. At 2 p.m., I was in a crucial quarterly financial review meeting in the glass conference room at my office. Suddenly, I saw my manager looking out into the main lobby with a horrified expression. I turned around in my chair. Chloe was in the lobby of my corporate office building. She was completely unhinged, sobbing hysterically, makeup running down her face, and actively trying to push past the front desk security guard, a large man named Stan. "I need to see Marcus. He's my boyfriend. He left me homeless. He stole my money." She was screaming at the top of her lungs, causing a massive scene. My coworkers were all staring through the glass, completely dumbfounded. Building security had to physically restrain her arms and aggressively escort her out of the building. As she was being dragged through the automatic sliding glass doors, she caught sight of me sitting in the conference room and shrieked, "I just want my things back, Marcus, give me my things." "What things? We never even lived together. I didn't have a single item of hers at my apartment." My boss pulled me aside after the chaos subsided and the police were called to issue a trespass warning. "Hey man, are you good? Do you need HR to help you file a restraining order?" That was intense. "I might actually need to look into that," I muttered, deeply embarrassed but also completely detached from her absolute insanity. When I finally got off work and checked my phone, I had 87 missed calls from 5 different unknown numbers. The voicemails had devolved from begging to pure, unadulterated venom and threats. "You completely ruined my life," she screamed in one voicemail, her voice hoarse. "Liam is officially kicking me out by Friday. My credit score is completely shot. You are a textbook narcissist and an abuser. I'm going to call your mother and tell her exactly what kind of monster she raised." She actually didn't call my mom. My mom called me, laughing so hard she could barely breathe. "Marcus, your crazy ex-girlfriend just called me crying hysterically about credit cards and homelessness." My mom chuckled over the phone. "I told her that the local McDonald's down the street is hiring at $15 an hour, told her to wear a hairnet, and hung up." "Thanks, Mom." Chloe had immediately texted my mom back, called her a bitter old hag, and blocked her. It was the absolute funniest thing that happened all week. Update 5. Liam lasted exactly 36 days. He finally grew a spine and gave Chloe a written eviction notice. It literally said, "Leave by Sunday at 5 p.m. or all your crap is going on the curb." It wasn't technically legal, since she had established residency and wasn't on the lease, but the message was crystal clear. How do I know this? Because Chloe took a photo of the handwritten note and texted it to me with the caption, "Look at what you caused." I finally replied, "You caused this entirely on your own. I am literally going to be homeless on Sunday." She typed back, "Your mom's house has plenty of space. She wants me to work at her friend's dental clinic as a receptionist." Do you have any idea how degrading that is for someone with my platform and aesthetic? More or less degrading than having your card declined at Whole Foods in front of the guy you left me for? I absolutely hate you. Okay. That was it. Just okay. She proceeded to send 55 more rapid-fire texts that I didn't even bother reading. I just cleared the notifications and went about my day. But the real, universe-delivered karma? That came from the maxed-out credit cards. Unbeknownst to me, during the last few months of our relationship, Chloe had been engaging in some incredibly shady, borderline illegal financial maneuvers. Because the cards I gave her were maxed out, she had secretly been using a third credit card, one she opened in her own name, to pay the minimum balances on my cards, and then using a sketchy cash advance app to cycle the money back. She was creating a fake payment loop to artificially inflate her available credit and keep the plates spinning. When I abruptly canceled the cards and locked the accounts, that delicate house of cards collapsed instantly. The sudden halt in the payment cycle flagged her personal accounts for highly suspicious activity. I received a call from the bank's fraud department, asking about the unusual payment history. I explained exactly what happened. I was the primary account holder, she was an authorized user, and I had no idea she was cycling payments from external, unverified accounts using cash advances. The bank investigator thanked me for my cooperation. They are now officially investigating Chloe for credit fraud and check kiting using someone else's accounts for a payment cycle scam. It is highly illegal, and it carries severe financial penalties and potential criminal charges. Who knew? Well, I did, eventually. That's why I kept meticulous records of every single transaction, every text, and every bank statement. Update 6. Chloe's influencer career officially crashed and burned in spectacularly public fashion yesterday. She decided it was a brilliant idea to post a Get Ready With Me video on TikTok to prove to her followers she was still thriving. She was wearing a recycled outfit from 3 years ago, and she was filming it in Liam's cramped, dirty bathroom. Right in the middle of her applying her concealer and talking about positive vibes, you could loudly hear Liam pounding aggressively on the bathroom door. "Chloe, get the hell out of there. I need to shower for my actual, real job." Liam shouted clearly in the background. She tried to play it off and giggle, but the internet is undefeated. The comments were utterly brutal. Is this the girl who survived financial abuse? Why is her roommate yelling at her? This is so pathetic. Roommate drama? Yikes. Are you actually homeless now? Girl, that's the same Zara top you wore in 2020. You're screaming broke. She had a total mental breakdown and permanently deleted her entire account. All 4,500 followers, gone in a single click. Later that evening, Liam messaged me one last time. She's finally out, bro. Her mom showed up with a U-Haul truck and literally dragged her out of my apartment. Chloe was screaming the entire time about how everyone in her life was betraying her and holding her back from greatness. She went totally unhinged. Good luck to whoever has to deal with her next. I am so completely done. Also, Liam added a minute later. I'm really sorry. She genuinely convinced me that you were an abusive monster. I honestly thought I was saving her from a bad situation. You thought you were getting a girlfriend, Liam, I replied. Yeah. Honestly, that too. I was an idiot. At least he finally admitted it. Brenda, the mom, texted me later that night. Marcus, Chloe is home. She starts at the dental clinic on Monday morning at 8 a.m. sharp. Regular job, regular pay. Thank you for not pressing formal harassment charges after she showed up at your office. No problem, Brenda. I just hope she finally learns how the real world works. She says you guys are just on a temporary break, and that you will reconcile and take her back once you cool off. Brenda added. She is completely delusional. That's exactly what I told her, I replied. According to Brenda, Chloe is now paying market rate rent to live in her childhood bedroom. She apparently cried for 6 hours straight when she realized she had to wake up at 6:30 a.m. to commute to a desk job. Final update. It has now been exactly 2 months since Chloe sent me that infamous text and moved in with Liam. The dust has finally settled, and here is the landing. Chloe is living with her mother, working a soul-crushing 9-to-5 shift at the dental clinic, answering phones, filing paperwork, and scheduling root canals. Her social media accounts are entirely private now, and she has exactly 52 followers. Brenda recently sent me a photo of Chloe sitting behind the reception desk, wearing oversized blue medical scrubs, looking absolutely miserable and defeated. I looked at the photo, and for the first time in years, I felt absolutely nothing. No pity, no anger, just complete indifference. Liam recently posted an ad in a local Facebook housing group seeking a new roommate. His listing included very specific demands: must have proof of steady W-2 income, absolutely no influencers or content creators. The comments on his post were full of mutual friends brutally mocking him about the Chloe situation. He learned his lesson the hard way. As for me, I am absolutely thriving. That $2,200 a month that I am no longer spending on Chloe's delusions is now aggressively paying down the credit card debt she racked up. I should be completely debt-free in about 7 months. My credit score has already shot up by 45 points. I am also dating an incredible woman named Maya. She is a 7-year-old structural engineer I met at my local indoor climbing gym. Maya is fiercely independent, pays her own way, and finds the entire Chloe saga absolutely hilarious. Last weekend, Maya and I ordered spicy pad thai takeout, opened a nice bottle of wine, and spent the entire evening reviewing my old credit card statements, just laughing at the sheer absurdity of the charges I used to blindly pay for. $450 at a high-end cosmetics counter for essential investment pieces. $350 for a massive ring light that she used exactly twice. $250 for a business networking dinner at an exclusive downtown nightclub. $180 for content creation brunches consisting of avocado toast and mimosas. The total financial damage over the course of our 2-year relationship? Approximately $38,000, and that includes the rent assistance, the phone bills, the car insurance, and the endless stream of random cash transfers. Maya looked over the spreadsheets, took a sip of her wine, and said, Marcus, you weren't her boyfriend, you were her angel investor, and she was a terrible startup. Pretty much perfectly summarizes it. Just last week, Chloe tried one final, desperate play. She texted me from yet another new number. It was a massive, 4-paragraph text about her personal growth, the deep lessons she's learned, and the special, undeniable connection we share. The craziest part? She actually wrote that she forgave me for overreacting to her moving in with Liam. She forgives me? I replied, who is this? Stop it, Marcus, you know it's me. Sorry, I don't have this number saved in my contacts. It's Chloe. Please do not contact me ever again. Marcus, I am literally trying to apologize to you. No, Chloe, you are broke, you are miserable at your job, and you need a financial sponsor. I am not that guy anymore. Goodbye. Blocked. Her friend Jessica even tried to reach out to me, claiming that Chloe was genuinely sorry and was willing to set up a payment plan to repay me for the credit cards. With what money, Jessica? I asked. She's working full-time now. Jessica defended. She makes $21 an hour. I replied. After taxes, rent to her mom, and living expenses, it would take her roughly 4 years to cover the $14,500 on those cards, assuming she gives me her entire disposable paycheck. Hard pass. She swears she didn't mean anything by moving in with Liam. It was purely platonic. I literally do not care anymore, Jessica, the relationship is done. Stop contacting me. Some of our mutual friends actually bought into Chloe's fabricated financial abuse narrative. I lost a few friends over it, but I kept the ones who mattered, the ones I showed the actual bank statements to, quality over quantity any day. I recently heard that Chloe started a new, anonymous Instagram account dedicated to debt-free living and offering financial independence tips for young women. It currently has 14 followers, most of which appear to be spam bots. Her recent post about avoiding toxic money dynamics in relationships got exactly 3 comments, all from her mother's middle-aged friends saying things like, "Just focus on your job at the clinic, honey." The sheer audacity is almost impressive. I learned an incredibly costly lesson about establishing boundaries, recognizing red flags, and understanding my own self-worth. $38,000 is an incredibly steep tuition fee for the school of Don't Be a Chump, but the education I received is absolutely priceless, right? Maya and I are currently planning a 2-week backpacking trip through Europe for next summer. I am paying my exact half of the trip, and she is paying her exact half. We booked the flights together, split the Airbnb costs down the middle, and planned our budget like actual, mature adults. It is the most refreshing, liberating feeling in the world. To anyone out there who might be in a similar situation, reading this and feeling that pit in your stomach, cut them off. The absolute second someone blatantly disrespects you, takes your resources for granted, or treats you like an ATM while prioritizing other people, believe them. Do not wait for them to pack their bags and move in with another guy before you finally open your eyes. Chloe explicitly told me she wanted space to figure things out. Well, she got exactly what she asked for. She figured out that without my credit cards, my patience, and my bank account, she is just another ordinary person with a regular 9-to-5 job, living in her childhood bedroom with her mom, posting inspirational quotes on the internet that absolutely nobody reads. And honestly, that is exactly the life she earned. Top comments. User 1. The absolute sheer audacity of her moving in with her best friend who actively hits on her, and then having the nerve to get mad that you stopped paying for her lifestyle. She literally wanted to play house with another man on your dime. You handled this beautifully, Marcus. Enjoy Europe with Maya. User 2. Maya's comment about you being an angel investor for a terrible startup is the most accurate thing I've ever read on this app. $38,000 is a tough pill to swallow. But look at it this way. You paid $38K to get a parasite out of your life before you married her, and she took half of everything you own. Money well spent. User 3. As someone who works in banking, the fact that she was doing a payment cycle scam with cash advance apps to artificially inflate the credit limit while you were paying the minimums is wild. That's textbook credit fraud. The fact that the bank is investigating her is the sweetest karma possible. She really thought she was a financial genius until the music stopped. You owe this family, my dad demanded after freezing my bank accounts. I stayed quiet until court, then let grandma's secret will do the rest. My parents broke into my home and sued me for $110,000, claiming I stole my brother's inheritance to fund my business. So I stood up in court, handed the judge his Vegas receipts, and watched my family lose absolutely everything. When I was 16, I made a silent, unbreakable promise to myself. I would never rely on anyone to save me, not my parents, not my teachers, not some magical opportunity that might fall from the sky. Just me. That single promise shaped every solitary decision I made for the rest of my life. If you asked my parents back then, I was just the quiet, antisocial one. The weird kid who always had his face illuminated by the harsh blue light of a cheap, secondhand laptop. The one who supposedly didn't understand how the real world worked. Meanwhile, my older brother, Derek, walked around our house like he was born wearing a crown. Every single birthday felt like a royal coronation. Every family dinner was a theatrical performance of his supposed brilliance, his athletic prowess, his endless potential. And my parents? They always clapped the loudest, completely blind to the reality of who he actually was. I'm 26 now, but this nightmare truly began a few years back when I was turning 23. By that point, I had completely paid off my student loans. Yes, every single cent of them. I had bought my first home in cash, nothing flashy or extravagant, just a quiet, modest 3-bedroom place in the Chicago suburbs. I had grown my digital marketing and SaaS agency into something I was profoundly proud of. I was pulling in strong 6 figures in revenue, managing a dedicated team of freelance developers, and enjoying the kind of absolute financial freedom that most people my age could only dream about. I wasn't flashy about it. I didn't post pictures of my car on Instagram or brag on Facebook. I just kept my head down, drank my black coffee, and worked. I knew deep in my bones that if I ever stopped to publicly celebrate my success, someone in my family would try to sink their claws into it. Turns out, my paranoia was entirely justified. Growing up, my dad, Arthur, was a regional manager for a mid-sized logistics company. He wore his middle management title like a medal of honor, demanding respect from everyone he encountered. My mom, Helen, floated aimlessly between part-time administrative jobs and her true full-time career, being the ultimate enabler of Derek's delusions of grandeur. Derek is 2 years older than me and has always been the undisputed golden child. My parents used to joke that Derek came out of the womb with a winning smile and a corporate sponsorship. It absolutely did not matter that he failed basic college courses, completely totaled 2 different cars before he was 20, or once maxed out my dad's emergency credit card on a wild spring break trip to Cabo that he explicitly wasn't allowed to go on. Every single time, my parents found a miraculous way to brush it off. He's just finding his path. My mom would coo. He's meant for great things, he just has a lot of creative energy. My dad would echo. And me? I was the ultimate backup plan. The invisible sibling whose only purpose was to not cause trouble while they poured all their resources into Derek. I vividly remember one specific Thanksgiving dinner not long before all hell broke loose. We were sitting at my parents' house. The turkey was dry and half-carved, and my mom was already a glass and a half deep into her cheap-boxed wine. Derek had just slunk back from Austin, Texas, after trying out some ridiculous AI-driven crypto startup idea that ended predictably, with him crashing on a stranger's couch, entirely broke, and begging for a plane ticket home. My parents welcomed him back like a conquering war hero returning from a grueling campaign. At the dinner table, my dad proudly raised his glass. To new beginnings, he boomed, looking directly into Derek's eyes with absolute adoration. We know your next chapter is going to be the biggest one yet. Derek smirked, ran a hand through his hair, and clinked his glass against my dad's. I sat there and said absolutely nothing. No one toasted me when I bought my house in cash. No one even mentioned it. They all knew about it. I had explicitly told them months earlier, sent them photos of the front porch, and even offered to host Thanksgiving this year. I never got a single response to those texts. But Derek moves back into his childhood bedroom with 3 duffel bags, a mountain of credit card debt, and collection agencies calling his cell phone hourly, and suddenly he is the majestic phoenix rising from the ashes. I truly tried not to let it get to me. I had spent years meticulously building my business, learning the agonizing intricacies of SEO, client acquisition, server hosting, and late-night coding. Every missed college party, every lonely weekend, every tiny incremental win, I quietly celebrated entirely alone in my home office. I naively thought that maybe, just maybe, verifiable financial success would finally be enough to earn a shred of their respect. But I should have known better. In our family, actual effort didn't matter. Tangible results didn't matter. The only things that mattered were image, charm, and drama. And Derek had a monopoly on all 3. A week after that agonizing Thanksgiving, my mom called me. Her tone was incredibly weird, tight, clipped, heavily rehearsed. She asked if I could come over to the house to have a family discussion. I immediately assumed it had something to do with Derek. Maybe they wanted me to help him format his resume, or maybe they needed me to pretend to be a professional reference for a job application. I was incredibly used to being the quiet, behind-the-scenes fixer, the ghost who cleaned up Derek's messes. But the moment I pulled into their driveway and walked through the front door, the air felt suffocatingly heavy. Something was catastrophically off. My dad was sitting rigidly in his faux leather recliner, his arms tightly crossed across his chest, the television completely muted. Derek was aggressively lounging on the sofa, wearing expensive designer sweatpants that I knew he couldn't afford, looking incredibly smug. It was the exact look of a kid who was in on a vicious inside joke. My mom had that terrifying, overly bright nervous smile she always plastered on her face right before she said something she knew would deeply upset me. She gestured toward the dining room table. "Leo, honey, why don't we sit down?" I remember exactly how slowly I moved. The silence in the room was deafening. I sat down in the wooden chair. My mom took a deep, theatrical breath, and then she finally said it. "We were hoping you could help your brother with a little investment." That word hung in the stale air like a toxic gas. Investment. As if I was some naive angel investor they could manipulate into bailing out their sinking, leaky ship. I blinked, trying to process the audacity. "What exactly do you mean by an investment?" Derek immediately leaned forward, his eyes shining with unearned confidence. "I've got this massive idea, Leo. It's a SaaS platform that aggregates AI tools for college students. A subscription model. Low overhead. Insanely high margins. I just need the seed capital to get the beta launched." I stared at him, then slowly turned my gaze to my parents. "And you expect me to fund this?" My dad loudly cleared his throat, puffing out his chest. "Not fund it entirely, Leo. Just help him get the foundation built. You've had a very good run lately. You've done quite well for yourself with your little computer projects. It's time to pay it forward to the family." Pay it forward. The phrase made my blood boil. They said it as if I had been randomly handed a winning lottery ticket. As if my 3 a.m. server crashes, my endless 14-hour workdays, my ramen-fueled grind through my early 20s meant absolutely nothing because I hadn't done it the traditional way. "I'm sorry," I said, keeping my voice dangerously level, "but I am absolutely not in a financial position to just throw thousands of dollars at a vague, unproven concept with zero business plan." Derek dramatically rolled his eyes, throwing his hands up. It's not vague. I've got major contacts in Austin. I know people in the industry, Leo. You've been back in this house for 2 weeks, I shot back instantly. Living in your childhood bedroom. You don't have a business plan, you have a pipe dream. That was a massive mistake. I physically saw the exact moment my mom's face hardened from a nervous smile into a mask of pure resentment. My dad leaned forward, his face flushing red. My mom slammed her hand flat against the table. Leo Arthur, we are simply asking you to help your own brother. Family supports each other. I have supported myself since the day I turned 18, I said, abruptly standing up, my chair scraping loudly against the hardwood floor. That is exactly how I was taught to survive, right? You never gave me a dime. They sat there in stunned silence. They didn't have an answer. I turned my back on them and walked out the front door. As I drove home, my hands were shaking on the steering wheel. I genuinely thought that would be the end of it. I figured they would try to guilt trip me for a few weeks, send a barrage of passive-aggressive text messages, complain about me to the extended family, and then eventually move on to their next victim. That is how the cycle had always gone, but I had absolutely no idea how utterly desperate their financial situation actually was. I didn't know the terrifying lengths my own flesh and blood were willing to go to in order to protect their golden boy. Because the very next time I saw my family, it wasn't at a holiday dinner, it was the night they broke into my house to serve me with a lawsuit. Update 1. The silent war that started with a rejected favor rapidly escalated into a full-blown, psychological and legal ambush. The betrayal, the pathological lies, the exact moment I realized my parents were perfectly willing to completely destroy my life just to prop up a son who had never lifted a single finger. It fundamentally changed who I was. And it was the moment I finally decided to stop turning the other cheek. They didn't even knock. It was a cold Wednesday night in late November. I remember the exact date because I was doing my quarterly tax preparations, which was the most grueling, tedious part of running my agency. I was sitting at my kitchen island, surrounded by stacks of printed invoices and contractor W-9s, drinking my 4th cup of coffee. Suddenly, I heard the distinct, metallic sound of my front door unlocking. At first, my brain didn't process it. I lived completely alone. I was single, nobody had a spare key. Then, I heard the deadbolt slide open, the hinges creak, and the low, muffled murmur of voices stepping into my foyer. 3 people. And one of them was laughing. It was Derek. I bolted up from my stool, my heart hammering violently against my ribs. What the hell? I shouted, rounding the corner into the hallway. My parents were standing right there in my entryway. Derek was lingering right behind them, smirking like he had just bought the property. My dad was holding a thick manila folder tucked tightly under his arm, wearing that exact same self-righteous, furious scowl he used to wear whenever he lectured me about my attitude when I was 12. My mom gave me a horrifyingly tight-lipped smile, acting as if this was a totally casual, spontaneous family drop-in, and not a literal home invasion. How the hell did you get in here? I demanded, my voice echoing off the walls, pure adrenaline flooding my system. We used the key, Leo, my mom said breezily, waving her hand as if I was being entirely unreasonable. Like the emergency spare key I had foolishly given them 3 years ago back when I naively believed we still had something resembling a normal family dynamic was a permanent, open invitation to waltz into my sanctuary unannounced. I held out my hand, my palm flat. Give it back to me. Right now. She hesitated, her eyes darting to my dad, then she slowly fished it out of her designer purse and dropped it into my hand like a toddler caught stealing candy. But it wasn't just the blatant disrespect of the break-in, it was the terrifying look in her eyes. She wasn't embarrassed. She wasn't apologetic. She looked deeply, profoundly disappointed in times me. What are you doing in my house? I asked, feeling more utterly exhausted than angry. Derek shrugged, casually stepping past me into my living room, looking around at my furniture with a sneer. We tried playing nice, little brother. We tried being polite. You literally slammed the door in our faces last week. So now, we're handling things the proper, legal way. The proper way? I echoed, my eyes narrowing into slits. My dad marched over to my kitchen island, right over my tax documents, and aggressively slapped the thick manila folder down onto the granite. It is time we had a very serious, adult conversation, Leo. About exactly what you owe this family. I didn't reach for the folder. Not yet. My brain was still trying to catch up to the sheer insanity of the situation. You are trespassing in my home. You have exactly 10 seconds to explain why I shouldn't call the police and have you all removed. Oh, please, stop being so dramatic, my mom scoffed, rolling her eyes. You're acting like we're criminals. Just read the damn paperwork. My dad barked, tapping the folder with a thick finger. I slowly reached out and flipped the heavy cover open. At first, the dense legal jargon didn't fully register. I saw official court headings, civil claim numbers, and my parents' full legal names listed as the plaintiffs against me. Then, the specific allegations hit my brain like a physical punch to the jaw. Fraudulent withholding of familial assets. Misappropriation of family investment funds, unjust enrichment at the direct expense of a sibling. I stared at the crisp white paper, my vision literally blurring at the edges. What the actual hell is this? My voice cracked, sounding incredibly loud in the quiet of my house. Derek took a step forward, crossing his arms over his chest, looking incredibly pleased with himself. It's exactly what you get when you lie to everyone about where the seed money for your little company came from. I didn't lie about anything. I built this from nothing. I yelled. Oh, cut the crap, Leo, Derek snapped, his smirk vanishing into a vicious scowl. We all know you didn't build a six-figure agency from scratch. You used the massive payout from Grandma's estate, didn't you? You think I'm stupid? You think I didn't notice how your little side hustle suddenly exploded the exact same year Grandma died? Admit it, you stole my share. My jaw practically unhinged. Are you out of your mind? I didn't get a single cent from Grandma's estate. She left everything to the family trust, and you know that. Yeah, and she always had a creepy soft spot for you. My mom chimed in quietly, her voice dripping with venom. Even when Derek was the one who desperately needed the financial help. We know you accessed the accounts, Leo. Let me get this straight, I said, my voice dropping to a terrifyingly calm whisper. You break into my private residence, in the middle of the night, throw completely fabricated legal accusations at me, and you want me to confess to embezzling money that I literally never touched? We just want what is fair, my dad stated firmly, squaring his shoulders. Derek has been struggling terribly. You have clearly been profiting off family resources. It is time to rebalance the scales. And there it was. The ugly, rotting truth. The familial mask had completely slipped off. I had expected emotional manipulation. I had expected them to cry, to yell, to guilt-trip me. But this? A literal, formal lawsuit against their own son, built entirely on a foundation of absolute lies? Something deep inside my chest permanently snapped. Decades of being entirely overlooked, talked down to, treated like a disposable background character in the grand, sparkling movie of Derek's life. All of it boiled over in one blinding rush of clarity. You want to talk about rebalancing the scales? I yelled, my voice shaking with a rage I didn't know I possessed. Let's talk about the scales. Let's talk about the 2 brand new cars you bought him before he even turned 20. Let's talk about the way you co-signed his massive student loans, paid off his maxed out credit cards every single year, and let him move back into your house every single time he failed at life. You have handed him the entire world on a silver platter. And me? I continued, stepping closer to my dad, not backing down an inch. I have never asked you for a single damn cent. Because you were always too busy throwing it at him. Because you were always too arrogant to ask. My mom screamed back, her face twisting into something ugly. Because I had to be. I roared. You never offered. You never believed in me. You never even bothered to ask what I was building in my bedroom all those years. And now that it actually worked, now that I have money, you think I suddenly owe you a cut? You are delusional. The kitchen was dead silent for 3 agonizing seconds. Then, Derek muttered under his breath, you wouldn't even have a future if it weren't for this family giving you a roof over your head. My fists clenched so hard my fingernails dug deep into my palms. You mean the family that is currently suing me for imaginary money? Get out. My dad took a threatening step forward. You can avoid all of this legal mess, Leo. We can drop the claim tomorrow. Clean slate. Just write your brother a check for $110,000 to get his business off the ground, and this all goes away. You mean let you extort me so you don't drag my professional name through the mud? He didn't answer. He just stared at me. I picked up the heavy manila folder, walked over to my dad, and shoved it hard into his chest. Get out of my house, now. Or I am dialing 911. My mom looked like she desperately wanted to scream at me again. My dad looked like he wanted to physically hit me. But Derek just turned around and walked out the door with that same smug, arrogant swagger, convinced he had already won. But they hadn't won. They had just lit a fuse to a bomb they didn't understand. Over the incredibly dark weeks that followed, the catastrophic fallout began to trickle in. A certified letter from their sleazy attorney arrived, confirming they were officially pushing forward with the civil claim. Then came the endless phone calls from extended family aunts, uncles, cousins I hadn't spoken to in half a decade, suddenly crawling out of the woodwork to check in after hearing disturbing rumors. The family gossip mill was spinning at light speed, and every single version of the story painted me as a greedy, thieving villain who had robbed his own dying grandmother to fund a lavish lifestyle. I tried to compartmentalize, I tried to focus on my agency, but the poison was seeping into everything. I stopped sleeping. I started obsessively checking my front door locks 4 times a night. And then, exactly 3 weeks after the break-in, I received the email that brought me to my knees. It was from my primary business bank. Account frozen. Pending internal investigation tied to active legal dispute. My heart completely stopped. I clicked through the portal, my fingers trembling violently. I had done absolutely nothing wrong. I kept pristine, audited records. I paid my quarterly taxes early. But because of my parents' baseless, malicious legal claims of fraudulent assets, the bank's automated risk management system had flagged me. I called the bank manager in a panic. They were polite, but entirely unyielding. The freeze would remain in place until the civil claim was formally resolved or dismissed in court. My parents were literally suffocating my business. I thought that was the absolute worst of it, but I was wrong. 2 days later, a sheriff's deputy knocked on my door and handed me a thick envelope. Derek hadn't just filed a civil lawsuit for money. He had filed a formal restraining order against me. In his sworn affidavit, he claimed I had violently threatened him, that I was mentally erratic, extremely hostile, and posed a severe, imminent physical danger to his safety. I stared at the legal document in absolute, horrified disbelief. The timing was entirely strategic. He was trying to establish a documented legal paper trail portraying me as an unhinged, violent lunatic so that the civil court judge would view me as an unreliable, dangerous defendant. It was a calculated, vicious character assassination, funded and orchestrated by the exact same people who used to read me bedtime stories. That was the exact moment something inside my soul turned to ice. It wasn't about the money anymore. It wasn't even about the insane lawsuit. It was about pure, unadulterated principle. It was about finally standing up to people who had used their conditional love as a weapon. I wasn't going to settle. I wasn't going to write them a check to make them go away. I wasn't going to let them rewrite the history of my entire life. They wanted a war? Fine. I would give them a scorched earth war. And the very first shot would be fired directly at the one massive, rotting financial skeleton they thought was safely buried in their closet. The preliminary restraining order hearing was scheduled for a bleak Monday morning. I hadn't slept for 48 hours. My lawyer, a brilliant, sharp-eyed guy named Marcus, whom I had hired using my personal emergency savings, assured me the case was incredibly weak. Judges deal with fabricated family drama every single day, Leo, he told me in the hallway. This is a strategic intimidation tactic. It's going nowhere. Still, my hands were shaking as I walked into the courtroom. I wasn't scared of the judge. I was terrified by the reality that my parents were sitting right there, coaching Derek on exactly how to lie under oath to destroy me. Derek wore an ill-fitting gray suit, slumping his shoulders, desperately trying to look like the terrified victim of a mafia hitman. My mom was literally dabbing her dry eyes with a tissue. When the judge threw the restraining order out in less than 15 minutes, citing an absolute lack of evidence and blatantly obvious financial retaliation motives, they all acted completely shocked. Derek even tried to argue with the judge, which earned him a severe reprimand. But winning that tiny battle didn't bring me any relief, because the real damage had already been done. My business accounts were still frozen. I had to frantically move my operations to a backup LLC, but my cash flow was severely crippled. I couldn't pay for my ad campaigns. My freelance developers had to be paused. And then came the worst blow of all. My landlord for the small commercial office space I rented called me. "I'm sorry, Leo, but I'm not renewing your lease next month. The building management caught wind of the fraud lawsuit. We can't have that kind of legal liability tied to the property." I begged him. I offered to pay 6 months of rent up front in cash. He refused. I hung up the phone, slid down the wall of my office, and hit rock bottom. I had spent 4 agonizing years building something beautiful, and in less than 2 months, my own family had practically burned it to the ground. That night, I strongly considered giving up. I drafted an email to Marcus telling him to just offer them a $50,000 settlement, just to make the bleeding stop, but right before I hit send, my phone buzzed. It was a direct message on LinkedIn from someone I hadn't spoken to in over a decade. Her name was Chloe. She was my next-door neighbor when we were kids. We used to ride our bikes in the cul-de-sac until the streetlights came on. "Hey Leo," she wrote. "I still talk to my mom back home, and the neighborhood rumor mill is going crazy about your family suing you. I just wanted to reach out and say, don't let them break you. I remember how they treated you compared to Derek. You were always the smart one, the one who actually worked hard. We all saw it, even if your parents didn't. Keep fighting." I sat in the dark and read that message at least 20 times. It didn't legally fix anything, but it was a lifeline. It reminded me of who I fundamentally was. I was the kid who learned Python at 14. I was the kid who built websites for local businesses while Derek was out crashing cars. They couldn't take my brain away. They could freeze my accounts, they could spread malicious lies, they could evict me from my office, but they could not touch the absolute core of my resilience. So, I wiped my face, closed the settlement draft, and got back to work. I started completely over. I used a VPN, registered a brand new LLC in Wyoming, and rebuilt my agency's infrastructure from scratch under a different corporate umbrella. I worked 20-hour days. But more importantly, while the main lawsuit slowly crawled through the clogged legal system, I started digging. My parents thought I was just a quiet, helpless nerd. They forgot that I made my living finding digital footprints. I needed to prove exactly where grandma's money actually went. I remembered that right before my grandmother passed away, She had mailed me a strange, sealed manila envelope. At the time, I had tossed it into my fireproof safe without looking closely, assuming it was just old family photos. I tore the safe open. Inside, underneath the photos, were the official, notarized copies of the family trust she had set up after my grandfather died. I read through the dense legal text, and my jaw hit the floor. There it was, in black and white. A massive, $110,000 lump sum disbursement paid directly to Derek upon his 22nd birthday, under the explicit legal condition that it be used for educational advancement or business development. My name was absolutely nowhere in the document. I hadn't been entitled to a single penny, but the ultimate smoking gun was on the very last page. Grandma had written a note in her shaky, cursive handwriting, attached to the disbursement ledger. Just 6 words that completely shattered my family's entire narrative. Leo doesn't need it. He builds. Derek had received $110,000. And he had blown every single cent of it. I knew exactly what he did that year. He went to Vegas, he bought a ridiculous sports car, he invested in a literal crypto Ponzi scheme. But I needed undeniable, third-party proof to show the court that my parents were entirely complicit in hiding this fact. I tracked down Mr. Vance, the old, semi-retired accountant who used to handle my parents' taxes. I drove 2 hours to his dusty office. I sat down and explained the lawsuit, the frozen accounts, the horrific accusations. Mr. Vance listened quietly, his face growing dark. Arthur and Helen are suing you for stealing the trust money? He asked, completely disgusted. Leo, I literally filed the tax paperwork for Derek's $110,000 trust distribution myself. Your mother explicitly instructed me to classify it as seed money for Derek's new tech venture so they could try to write off his losses when he inevitably blew it. Do you still have the files? I asked, my heart pounding. Mr. Vance smiled grimly. I keep everything for 7 years. I'll print them right now, and I'll sign a sworn affidavit. I had the trust documents, I had the tax returns, I had Grandma's handwritten note. I even hired a private investigator for $500 to pull Derek's old, deleted Instagram posts from an archive site, completely documenting his lavish, $110,000 spending spree in Miami and Vegas during the exact timeline the trust was paid out. I handed the massive, damning file to my lawyer, Marcus. He flipped through the pages, his eyes widening with every turn. When he finished, he looked up at me and laughed out loud. Leo, they aren't just going to lose this case, we are going to absolutely bury them. Update 2. The final legal confrontation was set for late April. But before we even made it to the courtroom, my parents' sleazy attorney made one last, desperate, aggressive move. They filed an emergency injunction to permanently freeze all of my personal assets, claiming they had anonymous tips that I was attempting to hide the stolen money offshore. I didn't panic. I just smiled. Because while they had been playing checkers, entirely drunk on their own toxic entitlement and rage, I had been playing 3-dimensional chess. Every single asset I owned, my house, my car, my savings had already been legally transferred into heavily protected, ironclad trusts and holding companies months ago. When their lawyer tried to execute the freeze, he hit a reinforced concrete wall of legal corporate structuring. But I wasn't just planning to win in court. I wanted to completely obliterate their ability to ever control the narrative again. 2 weeks before the trial, I went on a moderately popular business podcast hosted by a guy I had networked with years ago. I didn't name my parents. I didn't name Derek. But for an hour, I talked openly and honestly about the brutal reality of building a business while being the scapegoat of a deeply toxic, financially abusive family. I talked about the psychological toll of being sued by the people who raised you. I talked about the power of silently collecting receipts while your abusers dig their own graves. The episode went semi-viral in the entrepreneurial space. Thousands of people messaged me, relating to the horror of family betrayal. And more importantly, people from my hometown heard it. The social tide completely turned. Then came the day of the trial. The courtroom was freezing cold, the fluorescent lights buzzing faintly overhead. My parents and Derek sat at the plaintiff's table. They looked incredibly smug. My mom was wearing her Sunday pearls. My dad was in his best suit. Derek was aggressively chewing gum, glaring at me from across the aisle. They genuinely believed they were about to walk out of that room with a massive chunk of my hard-earned life. The judge, a stern, no-nonsense woman with sharp eyes, called the court to order. Their lawyer stood up and launched into a highly emotional, entirely fabricated opening statement. He painted Derek as a tragic victim, a brilliant young man whose entire future was maliciously derailed because his greedy, sociopathic younger brother had secretly drained the family's financial resources and left them destitute. It was a beautiful, tragic story. And it was 100% fiction. When he finally sat down, my lawyer, Marcus, slowly stood up. He didn't yell. He didn't use theatrics. He just calmly walked over to the judge's bench with a massive stack of perfectly organized binders. Your Honor, Marcus began, his voice echoing clearly across the silent room. We will not be presenting a lengthy emotional defense today. We will simply be presenting undeniable, documented facts. We will demonstrate that my client, Leo, received exactly $0 from his family or his grandmother's estate. We will demonstrate that the plaintiff's son, Derek, received a $110,000 disbursement, which he immediately squandered on luxury vacations and gambling. And finally, we will prove that this entire lawsuit is a malicious, fraudulent extortion attempt designed to steal my client's self-made wealth. Marcus dropped the first binder on the table with a loud times thwack. Exhibit A. The official trust documents from the grandmother's estate, explicitly naming Derek as the sole beneficiary of the $110,000, and explicitly excluding my client. Complete with a handwritten note from the deceased stating, and I quote, "Leo doesn't need it. He builds." My mom visibly flinched. The blood completely drained from Derek's face. Marcus kept going, mercilessly. Exhibit B, a sworn, notarized affidavit from the plaintiff's own former tax accountant, Mr. Vance, confirming that Helen and Arthur deliberately instructed him to file tax documents hiding Derek's squandered $110,000 as a failed business investment. Exhibit C. A verified chronological timeline of Derek's social media and financial records, proving he spent the entirety of the trust money on VIP club service, luxury car rentals, and gambling within an 8-month period. The courtroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Their lawyer was frantically whispering to my dad, who looked like he was about to have a massive heart attack. And finally, Your Honor, Marcus said, turning to look directly at my parents. We have provided a complete, exhaustive forensic audit of my client's business finances, tracing every single dollar of his revenue back to his own legitimate client contracts. Because of the plaintiff's malicious actions, my client has suffered severe financial damage, loss of business contracts, and extreme emotional distress. Therefore, we are formally filing a massive counterclaim for defamation, malicious prosecution, and tortious interference. The judge slowly took off her reading glasses. She looked at the towering stack of irrefutable evidence, then she turned her sharp gaze to my parents. The look of absolute disgust on her face was something I will cherish for the rest of my life. I have presided over family court and civil disputes for 22 years, the judge said, her voice dripping with absolute contempt. And this is, without a doubt, one of the most cynical, repulsive, and blatantly fraudulent attempts to weaponize the legal system against a family member that I have ever seen. You have wasted this court's time, and you have maliciously attempted to ruin your own son's life to cover for your other son's sheer incompetence. She slammed her gavel down so hard it echoed like a gunshot. All claims against the defendant are entirely dismissed with prejudice, and as for the counterclaim, Mr. Davis is well within his legal rights to pursue maximum damages. I highly suggest the plaintiff seek immediate legal counsel regarding the potential of criminal perjury charges. It was over. Absolute, total annihilation. Derek just sat there, his mouth hanging open, completely frozen in terror. My mom buried her face in her hands and began to sob real tears this time, tears of sheer panic. My dad stared blankly at the wooden table, utterly humiliated and legally destroyed. I didn't say a single word to them. I just stood up, buttoned my suit jacket, and walked out of the courtroom with my head held high. 2 days later, their panicked attorney practically begged Marcus for a settlement meeting. They were terrified of the counterclaim, terrified of the perjury threats, terrified of financial ruin. They offered to pay 100% of my expensive legal fees, drop all future claims, and practically beg for mercy. I agreed to drop the massive financial counterclaim, but on one extremely specific, non-negotiable condition. I didn't want their money, they didn't have any left anyway. I wanted the absolute truth etched into stone. I forced them to sign a legally binding, publicly visible letter of apology, explicitly admitting that they had lied about the trust money, admitting that Derek had squandered his inheritance, and admitting that my business was entirely self-made. I posted that signed, notarized letter directly on my agency's website. I posted it on my LinkedIn. I made sure every single extended family member, every nosy neighbor, and every person in our hometown saw it. The social fallout for them was apocalyptic. My parents became total pariahs in our hometown. The neighbors who used to attend their summer barbecues now actively crossed the street to avoid them. They were so deeply humiliated that they eventually put their house on the market and moved to a tiny, rundown apartment 2 towns over. Derek completely deleted all of his social media accounts and vanished. The last I heard through the grapevine, he was working the graveyard shift at a distribution warehouse to pay off his massive IRS tax debts. As for me, the massive wave of public support I received after the truth came out caused my business to absolutely explode. Clients loved the transparency and the resilience of the story. My revenue doubled in the next 6 months. I bought a larger office building. And with the extra capital, I started a small, localized grant program for young entrepreneurs coming from abusive or disadvantaged backgrounds. I called it the He Builds Foundation. I haven't spoken a single word to my parents or my brother since the day we walked out of that courtroom. Some people tell me that holding on to the grudge is toxic, that I should eventually forgive them because they are family. but I know the truth. Forgiveness is something that has to be earned. And they never even tried. They thought they could violently tear down everything I had built to keep themselves warm. They just didn't realize that I am exactly what I built. Unbreakable. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity to break into your house, drop a fraudulent lawsuit on your kitchen counter, and expect you to just roll over and pay them $110K is mind-boggling. The fact that the accountant immediately flipped on them and handed over the tax fraud evidence is the most satisfying thing I've read all year. You handled this flawlessly. User 2. Leo doesn't need it. He builds. Grandma knew exactly who the real winner in the family was. She knew Derek was going to blow it all, and she knew your parents were going to enable him, until they were completely broke. Keeping that letter and dropping it in court was an absolute masterclass in destroying narcissists. User 3. The restraining order was the scariest part of this to me. They were actively trying to build a legal profile of you being violent just to win a civil suit. That is pure, sociopathic behavior. I am so unbelievably glad you protected your assets and forced them to publicly confess. The He Builds Foundation is the ultimate cherry on top of this revenge sundae. Keep winning. OP. Mom and sister locked me out of the family bakery to ban me from Dad's will reading. So I let them hold the meeting, and let the lawyers ruin their lives. My older sister looked me dead in the eye and told me I was entirely cut out of our father's $4.5 million estate, explicitly instructing me to skip the final inheritance meeting so I wouldn't clutter the process. I nodded, stayed home, and let her walk right into the ironclad legal trap our father had meticulously set for her. My name is Chloe. I am 30 years old, and until that freezing Tuesday afternoon, I still believed that maintaining silence could keep my family from completely falling apart. When my older sister, Elena, 34, looked at me across the stainless steel counter of our family's flagship bakery, there was absolutely no hesitation in her voice and no room left for any kind of discussion. She told me directly that I had no claim whatsoever to what our father left behind, speaking as if the outcome had already been signed, sealed, and delivered by a judge. She said, "You won't get a single dime, Chloe, not even $1. Then, instead of offering any sort of explanation or justification, she followed it up with cold, hard instructions. She told me not to show up at the formal asset division and estate reading scheduled for that upcoming Sunday. According to her, my presence would be nothing more than an emotional burden that would only slow things down. The way she delivered these words made it abundantly clear that she was not asking for my cooperation or my permission. She was simply informing me that I no longer mattered in the process of dismantling our father's life's work. I did not argue with her. I did not scream, I did not cry, and I did not ask how she had reached such a finalized conclusion or who else in the family had agreed with her. I just stood there, listened to her icy tone, nodded exactly once, and let her walk away believing that I had accepted every single word at face value. What I kept strictly to myself in that agonizing moment was the simple fact that arguing with a narcissist would have changed absolutely nothing, and showing my hand too early would have been a catastrophic mistake. If you want to understand exactly how I went from being entirely excluded from my own family to holding all the leverage without ever stepping foot into that boardroom, stay with me and hear how this nightmare actually unfolded. To understand the sheer magnitude of Elena's betrayal, you have to understand what our father built. My father, Marcus, was a force of nature. He didn't just own a business, he breathed life into it. Over 30 years, he built Marcus & Co. Artisanal roasters and bakery from a tiny, drafty storefront in Seattle into a thriving, highly profitable chain of 3 locations across the city. The business was currently valued at roughly $4.5 million. But to Dad, it was never about the valuation. He treated his bakeries less like a corporate asset, and more like a living, breathing extension of our family. Dad died after a brutal, agonizing 14-month battle with pancreatic cancer. It was an illness that drained him physically, stripping away the robust, flour-dusted man I grew up with, but it never fully took him away from his work until the very last weeks. Even from his hospital bed, with IVs strapped to his thinning arms, he reviewed inventory sheets, approved payroll personally, and kept the financial records incredibly close to his chest. He did this not because he distrusted his employees, but because he believed that the responsibility of leadership should never be handed over lightly. While he was alive, nothing about the bakeries belonged to just one person. Every major decision was discussed around our cracked oak dining table. Sometimes those decisions were postponed, and often they were left unresolved because my father preferred extreme caution over reckless speed. No single child was ever formally positioned as the sole successor, and that fragile balance held us together much longer than I realized at the time. After the funeral, which was a blur of black umbrellas and the smell of wet Seattle asphalt, that restraint disappeared almost instantaneously. My sister Elena returned to the house with a terrifying sense of urgency that felt significantly less like grief and much more like corporate purpose. Within a matter of days, she was present at the flagship bakery every single morning at 5 a.m. She was suddenly speaking with our wholesale flour suppliers, aggressively reviewing employee schedules, and positioning herself as the sole point of contact for anyone who mattered. None of this was ever formally announced to the staff or to me. Yet, it became crystal clear through her aggressive actions rather than her words that she had decided the transition of power was already complete. I started noticing the terrifying shift when routine decisions completely stopped passing through me. I had worked at the bakeries alongside Dad since I was 16. I knew the espresso machines, I knew the regular customers, and I knew the accounting software. Suddenly, my login credentials for the QuickBooks accounts were revoked. When I asked the shift managers for financial updates, their responses were incredibly vague, nervously framed as temporary measures taken during a difficult time under Elena's orders. Conversations that once included me naturally now happened behind closed, locked office doors. Nothing was ever presented to me as a final decision, yet the pattern was so consistent it was unmistakable. What hurt the most was that our mother, Diane, supported Elena openly and enthusiastically. Mom insisted that the business needed one clear, authoritative voice to stay stable after everything we had lost. Mom constantly spoke about efficiency, corporate continuity, and the absolute importance of keeping messy emotions out of business even when those emotions belonged to her own grieving youngest daughter. In my mother's warped view, Elena's ruthless leadership mattered far more than fairness. Hesitation was a risk we simply could not afford. What unsettled me to my core was how quickly the bakery completely stopped feeling like something we shared as a family. It became a weapon. It became leverage, a source of absolute authority that dictated who was included and who was informed only after decisions had already been made in secret. The very language they used around the business changed almost overnight. What had once been lovingly referred to as our family store was now coldly described by Elena as the primary asset. It was suddenly something to be managed, positioned, and eventually liquidated if the timing felt right. I did not challenge that shift directly at first. At the time, I was still drowning in the raw grief of losing my dad. It seemed entirely pointless to argue while everything was still being framed to me as temporary. Yet, with each passing week, the emotional distance grew clearer. The bakeries that had once represented continuity and warmth now stood at the dead center of a quiet, vicious power struggle I had never agreed to enter. A few weeks later, the conversation officially moved from management control to outright ownership. Elena did not frame it as an idea or a gentle discussion when she finally brought it up. She spoke about selling all 3 bakery locations to a massive, sterile corporate hospitality franchise as if the decision had already passed through every necessary legal step. She described this massive corporate buyout as the most financially responsible option given the current market circumstances. According to her, holding on to the business no longer made sense, and waiting would only reduce its multi-million-dollar value. The language she used was arrogant, confident, and entirely forward-focused. She emphasized market conditions, profit margins, and liquidation timelines rather than family history, employee loyalty, or the long-term implications for the community Dad loved. What stood out to me was not just the horrific plan itself, but how incredibly far along it already seemed to be. Legal documents were mentioned casually in passing. High-end corporate brokers had clearly already been contacted. Massive financial numbers were referenced without any context provided to me. I was never asked whether I agreed with the $4.5 million valuation, nor was I ever consulted about the timing of the sale. The entire process had moved ahead quietly without my consent, my signature, or my involvement, as though my position as a legal heir simply did not factor into the outcome at all. When I finally pushed back and asked how the bakeries had been assessed so quickly, and whether multiple offers had been considered, Elena dismissed my questions with a wave of her hand. She said the intricate details were being handled by professionals and that there was absolutely no need to complicate things with too many emotional opinions. Her tone was firm rather than defensive, heavily suggesting that my curiosity was a childish inconvenience rather than a legal right. It was abundantly clear that the conversation was not meant to invite my input, only my blind acceptance. I pressed her once more, feeling physically nauseous at the thought of strangers tearing down Dad's signs. I asked why a decision of that massive magnitude was being rushed so aggressively soon after his death. The bakeries had not been struggling financially. In fact, we had our most profitable quarter right before Dad passed. There had been absolutely no indication that immediate action or liquidation was required. Elena responded by completely shifting the focus away from the business itself. She coldly stated that prolonged discussions only created delays and unnecessary family tension. In her view, efficiency mattered more than consensus, and moving quickly was framed as a form of responsibility rather than what it truly was, total control. That was the exact moment she made her position unmistakable. That was when she delivered the ultimatum. She told me there was absolutely no reason for me to attend the formal inheritance and estate reading meeting scheduled for that upcoming Sunday with Dad's lawyers. According to Elena, my presence would only complicate matters that were already being efficiently managed. She said the meeting was purely procedural, Something that just needed to happen on paper so everything could move forward smoothly with the corporate brokers. She looked at me with a smirk and said there was nothing for me to contribute. I asked her directly, my voice shaking with restrained anger, why I was being excluded from a legal meeting that involved assets we both had a legal stake in as his daughters. Her response avoided the core question entirely. She said this was not about exclusion, but about practicality. She repeated that fewer voices made the legal process easier. There was no mention of mutual agreement, no acknowledgement whatsoever that my consent might legally matter. There was only the arrogant assumption that my absence would simplify the outcome for her. Mom supported Elena's position without a single shred of hesitation. Mom agreed that it would be vastly better if I just stayed away, saying that the family had already been through enough stress, and that reducing friction should be our top priority. In Mom's view, the lawyer's boardroom was not a place for emotions or unresolved sibling disagreements, and my attendance was framed as a potential chaotic disruption rather than a legal right. The conversation ended without any resolution, not because there was nothing left to say, but because the boundaries had been drawn with permanent marker. The bakeries were no longer being treated as something we shared, but as a transaction to be finalized. Decisions were being made in advance, my access was being actively limited, and my role had quietly been shifted from participant to an unwanted observer. I did not argue further. At that exact point, it was painfully obvious that logic, fairness, or tears would not change the direction things were moving. What mattered was not whether the plan made sense, but who was being allowed to shape it. The shift from managing the store to deciding its permanent fate marked the moment when the conflict stopped being subtle and became completely irreversible. Update 1. Shortly after that horrific conversation, I stopped asking my sister for updates and started actively verifying facts. I realized that every single answer I received from Elena was heavily filtered through her own convenience rather than the truth. Questions about the corporate brokers were deflected, timelines were softened, and her blatant power grab was framed as urgent responsibility. Instead of pushing back directly and showing her my suspicions, I decided to look elsewhere for clarity. The very first person who came to my mind was my father's former executive assistant, Sarah. Sarah had worked with Dad for over 15 years. She knew the business inside and out, and she had remained quietly absent since the funeral. I knew for a fact that Elena had unceremoniously fired Sarah via a 2-sentence email just 3 days after Dad was buried, claiming her position was redundant. When I reached out to Sarah, she responded without a moment's hesitation. She asked me to meet her at a small, rainy diner in West Seattle, far away from the bakeries. When I arrived, the smell of cheap coffee and wet raincoats filled the air. Sarah didn't ask why I was calling or what I hoped to hear. She simply looked at me with a sad, knowing smile and said she had been expecting this exact moment to come eventually. During our 2-hour conversation in that diner booth, Sarah confirmed something that immediately shifted my entire understanding of the situation. My father, Marcus, had not left matters unresolved, messy, or informal, as Elena constantly implied. He had prepared his will meticulously, carefully revising it more than once with a team of lawyers as his health rapidly declined. He wanted to ensure that every single clause reflected his deliberate, calculated intent rather than last-minute emotional decisions. Sarah explained that Dad had worked incredibly closely with his lead attorney, Mr. Vance, during his final months. He reviewed not only the asset distribution but also the strict conditions tied to management decisions involving the family bakeries. He had been crystal clear about separating ownership from control, knowing full well that confusion between the two often created conflict rather than unity. According to Sarah, those distinctions were not vague suggestions scribbled on a napkin. They were formal, ironclad legal provisions documented and signed while he was fully competent and aware. Before ending our diner meeting, Sarah reached into her leather tote bag and handed me a thick, sealed envelope. I recognized it immediately by the sharp, careful handwriting on the front. It was a letter from my father, written in his distinct script sometime before his condition worsened to the point where he couldn't hold a pen. Sarah said she had been given strict instructions by Dad to hand this letter over to me only if certain circumstances arose, circumstances that now felt painfully, devastatingly obvious. I did not open the letter right away. Just holding the thick paper was enough to confirm what I had already begun to suspect in my gut. My father had fully anticipated this exact tension between his children, and he had planned accordingly. When I finally got home and sat on my couch, my hands shaking, I opened the envelope. The letter was not meant to explain his legal decisions in tedious detail, or to comfort me emotionally with platitudes. Its sole purpose was to acknowledge what he knew would happen, and to remind me that silence did not mean exclusion. Reading it reinforced my understanding of the man he was. The message was measured, practical, and unmistakably intentional. My father did not accuse Elena of being evil, nor did he warn me to fight her. He simply outlined his reasoning with calm, surgical clarity, emphasizing preparation over reaction. He wrote, "Chloe, if Sarah has given you this letter, it means the worst parts of my fears have come true. It means your sister has tried to shut you out. Elena has always confused access with authority, and aggression with leadership. I have structured my estate to protect the business, but more importantly, to protect you from her worst instincts. Do not fight her in the dirt, let the documents do the fighting. Follow Mr. Vance's lead. I love you, and I trust you. It became glaringly clear that my exclusion from recent decisions was not an oversight by Dad, but a massive, fatal miscalculation by Elena, who assumed that holding the keys equaled holding the power. That realization fundamentally changed how I viewed the upcoming Sunday meeting. What Elena had framed as a necessary gathering to finalize her corporate buyout now appeared to be procedural rather than decisive. The key outcomes had already been determined through legal channels long before Elena's greed entered the equation. Attendance, I suddenly understood, was not a requirement for legitimacy, but a performance designed to reinforce Elena's illusion of control. For the very first time since my father passed away, the heavy knot of anxiety in my chest dissolved. I felt absolutely no pressure to correct Elena's assumptions or defend my forced absence. I saw clearly why Elena had pushed so hard to move quickly, and why my presence had suddenly become so inconvenient to her. The arrogant confidence behind her decisions relied entirely on the belief that I lacked information, not standing. With that absolute clarity, my next step was incredibly simple. I chose not to attend the meeting scheduled for that weekend. It was not an act of avoidance. It was not an act of surrender. It was a calculated decision grounded in knowledge rather than fear. Whatever unfolded in that mahogany boardroom would do so without my participation, not because I lacked interest, but because I finally understood that my position did not depend on being in the room. To ensure the trap was fully set, I sent Elena a text message on Saturday evening. I kept it brief and devoid of emotion. Understood about tomorrow. I won't be there to complicate things, let me know when it's done. Elena replied 3 minutes later, good decision. It's for the best. Don't show up. The lawyers, and Mom, and I have it handled. I took a screenshot of that text, forwarded it immediately to Sarah, and went to sleep with a profound sense of peace. That Sunday morning, the meeting went forward without me. The conference room at the downtown legal firm was prepared early, according to what I later confirmed through documents and Mr. Vance's detailed account. Mr. Vance, the lead attorney responsible for formally reading my father's will, arrived first with a massive, complete copy of the estate file. Mr. Sterling, a secondary corporate lawyer who had worked alongside my father on prior real estate matters, joined shortly after. Everyone present in the room, which included Elena, Mom, and a representative from the corporate buyout firm Elena had prematurely invited, assumed the absence of the youngest heir was procedural rather than intentional, since the formal legal notice had explicitly stated that all beneficiaries were required to attend. When the meeting began, the tone appeared incredibly controlled and confident. Elena sat at the head of the table, listening closely as the primary provisions of the will were read aloud by Mr. Vance. Those initial sections addressed general asset distribution, outstanding financial obligations, and administrative authority. Nothing in the opening language challenged Elena's expectations. From her arrogant perspective, the process seemed to be moving exactly as she had planned, reinforcing her belief that she had successfully secured total control through preparation and timing. The catastrophic shift came when Mr. Vance physically paused, closed the main folder, and cleared his throat before continuing. He referenced an additional, heavily guarded clause attached to the main document, an addendum that had been filed entirely separately but carried absolute, equal legal weight. This clause was formally known as an in terrorem or poison pill provision. It specifically addressed participation, manipulation, and interference. Mr. Vance read the clause aloud to the dead silent room. It stated, with zero ambiguity, that if any named heir was deliberately discouraged, actively misled, or explicitly excluded from attending the formal reading of the will or any subsequent decision-making sessions, the authority to manage, sell, or liquidate the contested assets would be automatically and permanently reassigned away from the offending party. The room reportedly fell deathly quiet as the dense legal language was clarified in plain English. The clause did not accuse Elena by name, but it required the attorneys to determine, right then and there, whether intentional exclusion had occurred. Mr. Vance looked directly at Elena and asked, for the official record, why Chloe was not present. Elena, completely unaware of the trap, confidently stated that I had voluntarily chosen to abstain from the process due to emotional distress. That was when Mr. Vance pulled out a secondary folder. Inside were printed copies of the communications Sarah had legally secured and submitted prior to the meeting. Those records included Elena's written instructions advising me not to attend, framing my absence as unnecessary, and the final text message from the night before explicitly telling me, don't show up. Under the strict terms outlined by my father, that documented behavior met the exact legal threshold of intentional obstruction and coercion. Once that determination was made by the attorneys, the consequence followed immediately, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. Control over all decisions related to the family bakeries was instantly and permanently removed from Elena's authority. The will specified that in cases of interference, all executive management rights, voting shares, and liquidation authority would be redirected entirely to the non-offending heir, me. The goal was to prevent any heir from manipulating access in order to secure leverage before a final settlement. My father had foreseen her greed, and he had built a wall she crashed right into. At that exact point, the meeting could not proceed as originally intended. The corporate buyers Elena had brought along looked incredibly uncomfortable. Questions were raised, frantic objections were attempted by Elena, but the ironclad language of the trust allowed zero flexibility. The attorneys calmly explained that this specific clause had been designed precisely for situations where arrogance replaced fairness. The absolute authority that Elena believed she had secured was no longer valid under the conditions created by her very own text messages. At 10:15 a.m., 5 minutes after the clause was enforced, my phone rang. I was sitting on my couch, drinking a cup of Dad's favorite dark roast. The caller ID displayed Mr. Vance's name. His voice was remarkably controlled but carried an underlying tone of vindication when he spoke, explaining exactly what had just transpired and asking if I could come to the office later that afternoon to sign the new executive documents. Before I even had time to respond to Mr. Vance, a barrage of notifications appeared on my screen. It was a flood of frantic messages from Elena. They were drastically shorter and far less confident than anything she had sent before, desperately suggesting that perhaps the situation could still be discussed privately. I did not answer a single one of her messages. From where I stood, the outcome had already fundamentally shifted. The Sunday meeting that had been designed by my sister to finalize her control had instead perfectly activated the very safeguard my father had put in place to destroy her leverage. Without even being present in the room, I had become the central, controlling figure of the entire process, not through loud confrontation, but through meticulous documentation, patience, and timing. That Sunday ended with no resolution for Elena, no corporate signatures, and absolutely no clear path forward for the person who had expected total certainty. The authority over the multi-million-dollar business was no longer in the hands of someone who believed exclusion was a winning strategy. What had been intended as a quiet confirmation of her power turned into a devastating legal reset that could not be reversed by persuasion, crying, or pressure. Update 2. The following Monday morning, the tone completely and pathetically changed. Mom and Elena arrived unannounced at my house. They stood on my front porch, not with the blazing anger I expected at first, but with a carefully rehearsed, sickly sweet calm that felt entirely deliberate rather than sincere. They did not raise their voices or accuse me directly right away. Instead, they tried to frame the ambush visit as deep maternal and sisterly concern. Mom insisted that simple misunderstandings had escalated way too quickly, and that the family desperately needed to sit down and talk before things became legally irreversible. The shift in their behavior was immediate and unmistakable. Only 48 hours earlier, my absence had been treated as an irrelevant convenience. Now, my cooperation suddenly mattered more than anything in the world. Elena took the lead, choosing her words with visible, agonizing restraint. She said the situation with the lawyers had become more complicated than expected, and suggested that resolving it privately, just the three of us, would be better for everyone involved. She spoke passionately about preserving family dignity and avoiding unnecessary, exorbitant legal expenses, heavily emphasizing that formal court proceedings would only create emotional damage that could never be undone. Her tone heavily implied a compromise, yet her specific phrasing still assumed I would accept conditions that had already been decided without me. She wanted me to sign a waiver, nullifying the poison pill clause. I stood in my doorway and listened to them without interrupting. I didn't stay quiet because I agreed. I stayed quiet because I wanted to hear exactly how far their desperate narrative had shifted. When Elena finally stopped talking and proposed a private arrangement outside formal legal channels, I responded clearly, maintaining eye contact, and showing zero emotion. I told her, any discussion involving the bakeries, the trust, or the estate will need to go directly through Mr. Vance. Do not come to my house again. I did not negotiate terms. I did not ask for clarification. I simply stated an unbreakable boundary and refused to cross it. That response changed the atmosphere instantly. The fake smiles dropped. Elena's carefully maintained composure faltered, instantly replaced by vicious frustration she no longer attempted to disguise. She screamed, accusing me of escalating the conflict unnecessarily, and claimed that involving lawyers would completely destroy what remained of our relationship. Mom echoed that sentiment, crying fake tears, arguing that family matters should always stay within the family, and that my refusal to engage privately proved I was being spiteful and inflexible. Neither of them acknowledged the glaring fact that I had been systematically excluded from every single decision that led us to this exact point. When it became abundantly clear that I would not reconsider or let them inside my home, the conversation ended abruptly. They left my porch without resolution, slamming their car doors. Yet, the pressure did not stop at my front door. Within hours, Elena launched a massive smear campaign. She posted a long, dramatic public message on Facebook and Instagram that entirely framed the situation in her favor. She portrayed herself as the exhausted, responsible older sibling burdened with managing the horrific aftermath of our father's death, while heavily implying that I was an obstructive, greedy brat motivated by jealousy and resentment rather than principle. She avoided legal specifics, but her toxic intent was clear. The post was designed to shape public perception before the actual facts could surface. Mom supported that strategy, privately messaging family friends and encouraging Aita to prepare documentation for potential litigation. Mom described the legal process as something we needed to be ready for to protect the business from Chloe's erratic behavior, positioning herself as practical rather than confrontational. I actively chose not to respond publicly. I did not correct the narrative online, I did not reply to the confused comments from distant relatives, and I did not attempt to defend myself through indirect channels. Instead, I limited my communication entirely to my attorney, sharing every single message, post, and interaction that had followed the Sunday meeting. Silence was not passive in this case. It was highly intentional, carefully measured, and perfectly aligned with the legal framework Dad had already put in place. What stood out most that morning was how quickly their fake concern turned into aggressive pressure when my cooperation was no longer guaranteed. The appeal to family unity dissolved the exact second it failed to produce my compliance. I understood then that the conflict had moved far beyond a simple disagreement and into a brutal phase, where my restraint would be tested not by emotion, but by relentless consistency. By the end of that day, I had not spoken another word to either of them directly. Every step forward would now be documented, deliberate, and handled through formal legal channels only. Months later, the dispute finally reached the courtroom. Aita had decided to sue, attempting to invalidate the poison pill clause. By the time the case was formally scheduled, the relentless conflict had already stripped away any remaining sense of family we ever had. What remained was a cold, civil dispute grounded entirely in documents, testimony, and the precise, unforgiving language my father had chosen long before any of us realized how far things would actually go. The courtroom itself was incredibly quiet and procedural, focused on hard facts rather than messy emotion, which was exactly where my position had always been strongest. I sat beside Mr. Vance at the plaintiff's table, listening as he organized the final materials with the calm, unshakable confidence of someone who completely trusted the structure he was about to defend. Aita entered the courtroom with a very different posture. She looked exhausted, angry, and desperate. Her expensive lawyer's strategy relied entirely on asserting control through timing, authority, and the baseless assumption that her earlier access to the store's operations somehow translated into legal ownership. When the proceedings began, her attorney attempted to frame the massive dispute as a simple, tragic misunderstanding between grieving siblings. He suggested that my absence from the inheritance meeting had been entirely voluntary, and that Aita's subsequent actions with the corporate buyers were taken in good faith, to preserve the multi-million-dollar value of the business. The argument leaned heavily on emotional interpretation rather than documentation, which became increasingly, embarrassingly apparent as the hearing progressed. When Mr. Vance stood to speak, the tone in the room shifted noticeably. He did not begin with emotion, grief, or family history. Instead, he clinically outlined the exact legal structure of my father's will, emphasizing that it had been drafted with extreme foresight, and reviewed multiple times by independent counsel, while my father was fully medically competent. He explained that the document included a specific protective clause designed to prevent coercion, exclusion, or unilateral control by any single heir during the vulnerable transition period. This clause stated clearly that if an heir was deliberately discouraged or obstructed from participating in a required legal process, authority over the contested asset would be reassigned according to predetermined conditions. Mr. Vance then systematically presented the evidence. He showed the court that I had been explicitly instructed not to attend the inheritance meeting not as a gentle suggestion, but as a hostile directive. The emails, the text messages, Sarah's witness accounts, and the timing of Aita's corporate meetings all perfectly supported the undeniable conclusion that my exclusion had been highly intentional, malicious, and calculated. The judge reviewed these materials carefully, focusing on consistency rather than emotional intent. What legally mattered was not why Aita made the decision, but whether her documented actions violated the strict safeguards my father had put in place. Aita's arrogant response faltered completely under judicial scrutiny. Her claim that the meeting would have proceeded the exact same way regardless of my presence directly contradicted the language of the will, which defined participation as a strict legal requirement rather than a casual formality. Her lawyer's attempts to frame the protective clause as ambiguous were instantly dismissed when Mr. Vance pointed out that the provision had been reviewed and signed by 3 independent witnesses before my father's passing. The judge acknowledged this directly, noting that absolute clarity, not flexibility, had been the primary goal of the document. The final ruling itself was delivered without dramatics, but it was utterly devastating for them. The court affirmed the full, unquestionable validity of the will, including the protective clause. As a direct result, Elena was formally and permanently stripped of any unilateral authority to sell, transfer, liquidate, or manage the bakeries. Control over all executive decisions related to the $4.5 million business was reassigned entirely to me, according to the strict conditions my father had specified, effectively neutralizing every single action Elena had taken without proper consent. The court further stated that any future attempts by Elena or Mom to bypass these conditions would constitute a direct, punishable violation of the estate order. What surprised me most was not the legal outcome, but how incredibly final everything suddenly felt. The judge made it abundantly clear that this ruling resolved not only the ownership question, but also the legal boundaries between us moving forward. From that point on, all communication regarding the estate or the business payouts was to occur strictly through counsel. There would be no informal negotiations, no reinterpretation of roles, and absolutely no expectation of reconciliation imposed by the court. As the hearing concluded and the gavel fell, I felt a quiet, overwhelming sense of closure rather than a triumphant victory. The decision confirmed what I had understood for months, that my father had anticipated this exact conflict, and had chosen rigid structure over sentiment to protect what he built. Whatever family ties had once existed were now legally, permanently severed not through my anger or retaliation, but through a process that followed the exact rules my father trusted more than any promise made after he was gone. After the dust finally settled, the consequences became visible in ways no argument or screaming match could ever undo. What followed was not loud or dramatic, but it was absolutely permanent. Elena lost every single claim to control over the business once the court ruling took effect, including any authority to negotiate a sale or make operational decisions. The trust provisions were enforced exactly as written, which meant her access to the financial records ended immediately. She still receives a small, heavily restricted monthly stipend from the trust, but she can never touch the principal or the business itself. Mom also faced severe consequences she did not expect. Her deliberate attempt to support Elena against the legal will weakened her own standing within the structure my father had created, drastically limiting her financial involvement to what the document strictly allowed. The family relationship did not simply cool down, it formally fractured under legal boundaries that could not be crossed again. I stepped quietly into the role my father had prepared for me without announcing it to anyone on social media. The bakeries were not reclaimed through confrontation, but through process. I chose to oversee the transition carefully, appointing a professional management firm to handle the day-to-day operations while I retained final executive authority as outlined in the trust. Every single decision now follows written guidelines, documented approvals, and third-party oversight. There is absolutely no room left for personal pressure, guilt trips, or emotional appeals. The bakeries returned to being what they had always been meant to be, a stable, thriving operation, permanently protected from internal family conflict. We even introduced a new dark roast espresso blend named after Dad. It's our best seller. There was no magical reconciliation afterward. I did not meet with Elena again, nor did I ever respond to the pathetic, passive-aggressive messages sent through indirect channels by extended relatives. Communication stopped entirely, not out of petty anger, but because absolute clarity had finally replaced uncertainty. Mom attempted to reach out more than once during the holidays, though always with manipulative conditions attached. I declined each time. Silence became my fortress rather than a punishment, allowing massive distance to do what explanations never could. Life grew quieter in ways that felt deeply earned rather than empty. Without the constant, suffocating tension of contested decisions, my focus shifted to maintaining balance rather than constantly defending my position. The employees remained entirely unaffected by the dispute, their jobs secure, and the structure my father designed proved immensely stronger than personal conflict. What surprised me most was not the outcome itself, but how incredibly little I needed to say once everything was settled. This story is not about winning against your family, but about understanding your limits before conflict turns completely destructive. Clear legal preparation is not a lack of trust, it is a profound form of protection for everyone involved. Boundaries matter even more when emotions run high, especially within families where toxic assumptions constantly replace communication. Preparing for the worst does not mean expecting it. It means respecting reality enough to prevent absolute chaos when it arrives uninvited at your front door. Thank you for staying with this incredibly long story until the very end. Your time and attention mean more than you might realize, especially in stories that deal with such difficult, heartbreaking family choices. If this situation made you think about boundaries, inheritance, or preparation in your own life, I invite you to share your thoughts in the comments. Different perspectives always help these conversations grow with honesty and respect. Top comments. User 1. The absolute sheer panic Elena must have felt when the lawyer asked why you weren't there, and she realized her own text message was the smoking gun. Chef's kiss. Your dad was an absolute genius. He knew exactly who his oldest daughter was, and he didn't just protect the business, he protected you. Good on you for having the absolute steel spine required to just sit on the couch and drink coffee while she destroyed her own life. User 2. I am a probate attorney and let me tell you, poison pill or in terrorem clauses are incredibly hard to enforce unless there is absolute, undeniable, documented proof of interference. The fact that your sister was arrogant enough to put it in writing don't show up is mind-blowing. She practically handed the entire $4.5 million estate over to you on a silver platter because she couldn't stand the idea of sharing power. Your mom enabling her is just the tragic cherry on top. Enjoy your peace and your bakeries. User 3. The audacity of them showing up at your porch the next morning talking about preserving family dignity after they spent weeks treating you like absolute garbage and trying to sell your dad's legacy to a faceless corporation. Narcissists always want to keep things in the family, the second the law gets involved because they know they can't manipulate a judge. You handled this flawlessly. Keep the silence going, it's driving them crazier than any screaming match ever could. My family never said they were proud of me, even when I bought a $450,000 house on my own. When I discovered mom had stolen my $70,000 inheritance to bail out her golden child, I dragged her to court and took back every single penny. Original post. My name is Marcus. I'm 33 years old, and I grew up in a house where the thermostat was permanently set to emotionally unavailable year-round. I'm talking about a family that could witness you saving a bus full of orphans from a burning building and respond with, well, the fire department would have gotten there eventually. That was my childhood. That was my 20s. And honestly, that was my entire existence until about 4 months ago when everything blew up in the most poetic, explosive way possible. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I grew up in Columbus, Ohio, the invisible middle kid of 3. My older brother Julian is 36, and my younger sister Chloe is 29. Our mom, Brenda, raised us mostly on her own after our dad, Victor, took off when I was 12 years old. Now, when I say he took off, I don't mean he went to get milk and vanished into thin air. He moved 50 minutes away to Dayton with a woman named Valerie he'd been seeing behind my mom's back. He started a whole new little chapter of his life and just sort of stopped being interested in the chapters he'd already written. He'd show up for Christmas sometimes, call on birthdays if he remembered, and send checks that bounced more often than they cleared. Real father of the year material. So, it was mostly mom holding it down, and I will give her credit for keeping the lights on and food in the pantry. She worked at a real estate office as the front desk receptionist for almost 22 years. But here's the deeply messed up thing about my mother that took me way too long to understand. She had this invisible, rigid ranking system for her children, and I was always slotted right at the absolute bottom. Julian was the golden child. He was the firstborn, a basketball star at his high school, had a loud, booming personality, and looked exactly like our dad. You would think looking like the man who abandoned her would work against him, but somehow it made my mom adore him even more. It was like she was desperately trying to love the version of Victor that didn't leave her. And Chloe was the baby, the little princess who could do no wrong because she was the youngest and because she learned incredibly early how to cry on command to get exactly what she wanted. That kid could have set the living room on fire and my mom would have blamed the manufacturer of the matches. Then there was me. Marcus. The middle one. The quiet one. The one who got decent grades, did his chores without being asked, didn't cause problems, and somehow, that was the absolute worst thing I could have done. Because I wasn't loud enough to demand attention, and I wasn't cute enough to get it automatically, I just kind of existed in the background of my own family like a piece of furniture. You know how some houses have that one weird chair in the corner that nobody ever sits in? That was me. Decorative at best, completely invisible at worst. I really don't want you to think I'm throwing a massive pity party here. I'm just giving you the psychological foundation so the rest of this insane story makes sense. Because the thing about being ignored your whole life is that you either crumble under the weight of it, or you build yourself into someone who doesn't need the applause. I chose the second option, though it took me a long, painful time. I worked my way through Ohio State University. I had absolutely no scholarships and zero family help. I took out massive student loans, worked part-time at a local home improvement store mixing paint, and graduated with a degree in computer science. I walked across that stage in my cap and gown, looked out into the massive auditorium audience, and saw my mom sitting there scrolling through her phone. Julian didn't come because he had a recreational softball tournament. Chloe didn't come because she said she couldn't find a ride, even though she lived exactly 14 minutes from the campus. My mom hugged me casually afterward and said, "Good. Now you can get a real job." That was it. No, I'm proud of you. No, you did it. Just an immediate pivot to what I should be doing next to be useful. And look, I know some of you reading this might think I'm being too sensitive. Maybe I am. But when I tell you that Julian got a massive surprise party when he finished a basic 6-week bartending certification, complete with a custom cake that said, "Our superstar," you will maybe understand why a little acknowledgement at my actual college graduation would have been nice. Just a little. Even a, "Hey, good job, kid," would have gone a tremendously long way. After college, I moved to Cleveland, got an entry-level job at a cybersecurity firm called Apex Secure, and started absolutely grinding. I'm talking 60-hour weeks, learning everything I could about network penetration testing, volunteering for complex projects nobody else wanted to touch, basically making myself completely indispensable to the company. Within 3 years, I got promoted to senior security analyst. I called my mom to tell her the good news. She said, "That's nice, honey. Hey, did Julian tell you he's thinking about opening a high-end sneaker boutique?" She then spent 25 minutes talking about Julian's sneaker store idea, which, by the way, was a disaster waiting to happen because Julian's longest commitment to anything is about 2 months. The man has started and abandoned more entrepreneurial projects than I can physically count. But every single one of those abandoned, half-baked projects got more enthusiasm and financial backing from my mother than anything I actually accomplished with my own blood, sweat, and tears. I started dating an incredible woman named Maya about 4 years ago. I met her at a friend's birthday party at one of those indoor rock climbing gyms. She was terrible at it, falling off the beginner wall repeatedly, which she found absolutely hilarious instead of embarrassing, and I knew right then and there that she was different. Maya is the kind of person who sees right through pretense and fake behavior. On our second date, she asked me straight up why I never talked about my family. I gave her the sanitized, polite version. By the sixth date, I gave her the real, ugly one. She looked at me across the table, put her hand over mine, and said, "Marcus, that's not normal. You know that, right?" Honestly, hearing someone say that out loud was like having a doctor finally diagnose a chronic pain you've been feeling your whole life. Maya became my absolute anchor. She had her own tight-knit family up in Toledo, parents who called her just to say they were thinking about her, a brother who texted her funny memes every single morning. Being around them showed me exactly what I'd been missing, but it also showed me what was actually possible in a healthy dynamic. I realized I didn't have to keep going back to a well that was bone dry just because it had my last name plastered on the side of it. About 2 years ago, things between me and my mom went completely silent. Not because of a massive, dramatic blowout fight, not because of some cinematic last straw. It just sort of faded into nothingness. I stopped calling because I got incredibly tired of feeling like I was interrupting her busy day. She stopped calling because, well, she never really started in the first place. Julian would still pop up in my text messages occasionally, usually when he needed a favor or tech support. Chloe and I hadn't had a real, genuine conversation in over 18 months. I was essentially an orphan with living parents, which is a very special, specific kind of lonely that I wouldn't wish on my worst enemy. But here's where it gets interesting. Because while my family was busy pretending I didn't exist, I was quietly building a life that would eventually make all of them very, very interested in my existence again. And the primary catalyst for all of it was a stunning $450,000 house on a half-acre lot in Strongsville, Ohio, that I officially closed on exactly 8 weeks ago. The day I got the keys, I didn't call anyone in my family. Maya and I stood on the beautiful front porch. She took a photo of me holding the shiny new keys, and I posted it on my social media, because I was genuinely proud of myself even if nobody else was ever going to be. I captioned it something incredibly simple: "First house, earned every single square foot," and I put my phone away in my pocket, and didn't think about it again for the rest of the weekend. 3 days later, my phone rang. It was a number I almost didn't recognize because it had been so incredibly long since I'd seen it pop up on my screen. Mom. Brenda. Calling me for the first time in almost 2 full years. My stomach did this awful thing where it dropped and flipped at the exact same time, like a gymnast violently falling off a balance beam. I stared at the phone for 3 long rings, looked over at Maya, and she just raised her eyebrows with a look that clearly said, "Well, this should be interesting." I answered, and the very first words out of my mother's mouth were not congratulations. They were not, "I'm so proud of you, Marcus." They were not even, "I'm sorry I haven't called in 2 years." The first thing she said, in a rushed, frantic tone, was, "Marcus, I need to talk to you about something critically important." It's about Julian. Of course it was. It was always about Julian. I stood there in my brand new, pristine kitchen, leaning against the marble counter that still had the protective plastic film clinging to the edges, and listened to my mother explain exactly why she was calling. Not to acknowledge the biggest financial purchase of my entire life, not to reconnect after 24 months of dead silence, but to talk about her golden boy. Turns out, my perfect brother had gotten himself into a massive, life-ruining mess. Julian had actually taken out a massive commercial lease on a retail space in downtown Columbus to finally, seriously, for real this time, open his high-end sneaker and streetwear boutique. He'd signed a brutal 5-year lease and dumped about $50,000 into cosmetic renovations and initial inventory. Most of this money was borrowed from high-limit credit cards and a predatory online business lender with an interest rate that should be completely illegal. The boutique opened for about 14 weeks before Julian realized that running a retail business required things like showing up every day before noon, managing inventory software, and not giving away free expensive shoes to everybody who walked through the door just to look cool on Instagram. Shocking, I know. Now, Julian was roughly $75,000 in crippling debt. The boutique was boarded up and closed. The commercial landlord was threatening to sue him into oblivion. And my 36-year-old brother was living back at mom's house, sleeping in his childhood bedroom with his high school basketball trophies still collecting dust on the wooden shelf. And the sole reason my mom was calling me, the son she hadn't spoken to in 2 years, was to explicitly ask me to bail him out. He just needs a little financial help getting back on his feet, she said, using the exact same pleading tone she'd used my entire life whenever Julian needed something, sounding like she was narrating a tragic nature documentary about a deeply endangered species. You've always been the responsible one, Marcus. You're so good with money. I figured with the fancy new house and everything, you must be doing incredibly well for yourself. I let that sentence hang in the silent air for a long moment, let it marinate in my brain. She figured with the new house, I must be doing well. She saw my massive personal achievement not as something to celebrate, but as hard evidence that I had untapped resources to funnel toward Julian. My success was only relevant to her because it could service his constant failures. I wish I could tell you I was surprised or shocked, but that would be a complete lie. What I was, honestly, was tired. Bone tired. The kind of deep, exhausting tired that lives right in the center of your chest and makes everything feel heavier than it should. Mom, I said, keeping my voice dangerously level. You haven't called me in 2 years. There was a sharp pause on the line. Then she said, well, you didn't call me either, Marcus. And there it was. The classic deflection. The patented Brenda redirect maneuver. Take any valid, painful point and bounce it right back so she never has to sit with the agonizing discomfort of being wrong. I'd seen her do it 1,000 times before. When I was 16 and asked why Julian got a used Honda Civic for his birthday, but I got a $20 Amazon gift card, she said, well, you never explicitly said you wanted a car. As if a 16-year-old boy needs to formally submit a notarized request to be treated equally to his sibling. I'm not giving Julian a single dime, I said. Calm, clear, no screaming, no anger, just a massive, impenetrable boundary. That's exactly when the temperature of the conversation changed. My mother went from syrupy and sweet to absolute ice in about 2 seconds flat. I'm not asking you to just give him money for fun. I'm asking you to step up and help your family. That's what real families do, Marcus, but you've always had a huge problem with that, haven't you? You've always been off in your own little selfish world, thinking you're too good for the rest of us. Too good for the rest of them. I almost laughed out loud. I spent 20 years begging and pleading for a single crumb of recognition from this woman, and now I was the one who was too good for them. The narrative had flipped so smoothly you'd think she'd rehearsed it in a mirror. In her twisted version of history, I wasn't the kid who got ignored and neglected. I was the arrogant kid who pulled away. A literal masterclass in rewriting the past. I told her I had to go. She said, fine, but think about it. He's your flesh and blood. And she hung up without saying goodbye. I put my phone down on the cold marble counter, and just stood there staring at the wall. Maya came in from the living room, took one look at my pale face, and said, what did she want? I told her everything. Every single word. And Maya, bless her wonderful heart, didn't explode or rant. She just shook her head slowly, wrapped her arms around my waist, and said, Marcus, you owe these people absolutely nothing. Not your money, not your peace, nothing. I knew she was right, but knowing something logically and feeling it emotionally are two very different beasts. Edit. A few people in the comments asked about my dad, Victor, and why he didn't intervene during our childhood. Like I mentioned, he left when I was 12. He was a coward who didn't want the responsibility of raising 3 kids, so he started over with Valerie. He paid his bare minimum child support most of the time, but completely checked out emotionally. He wasn't there to protect me from mom's favoritism because he simply wasn't there at all. Update 1. Over the next couple of weeks, the situation escalated dramatically. Julian started texting me directly. At first, it was casual and friendly. Hey man, long time no see, heard you bought a sick house. That's awesome. Then, predictably, it shifted. Mom said she talked to you. I'm in a really bad spot. Bro. The landlord is getting aggressive. Any chance you could help me out? Even just 15 grand would buy me some breathing room. 15 grand? Like I just had that sitting in a shoebox under my bed. I didn't respond. Not because I'm a heartless monster, but because I knew that any engagement whatsoever would be interpreted as an opening for negotiation. With my toxic family, a maybe becomes a yes, and a let me think about it becomes he promised he'd do it. So I stayed entirely quiet. And that's when my little sister Chloe got involved. Chloe, who I hadn't heard from in over a year and a half, suddenly found my number. She called me on a random Wednesday evening while I was making dinner. Marcus, what is actually wrong with you? She started. No hello, no, How are you? Just straight to the vicious attack. Mom is stressed out of her absolute mind, her blood pressure is through the roof, and you're just sitting in your fancy new mansion ignoring everyone. She cried yesterday. She actually sat at the kitchen table and cried because her own flesh and blood won't help his brother survive. I took a deep, steadying breath, gripping the edge of the stove. Chloe, did Mom cry when I graduated college with honors? Silence on the other end. Did she cry when I got promoted to senior analyst? Did she cry during the 2 full years she didn't bother to call me? Did anyone in this entire family shed a single tear about me at any point, ever, in my entire life? More heavy silence. Then Chloe scoffed and said, "That's not the same thing, and you know it. Stop playing the victim." "You're exactly right," I said, my voice eerily calm. "It's not the same at all, because those were good, positive things that happened to me, and nobody cared. This is a bad thing that happened to Julian because of his own stupidity, and suddenly the whole family has my phone number memorized. She lost it. She called me selfish. She said I was punishing Julian for Mom's past mistakes, that I was being petty, vindictive, and small, that I'd deeply regret this when Mom was dead and gone someday. Every single guilt trip in the emotional manipulation playbook, rapid fire, like she'd been heavily coached by Brenda herself, and honestly, she probably had been. I hung up on Chloe. First time in my entire life I'd ever hung up on anyone. And then I sat down at my new dining room table and cried. Not because I was sad, exactly, but because I was intensely grieving something I never actually had. The persistent fantasy of a family that actually gave a damn about me. I'd been carrying this stupid, stubborn, heavy hope that someday they'd finally see me. And in that moment, sitting in the beautiful house I'd earned with absolutely zero help from anyone, I finally let that toxic hope die. Maya sat next to me, didn't say a word, and just rubbed my back. After that night, things went quiet for about a week. I went back to work, focused on a massive security contract Apex was trying to land with a regional hospital network, and tried to put the whole mess out of my mind. Then the Facebook post happened. My mother, Brenda, wrote a public Facebook post that I can only describe as an unhinged theatrical performance. Long, dramatic, and precision engineered for maximum public sympathy. She wrote about how incredibly hard it is being a single mother, how she sacrificed her youth and her dreams for her children, how some people conveniently forget where they came from the second they get a little bit of money and success. She didn't name me directly, but she didn't have to. She wrote about how one of her children had cruelly turned his back on the family during their darkest hour, how greed changes people into monsters, how she prays to God every single night that he'll find his way back to the light. The comments from our extended family were absolutely brutal. Aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends, all piling on about how shameful and disgusting it was that some people abandon their blood. My cousin Derek commented, "Family is everything. Anyone who walks away from their own mother is absolute trash." My Aunt Clara wrote, "Brenda, you deserve so much better. You gave those kids your entire soul. Everything." Her entire soul. Those words bounced around in my skull like a pinball. Julian got a car. I got a gift card. Julian got a massive party. I got a text message. Julian got tears and emergency family meetings. I got 2 years of dead silence. That was everything, apparently. Maya saw the post before I did. She showed me her phone, her jaw tightly clenched and her eyes sharp with fury. "This is completely unhinged," she said. "Marcus, this woman just publicly humiliated you to her entire network to cover for your brother's financial mess." She was right, and for the very first time in my life, reading those words, I wasn't hurt, I wasn't sad. I was completely, utterly done. Something clicked off inside my brain like a physical switch, and what replaced it was clarity. Cold, clean, absolute clarity about exactly who these people were and who I refused to be for them anymore. I didn't comment on the post. I didn't call my mom to scream at her. I didn't text Julian or Chloe. Instead, I did something that would change the trajectory of this whole situation. Though I didn't know it yet. I called my dad. I know what you're thinking. Your deadbeat dad? The guy who bailed to Dayton when you were 12? Why on earth would you call him? It's a fair question. But here's the thing about deeply complicated families. Sometimes the person who hurt you the least isn't the person who was there the most. It's the person who at least had the basic decency to be honestly absent instead of dishonestly present. My dad, Victor, wasn't a good father. I want to be crystal clear about that. He checked out. He prioritized his new life over his old one. But in the last 3 years, something had shifted. He'd reached out a couple of times. Nothing pushy, just short texts on my birthday or a comment on a LinkedIn post. He actually congratulated me when I posted about the house. He wrote, "Incredibly proud of you, son, you earned this." In the comments. 2 years of silence from my mother, and 3 words from my estranged father hit harder than anything she'd ever said, so I called him. It was incredibly awkward at first. Lots of long pauses, throat clearing, and the kind of careful, measured conversation two people have when they know there's a literal minefield between them but they're trying to walk through it anyway. I told him everything that was going on. The phone call from mom, Julian's $75,000 debt, Chloe's psychotic guilt trip, the Facebook post, all of it. Victor was quiet for a very long time. Then he sighed heavily and said something I absolutely didn't expect. Marcus, I owe you a massive apology. Not for what your mother did, that's entirely on her. But for not being there so you had at least one person in your corner growing up. I was a selfish coward, and you paid the price for it. I can't fix the past, but I can tell you right now that you are doing the exact right thing. Do not let that woman bleed you dry just because they finally noticed you have a bank account. It wasn't a perfect Hallmark movie moment. He didn't suddenly become father of the year, but it was raw and honest. And after a lifetime of being aggressively gaslit by my mother, honesty felt like pure oxygen. We talked for almost an hour and a half. He told me how Valerie had left him a few years back, how he'd been going to intensive therapy and trying to understand his own toxic patterns. That conversation didn't magically fix everything between us, but it gave me massive perspective. My father, the man who walked away, had far more self-awareness than my mother, the woman who stayed. I stopped grieving the family I wished I had and started fully investing in the life I was actually building. Maya and I threw ourselves into the new house. We painted the living room a deep navy blue, spent our weekends at estate sales finding vintage furniture, and adopted a ridiculous-looking golden retriever mix we named Waffles. Work was going incredibly well, too. That hospital network contract? I landed it, the biggest deal Apex Secure had closed in 3 years. My boss actually pulled me into his office, shook my hand, and promoted me to Vice President of Security Operations with a salary bump that made my head spin. Life was genuinely, incredibly good. I wasn't waiting for the other shoe to drop. But then, my cousin Kevin called me on a Thursday evening with news that changed absolutely everything. "Hey man," Kevin said, his voice dropping to that specific, hushed tone people use when they're about to drop a nuclear bomb on your life. "Did you know your grandmother Helen left a highly specific will?" My grandmother, my mom's mother, Helen, had passed away about 9 months earlier. I'd gone to the funeral, sat quietly in the back row, and left before the reception because nobody was talking to me anyway. I figured whatever she had went straight to my mom and my Aunt Clara, which was totally fine. I hadn't been super close with Helen. She was very much in the Brenda is a saint camp, and I had zero expectations. "Yeah," I said, confused. "So what?" "So," Kevin said, taking a breath, "apparently she left way more money than anyone thought. And apparently, there's a major provision in there that involves you specifically. Your mom has been acting real shady about it, which is how I knew something was wrong." I overheard Clara arguing with her about it. I felt an icy chill go straight down my spine. Not fear, exactly. More like the feeling you get when you realize a complex puzzle you didn't even know you were solving just revealed its final, damning piece. The next morning, I called Kevin back and got the full download. Helen had been a retired school administrator who lived modestly but invested with the quiet, ruthless discipline of someone who understood compound interest. When she passed, her estate was worth just north of $750,000, a house, a massive brokerage account, some savings, and life insurance. Her will, updated 3 years before she died, laid things out very specifically. The house went to Aunt Clara. A portion of the savings went to my mom. But the brokerage account, which was worth roughly $210,000, was legally split into 3 equal shares designated exclusively for her grandchildren. Not her children. Her grandchildren, Julian, me, and Chloe, exactly $70,000 each. Now, here is where the story turns into a legal nightmare for my mother. The will had a strict condition. The disbursements to the grandchildren were to be handled by the executor of the estate, which was my mom, Brenda. She was legally mandated to distribute the funds within 6 months of Helen's death. It had been 9 months. Julian and Chloe had already received their $70,000 shares. I hadn't received a single dime. I hadn't even been notified the money existed. Let that sink in for a second. My own mother, acting as the legal executor of my grandmother's estate, had given my brother and sister their massive inheritances and simply pretended mine didn't exist. She pocketed my $70,000. And the timing was almost too disgustingly perfect to be coincidental. Because this all happened right around the exact time Julian's boutique was hemorrhaging cash and my mom was aggressively trying to get me to bail him out. "I think your mom used your exact share to pay off Julian's most aggressive creditors," Kevin said over the phone. "Or at least a huge chunk of it. I think that's why she was so desperate to guilt trip you into sending money. Because if you just voluntarily helped the family, nobody would have ever looked too closely at the estate records, and she could cover her tracks." I sat at my kitchen table and felt something I can only describe as cold, blinding fire. It wasn't just rage, it was every single suspicion I'd ever had about my worthless place in this family, crystallizing into a single, undeniable, legally actionable truth. They didn't just ignore me, they actively, maliciously stole from me. They saw my silence as permission, and my absence as a financial opportunity. I told Maya everything. She went completely pale, then her face flushed bright red, and she started pacing the kitchen like a hungry prosecutor preparing closing arguments. Marcus, this isn't just toxic family drama anymore, this is grand theft. This is a severe breach of fiduciary duty. You need a ruthless lawyer, right now. She was right, and I knew exactly what to do. Maya's cousin worked at a massive law firm in downtown Cleveland. Within 48 hours, I was sitting in the plush, mahogany-paneled office of a woman named Sarah Caldwell, an elite estate and probate litigation attorney who had the terrifying, calm intensity of a shark smelling blood in the water. She'd seen every version of family betrayal in the book and still found each new case personally offensive. I laid out absolutely everything. The details of the will, the missing inheritance, the timeline of Julian's business failing, the frantic phone calls, the guilt-tripping text messages, the insane Facebook post, everything. Sarah listened without interrupting once. She took meticulous notes on a yellow legal pad. When I was finally done, she looked up over her glasses, folded her hands, and said, "Your mother has a strict fiduciary duty as the executor of this estate. If she dispersed funds to your siblings and deliberately withheld yours, that is a massive breach. If she used your share for any other purpose, specifically to pay off your brother's debts, that is a civil tort called conversion. It is theft. We have a lot of extremely aggressive options." Options. I absolutely loved the sound of that word. For the first time in this entire miserable ordeal, I wasn't just reacting to their abuse, I was attacking. Sarah drafted and filed a formal legal demand letter to my mother within 3 days. It was a beautiful document, precise, cold, legally terrifying, and completely impossible to misinterpret. It explicitly stated that I was fully aware of Helen's will, aware of the $210,000 brokerage account disbursement, aware that my $70,000 share had been illegally withheld, and that I was requesting full payment within 14 days. If she failed to comply, I would pursue immediate legal action, including a petition to have her formally removed as executor and a civil lawsuit for breach of fiduciary duty and conversion. The certified letter was delivered on a Tuesday morning. By Tuesday afternoon, my phone was practically vibrating off the desk. Julian called first. "Dude, what the actual hell are you doing? You're going to sue Mom? Over Grandma's money? Are you out of your mind right now?" I didn't answer. I let it go to voicemail. He left 4 increasingly panicked messages. Chloe texted me a literal novel. The highlights included, "You are destroying this family permanently. Grandma Helen would be violently ashamed of you." And my absolute personal favorite, "This is exactly why nobody ever calls you. You're a greedy psychopath." As if the reason nobody called me was because I had the sheer audacity to want the $70,000 that was legally bequeathed to me. Then, Mom called. I let it ring 3 times, took a deep breath, and picked up because I desperately wanted to hear this. "Marcus Aaron, what is this disgusting letter?" Her voice was shaking violently. Not with sadness, not with guilt. With pure, unadulterated rage. She was furious that I'd found out, furious that I'd lawyered up, furious that her quiet, invisible middle child had finally grown a spine. "It's a demand letter, Mom. From my attorney. You know exactly what's in it. This is completely ridiculous. Your grandmother wanted that money to go to the family, and it went to the family. Julian was drowning. He was going to lose everything. I used the money where it was needed most." And there it was. The full, unprompted verbal confession, delivered as casually as if she were explaining why she borrowed my lawnmower. She blatantly admitted to using my inheritance to bail out Julian. She took the $70,000 that my grandmother specifically designated for me, and she handed it to her favorite child to cover his spectacular failures. And her twisted brain genuinely didn't see the legal or moral problem with it. "Mom, that money was legally mine. The will explicitly said it was mine. You were legally bound to give it to me. Don't you dare lecture me about legality." "I am your mother. And I am your son," I replied, my voice dropping to a whisper. Though I realize that title means completely different things depending on which son you're currently talking to. She went dead quiet. I could hear her ragged breathing through the speaker. Then she hissed, "If you do this, Marcus, if you actually drag your own mother into a courtroom, you will never, ever be welcome in this family again. You will be dead to us." I let her pathetic threat hang in the air for a long moment. I let it settle deep into my bones. And then I said the words I'd been carrying around in my throat for 20 years. "Mom. When was I ever welcome?" I hung up the phone. Update 2. I won't pretend that hanging up didn't hurt. It did. Even when you know the absolute truth, even when you've processed it in therapy, even when your amazing partner is standing right next to you holding your hand, hearing your own mother formally confirm that your place in the family is entirely conditional, still lands like a physical punch to the gut. But I made a decision that night. I wasn't going to stop. I wasn't going to back down and settle this privately. Not just because of the $70,000, but because my grandmother put my specific name in that legal document for a reason. And I wasn't going to let my mother erase me anymore. Sarah and I met again to prepare the lawsuit. She had subpoenaed the bank records. It was a bloodbath. The brokerage account showed exactly when the disbursements were made. Julian's share was withdrawn 4 months after Helen died. Chloe's was withdrawn 5 months after. Mine was withdrawn at 5.5 months, right before the deadline, and deposited directly into my mother's personal checking account. From there, Sarah found undeniable records of 3 massive cashier's checks made out directly to Julian's commercial landlord and his predatory lenders. My money, illegally laundered through my mother's personal account, sent directly to cover my brother's failed sneaker boutique. Marcus, Sarah said, tapping the bank statements. This isn't just a winnable case. This is a slaughter. If this goes before a judge, you will win everything. The only question is whether you want to offer them a settlement to save time, or if you want to make a public statement in court. I thought about the $20 Amazon gift card on my 16th birthday. I thought about mom scrolling on her phone during my college graduation. I thought about the 2 years of dead silence. I thought about the vicious Facebook post. I want to make a statement, I said. The petition was officially filed in the probate court. We requested a full accounting of the estate, the immediate removal of Brenda as executor, and full restitution of my $70,000 share, plus all of my legal fees. We also filed a separate civil claim for conversion. The court date was set for a gray, sleeting morning in late November. Sarah and I walked into the heavy oak doors of the courtroom. I was nervous, my heart hammering against my ribs, but my hands were steady. My mother was sitting at the respondent's table with a cheap lawyer she'd clearly hired at the absolute last minute. Julian was sitting in the gallery behind her, looking pale and sick. Chloe wasn't there. Aunt Clara was there, radiating intense disapproval from the second row like a space heater of judgment. The judge was a terrifyingly sharp woman named Honorable Patricia Harper. She looked like she had zero patience for family drama. Sarah presented our case methodically. She laid out the will, the brokerage statements, the exact dates of the withdrawals, the bank transfers, and the cashier's checks. Every single piece of evidence was presented like an unbeatable hand of cards. My mother's lawyer stuttered through a pathetic defense, arguing that Brenda had acted in good faith to save a family member from ruin and fully intended to reimburse my share eventually once Julian's business stabilized. Judge Harper literally stopped him mid-sentence. She looked down at my mother over her glasses. Mrs. Brenda, did you distribute the decedent's funds to your daughter and your elder son while deliberately withholding the exact $70,000 share legally designated for your younger son, Marcus? My mother hesitated, gripping the edge of the table. Her lawyer whispered frantically in her ear. Finally, she choked out, I used the money where it was desperately needed. Julian was in a major crisis. Judge Harper's expression turned to absolute stone. That was not the question I asked you, ma'am. The question was whether you withheld funds that were legally the property of your son, Marcus. Yes or no? Yes, my mother whispered. The gavel fell, both literally and figuratively. Judge Harper ruled entirely in my favor. She ordered full, immediate restitution of my $70,000 share, plus my legal fees which totaled just over $12,000. My mother was officially, permanently removed as the executor of the estate, and the court appointed a neutral third-party attorney to handle the remainder of the assets. Furthermore, Judge Harper stated on the public record that Brenda's conduct constituted a severe, intentional breach of fiduciary duty and illegal conversion of assets. When the final ruling was read, my mother didn't even look at me. She stared straight ahead at the wood paneling, her face completely drained of blood. Julian dropped his head into his hands and groaned audibly. Aunt Clara stormed out of the courtroom, muttering something under her breath. I walked out of that courthouse into the freezing Ohio air, and took the deepest, cleanest breath I'd taken in 33 years. Sarah shook my hand firmly and said, "You did the right thing, Marcus." Never doubt that. The aftermath played out over the next few weeks. My mother was forced to completely liquidate her own personal savings and take out a loan against her house to pay the $82,000 judgment to me and my lawyer. I hear through the family grapevine, mostly from Kevin, that she is absolutely furious. She tells anyone who will listen that I am a greedy monster, that I maliciously destroyed the family, that I chose money over my own mother's well-being. And you know what? I genuinely let her tell that story. Because the people who actually matter to me know the truth. And the people who blindly believe her toxic version of events are people whose opinions I stopped valuing a very long time ago. Julian is still massively in debt. The $70,000 mom stole for him only delayed the inevitable. He's still living in his childhood bedroom, and Kevin told me he recently got a job at a warehouse but quit after 3 weeks because the manager was disrespectful. Some things will truly never change. I haven't spoken a single word to Mom, Julian, or Chloe since the court date, and I never will again. They are permanently blocked on everything. My dad, Victor, came down to Cleveland for Thanksgiving this year. It's not a perfect relationship, and there is still a lot of damage to unpack, but he's genuinely trying. He sat at my dining room table with Maya's parents Arthur and Elaine, her brother David, and our dog Waffles begging for turkey scraps. The house was loud, chaotic, warm, and full of people who actually wanted to be there. I stood in my kitchen that night, looking out at the life I had built, and I thought about my mom's Facebook post, the one where she claimed money changes people. She was right about one thing. The money did change something. It changed my visibility. For 33 years, I was completely invisible to them. The absolute second I had an asset they wanted, I suddenly existed. But the joke is completely on them. Because by the time they finally bothered to look in my direction, I had already built an entire, beautiful life in the empty space where their love should have been. And I used the $70,000 I won back to pay off a huge chunk of my mortgage. My mother never did say she was proud of me. But standing in my beautiful home, with the woman I love, knowing I stood up for myself and won, I realized I finally stopped needing her to be. Top comments. User 1. She used the money where it was needed. The sheer audacity of this woman to steal $70K from her own child, and act like she was Robin Hood saving the day. I am so incredibly glad you didn't back down. Taking her to court was the only way to prove you weren't going to be her doormat anymore. Enjoy that beautiful house with Maya. User 2. Estate lawyer here. Your attorney Sarah sounds like an absolute shark, and I love it. The fact that your mother left a crystal clear paper trail of cashier's checks directly to your brother's landlord is mind-blowing stupidity. She really thought she was invincible because she's mom. Getting her legally removed as executor and forcing her to pay your legal fees is the ultimate justice. User 3. As a fellow invisible middle child who was always passed over for the golden oldest, reading this was incredibly cathartic. The part where your sister asked if mom cried over you graduating college. Damn, that hit so hard. You built your success from the ground up while your brother had everything handed to him and still failed. You won, Marcus. You absolutely won. My family broke into my multi-million-dollar lake house. So, I called the police, and let my firm's ruthless corporate legal team obliterate their entire lives. Original post. I am Ethan, 35 years old. For the last 6 years, I have worked grueling 70-hour weeks, sacrificing my youth, my social life, and my sanity, pouring every single ounce of my corporate salary into a deeply personal dream. All of it was stolen in a single afternoon by my own brother. While I was sitting in my downtown office finalizing a massive commercial real estate deal, my parents and my older brother were popping expensive champagne in the living room of my secret lake house. My brother actually stood on my brand new, custom finished hardwood floors, raised a crystal glass to our extended relatives, and said with a completely straight face, "We deserve this upgrade. After years of struggling while others had it easy, it is our time." They laughed, they cheered. They claimed my property as their own. But there was one massive, life-ruining detail they did not know. That house was not just a vacation home. It was the centerpiece of a 50-acre corporate development project, and they were trespassing on multi-million-dollar commercial territory. And now, they are facing a lawsuit they can never, ever win. Let us go back to the exact moment the security alert buzzed in my pocket and changed my life forever. It was a Tuesday afternoon in early October. The kind of crisp, brilliant day where the autumn sunlight hits the glass of the high-rises just right, making the whole city look like it is coated in gold. I was sitting at my mahogany desk on the 38th floor of my firm's headquarters in the financial district. The air conditioning was humming quietly in the background. I had just received a major promotion to project director the week prior, a title that came with a heavy equity stake and a workload that would break most people. I was in the middle of reviewing a quarterly financial report tracking the zoning permits for our latest acquisition when my phone vibrated violently against the polished wood of my desk. I ignored it at first. I am a man who lives and dies by his schedule, and my focus was entirely on the numbers in front of me. But then it buzzed again and again. 3 rapid, aggressive vibrations that signaled a high-priority alert. I glanced down, expecting an emergency email from my lawyer regarding an upcoming contract negotiation or a frantic message from a junior analyst. Instead, the screen displayed a notification from the state-of-the-art security system I had personally installed exactly 48 hours prior at the Oak Ridge Valley property. Motion detected in the primary living sector. Multiple heat signatures identified. My brow furrowed into a deep knot of confusion. The contractors had completely finished their work. The professional cleaning crew had left yesterday afternoon, handing the master keys directly to me. I had personally locked the reinforced doors and armed the perimeter. Nobody had the access codes to that gate except me. I picked up the phone, my thumb hovering over the screen for a fraction of a second before tapping the notification. The video feed buffered a spinning white circle on a black background before the high-definition, full-color feed flooded my screen. My blood turned to absolute ice. The air in my lungs simply vanished. Balloons. Large, obnoxious metallic gold balloons reading "Welcome Home" were bobbing gently against the vaulted cedar ceiling I had spent months agonizing over with my architectural team. Below those balloons, a crowd of people milled about my sanctuary. I zoomed in, my fingers shaking just slightly against the cold glass of the screen. I recognized the back of a head, I recognized a jacket, and then he turned around. It was Connor, my older brother Connor. He was wearing a crisp, unnecessarily expensive polo shirt, holding a crystal champagne flute, my crystal, from the sealed boxes I had not even unpacked yet. Beside him stood his wife, Mia. She was leaning against my custom marble kitchen island, a smug, satisfied smile plastered across her face as she sliced into a massive sheet cake. The cake literally had the words "The Bennett Family Estate" written on it in thick chocolate frosting. The audio feed kicked in a second later. The sound of my family's laughter, loud and completely unbothered, echoed off the walls of the home I had built specifically to escape their toxic shadow. I sat paralyzed in my ergonomic office chair, watching the surreal nightmare unfold in real time. My mother, Helen, walked into the frame. She patted Connor on the back, her face glowing with a profound pride she had never, not once in my entire 35 years of existence, directed at me. My father, Robert, was holding a digital camera, taking pictures of the stone fireplace as if he were a proud patriarch documenting his legacy. "To our perfect new home," Connor announced, his voice booming through the tiny speaker of my phone with sickening clarity. "It is about time our luck turned around. No more cramped apartments, no more struggling. This is our fresh start." I gripped the edge of my desk so hard the wood groaned in protest. My knuckles turned completely white, the tendons in my hands aching from the pressure. Luck? He actually called it luck. He did not see the 6 years of grueling overtime. He did not see the canceled dates, the sleepless nights, the holidays I spent eating stale takeout alone at my desk to secure my corporate standing. He did not see the relentless discipline required to amass the capital for this exact property. He saw a beautiful, expensive house, and his immediate, unfiltered instinct was to simply decide it belonged to him. I did not scream. I did not throw my phone against the wall. When you work in high-stakes commercial real estate, when you navigate rooms full of cutthroat investors and aggressive legal teams, you learn very quickly that emotion is your biggest liability. Anger makes you sloppy. You do not get mad. You get leverage. You secure your assets. I closed the security app, letting it run in the background to record every single second of their intrusion. I opened the heavy bottom drawer of my desk and pulled out the thick manila folder I had brought from the bank that morning. It contained the original deed, the certified wire transfer receipts, the property tax documents, and the commercial zoning maps. My name was the only one on every single page. I shoved the folder into my leather briefcase, snapped the brass locks shut, and stood up. I straightened my tie. I walked out of my private office. My assistant looked up from her monitors as I marched past her desk. "Cancel my afternoon meetings," I said, my voice completely devoid of inflection. "Reschedule the zoning board call for tomorrow morning. I have a severe pest control issue at a private property that requires my immediate physical presence." The elevator ride down to the parking garage felt like an eternity suspended in time. Every ding of the passing floors echoed like the ticking of a bomb waiting to detonate in my chest. I reached my designated parking spot, threw the briefcase into the passenger seat of my car, and gripped the steering wheel. I was about to put the car in drive when a memory hit me. A memory so vivid and painful it knocked the breath entirely from my lungs. A brutal reminder of exactly why I could not and would not show these people a single ounce of mercy today. Growing up in our household, the dynamic was established early and enforced brutally. Connor was the golden child, the radiant sun, and the rest of us were just insignificant planets forced to orbit his perceived brilliance. If Connor managed to get a B on a high school history test, my parents threw a celebratory dinner. If I brought home a flawless report card with straight A's, I was quietly told to put it away and not to brag because it might make my brother feel inadequate about his own struggles. I learned very early on that my assigned role in the family was to be invisible, silent, and compliant right up until the exact moment Connor needed something fixed, paid for, or covered up. The most defining moment of my life, the trauma that forged the impenetrable armor I wear today, happened when I was 21 years old. I had been working 3 different jobs since I was 16 years old to build my college fund. I flipped burgers in a greasy kitchen until midnight, mowed lawns in the sweltering summer heat, and did basic bookkeeping for local small businesses on the weekends. I saved every single penny, denying myself basic teenage experiences. I had over $35,000 sitting in a joint savings account at the local credit union, an account my mother was still technically a signer on from when I had opened it as a minor. Connor, meanwhile, had predictably dropped out of his second attempt at college to start a custom apparel business. He convinced my parents it was the next massive industry disruptor. He maxed out both of their credit cards, leased a commercial warehouse he absolutely could not afford, and within 8 miserable months, he was facing total bankruptcy and a massive lawsuit from unpaid suppliers. I will never forget walking into the bank branch on a rainy Tuesday to withdraw my tuition money for my junior year of university. The teller looked at her computer screen, frowned, and then looked at me with a deep horrific pity in her eyes. She softly informed me that the account balance was zero. My mother had walked into the branch 2 days prior and legally drained the entire $35,000. I drove home in a state of blinding, suffocating panic. When I kicked the front door open and confronted them in the kitchen, my mother did not even have the decency to look guilty. She was calmly stirring a pot of chicken soup on the stove. Without breaking eye contact, she told me that family helps family. She stated that Connor was in desperate, life-ruining trouble, and since I was the smart one, I could easily figure out how to get student loans to cover my education. My father chimed in from the dining table, his voice dripping with condescension, telling me that I was being incredibly selfish for caring about a college fund when my brother's entire future and freedom were on the line. They treated my life savings like it was their emergency fund. I packed my bags and moved out that exact night. I took out crushing high-interest student loans to finish my degree. I survived on cheap ramen noodles, tap water, and pure unadulterated spite. Years later, when I bought a vintage car as a tangible symbol of my survival, my parents demanded I sell it to fund Connor's mortgage. When I refused, they called me a disgrace. I vowed then to build a fortress so high they could never reach me. And I did. I bought the Oak Ridge Valley property in absolute secrecy. I gripped the steering wheel as I turned off the main highway. As I pulled up to the property line of my estate, the fragile peace evaporated into the cold autumn air. There were 6 different cars parked haphazardly across my pristine, freshly seeded front lawn. Deep, muddy tire tracks violently gouged the soft earth I had just paid a premium landscaping crew thousands of dollars to perfect. Connor's oversized, lifted truck was parked aggressively right by the front door, crushing a bed of newly planted hydrangeas. I did not pull into the driveway. I parked my car horizontally across the main gate entrance, effectively barricading them all inside the property. I reached into the glove compartment, pulled out my phone, and dialed the local precinct. "Dispatch, this is Ethan Bennett," I said, my voice dangerously calm. "I am the legal owner of the property located at 42 Oak Ridge Valley. I have a break-in in progress. There are multiple hostile trespassers currently occupying my residence. I need sworn officers here immediately." I hung up the phone, grabbed my heavy leather briefcase and stepped out of the car. The familiar, comforting scent of the lake water hit my nose, but it was immediately ruined by the smell of a cheap barbecue grill being fired up on my custom cedar deck. They were cooking meat on my deck. I stood perfectly still at the edge of the driveway, the cold wind whipping at my trench coat, waiting until I saw the flashing blue and red lights of the police cruisers turning down the narrow lane. 2 patrol cars pulled up rapidly, their tires crunching loudly against the gravel. A veteran officer whom I had spoken to a week prior stepped out. I handed him the heavy manila folder containing my state identification and the finalized closing documents. "They bypassed my security. They broke in," I stated firmly. The officer checked the dates, verified the signatures, and nodded. "Understood. Let's clear them out." I walked up the front steps of my own home, the gravel crunching aggressively under my expensive dress shoes. I bypassed the smart lock by punching my master passcode into the keypad, pushed the heavy oak door wide open, and stepped directly into the grand foyer. The wall of noise hit me instantly. Shouting, obnoxious laughter, and loud pop music blaring from a portable speaker. Connor was standing right by the grand staircase. When he noticed me, his confident smile faltered for a fraction of a second before he replaced his shock with a mask of forced arrogant joviality. "Ethan, you finally made it," Connor shouted over the blaring music. "Mom said she couldn't get a hold of you. Welcome to the new family compound. Come on in." He took a step forward, intending to pull me into a fake brotherly hug. I simply stepped back, creating a path, and allowed the police officers to walk past me into the bright light of the foyer. The music was suddenly cut off. The silence that fell over the massive room was deafening. 30 pairs of terrified eyes turned away from the champagne and the cake, staring in utter shock at the uniforms. "Evening, folks," the officer said loudly. "Who exactly claims ownership of this residence?" Connor immediately puffed out his chest. "I do, officer. Well, technically, it is the family home. We just bought it." He lied to a police officer with the terrifying smoothness of a lifelong con artist. The officer looked at Connor with pure disgust. "Sir, I have the verified legal owner of this property standing right beside me holding the deed. And he states that you are trespassing." Connor let out a loud, obnoxious laugh. "Ethan own this place? You've got to be kidding. My little brother is an office drone. My parents bought this house for me and my wife." My mother pushed her way to the front. "Ethan, what on earth do you think you are doing, calling the police on your own brother during a family gathering? Stop this embarrassing nonsense right now." I slowly opened the manila folder. I looked dead into Connor's eyes. "This is a legally binding property deed," I said, my voice cold and sharp, "paid for entirely by wire transfer from my personal corporate accounts. You have no lease agreement. You have no keys. You forced the side window lock to gain unauthorized entry. In the eyes of the law, that is a felony." Mia, Connor's wife, marched up, her face burning red with rage. "You selfish prick. You have all this hidden money and you kept it from us while we struggle? Family shares. Your parents explicitly said this is a family asset now. We need the space for the kids. My parents do not own my bank accounts anymore, Mia, I replied, my voice dropping to a freezing whisper. Not since they stole my college fund when I was 21 years old. There is no inheritance for you here. The officer stepped aggressively between us. Mr. Bennett has provided unquestionable proof of legal ownership. Every single one of you has exactly 10 minutes to gather your personal belongings and vacate these premises, or you will be placed in handcuffs. Absolute chaos erupted. Relatives started murmuring in panic, frantically grabbing their coats. My father turned a deep shade of purple, pointing a shaking finger at me. You are kicking your own flesh and blood out onto the street over a pile of bricks. You are dead to me, Ethan. We will sue you for everything. You died to me a very long time ago, Robert, I shot back, intentionally dropping the title of Dad. As the crowd humiliatingly shuffled toward the front door, Connor passed by me, bumping my shoulder. I'll hire a lawyer tomorrow. I'll sue you for half the value of this place. It's family property under verbal agreement. I whispered back, try it. But as the room cleared, I caught movement near the kitchen. My younger cousin, Zoe, was frantically trying to slip out through the back patio door. I had let Zoe live rent-free on my couch in the city for 2 months last year when she was facing eviction. I stepped quickly into her path. Going somewhere in a hurry, Zoe? She looked down, her face burning with guilt. Ethan, I'm so sorry, I swear I just came for the free food. How did Connor know the exact address? I demanded. My title company is bound by a strict NDA. She started to cry desperate tears. He paid me, Ethan. He gave me $1,500 in cash. When I stayed at your apartment, I saw the emails with the luxury realtor on your laptop. I'm so sorry, I really needed the money for rent. She sold my sanctuary to the wolves for a miserable $1,500. Get out of my house. I said, my voice lethal. If you ever come within 50 feet of me again, I will have my firm's legal team charge you with wire fraud and corporate espionage for accessing my private devices. She ran out the door, sobbing. I locked the heavy front door behind the last of them. There were cake crumbs mashed into my expensive marble counter and muddy footprints tracked all across my floors. They truly believed they had the divine right to take everything I had built simply because we shared the same toxic blood. Update 1. The next morning, the storm made landfall with devastating force. I woke up on a cheap air mattress in the center of the master bedroom. My phone screen lit up with 74 unread text messages and dozens of alerts. My Aunt Beatrice, the supposed family peacekeeper, had started a massive group chat bombardment. How could you humiliate your brother? You need to apologize and let them move in. My father left a venomous voicemail demanding I hand over the keys or face a lawsuit for a shared family asset. Then I opened Facebook. Mia had posted a massive, tear-stained essay complete with a highly manipulated picture of her kids looking destitute. She called me a monster, a greedy corporate sellout who abandoned his family. I meticulously took high-resolution screenshots of every post, comment, and legal threat. I compiled them into an encrypted digital file. At 9 a.m., I drove straight to the top floor of my corporate headquarters. I walked into the secure glass-walled conference room where Julian, the lead corporate attorney for our firm, was waiting. I saw the Facebook post. Julian said, "Your brother is an absolute idiot." "I don't care about Facebook drama, Julian," I said, connecting my laptop to the screen. "I care about the physical perimeter of the property." The heavy mahogany door opened, and Vance, the CEO of our firm, walked in. Vance was a terrifying, brilliant man who had built his real estate empire from nothing and had zero tolerance for parasites. "Ethan," Vance said, taking his seat. "I hear you had a severe pest control problem at the Oak Ridge Valley site yesterday." "I did, sir. My family broke into the primary residence. They are officially claiming a right to the property and threatening a lawsuit for ownership." Vance chuckled, a dry, cold sound. "Fascinating. Tell me, Ethan, do they know that the house they are fighting over merely sits on Lot 1 of a 50-acre commercial development owned entirely by this corporation? Do they know that you are the lead project director and hold a 20% equity stake in the entire surrounding valley?" "No," I smiled, feeling the heavy armor of my reality lock into place. "They think I am just a selfish brother who bought a nice vacation home with his salary." My father literally threatened to bring a local family lawyer to claim an oral agreement. Julian laughed out loud. "A local family lawyer? Going up against our corporate litigation team? We will bury them in so much legal paperwork they will go bankrupt, just paying the retainer fees to read it." "We secure the perimeter immediately," Vance ordered. "Julian, authorize the corporate security team. I want 24/7 armed patrols at the main gate. If your family steps one single foot on that soil again, they are actively interfering with a multi-million-dollar corporate asset. We will hit them with commercial damages that will ruin them for generations." I drove back to the lake house. The corporate security team had already set up massive unmarked black SUVs near the reinforced steel gate. As I pulled up, I saw my parents' beat-up sedan idling dangerously on the shoulder. My father was angrily pacing, screaming at the stoic security guards. When he saw me, he slammed his hand against my window. "What the hell is this, Ethan? Armed thugs? Give me the gate code right now. We are not leaving until Connor has a set of keys." I rolled the window down exactly 2 inches. "You are attempting to trespass on a private, highly secured corporate zone." "Corporate zone?" My father sneered. "Stop playing games. Connor needs this place to raise his kids. You are single. You owe us for raising you. I've already spoken to a lawyer. You owe. Verbal agreements are legally binding. Tell your cheap lawyer to bring a very big briefcase," I said softly, "because he is going to need it to carry the countersuit." I rolled the window up seamlessly, and the heavy steel gate closed behind me. I thought the overwhelming security presence would be the definitive end of the nightmare. But toxic family dynamics do not operate on logic. Exactly 4 days later, the perimeter alarm chimed. I switched my primary monitor to the high-definition front gate feed. What I saw made my jaw clench tight enough to grind my teeth. It was a coordinated caravan of sheer audacity. Connor's lifted truck was parked aggressively right up against my corporate gates. Behind it was my parents' sedan. Behind that was a flashy, tacky cherry red convertible. And parked horizontally behind that convertible, blocking the entire public access lane, was a massive rented commercial moving van. A fully loaded moving van. They piled out of their vehicles looking frighteningly confident. But the most concerning detail was the unknown woman stepping out of the cherry red convertible. She was dressed in an aggressively bright yellow pantsuit, holding a bulky briefcase. She had the distinct swagger of a strip mall lawyer who spends her career bullying unrepresented people in small claims court. She was barking orders at my parents. My desk phone rang. "Mr. Bennett," the head of security said, his voice laced with heavy professional annoyance. "Your family has returned in force. They brought an unidentified female claiming to be their retained legal counsel. She is waving unfiled papers and demanding we open the gates under threat of a lawsuit. Furthermore, they brought a moving van to establish physical occupancy. They were actually trying to establish squatters' rights. They thought if they got their cheap furniture onto the grass, the law would magically protect them. Do not open the gate, I am coming down there," I ordered. By the time I reached the towering steel gates, it was a full-blown circus. Connor was unloading heavy canvas camping tents onto the grass. Mia was screaming at a security guard. When they saw me, a cheer of vindictive triumph went up among them. My father gripped the steel bars. "It is over, Ethan. We brought actual legal representation today. Open this gate right now, or we will take everything you own in court." I bypassed my screaming family and looked directly at the woman in the yellow pantsuit. "And who exactly are you supposed to be?" I asked. "Yes." She stepped forward confidently, sliding a flimsy business card through the gaps. "I am Roxanne Thorne, attorney at law. I officially represent Robert, Helen, and Connor Bennett. My clients have formally retained me to enforce their absolute legal right to this residential property, which was purchased using funds heavily subsidized by their years of providing for your education. Verbal agreements are completely actionable. We are officially filing a lawsuit for 50% ownership, plus punitive damages for emotional distress." "Emotional distress?" I repeated slowly. "You mean the emotional distress of not being able to steal my hard-earned salary to fund another failed business?" Connor violently shoved his way to the front. "You owe us your life, Ethan. Mom and Dad completely drained their life savings for my business. If you don't let me move in today, Roxanne is going to tie this place up in probate court for the next 10 agonizing years." My mother dabbed her perfectly dry eyes with a tissue. "Just give your brother the guest house and the garage, Ethan. We don't want to fight you in a dirty courtroom. We just want what is fundamentally fair." I looked at all of them. They had relied on weaponized guilt for so many decades that they genuinely believed it functioned as a legally binding contract. "Miss Thorne?" I said slowly, entirely ignoring my family. "Before you drove out here today, did you actually pull the commercial zoning records and the corporate ownership structure for this specific GPS coordinate? Or did you just lazily look up the simple residential deed I filed 3 days ago?" Roxanne frowned, her arrogant smile slipping. "I pulled the residential deed, obviously. Which makes it a personal asset directly subject to our family lawsuit." "I see," I replied calmly. "Then you are a very terrible, negligent lawyer, and you are about to lose your license to practice law." Before she could object, a low, incredibly heavy rumbling sound echoed down the narrow road. Coming down the lane, systematically blocking the moving van and Roxanne's convertible from the rear, completely cutting off any possible route of escape, was a convoy of 4 massive, fully armored black SUVs. They moved with terrifying military-like precision. The heavy doors opened simultaneously. A dozen large men in immaculate tailored dark suits stepped out. They were the elite corporate crisis management and litigation team from my firm. And stepping out of the lead vehicle was Vance, the CEO of my company. He had arrived, and he brought the absolute, unyielding wrath of a multi-billion-dollar corporate empire with him. The arrogant shouting from my family died instantly in their throats. Roxanne visibly took a staggering step backward, her eyes darting frantically between the imposing armored SUVs and Vance's cold, predatory gaze. She suddenly realized with horrifying clarity that she was swimming with actual leviathans. Vance walked smoothly past the rented moving van. Two of our top corporate litigators walked precisely one step behind him. I gave a subtle nod to the security guard. The heavy steel gate slowly hummed open. I stepped out onto the public road and stood shoulder to shoulder with Vance. We formed an unbreakable wall of corporate dominance. "Ethan," Vance said, his voice dripping with absolute authority, "I see the local pest problem has inexplicably multiplied." "It appears so, sir," I replied smoothly. My father desperately tried to muster his bravado. He pointed a shaking finger at Vance. "Who the hell do you think you are? Are you this boy's boss? You need to tell your arrogant employee to hand over the keys before my lawyer sues him for everything he is worth." Vance did not even look at my father. He turned his cold gaze directly onto Roxanne. "You are the legal counsel representing these individuals?" he asked politely, though it sounded like a loaded threat. Roxanne swallowed hard, clutching her briefcase. "Yes, I represent the Bennett family in a civil dispute regarding the rightful occupation of this residential asset." Vance simply snapped his fingers once. The lead corporate litigator stepped forward, clicked open his leather briefcase, and pulled out a stack of legally bound documents as thick as a metropolitan phone book. He handed the massive stack directly into Roxanne's shaking hands. "Miss Thorne," Vance said smoothly, "I am Vance, CEO of Vanguard Holdings. What you are currently holding is the finalized master deed, the approved commercial zoning permits, and the highly confidential corporate equity structure for the Oak Ridge Valley Commercial Development Project." Roxanne's hands were trembling so violently that the papers rustled loudly. Her eyes widened in pure, unfiltered horror as she scanned the bold legal text. "I strongly suggest you read those documents carefully before you speak another word," Vance continued, his voice dropping to a lethal quiet calm. "Because you have made a catastrophic, career-ending error. This house is not a simple personal residential asset. It is the designated primary on-site management facility for a 50-acre commercial development. The entire valley surrounding this house, including the very road your clients are currently blocking, is private corporate property owned entirely and exclusively by Vanguard Holdings." Connor let out a high-pitched, nervous laugh. "What is he talking about, Ethan? Stop with the fake legal mumbo-jumbo. It's just a lake house." "Shut up, Connor," Roxanne hissed violently. The bright color was rapidly draining from her face, leaving her looking ghost pale and on the verge of physical collapse. "Furthermore," Vance said, turning his piercing gaze to my parents who physically recoiled, "Ethan Bennett is not merely an employee, he is the lead project director of this multi-million-dollar development, and he personally holds a 20% equity stake in this specific corporate subsidiary. The residential deed he filed was a mere legal formality. By attempting to lay claim to this property, by repeatedly trespassing, and by threatening to tie it up in court, you are not threatening a family member. You are actively, illegally threatening a massive corporate initiative." The silence that followed was absolute and deafening. My mother's mouth opened and closed repeatedly like a fish suffocating on dry land. For 35 agonizing years, they had treated me like a useless wallet, an invisible stepping stone meant only to facilitate Connor's supposed greatness. They truly thought I was just a guy with a decent salary. They had absolutely no idea that I was sitting on a throne of corporate equity, wielding financial and legal power they could not even begin to comprehend. Our lead corporate litigator spoke up, his voice utterly unyielding. "Because your clients have repeatedly harassed a senior corporate executive, trespassed on a secure commercial site, and threatened frivolous litigation to extort corporate assets, my team has already drafted a comprehensive countersuit. If you and your clients do not withdraw from this property in exactly 60 seconds, Vanguard Holdings will sue Robert, Helen, and Connor Bennett for commercial interference, criminal trespassing, and attempted corporate extortion. We will legally seize Connor Bennett's remaining business assets. We will place a massive financial lien on Robert and Helen Bennett's primary residence. We will bankrupt them, and we will take the house they sleep in." The litigator took one aggressive step closer to Roxanne. "And as for you, Miss Thorne, if you file one single solitary piece of paperwork regarding this matter in any court in this state, we will immediately report you to the State Bar Association for gross professional misconduct. We will bury your pathetic small practice in so many legal injunctions, you will be forced to sell your car just to pay the filing fees to defend yourself." Roxanne dropped her briefcase. It hit the pavement with a loud clatter. She looked at Connor, her eyes wide with unadulterated terror. "I am officially dropping you as clients," she practically screamed, throwing her hands in the air. "Consider our legal representation permanently terminated. Do not ever contact my office again." She spun around, sprinting to her red convertible. She started the engine with a roar, aggressively navigated around the armored SUVs, and sped away, leaving my family completely abandoned, utterly humiliated, and entirely defenseless. Connor stood completely frozen on the grass, his mouth hanging open. Mia looked like she was about to vomit. My father's false bravado had completely shattered into a million pieces, leaving behind nothing but a terrified, weak old man who finally realized he had picked a fight with a god. I stepped forward. "You wanted to use the law against me, Robert?" I asked, my voice echoing with years of suppressed anger. "You wanted to play the legal game and steal what is mine. Welcome to the major leagues. Now, pack up your pathetic camping tents and get off my corporate property before I have the security team physically restrain you for criminal extortion." Update 2. The immediate aftermath was the most immensely satisfying display of cowardice I have ever witnessed. The very second Roxanne's card disappeared, the crushing reality crashed down upon my parents. They were staring directly down the barrel of a multi-million-dollar corporate legal team that had just explicitly threatened to take their home and their retirement. In the blink of an eye, the unbreakable family loyalty they constantly preached evaporated. "Ethan, please." My mother suddenly sobbed, taking a desperate step toward me. Real tears were finally falling. "We didn't know. Connor lied to us. He told us he had a legal right to be here. We would never try to steal from your company. Please don't take our house." Connor whipped his head around in horrified shock. "Mom, what the hell are you doing? You literally told me to fight him for it. You said he owed me this house." "Shut your mouth, Connor," my father roared, his face turning a dangerous shade of purple. But this time, his fury was aimed entirely at his precious golden child. "You are a complete fool. You almost cost us our only home with your stupid, entitled schemes. We should never have bailed you out." My father quickly turned back to me, attempting a sickeningly sweet smile. "Ethan, son, you have to understand. We don't understand these complex corporate structures. Let's just go inside, have coffee, and talk about how we can fix this as a family." I looked at them with freezing disgust. The moment they realized I possessed the legal capacity to completely destroy their comfortable lives, they instantly threw their beloved golden child directly under the bus. "Do not ever call me son again," I said, cutting through their pathetic apologies. "And there will be no coffee. You have exactly 30 seconds to move your vehicles, or my security team will impound them." "Ethan, you can't do this," Connor yelled, panic bleeding into his voice. "Mia is already threatening a divorce over the debt we took on for that lawyer. If you sue me, I'll lose custody of the kids. I will literally have nothing left." "Then you finally have exactly what you earned in this life, Connor," I replied coldly. "Nothing." I turned my back and walked back through the heavy steel gates. The next morning, I went aggressively on the offensive. Julian and I systematically filed formal, permanent restraining orders against Robert, Helen, Connor, and Mia. We presented the high-definition security footage, the audio recordings of their extortion threats, and sworn statements from the corporate security team. The judge took one look at the evidence, shook his head in disgust, and granted the permanent restraining orders immediately. The fallout for Connor was absolutely catastrophic. Without my parents' ability to bail him out financially, his fragile finances collapsed. Within 2 agonizing months, Mia filed for a highly contentious divorce, citing his reckless behavior and the massive hidden credit card debt he had accumulated to pay Roxanne's retainer fee. She took primary custody of the kids, leaving Connor completely isolated, living in a cheap rented motel room, forced to sell his prized oversized truck just to pay his aggressive divorce lawyer. My parents tried repeatedly to send me handwritten letters begging for financial help, to cover Connor's mounting legal fees. I returned every single letter unopened, marked forcefully with a red stamp, returned to sender. 6 months later, the Oak Ridge Valley Commercial Development Project officially broke ground. It was a massive, unprecedented success. To celebrate the milestone, I decided to host a lavish housewarming party at my lake house. I did not invite a single blood relative. Instead, my home was filled entirely with the people who had actually supported me. Julian was there, laughing loudly on my custom cedar deck. Vance made a rare personal appearance, shaking my hand warmly. It was a beautiful evening of genuine warmth and profound, uninterrupted peace. As the sun began to slowly set, painting the calm surface of the lake in brilliant shades of orange and deep purple, my personal encrypted phone buzzed softly in my pocket. I stepped away from the loud music and walked out to the quiet edge of the upper balcony. It was an unknown number, but I instantly recognized the area code from my hometown. Guided by a morbid curiosity, I answered it. "Ethan, is that you?" It was Aunt Beatrice, the supposed sweet, gentle family peacekeeper who had bombarded me with text messages calling me a monster 6 months ago. "What do you want, Beatrice?" I asked, my voice completely flat, automatically hitting the record button out of pure ingrained habit. "Ethan, please don't hang up," she pleaded, her voice trembling with theatrical distress. "I know the family is broken. Your parents won't even speak to Connor anymore. He's living in a terrible motel. But Ethan, I desperately need your help. My landlord is aggressively raising my rent next month, and I simply can't afford it. You have that massive beautiful house. Can't you find it in your heart to let your poor aging aunt stay in the guest room just for a little while until I get back on my feet?" I stood in the cool evening air and let out a slow, dark, humorless chuckle. You want to live in the exact same house you aggressively demanded I hand over to Connor 6 months ago? I was only trying to keep the family peace. Beatrice cried defensively, pivoting instantly to play the victim. Connor promised me. Connor said it would be better for the entire family if he had the space. Wait, I interrupted sharply, my eyes narrowing as I stared out at the dark water. Connor promised you what, exactly? There was a long, terrified silence on the other end of the line. I could hear her ragged breathing. Beatrice, I warned, my voice dropping to a lethal whisper, tell me the absolute truth right now, or I will block this number forever. She finally broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Connor promised me that if I helped convince your parents to force you out of the house, he would let me live in the guest house rent-free for the rest of my life. I can't afford a decent nursing home, Ethan, I just wanted a nice, safe place to live. I helped him plan it so I wouldn't end up on the street. The final, sickening piece of the puzzle clicked perfectly into place. The sweet, caring, innocent Aunt Beatrice was not a peacekeeper at all. She was the hidden architect. She was the one who had intentionally manipulated Connor's endless greed, stoking the fire of his entitlement so she could secretly secure a luxurious, free retirement for herself on my dime. You are truly incredible, Beatrice, I said, feeling absolutely zero pity for the crying woman on the phone. You coldly orchestrated the theft of my home, the destruction of my peace, and the manipulation of my parents entirely for your own selfish retirement plan. Listen to me very carefully. You will never, ever step foot on my property. I will not pay a single cent toward your rent, and quite frankly, I will not even attend your funeral when the time comes. You reap exactly what you sow. Do not ever call this number again. I hung up the phone. I permanently blocked the number. I stood completely alone on the balcony, the cool evening breeze coming off the lake, listening to the joyful sound of laughter and clinking glasses coming from inside my home. My true family. The greatest lesson I took away from this exhausting nightmare is that you absolutely cannot heal in the exact same toxic environment that broke you in the first place. You have to be incredibly willing to walk away from toxic people, even if society constantly tells you that you owe them your life just because they are family. Your success is your own, your peace is your own. Protect it with everything you have. Top comments. User 1. The absolute whiplash of your parents throwing Connor under the bus the millisecond they realized their own house was on the line is pure cinema. They created that monster, and the moment he wasn't useful, they abandoned him. Perfection. User 2. Aunt Beatrice being the puppet master all along just to score a free retirement home in your guest house is the most unhinged plot twist I've ever read. Good on you for recording that call and cutting her off forever. Enjoy your peace. User 3. The lawyer trying to use verbal agreement against a multi-billion-dollar corporate litigation team is hilarious. She really thought she was Elle Woods until the CEO pulled out a binder the size of a phone book. Well played, OP. You'd be homeless without us, Dad smirked while my brother stole my food. I said nothing, just moved out in secret, and exposed his illegal. You'd be homeless without us, my dad smirked after I caught them illegally opening my mail to demand more rent from my new salary. So, I secretly packed my bags, cut off the electricity, internet, and subscriptions I was funding, and left them in the dark to discover the massive financial fraud I was about to pin right back on him. Original post. My name is Marcus. I'm 28 years old, and I grew up in a household where love was always treated like a transactional commodity, and I was the only one paying full price. I am the oldest of 3 children, and from the moment I was old enough to hold a broom, I was treated less like a son and more like an indentured servant whose primary purpose was to subsidize the family's comfort. My parents, particularly my father, subscribed to a very specific, twisted philosophy. Respect is something you earn through blood and sweat, but absolute obedience is demanded by default. And if you happen to be the firstborn child, your obedience came with a heavy interest rate attached. You were expected to set the flawless example, maintain the fragile peace, and hold the entire household together, even when every other person in the house refused to lift a single finger. For the longest time, growing up, I genuinely believed this was just how the world worked. I thought all parents ruthlessly guilt-tripped their kids into scrubbing the floors and doing the heavy landscaping while slapping the label of teaching responsibility on it. I thought it was completely standard practice to be charged rent the second you turned 17 because, as my dad loved to repeat like a broken record, the real world doesn't hand out free rides. Here is the kicker, we weren't poor, we were actually far from it. My dad worked as a senior logistics manager for a major distribution company, bringing in a very comfortable salary. My mom worked as a freelance bookkeeper, entirely remote, setting her own hours. We lived in a sprawling 4-bedroom house in a nice suburban neighborhood. We had a massive, manicured backyard, 2 late model SUVs in the driveway, and there was always plenty of cash flowing for lavish birthday parties, brand name clothes, and expensive dinners out at steakhouses. But my parents harbored this bizarre obsession with hardening us for the cruel realities of the world, only, that so-called hardening was exclusively directed at me. My younger siblings lived in an entirely different universe. My brother Liam, who is 2 years younger than me, could literally crash his car into a neighbor's brick mailbox while texting, and somehow my parents would spin the narrative to make him the tragic victim of a poorly placed structure. My sister Chloe, who is currently 19 and a freshman in college, had a bedroom that looked like an Apple Store showroom. She had gadgets and electronics I couldn't even dream of affording when I was her age. Meanwhile, I had to wage absolute war just to get a Wi-Fi extender that reached my bedroom in the unfinished basement, a damp, concrete-walled dungeon for which I was charged exactly $500 a month in rent. I started working the moment it was legally permissible. At 15, I got a grueling part-time job at a massive supermarket chain, spending hours on my feet bagging groceries, retrieving carts in the freezing snow, and scrubbing massive spills in the aisles. Eventually, I transitioned to a warehouse job, loading heavy pallets on the night shift while trying to drag myself through the final years of high school. My parents made their stance crystal clear: if I wanted a vehicle, gas money, car insurance, or literally anything beyond the absolute bare minimum of tap water and basic shelter, it was entirely on my shoulders. When I finally got my driver's license, I drained my meager savings account to purchase a rusted-out, dented 2004 Honda Civic that rattled violently if you pushed it past 60 miles an hour. When I pulled that awful car into the driveway for the first time, my dad stood on the porch, crossed his arms, smirked, and said, "Looks like you're finally learning how the real world works, Marcus." At the time, my desperate, validation-starved teenage brain thought he was expressing pride. But looking back with the clarity of adulthood, I realize he just thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle of my struggle. It reinforced his rigid belief system that the world was a brutal meat grinder and that kids needed to be shoved into it early. After I graduated high school, the concept of going straight to a 4-year university was completely off the table. I simply didn't have the funds, and my parents weren't offering a single dime of assistance. "If you want a fancy college degree," my dad lectured me over dinner one night, "you go out and get a job that pays for tuition. Or you take out loans and drown in them like everyone else. But you are absolutely not living in this house for free while you figure yourself out playing beer pong." So, I didn't go to college. Instead, I worked a soul-crushing rotation of warehouse shifts, late-night delivery gigs, and weekend retail jobs, doing absolutely anything I could to keep handing over my $500 rent every first of the month while painfully scraping together a small savings cushion. During the exhausting hours between shifts, I started aggressively pursuing IT certifications online. I taught myself advanced networking, server administration, cloud architecture, and the complex basics of enterprise cybersecurity. It was a brutal, sleep-deprived existence, especially while working 40 to 50 hours a week of physical labor, but I gritted my teeth and made it happen. By the time I turned 25, my relentless grinding finally paid off. I landed a fantastic full-time, fully remote position doing high-level tech support and network infrastructure management for a rapidly growing mid-size logistics software firm. It wasn't quite a six-figure salary yet, but it was incredibly stable, came with full benefits, and most importantly, it was an achievement that belonged entirely to me. I finally had a tiny sliver of breathing room in my life. I was still living in the damp basement, still handing over my rent money with absolute precision, and still enduring a barrage of passive-aggressive commentary every time I had to skip a Sunday family dinner because I was stuck on an emergency server maintenance call. But the sheer panic of poverty was gone. I actually started browsing apartment listings, dreaming of getting my own quiet place, maybe even enrolling in night classes to finally get that bachelor's degree. And then, the global pandemic turned the world upside down. Almost overnight, the entire dynamic of the house shifted. Liam, who had been lazily working as a bartender downtown, lost his job when the restaurants shut down. He immediately packed up his apartment and moved back into his old, spacious upstairs bedroom. Naturally, my parents, who had spent my entire life insisting I pay rent because the universe owes nobody a living, suddenly decided that Liam didn't need to contribute a single cent. "He's going through an incredibly stressful transition right now," my mom cooed softly, patting his shoulder. "This is a global crisis. It's simply not the time to add financial pressure to his plate." Meanwhile, Chloe, whose college campus had closed, moved back home to take her classes online. She completely inverted her schedule, sleeping until 2 in the afternoon and then blasting obnoxious TikToks and reality TV shows at maximum volume through the thin floorboards directly above my basement workspace well into the early hours of the morning. Through all of this chaos, I kept my head down. I kept working my demanding remote job, kept paying my $500 rent without fail, kept buying the bulk of the household groceries, and kept getting ruthlessly guilt-tripped every time I politely asked for 10 minutes of quiet so I could lead a crucial Zoom meeting with my company's executives. It genuinely felt like I was a paying guest in a terrible hotel that I was secretly funding out of my own pocket, except the management actively despised me and the other guests were receiving complimentary room service. The situation deteriorated rapidly when Liam started making snide, degrading comments about my profession. Must be real nice to just sit around in your pajamas all day. He'd sneer from the kitchen island, casually sipping the expensive cold brew coffee I had purchased with my own money. Or he'd say, some of us actually do real, physical labor, Marcus. We don't just sit in a dark basement clicking a mouse and pretending it's hard work. My dad would chuckle from his recliner, treating Liam's blatant disrespect like it was a hilarious inside joke. Your brother isn't entirely wrong, Marcus, my dad chimed in one evening. If the power grid fails, what exactly are you going to do? You're not exactly an essential worker, are you? I wanted to scream until my lungs gave out. I wanted to violently list off every single bill I was covering, every grocery run I made, every time I fixed their broken laptops and shattered phones. Instead, I just bit my tongue, nodded blankly, and retreated to my basement. The absolute breaking point happened on a humid Tuesday night. I had just finished a grueling 12-hour shift. The company's primary servers had crashed, we were fighting off a sophisticated phishing attack, and 3 of my key team members were out sick. My brain felt like it had been put through a blender. All I wanted in the entire world was to go upstairs, make the elaborate chicken and rice meal I had specifically prepped the night before, and stare blankly at a screen until I fell asleep. But when I trudged up the stairs and opened the refrigerator, my jaw dropped. Half of the groceries I had purchased just 2 days prior were completely gone. My expensive protein shakes, my carefully portioned chicken breasts, my specialized pre-workout meals, all of it had vanished. I slowly turned around and looked into the living room. There was Liam, sprawled across the sofa, shirtless, mindlessly playing a video game, and loudly burping up the distinct smell of my garlic herb chicken. You're welcome, he muttered, not even bothering to take his eyes off the television screen. I took a deep breath, trying to keep my heart rate from exploding. I walked over and asked him, very calmly, why he continually felt entitled to take my expensive groceries when he didn't contribute a single dollar to the household expenses. He just paused his game, leaned back, and laughed directly in my face. Bro, chill out. What's mine is yours, right? That's what family is for. Stop being such a tightwad. I brought the issue up to my parents that night at the dinner table. I wasn't screaming. I wasn't throwing accusations. I simply asked, in a measured tone, if we could establish some basic boundaries in the house. I suggested we could label our food, or maybe set up a shared grocery budget, just something to maintain order. That was when my dad slammed his heavy fist down on the wooden dining table so hard the silverware rattled. You are acting like a damn ungrateful guest in your own home, he snapped, his face turning a dangerous shade of red. You think you're somehow better than your brother just because you managed to get some cushy desk job and print out a little IT certificate. Let me remind you of reality, Marcus. You would be completely homeless without us. You live in this house because your mother and I generously allow you to, don't you ever forget that. I looked at him. I looked at my mother, who was silently staring at her plate, refusing to intervene. I looked at Liam, who was failing to hide a smug grin. I didn't say a single word. Not then. I just calmly stood up from my chair, walked down the stairs to the basement, closed my door, and sat on the edge of my mattress for a very, very long time. Something deep inside my chest shifted that night. It felt entirely different from all the previous arguments. It wasn't the first time my dad had pulled the "you'd be homeless" card to assert his dominance, but for some reason, this time, the words didn't sting. They didn't make me feel small or inadequate. They didn't feel like a reflection of my supposed failures. It just felt like crystal clear clarity. That was the exact moment I fully accepted that I was not going to stay in this house much longer. But I also made a silent vow to myself, if I was going to leave, I absolutely was not going to fade away quietly. And I was definitely not going to continue secretly funding their comfortable, oblivious lives while they treated me like a piece of garbage stuck to the bottom of their shoes. Update 1. The meticulous planning began the very next morning. I didn't just pack a duffel bag and storm out in a fit of rage. That would have been too easy for them to dismiss as a childish tantrum. I needed a flawless execution. When I sat at my desk and genuinely began to audit my life, the sheer scale of my financial entanglement with my family made my stomach churn. My name was attached to significantly more things than I cared to admit. The high-speed fiber internet that the whole family relied on? Solely under my name and my credit card. The monthly electricity and gas bills? Technically split in the online portal, but my card was the only one set to auto-pay, meaning I had been covering the entire house's massive energy consumption for the last 3 years. The entire suite of streaming services, Netflix, Hulu, Disney+, Spotify Premium, Amazon Prime, all registered to my email, all charged to my accounts. At some point, without any formal discussion, I had quietly morphed into the foundational load-bearing pillar of the household's entire logistical and financial structure. And the wildest part was that they genuinely believed they were the ones supporting me. The sheer audacity of their delusion was put on full display later that week. I woke up to my sister Chloe stomping aggressively around the upstairs hallway. Apparently, she couldn't find her expensive AirPods. Before I could even pour my morning coffee, she barged to the top of the basement stairs and launched into a full-blown interrogation. "Did you steal them?" she demanded, crossing her arms and glaring down at me like I was a convicted thief. "Why would I steal your headphones, Chloe? I have my own," I replied, utterly exhausted. "Because I borrowed your Bluetooth speaker last month and accidentally broke it, and you got mad. So, obviously you took my AirPods as revenge." I just stared at her. That was the level of logic I was dealing with. She had wronged me, so in her mind, I was the villain plotting petty retaliation. I shook my head, told her to ask Liam, and walked away. Later that same afternoon, my phone buzzed. It was a Venmo request from my mother. The amount was $55.20, accompanied by a cold little note, household groceries and cleaning supplies. There was no prior discussion, no context, just a digital demand for my money. The absolute best part of this ridiculous request? I had literally done a massive grocery run 3 days prior, spending $95 of my own hard-earned money on essentials, eggs, milk, chicken, toilet paper, laundry detergent, stuff that absolutely nobody thanked me for, and stuff I watched evaporate into Liam's stomach in record time. I hit the decline button without a second thought. 30 minutes later, my phone lit up with a text message. "Mom, did you decline the payment request on purpose?" "Oh, me. Yes. Mom, that is incredibly selfish, Marcus. We are a family. We all have to contribute to this household." "Me, I do contribute. I just bought $95 worth of groceries on Monday." "Mom, that was your personal choice. This request is for the shared items I purchased. You need to pay your fair share." "Me, I didn't ask for any of those items, and no one ever offers to split the cost of the food I buy that Liam eats. I'm not paying it." She didn't respond to the text, but the energy at the dinner table that evening was absolutely toxic. The air was thick and freezing cold. My mother completely refused to look in my direction. My father kept aggressively clearing his throat every few minutes, his jaw clenched tight, practically vibrating with the urge to scream at me but trying to maintain his intimidating silence. Chloe was entirely ignoring the tension, snapping photos of her mashed potatoes to post on Instagram, curating her fake aesthetic life. Then Liam, ever the instigator, decided to play his favorite role of provocateur. "So," he said casually, aggressively stabbing a piece of chicken with his fork, "I heard you're refusing to pay Mom back for the groceries." I kept my eyes on my plate and didn't answer. "Kind of a pathetic, low blow considering she literally gave birth to you and raised you," Liam pushed, grinning over his water glass. I remained completely silent, chewing my food methodically. "Marcus," my dad barked, his voice slicing through the room like a whip, "answer your brother when he speaks to you." "I am not answering anyone at this table. This is a dinner, not a legal deposition," I replied, my voice dangerously calm. "You are sitting under our roof." My dad exploded, slamming his hand on the table again. "When we ask you a question, you answer it." I slowly wiped my mouth with a napkin, stood up from the table, and looked him dead in the eyes. "Then maybe I won't be sitting under your roof much longer." My mom finally broke her silence, letting out a harsh, mocking laugh. "Oh, please, where exactly are you going to go, Marcus? You think you're actually ready to survive out in the real world on your own? Everything you have right now is because of us." Because of us. Those 3 words echoed in my skull. They genuinely believed that my grueling IT job, my late-night study sessions, my carefully guarded savings account, none of it was my own merit. In their twisted reality, I was just a charity case who had been handed a scholarship to life, and they were the benevolent, long-suffering donors. I didn't utter another syllable. I turned my back on them and walked down into the basement. That night, I pulled up my financial spreadsheets and got to work. I analyzed my bank accounts, calculated exactly what it would take to secure a decent apartment, and started rapidly browsing rental listings on the far opposite side of the city. I quietly called a few close friends, asking for recommendations on property management companies. I created a massive, comprehensive checklist, transfer the Wi-Fi, remove my credit cards from all household autopays, physically pack my electronics, secure a moving truck. I knew it would take a solid 2 weeks to meticulously untangle my digital and financial footprint from the house, but I was absolutely determined to execute it flawlessly. I wanted to leave cleanly, silently, without giving them the satisfaction of a screaming match, but making sure the bridge was thoroughly incinerated behind me. Over the next week, I began the invisible extraction process. I contacted the fiber internet provider, informed them I was relocating, and scheduled a hard cutoff date for the service, 2 weeks from that Monday. Perfect. I logged into the electricity and gas portals, fully removed my primary credit card information, deleted my user profile, and let the accounts default back to the physical property address. My dad would eventually receive a massive paper bill in the mail. He could figure it out. Meanwhile, life upstairs carried on in blissful, ignorant entitlement. Liam continued to raid my remaining groceries. Chloe permanently borrowed my backup power banks. My mom sent me yet another Venmo request, this time for $28.50 for cleaning supplies. I let it sit in the pending folder, entirely ignored. Then came the catastrophic boiling point. It was a Thursday evening. I had been trapped in back-to-back virtual meetings since 8 a.m. When I finally emerged from the basement to grab a glass of water, I noticed something deeply unsettling. There was laughter coming from the kitchen. It wasn't normal laughter. It was that strange, conspiratorial, fake family joy that only ever surfaced when they were collectively gossiping about someone else's misery. My dad was sitting at the head of the island counter, grinning from ear to ear. Liam was leaning against the fridge, scrolling on his phone and chuckling. My mom wore a deeply smug, satisfied little smile, and Chloe was whispering excitedly. As I walked into the kitchen, the laughter abruptly stopped. And then I saw it. Laying flat on the marble counter was a crisp, white envelope. It was torn open. My name was printed clearly on the front window, right next to the official logo of my corporate employer. It was my quarterly bonus and updated salary pay stub. They had intercepted my mail, physically torn it open, and read it. I froze in my tracks. My chest tightened so violently I could barely draw breath. My heart started thudding with that heavy, sickening rhythm that hits when you realize your most sacred boundaries have been completely violated. Well, Marcus, my dad said, leaning back in his stool, his eyes gleaming with greedy satisfaction. You certainly didn't bother to tell us you were pulling in that kind of money now. I looked at him, then down at the brutally opened envelope, and then back at him. My mind was completely blank with fury. Seeing as your financial situation has vastly improved, my dad continued, crossing his arms, maybe it's time you start paying a much higher, fairer share of the rent around here. We're all struggling to keep this house afloat, you know. I slowly turned my gaze to my mother. You opened my private, federally protected mail. She had the absolute unmitigated audacity to simply shrug her shoulders. Oh, calm down. It came to our house address. It had our last name on it. We were just curious. Yeah, bro, relax, Liam chimed in, scoffing. It's not like we hacked into your bank account and stole the cash. Stop being so dramatic. You crossed a massive line, I said, my voice dropping to a terrifyingly quiet, hard register. Oh, stop with the dramatic victim routine, my dad snapped, his faux-friendly demeanor instantly vanishing. We have housed you, fed you, and supported you for your entire life. You think you can just live under my roof and keep financial secrets from us now? I took a slow step backward. My fists were clenched so tightly my knuckles were bone white, but I wasn't shaking with rage. I was filled with something infinitely deeper, something intensely final. This was the point of no return. They had explicitly invaded my privacy, laughed at my professional success, and were now blatantly using it as ammunition to extort more money from me. That was the exact second the master plan fully solidified in my mind. I wasn't just going to leave. I was going to take every single ounce of comfort, convenience, and financial stability I had provided them, and I was going to rip it out from under their feet like a magician pulling a tablecloth. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't engage in their pathetic argument. I simply relaxed my fists, gave a slow, deliberate nod, and said, okay. They all stopped and stared at me, visibly confused by my complete lack of resistance. What exactly does okay mean? My mom asked, her smug smile faltering slightly. It means you're absolutely right, I said softly, stepping backward toward the basement door. I shouldn't keep any more secrets from you. And then I turned around and walked down the stairs. What I didn't tell them in that moment was that I had already found a beautiful, quiet apartment. I didn't tell them that I had already signed the lease electronically earlier that morning. I didn't tell them that in exactly 3 days, I was moving out forever, and I was taking every single digital and financial thread I owned with me. When the utilities started bouncing, when the fridge ran empty, when their beloved Amazon Prime deliveries halted, they would realize exactly what my silence meant. But I wasn't done yet. Because there was one final, devastating piece of the puzzle I was going to uncover before I vanished. I didn't sleep a single wink that night. I lay flat on my back on my miserable basement mattress, fully clothed, staring blankly up at the exposed pipes on the ceiling. The dull, rhythmic hum of my server fan was the only sound keeping me company. My brain was trapped in an endless loop, replaying my dad's greedy smirk, Liam's mocking laugh, and the sight of my torn open mail sitting on the counter like a communal piece of trash. There was a crushing heaviness in my chest, not sadness, but an ancient, bone-deep exhaustion. I had spent nearly 3 decades shrinking myself to keep the peace, acting as the designated emotional sponge and financial safety net. They had relentlessly chipped away at my soul until there was barely anything left, and now, they wanted to consume the rest. I had exactly 3 days to execute the extraction. The apartment I had secured was a modest, second-floor 1-bedroom unit on the far edge of the city. It wasn't a luxury penthouse, but it had large windows, pristine hardwood floors, and most importantly, An ironclad lock on the door that only I held the key to. No more damp concrete. No more passive-aggressive stomping on the ceiling. No more forced family dinners designed to tear me down. But I couldn't just casually pack my boxes and walk out the front door. If they sensed even a hint that I was escaping, they would actively sabotage the process. They would suddenly invent massive household emergencies. Marcus, the garage door is broken, you need to fix it before you go. Marcus, mom needs you to drive her across town. Marcus, Liam needs a loan. They would do everything in their power to stall me, drain me, and keep me trapped in my role as the useful idiot. So, I operated like a ghost. On Friday morning, while they were all asleep, I finalized the utility purge. I scheduled the high-speed fiber internet to completely terminate at exactly 8 a.m. on Monday. I permanently canceled the entire suite of streaming services: Netflix, Hulu, Disney+, Spotify, HBO Max. I went into every single account settings page and clicked sign out of all devices. They wouldn't even realize what was happening until they tried to load a movie on Sunday night and hit a massive paywall. I completely revoked the autopay mandates on the home's electricity, water, and natural gas portals. I redirected my massive Amazon Prime account to default to a secure locker hub near my new apartment. I even contacted the post office and executed a strict change of address forward for all my mail, ensuring nothing would ever land in their greedy hands again. On Saturday, the physical extraction began. I packed my belongings methodically, moving in tiny, invisible increments. A few textbooks here, a stack of winter clothes there. My expensive external hard drive slipped into my laptop bag. I carefully disassembled my secondary monitors and boxed them up, leaving just the primary screen active so my desk still looked perfectly normal. Every time I smuggled a load of boxes out to my car, I parked 2 blocks away, sneaking through the neighborhood like a burglar escaping my own prison. And then, Sunday morning arrived. I woke up at 4:30 a.m., the house was dead silent. I carried the final, heavy loads up the stairs: my remaining clothes, my bathroom supplies, my kitchen prep containers. The very last item I grabbed from my basement desk was a small, cheap wooden photo frame. It held a picture of me from my high school graduation. In the photo, my smile was crooked and uncertain, and my parents were standing directly behind me, their heavy hands resting firmly on my shoulders. When I was younger, I thought that physical touch represented parental support. Looking at it now, in the cold light of dawn, I realized it looked exactly like they were physically holding me down, preventing me from moving forward. I took the photo out of the frame, tossed it into the metal trash bin, and left the empty frame face down on the desk. I walked out to my car, started the engine, and drove away. The drive to my new apartment took exactly 22 minutes. But those 22 minutes felt longer, heavier, and more profound than the entire 28 years of my life leading up to that moment. Every single stoplight I passed felt like a ticking countdown. Every turn of the steering wheel was a physical step away from the toxicity. When I finally unlocked the door to my new apartment and stepped inside, the air smelled like fresh white paint, lemon cleaner, and old pine wood. The large furniture I had ordered wasn't scheduled to arrive until Tuesday, so for the first 2 days, it was just me, a pile of cardboard boxes, and a premium air mattress I had purchased. But the silence. The silence was absolutely intoxicating. It wasn't the hostile, suffocating, minefield silence of my parents' house, where you were constantly waiting for the next screaming match to detonate. It was a thick, peaceful, golden silence. I could hear the faint, distant sound of city traffic. I could hear a dog barking happily in the courtyard below. I sat cross-legged on the bare hardwood floor for hours, my laptop open on my knees, just watching the afternoon sunlight slowly crawl across the living room wall. For the first time in my entire existence, I did not feel small. But the inevitable storm was brewing. Update 2. The chaos erupted precisely on Monday morning, right on schedule. They didn't fully realize I was completely gone until the essential services began collapsing around them. The barrage of text messages started hitting my phone at exactly 8:15 a.m. First, it was my mother. Mom, Marcus, the internet is completely down. Chloe needs to log into her college portal for a midterm. Can you restart the basement router? Mom, Marcus, are you awake? The power in the kitchen just flickered and now the fridge is beeping. Did you forget to pay the bill? The bill. Mom, we are literally sitting in the dark right now. Answer, your phone. I simply swiped the notifications away, sipping my hot coffee in my sunlit kitchen. Then, Liam's text started rolling in. Liam, bro, what the hell did you do to the Wi-Fi? I'm in the middle of a ranked match. Liam, hello, are you even downstairs? Mom is freaking out. Liam, did you seriously change the Netflix password? You're being incredibly petty. Still, I maintained absolute radio silence. By Tuesday afternoon, the panic had fully set in. I woke up to 14 missed calls and a massive, rambling voicemail from my dad. When I pressed play, his voice sounded entirely different. The arrogant, booming authority he constantly wielded was completely stripped away, replaced by a frantic, breathless uncertainty. Marcus, listen to me. We need to talk immediately. Things have gotten incredibly complicated here. The utility companies are saying the accounts were closed. There's been some sort of massive misunderstanding. You cannot just cut off the entire house like this. That is not how a family operates. Call me back the second you get this message. I sat at my new desk and let out a dark, hollow laugh. That is not how a family operates. It was the ultimate, sickening irony. They had been operating exactly like that toward me for my entire life, using me, draining me, treating me like a disposable resource, and the absolute second I mirrored their energy and cut off their supply, it was suddenly a catastrophic crime against the concept of family. 2 full weeks passed. I completely ignored their endless barrage of calls, texts, and manipulative emails. I focused entirely on my new life. I decorated my apartment. I bought a real, comfortable bed. I poured my energy into my IT job, optimizing server architectures and closing out support tickets with record speed. My department manager actually scheduled a one-on-one call just to tell me he was incredibly impressed with the sudden surge in my productivity and offered me a spot on the senior infrastructure team, which came with a massive 20% pay bump. I was thriving. The miserable, battered version of Marcus who lived in a damp basement and begged for scraps of parental affection was dead. But just when I thought I had smoothly sailed into the sunset, the universe decided to drop a nuclear bomb in my lap. It happened on a quiet Thursday night. I was casually migrating some of my old digital files from my personal cloud storage to a new encrypted drive. Out of pure, idle curiosity, I logged into a very old, secondary email account I hadn't actively used in nearly 3 years, the one I used to use for junk mail and old college applications. As the inbox slowly populated, my eyes locked onto an email thread sitting near the top, flagged with a bright red urgency icon. It was from a company called Apex Financial Recovery. The subject line read, "Final notice, intent to litigate, joint account, ending in 4409. My blood turned to absolute ice. I didn't recognize the account number. I didn't recognize the collection agency. I aggressively clicked the email, my heart hammering against my ribs, and downloaded the attached PDF statement. There it was, printed in stark, black and white legal text. A massive, revolving home improvement line of credit. The total outstanding balance was a staggering $8,240.60. And right there, listed as the primary cosigner, was my full legal name, my date of birth, and my social security number. The secondary account holder was my father. I sat frozen in my ergonomic desk chair, the soft blue light of my dual monitors washing over my face as pure, unadulterated shock mutated into blinding rage. Suddenly, every single confusing piece of the puzzle violently snapped into place. I forced my brain to rewind 3 years. I was 25, working brutally long night shifts, utterly exhausted. My dad had casually approached me one morning in the kitchen, sliding a stack of dense, legal-looking paperwork across the island. He told me it was just a standard municipal form he needed my signature on to approve some minor exterior renovations to the house, claiming the city needed all adult residents to sign off. I was naive, sleep-deprived, and desperate to appease him, so I blindly scribbled my signature where he pointed. He hadn't been getting a permit. He had been secretly tying my pristine credit profile to a massive, high-interest line of credit. He had immediately maxed it out, likely to fund their lavish lifestyle, and had completely stopped making the minimum payments over 8 months ago. The collection agency had been aggressively emailing this old inbox because I had long since changed my primary contact info. This was the real reason he had completely lost his mind when I moved out. It wasn't about the $500 basement rent, it wasn't about the grocery money. It was about him losing physical access to the human meat shield he had illegally tied to his catastrophic financial mess. He had secretly built a massive debt bomb, strapped it to my back, and smiled in my face while doing it. I didn't scream. I didn't throw my keyboard. I didn't call him to weep and demand answers. The old Marcus would have done that. The new Marcus was a highly trained systems administrator who specialized in dissecting complex problems and aggressively neutralizing threats. I immediately went to work. Step 1. I pulled my comprehensive, 3-bureau credit report. There it was, a massive red stain dragging my excellent credit score down into the dirt. A severely delinquent $8,240.60 account. Step 2. I picked up my phone and called Maya, a friend from my old warehouse days who had since graduated law school and worked in consumer advocacy and financial litigation. I calmly explained the entire situation, sending her the PDFs over a secure link. Maya was silent for a long moment. "Marcus, this is textbook financial abuse," she said, her voice dead serious. "It happens constantly in toxic families. Is it technically illegal? It's a massive gray area because your physical signature is on the document, even if it was obtained under entirely false pretenses. But here is exactly what we are going to do. We are going to file a massive, aggressive fraud dispute with all 3 credit bureaus. We are going to place a hard security freeze on your entire identity. And we are going to force the original creditor to launch a full internal investigation into the origin of the debt. Will that affect him? I asked, my voice terrifyingly calm. Oh, absolutely, Maya replied, a hint of vicious satisfaction in her tone. If you formally dispute your liability and flag the account as deceptive, the creditor will immediately shift the entire legal and financial burden squarely onto the secondary holder, your father. They will freeze his remaining assets, tank his personal credit score into the abyss, and come after him for the full balance immediately. Good, I whispered. Let's burn it down. I spent the next 48 hours compiling a devastating dossier of evidence. I gathered every single bank statement proving I had never received or benefited from a single dollar of that $8,000 credit line. I drafted a sworn, notarized affidavit legally, stating I was intentionally misled regarding the nature of the financial documents I signed. I submitted the massive packet to the credit bureaus and the collection agency via certified mail. But I realized I wasn't quite finished. If we were playing scorched earth, I was going to salt the fields. I logged into the tax preparation software I had used to generously help Liam file his taxes 2 years prior. My email was still the master recovery account. I could see that Liam had an unfiled draft return sitting in the system for the previous tax year. He hadn't reported his massive cash tips from his bartending job. He had been bragging about dodging taxes for months. I didn't hack his account, I just used the public, anonymous IRS tip line to submit a highly detailed report regarding a specific bartender failing to declare substantial cash income at his specific former place of employment. Let the federal government deal with the golden boy. Then, I meticulously scrubbed myself from every remaining emergency contact list, medical portal, and school registry tied to my family. I was a ghost. The inevitable physical confrontation finally occurred 2 weeks later. I was walking back to my apartment building on a Friday evening, carrying 2 heavy bags of groceries. As I approached the front steps, a silver SUV aggressively swerved to the curb. The door flew open, and my dad stepped out. He looked absolutely terrible. His face was pale, his eyes were bloodshot, and the arrogant, untouchable aura he usually projected was completely shattered. Marcus, he barked, marching toward me, though his voice lacked its usual booming power. We need to talk right now. I stopped on the concrete steps, placing my grocery bags down. I didn't flinch. I just stared at him with absolute, freezing indifference. You think you can just play these sick little games? He demanded, pointing a trembling finger at my chest. I just got a certified letter from the bank. They froze my checking account. They are demanding $8,000 in full. What the hell did you tell them? I told them the exact truth, I replied, my voice perfectly level. I told them I was fraudulently misled into co-signing a massive credit line that I never benefited from. We are your family, he screamed, his face turning purple, spit flying from his lips. You don't sick the damn credit bureaus on your own father. I put a roof over your head. You wouldn't have survived without me. No, I said, taking one deliberate step down the stairs, forcing him to physically step back. You wouldn't have survived the last 3 years without times me. You used my name, my credit, and my paycheck to fund your pathetic, fake wealthy lifestyle, and when I finally stopped bleeding myself dry for you, you panicked. His jaw dropped. He literally had no response. For the first time in 28 years, the great, terrifying patriarch was completely speechless. Do not ever come to my home again, I said softly. If you do, I will call the police, and I will hand them the rest of the documentation I have regarding your financial activities. I picked up my groceries, walked up the stairs, went inside, and locked the heavy deadbolt. I didn't look back. A month later, the final verdict arrived in my mailbox. The credit bureaus had completely sided with my dispute. The fraudulent account was permanently wiped from my credit profile, my score skyrocketed back to the high 700 CES, and the entire $8,240.60 debt, along with massive penalty fees, was legally chained exclusively to my father's name. As a final act of closure, I logged into the old shared Google Drive folder that I used to manage for the family. I deleted every single photo, tax document, and recipe. I created one single, master folder and titled it Contributions. Inside, I uploaded hundreds of PDFs, every grocery receipt I had ever paid, every Venmo transfer I had sent, the $500 rent receipts, and finally, a screenshot of the official credit dispute resolution completely absolving me of his secret debt. I left a single text document in the folder. It read, "This is everything I sacrificed for this family. I used to think love was something I had to continuously purchase from you. I now realize you were just bankrupt, and I am done paying your debts. Do not ever contact me again." I removed myself as the owner, transferred access to his email, and permanently deleted the account from my devices. It has been a year and a half since that day. I am now a senior systems engineer. I bought a beautiful new car, no rust, no rattling. I spend my weekends hiking, traveling, and hosting game nights with friends who actually value my presence, not my wallet. Last week, a distant aunt accidentally forwarded me a digital photo. It was from Liam's recent, shockingly scaled down courthouse wedding. In the picture, my dad looked 10 years older, hollowed out and exhausted. My mom looked miserable. Liam and Chloe were staring at their phones. They were standing in the same frame, but they looked like four total strangers who had been forced into a room together. I looked at the photo for a long time. I didn't feel anger. I didn't feel vindicated, I just felt a profound, overwhelming sense of peace. They had built their entire kingdom out of control, manipulation, and my stolen money. And the second I walked out the door and locked it behind me, the entire castle crumbled to dust. Top comments. User 1. The absolute audacity of your dad to pull the "you'd be homeless without us" card while literally using your stolen identity to artificially prop up his own fake lifestyle is genuinely sickening. You didn't just burn the bridge, you nuked it from orbit. Incredible execution on the credit dispute. User 2. IT guy here. The way you systematically shut down every single digital tether, the Wi-Fi, the Netflix, the Amazon Prime is pure poetry. They thought you were just a human ATM. Reporting the golden child brother to the IRS for tax evasion was the cherry on top of this beautiful revenge Sunday. Enjoy your peace. User 3. It is wild how toxic parents will absolutely drain their most responsible child dry, coddle the useless ones, and then act completely blindsided when the responsible one finally snaps and leaves. Good on you for protecting your credit and your future. Never look back. My brother forged court documents to take over my finances because I had savings. Then the judge shut down his insane presentation. My brother literally dragged a projector into small claims court to prove I owed him money for the psychological privilege of lending him $4,500. He thought he was a financial guru liberating me from wealth addiction, but his insane crusade ended with him in a psychiatric hold and me realizing the terrifying truth about his mind. I, 28 male, desperately need some perspective on whether I am slowly losing my grip on reality or if my older brother, Marcus 32 male, is orchestrating the most elaborate, manipulative gaslighting campaign in human history. This entire situation has been escalating for the better part of a year, and I am completely at my wits' end trying to untangle his absolutely backwards logic. For some context, I work as a data architect for a mid-sized tech firm in Chicago. I've been incredibly fortunate in my career, allowing me to save a very healthy portion of my income over the past 5 years. I currently live in a nice, modern 2-bedroom apartment in the West Loop that I've been renting for about 3 years. It's certainly nothing extravagant by luxury standards, but it is very comfortable. It has a decent view of the skyline, and it's a short commute to my office. Marcus, on the other hand, works as a regional manager for a chain of retail shoe stores. He has always struggled financially, a situation born from a mixture of genuinely terrible luck, medical emergencies, car accidents, and what I now clearly recognize as a long history of remarkably poor financial decisions. The pattern of borrowing began about 9 months ago when Marcus frantically called me, asking to borrow $600 for an emergency transmission repair on his car. I didn't even hesitate. He is my older brother. I had the liquid cash sitting in my checking account, and I wanted to help him. He swore up and down he would pay me back within 2 pay periods. When those 4 weeks passed without a word about repayment, he instead asked for another $400 to cover an unexpectedly high utility bill and some groceries. Again, I transferred the funds. This cycle just kept repeating with various amounts. It was $300 here for a vet bill, $500 there for car registration, always accompanied by solemn promises of imminent repayment. Here is where the situation took a hard left turn into the bizarre. About 4 months ago, Marcus started making highly critical, unprompted comments about my spending habits. It began relatively subtly. He came over to my apartment one evening, saw that I had purchased a new, high-end espresso machine, shook his head in disgust, and muttered, "Must be nice to just throw money around like it's water." I gently reminded him that I had taken on 2 freelance projects specifically to afford it, but he just scoffed and rolled his eyes. The comments rapidly escalated from passive-aggressive muttering to full-blown lectures. When I casually mentioned that I was planning a 4-day weekend trip to Austin with some college buddies, he launched into a fiery diatribe about financial responsibility. "You know, Alex," he said, using his authoritative manager voice, "the mere fact that you can just lend money out to people proves you have absolutely no idea how to manage it properly. If you were actually smart with your finances, every single dollar would be tied up in investments or high-yield savings, not just sitting around in checking accounts available for casual loans." I sat there on my couch, entirely speechless. This profound financial wisdom was coming from a man who, at that exact moment, owed me nearly $4,500. When I very gently pointed out this glaring hypocrisy, he immediately got fiercely defensive. "That is exactly my point," he snapped, pacing across my living room. "If you were a financially responsible adult, you wouldn't have had that $4,500 available to lend me in the first place. You are actively enabling both of us with your catastrophic lack of financial planning. The mental gymnastics were absolutely breathtaking. According to Marcus's newly invented economic theory, my ability to help him in his time of need was irrefutable proof that I was terrible with money. From that day forward, he started critiquing every single aspect of my life. My apartment, why on earth? Do you need a second bedroom when you're single? It's pure ego. My car, a 10-year-old Civic, would get you to work just as well as your Mazda. Even my grocery shopping. Name brand Greek yogurt? Really, Alex? You're a victim of corporate marketing. Last week, things reached a terrifying new plateau. Marcus came over, ostensibly to finally discuss a structured repayment plan for the $4,500. Instead, he sat me down at my own kitchen island for what he seriously called a financial intervention. Alex, I've been doing some deep thinking about our dynamic, he began, looking at me with profound pity. I realize now that by accepting your money, I have been actively enabling your deeply irresponsible, consumerist lifestyle. I actually let out a short laugh, genuinely thinking he was doing a bit. He wasn't smiling. Look at this place, he continued, gesturing wildly at my living room. 2 bedrooms, West Loop location, matching furniture. You are living so far beyond your means it's terrifying. The fact that you had $4,500 to lend me proves you are not budgeting correctly. A truly responsible man has every penny allocated to wealth building. I tried to interject, explaining that I utilize a zero-based budget, save 35% of my gross income, max out my 401k, and that the money I lent him came directly from my 6-month emergency fund, a fund I was now deeply regretting dipping into. Emergency fund, he scoffed, shaking his head condescendingly. If you managed your life properly, you wouldn't need an emergency fund. You'd have proper lines of credit for real emergencies. Keeping cash liquid is primitive. It's what uneducated people do. The conversation devolved into utter madness from there. He earnestly suggested I break my lease, move into a basement studio in a much cheaper suburb, sell my car, take the bus, and stop cosplaying as a rich person. When I finally lost my patience and demanded to know when he was going to pay me back, he stood up, adjusted his jacket, and said, "We will discuss returning those funds after you get your financial house in order. I won't fund your downward spiral." I am genuinely so confused and incredibly frustrated. Am I missing some fundamental economic principle here? How on earth did I become the financially reckless villain in a scenario where I am the one bailing him out? His logic is so completely backwards, yet he delivers it with such absolute, unwavering confidence that I am legitimately starting to question my own sanity. My friends think he is just a toxic manipulator trying to dodge a debt, but I cannot understand the endgame. What does he possibly gain from this bizarre reverse psychology? Am I being gaslit, or is there some secret millionaire mindset I'm failing to grasp? Update 1. 2 weeks later. I want to express my deepest gratitude to everyone who took the time to read and respond to my original post. Your comments were a lifeline. They helped me realize I wasn't losing my mind and that Marcus's behavior was a textbook, albeit incredibly elaborate, campaign of manipulative gaslighting. I took the most common advice offered. I started meticulously documenting everything. I created a heavily detailed spreadsheet tracking all the bank transfers, dates, amounts, and screenshots of his text messages promising repayment. The grand total is exactly $4,500. Unfortunately, things have escalated in a way I could never have anticipated in my wildest nightmares. Last Sunday, we had our mandatory monthly family dinner at my parents' house in the suburbs. I made a conscious decision to keep things strictly civil. I wasn't going to bring up the money or the intervention. Marcus, however, had entirely different plans. About halfway through the roast beef, Marcus literally clinked his spoon against his wine glass until the room went silent. He stood up and solemnly announced that he had a matter of vital family importance to discuss. My stomach instantly plummeted into my shoes as he launched into what I can only describe as a TED Talk about generational financial responsibility. I've been doing a tremendous amount of research on wealth distribution and familial health, he began, locking his eyes directly onto mine. And I've come to the painful realization that our family has developed a highly toxic dynamic that is actively preventing all of us from reaching our true potential. My mother, Helen, paused with her fork halfway to her mouth, looking completely bewildered. "What on earth do you mean, sweetheart?" Marcus smiled at her with this sickeningly sympathetic expression. "Well, Mom, let me pose a question. Have you ever sat back and wondered why Alex has so much excess capital to throw around while I am constantly struggling to make ends meet?" I immediately tried to shut it down, but he held up his hand like a traffic cop. "Please, Alex, let me finish. The core issue isn't that Alex earns a higher salary. I celebrate his salary. The issue is that he aggressively hoards it instead of deploying it properly. Did you know he's been lending me thousands of dollars?" Both of my parents slowly turned to stare at me, utterly shocked. I had never breathed a word about the loans to them because I didn't want to humiliate Marcus or cause unnecessary family drama. The fact that Alex can casually lend out $500 proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that he is not managing his wealth responsibly, Marcus continued, pacing behind his chair. Think about it logically. Elon Musk doesn't have thousands of dollars in a checking account just sitting around to lend to his siblings. Every penny is deployed. Alex's liquid cash is a glaring symptom of financial immaturity and deep-seated insecurity. My father, Robert, a retired accountant, frowned deeply. But Marcus, if your brother is lending you his money, doesn't that mean? That is exactly my point, Dad. Marcus interrupted triumphantly. I've realized that by accepting these loans, I have been the one enabling his poor financial habits. It is no different than buying a bottle of whiskey for an alcoholic. I am actively helping him avoid facing his severe money management trauma. The dining room was dead silent. You could hear the grandfather clock ticking in the hallway. I could literally see my parents' brains short-circuiting trying to process this spectacular leap of logic. My younger sister, Chloe, 21, who was home from college, caught my eye from across the table and blatantly mouthed, "What the actual F?" But Marcus was far from finished. Alex lives alone in a 2-bedroom apartment in the West Loop. He drives a car that is only 4 years old. He takes vacations to Austin. Meanwhile, I am living paycheck to paycheck in a modest space, driving a car that's falling apart, and never taking a single day off. I ask you, who is truly living the responsible, grounded life here? My mother, who has spent her entire life playing the family peacemaker, tried to desperately find a middle ground. Well, Marcus, honey, people just have different priorities with their... No, Mom? Marcus slammed his hand on the table, making the silverware jump. This is about far more than priorities. This is about the soul of this family. Alex's hoarding of wealth is creating a deeply diseased dynamic. If he truly cared about our family's overall well-being, he would drastically downsize his bloated lifestyle and invest that capital properly. The fact that he didn't even blink at lending me $4,500 proves he has entirely too much. I finally found my voice, my hands shaking with pure adrenaline. Marcus, you begged to borrow that money. You came to me in a panic, claiming you needed help, and I bailed you out. How in God's name does that make me the irresponsible one? He looked down at me with an expression of profound, sorrowful pity. The very fact that you still view it through that primitive lens shows just how deep your sickness goes. A financially actualized person would have had those funds locked in untouchable assets. You are essentially stuffing cash under your mattress, Alex. It's embarrassing. Chloe finally snapped. This is completely insane. Marcus, you are literally standing there arguing that Alex is bad with money because he was financially secure enough to save your ass when you were broke. Do you even hear the words coming out of your mouth? Marcus's face darkened instantly. I don't expect a college student to grasp macro financial philosophy, Chloe. When you enter the real world, you'll understand that true responsibility means every dollar has a designated mission. Emergency funds are a myth sold to the poor. Lending money is for institutional banks, not brothers. The dinner abruptly ended shortly after that. The atmosphere was suffocatingly awkward, with my parents clearly distressed and confused. As I was putting on my coat in the foyer, my father pulled me into his study and closed the door. Alex, look at me, is everything okay? He asked, his voice low. That entire presentation was deeply disturbing. I gave him a rapid-fire rundown of the reality of the situation, the constant begging for money, the broken promises, and Marcus's recent, bizarre behavioral shift. My father's face morphed from confusion, to shock, and finally, to a cold, hard anger. So, let me get this straight. He owes you $4,500, and he just tried to convince your mother and me that you are the one teetering on the edge of financial ruin? He summarized, rubbing his temples. That is exactly what is happening, I confirmed, feeling a wave of relief that at least my dad wasn't buying the delusion. My father sighed heavily. I spent 40 years in accounting and I have never seen a defense mechanism quite like this. Watch your back, son. I don't know what kind of game Marcus is playing, but this has crossed the line from irresponsible into something very dark. Since that horrific dinner, Marcus has been relentlessly blowing up my phone, texting me links to obscure finance blogs about lifestyle inflation and the spiritual danger of liquid assets. He even created a new family WhatsApp group chat called Wealth and Wellness, where he posts daily affirmations about how having available cash is a sign of moral decay. Chloe texted me privately last night, is Marcus having a psychotic break? This is genuinely starting to scare me. I am starting to wonder the exact same thing. This has evolved far beyond a simple manipulation tactic to avoid paying a debt. It has morphed into something almost completely delusional. He genuinely appears to believe his own insane rhetoric, and he is actively trying to recruit our entire family into his cult-like worldview. I have completely stopped responding to his messages. I am meeting with a civil litigation lawyer this Thursday to discuss my legal options for recovering the $4,500. I have also contacted my building's security to ensure Marcus is not allowed up to my floor. I will update you all again when the legal wheels start turning. Update 2. 1 month later. The situation with Marcus has taken a turn so profoundly surreal that I genuinely debated whether I should even post this update. It reads like a rejected script for a psychological thriller, but I made a commitment to keep you all informed, and honestly, I need to write this down just to prove to myself that it actually happened. Following the advice of the lawyer I consulted, she drafted a very stern, formal demand letter for the $4,500, citing the exact dates and amounts of the loans, backed by the text messages. I had it delivered to Marcus via certified mail, requiring his signature. I expected anger, I expected him to ignore it. His actual response was something I could never have prepared for. 3 days after the letter was signed for, Marcus showed up at my apartment building. Security stopped him, but he called me from the lobby, claiming he had the money and wanted to hand it over in person to clear the air. Against my better judgment, I told security to let him up. He arrived at my door carrying a thick manila folder, radiating the terrifying, manic energy of a door-to-door salesman who genuinely believes he is about to change your life. Alex. He beamed brightly, stepping into my foyer before I could even fully open the door. I am so incredibly glad you took the initiative to formalize this. I've prepared a comprehensive resolution that I know will bring us both peace. He marched over to my dining table, opened the folder, and began spreading out meticulously printed and highlighted documents. I recognized some of them. They were blown-up screenshots of our text conversations where I had agreed to send him the money. I've been doing a deep dive into alternative economic theories. He began, clasping his hands together, and I discovered a truly fascinating concept. Did you know that in numerous ancient cultures, charging interest on loans to blood relatives is considered a severe moral atrocity? I stared at him, completely bewildered. Marcus, I didn't charge you a single cent of interest. I asked for exactly what I lent you. Exactly. He pointed at me like I had just solved a riddle. Which brings me to my formal proposal. You see, Alex, while you didn't charge me times monetary times interest, you have been secretly collecting something exponentially more valuable: psychological interest. I felt the room spin slightly. I felt like I had slipped into an alternate dimension. Psychological interest? He nodded enthusiastically, pulling out a custom-made spreadsheet. Every single time you transferred money to my account, you gained a massive power dynamic shift over me. You got to play the role of the responsible, successful younger brother. You got to be the benevolent provider. The immense psychological superiority and dopamine hits you've been harvesting from our arrangement that is worth far, far more than standard financial interest. He slid a document across the table. It was titled, in bold Arial font, Reconciliation of Debts, Financial versus Psychological. I have meticulously calculated the fair market value of the psychological benefits you've extracted from me, he said, his voice entirely serious. The self-esteem boosts, the elevated family status, the moral high ground. I've assigned them monetary values based on standard therapy rates. I looked down at the document. It was pure, unadulterated madness. He had literally created itemized billing lines. Feeling of superiority at family dinners, $75 per dinner x 8 dinners equals $600. Self-esteem elevation from playing the successful brother, $150 per month, x 9 months, equals $1,350. Anecdotal value, stories to tell friends about helping family, $500 one-time value. Moral high ground during arguments, $50 per argument x, 12 arguments equals $600. Savior complex fulfillment, $2,150. As you can clearly see by the math, Marcus said proudly, tapping the bottom of the page, your total psychological benefit comes to exactly $5,200. Since the initial capital loan was only $4,500, technically, you actually owe me $700. But, he held up his hands magnanimously, because you're my brother, I am willing to call the debt completely settled and walk away clean. I was paralyzed. Chloe had warned me he might try something unhinged, but this defied all known logic. Marcus? I finally choked out, my voice trembling with suppressed rage. This is not how reality works. You cannot just invent a fictional form of emotional currency, assign arbitrary dollar amounts to it, and declare a legal debt paid. His bright expression instantly morphed into a look of deep, sorrowful disappointment. Alex, I am trying to help you break free. Your pathological attachment to fiat currency is destroying you. The fact that you are so hyper-fixated on extracting exactly $4,500 from me proves how completely money controls your mind. It has nothing to do with control, I snapped. You borrowed money. You agreed to pay it back. That is the fundamental basis of human commerce. You borrowed money. He shook his head slowly. You are so hopelessly trapped in the capitalist matrix, I am offering you a spiritual out. Truly wealthy people wouldn't even notice $4,500 missing. When I pointed out that truly wealthy people don't get wealthy by letting people steal from them, he loudly accused me of regurgitating corporate propaganda. But here is where the evening went from absurd to genuinely frightening. As he was packing his insane documents back into his folder, clearly annoyed that I hadn't accepted his psychological interest theory, he stopped at the door. "You know, Alex, I've been doing some calculations regarding your living situation," he said smoothly. My blood instantly ran freezing cold. Several commenters on my last post had warned me that he was angling for my apartment. "What about my apartment?" I asked, stepping back. "Well, you are clearly drowning in deep-seated trauma regarding wealth and possessions. Living in this massive, excessive space is only feeding your sickness. I have a proposal that will heal our family." He paused for dramatic effect. "I will move in here, and assume the lease. You will pack your things and move into my basement studio. It is a much more appropriate, grounded space for a single person. The $1,000 a month difference in rent can go directly toward the intensive therapy you so clearly need for your wealth addiction." I let out a harsh, involuntary bark of laughter. "Are you out of your mind? Are you seriously demanding we swap apartments?" "It is not a swap," he corrected sharply. "It is a therapeutic intervention. Over the 9 months I've been borrowing from you, that's $9,000 in rent savings you could have retained if you lived responsibly. I am literally trying to save your life." "Get out," I said, pointing at the door. "Alex, your addiction is clouding your anamina. Get out of my apartment now," I yelled, stepping toward him. He threw his hands up and backed out into the hallway, but not before sliding a 15-page printed manifesto under my door an hour later. It detailed exactly how the apartment swap would spiritually cleanse me. Since that night, Marcus has been calling our parents relentlessly, expressing deep, fake concern about my rapidly deteriorating mental state. He actually convinced my mother that I am having a nervous breakdown because I am obsessively demanding repayment. Yesterday, my mother called me in tears, gently suggesting that maybe I should just forgive the debt to stop tearing the family apart. When I read her Marcus's itemized bill for psychological interest and his demand for my apartment, she went dead silent for a full minute before whispering, "Oh my God, he's not well. Chloe has been my absolute rock." She sent me screenshots of Marcus trying to recruit her, telling her to refuse any birthday gifts from me because it would feed my toxic financial superiority complex. I have officially filed a lawsuit in small claims court. My lawyer assured me that psychological interest is not a recognized legal defense in the state of Illinois. I have also upgraded my apartment security, installed a Ring camera, and given a photo of Marcus to my building management with strict instructions to call the police if he sets foot on the property. I don't know if this is calculated, sociopathic manipulation, or a genuine descent into madness. Update 3, 6 weeks later. I need to start this update by describing exactly what happened at the small claims court hearing, because the sheer absurdity of it sets the stage for the absolute nightmare that followed. Marcus arrived at the courthouse wearing a full, 3-piece pinstripe suit, carrying a vintage leather briefcase, looking like he was about to argue before the Supreme Court. He didn't bring a lawyer. Instead, he brought a man he introduced to the bailiff as his alternative dispute resolution guide, a guy he explicitly admitted he found in the gigs section of Craigslist. When the judge called our case, Marcus stood up and confidently asked if he could provide visual context for the complex socioeconomic relationship at hand. The judge, an older woman who already looked completely exhausted by the morning docket, hesitantly agreed. Marcus proceeded to pull a portable projector out of his briefcase. "Yes, my brother brought a functional PowerPoint presentation to small claims court." The title slide beamed onto the courtroom wall, "The Hidden Economy of Familial Debt, a Case Study in Psychological Capitalism." I buried my face in my hands. The Craigslist guy nodded sagely. Marcus spent the next 10 minutes explaining his completely fabricated theory of psychological currency to the judge, who was staring at him like he had lobsters crawling out of his ears. Marcus even showed a slide featuring an actual algebraic equation he invented. EB equals LX, PDX, T, emotional benefit equals loan amount, multiplied by power, dynamic, multiplied by time. The judge finally slammed her gavel, cutting him off mid-sentence. "Mr. Thompson, I am going to ask you a very simple question. Do you possess any tangible evidence proving that you did not borrow $4,500 from your brother?" Marcus stood tall. "Your Honor, I am not disputing the transfer of fiat currency. I am mathematically demonstrating that the debt has already been satisfied through alternative emotional compensation." The judge's tone dropped to absolute zero. "Mr. Thompson, this is a United States court of law. We deal in legal tender. We do not deal in feelings, vibes, or psychological currency. Do you have the $4,500? Marcus's confident facade cracked for a split second. "Your Honor, if you will just examine slide 7, the paradigm shift clearly shows judgment for the plaintiff in the full amount of $4,500 plus court costs," the judge snapped, stamping a document. "You have 30 days to comply." Bailiff, next case. As we walked out of the courtroom, Marcus turned to me with a chilling, serene smile. "You think you won today, Alex. But you've only proven my point. You are so hopelessly addicted to money that you weaponize the state against your own blood. I weep for your soul. That was 6 weeks ago. The 30-day deadline passed. I haven't seen a dime. Instead, the situation exploded. 2 weeks after the court date, I received a highly official-looking letter in the mail from an organization called the Institute for Financial Wellness and Familial Harmony. It took me a quick Google search to realize Marcus had literally registered this fake institute as an LLC himself. The letter formally informed me that I had been selected for a mandatory, comprehensive financial rehab program due to my severe wealth hoarding. The treatment plan included 1. Mandatory weekly auditing sessions where Marcus would review my bank statements. 2. Gradual asset reduction therapy, forcing me to sell my electronics and furniture. 3. Residential downsizing, again, demanding I move out of my apartment. The letter ended with, "Your intake fee of $4,500 has been graciously waived in light of your severe mental condition." I threw it in the trash, thinking it was just another pathetic stunt. Then, my building manager called me in a panic. Marcus had contacted my apartment's leasing office, falsely identifying himself as my court-appointed financial conservator. He had forged documents, literally photoshopped court seals claiming a judge had deemed me mentally unfit to manage my own assets, and requested the immediate transfer of my lease into his name. Thank God my building manager knew me well and immediately flagged it as fraud. But Marcus didn't stop there. He decided to take his crusade to my workplace. I work in a secure corporate building, but the main lobby is open to the public. 3 weeks ago, Marcus walked into my office lobby carrying a large cardboard box. He told the front desk receptionist it was a critical family emergency. When I rushed downstairs, my heart pounding, I found Marcus standing in the center of the crowded lobby. Inside the box was my blender, a pair of my expensive running shoes, and a table lamp, items he had apparently stolen from my apartment during his earlier visits. "Alex," he announced, projecting his voice so dozens of my coworkers could hear. "I am returning these material anchors to you. Part of your recovery is learning to detach from consumerism, but I realized forcing you into cold turkey separation was too traumatic for your fragile state." People were stopping and staring. My manager, Jessica, who happened to be getting coffee, walked over, looking deeply concerned. "Alex, is everything all right here?" Before I could speak, Marcus thrust his hand toward her. "Hi, I'm Marcus, Alex's brother and financial wellness coach. I'm guiding him through a very dark period of wealth addiction. Has he been exhibiting any erratic spending behaviors at work? Buying too many lunches?" I physically grabbed Marcus by the arm and dragged him out the revolving doors, threatening to call the police, but the damage was done. The office rumor mill exploded. I had to have a humiliating closed-door meeting with HR to explain that my brother was suffering from some kind of delusion and that I was not, in fact, mentally unstable. The harassment immediately spilled over to social media. Marcus created a public Facebook page titled "Supporting Alex's Road to Recovery." He began posting multiple times a day, tagging our extended family, my high school friends, and even my coworkers. Sample post. Day 43 of Alex's journey. He is still violently resisting help. If you love someone suffering from wealth hoarding, remember that their anger is just the money talking. Keep them in your prayers. Number, financial wellness. Number, intervention. Number, family first. My aunt from Ohio called me sobbing, genuinely believing I was about to file for bankruptcy and lose my home. I spent days doing damage control, explaining the insane reality of the situation to horrified relatives. The terrifying climax happened 3 days ago. I came home from the gym to find Marcus sitting on the floor of my apartment hallway, right outside my door. Next to him was a woman holding a bundle of burning sage. "Alex," Marcus said solemnly, standing up. "This is Dr. Silas Vance. She is an energetic wealth healer. We are here to perform an intervention on your living space. Your aura is absolutely corrupted by fiat energy." I didn't say a word. I pulled out my phone, dialed 911, and requested police assistance to remove trespassers. While we waited for the cops, Marcus and this random woman stood in the hallway, loudly chanting about cleansing the capitalist trauma. The police eventually arrived and escorted them off the property, but as he was being led into the elevator, Marcus screamed, "Rock bottom is just the beginning, Alex. We won't let the money kill you. I am currently exhausted beyond measure. I have filed for a permanent restraining order. My lawyer has initiated wage garnishment for the $4,500, though Marcus's retail salary means it will take an eternity to collect. I have locked down every aspect of my life. My parents are absolutely devastated, finally realizing that their oldest son has completely lost his grip on reality. I don't know what happens next, but I am terrified of what his broken mind will come up with." Final update, 4 months later. This will be my final update regarding the saga of my brother Marcus. I debated for a long time whether to post this, because the conclusion to this nightmare is both incredibly dramatic and surprisingly tragic. It puts everything into a perspective I never could have anticipated. First, the legal housekeeping. Through the wage garnishment order, I managed to recover exactly $2,800 of the original $4,500 debt. I will likely never see the remaining balance, and honestly, I do not care anymore. The reason the garnishment stopped is because Marcus spectacularly lost his job. About 2 months ago, Marcus's behavior at the retail shoe store he managed crossed the line from eccentric to full-blown catastrophic. According to Chloe, who got the inside scoop from a mutual friend who worked there, Marcus started pulling his employees off the sales floor to lecture them about the spiritual poison of their paychecks. The final straw occurred when Marcus attempted to completely overhaul the store's payroll system. He tried to pay his teenage employees in life credits, essentially handwritten IOUs that he claimed could be redeemed for one-on-one mindfulness coaching sessions with him in the break room. When corporate HR caught wind of a manager refusing to pay legal wages in favor of meditation credits, he was terminated immediately and escorted off the premises by mall security. Unemployed, facing eviction from his own apartment after trying to pay his landlord with the same fake currency, and increasingly isolated, Marcus completely doubled down on his delusion. He took the last of his savings and rented a conference room at a local community center. He printed hundreds of flyers and plastered them around town for a seminar titled, "Breaking Free from Financial Prison, The Revolutionary Truth About Money." My father, deeply worried, attended the seminar incognito, sitting in the back row. He told me it was the saddest thing he had ever witnessed. About 8 people showed up, mostly confused retirees who thought they were attending a free retirement planning workshop. Marcus paced the stage for 2 hours, sweating profusely, speaking a mile a minute. He projected his insane charts, ranted about the gold standard, and spent 40 minutes explaining how his own brother me was patient zero in an epidemic of wealth addiction. At one point, he completely broke down, dropping to his knees and sobbing into the microphone, screaming that I had chosen paper money over his love. The community center manager eventually pulled the plug on the microphone and asked everyone to leave. 2 weeks after the disastrous seminar, my phone rang at 3 a.m. It was my mother, absolutely hysterical. Marcus had been hospitalized. I rushed to the emergency room, my heart in my throat. Despite the absolute hell he had put me through, the gaslighting, the harassment, the sheer terror, he is still my brother. When I arrived, I found my parents huddled outside a room in the psychiatric ward. A doctor pulled us aside and explained the situation. Marcus had been picked up by the Chicago police at a downtown bank at 2 p.m. the previous day. He had walked into the lobby and started passionately screaming at the customers in line, telling them that their bank accounts were a shared hallucination, and physically trying to slap deposit slips out of their hands to liberate them. He hadn't slept in at least 4 days. He was surviving entirely on espresso shots and pure, unfiltered adrenaline. This is where the anger I had been holding onto for nearly a year finally began to dissolve into a heavy, crushing sadness. After a thorough evaluation, the hospital psychiatrist diagnosed Marcus with bipolar I disorder, explicitly stating he was in the midst of a severe, prolonged manic episode with psychotic features. The doctor explained it to us in detail. The grandiose thinking, the incredibly elaborate but nonsensical schemes, the institute, the PowerPoint, the psychological interest, the absolute, unwavering conviction in his irrational beliefs, the pressured speech, the lack of sleep, these were all textbook symptoms of extreme mania. Looking back, the warning signs had been there for years, hiding in plain sight. The region while, the periods of deep depression that Marcus always blamed on financial stress, the times he would suddenly quit a job because he had a $1 million business idea that never materialized. The way he could shift from barely getting out of bed to possessing unstoppable, chaotic energy. We as a family had just written it off as Marcus being eccentric, moody, and bad with money. We missed the disease entirely. Marcus spent 3 full weeks in an inpatient psychiatric facility. When they finally found the right combination of mood stabilizers and antipsychotic medication, the change was jarring. The first time I was allowed to visit him after he had stabilized, I walked into the visitor's room to find him looking smaller, older, and profoundly exhausted. He looked up at me, his eyes finally clear of that terrifying manic shine, and his voice cracked. "Alex. What did I do?" The next 2 hours were the most difficult, painful conversation of my entire life. Marcus, now fully lucid, sat in horror as I gently recounted the events of the past year. The fake lawsuits, the harassment at my office, the attempt to steal my apartment, the sage-burning intervention. He remembered pieces of it, but it was fragmented, like trying to recall a fever dream. I remember thinking I had unlocked the secrets of the universe. He wept, burying his face in his hands. I thought I had cracked a code that everyone else was too stupid to see. It made such perfect, absolute sense to me at the time. "I thought I was saving you." The psychiatrist later explained that during severe manic episodes, the brain can construct incredibly elaborate delusions that feel as real to the patient as gravity. The fact that Marcus's mania fixated specifically on money and financial philosophy wasn't unusual. Mania often latches onto a person's deepest real-world insecurities and blows them up to mythological proportions. Marcus's lifelong insecurity about being poor compared to me became the fuel for his psychosis. He asked me, tears streaming down his face, if I could ever forgive him. I told him the truth. I needed time. That was 4 months ago. Today, the landscape of our family looks entirely different. Marcus is strictly maintaining his treatment plan. He goes to therapy twice a week, takes his medication without fail, and attends a support group for adults living with bipolar disorder. He is currently living in my parents' guest room while he slowly rebuilds his life. He is also paying me back, not through the court system, but voluntarily. He managed to get a low-stress, back-office data entry job, and every single month, on the first of the month, he transfers exactly $250 into my account. He told me, I need to make actual, real-world amends. Not the insane psychological currency I invented. We are very slowly, very carefully rebuilding our relationship as brothers. We meet for coffee once a month, always in a public place, always with incredibly clear, strict boundaries. He has never once asked to come back to my apartment, and I am deeply grateful for that respect. He also spent weeks writing deeply personal apology letters to everyone he dragged into his manic hurricane. He wrote to Chloe, to my parents, to my manager Jessica, and even mailed a formal apology to the judge at the small claims court. He completely deleted the Facebook pages, dissolved the fake LLC, and shredded the manifestos. Chloe has been an absolute champion through all of this. She changed her college major to psychology, heavily researching bipolar disorder to help our parents understand what happened. She said something to me last week that really helped me let go of the residual anger. Alex, he was deathly ill. The disease took his normal human flaws, his jealousy, his financial stress, his stubbornness and mutated them into a monster. You were fighting the disease, not your brother. I am in therapy now, too. Not for wealth addiction, but to process the genuine trauma of being systematically gaslit, harassed, and betrayed by the person who was supposed to look out for me. It is incredibly difficult to reconcile the anger I felt with the medical reality of his condition. The money, the $4,500 that started this entire nightmare, has ironically become the least important detail of the story. I don't care if I ever see the rest of it. What matters is that my brother is finally getting the medical intervention he desperately needed, our family is healing, and we now know exactly what warning signs to look for. Yesterday, Marcus sent me a text message. It was a photo of a flyer at the local library advertising a financial wellness seminar. Beneath the photo, he wrote, "Saw this. Only threw up in my mouth a little bit. Progress." It was the first time I had genuinely laughed with my brother in over a year. I don't know what the future holds for us. We will probably never have the easy, carefree relationship we had when we were kids. Too much damage was done. But we are building something new, something grounded in absolute truth, firm boundaries, and a profound respect for the fragility of the human mind. To everyone who followed this insane saga, thank you. When I thought I was the one losing my mind, your validation kept me anchored to reality. And if anyone reading this is dealing with a family member whose behavior has suddenly become irrationally toxic or bizarre, please remember that sometimes, there is a medical explanation hiding behind the malice. Take care of yourselves, and protect your peace. Top comments. User 1. I have been following this saga since the very first post, and my jaw literally hit the floor reading this final update. The PowerPoint presentation in small claims court was the funniest thing I've ever read, but the bank incident is genuinely heartbreaking. It makes so much sense in retrospect, the grandiosity, the zero sleep, the absolute conviction that he had cracked the code of the universe. That is textbook bipolar mania. I am so sorry you had to endure the trauma of being his target, but I am incredibly relieved he didn't end up in prison and actually got a diagnosis. The fact that he is paying you back $250 a month voluntarily shows that the real Marcus is back and taking accountability. Wishing you both the best of luck in therapy. User 2. As someone who works in HR, the moment you described him walking into your office lobby with your blender and trying to talk to your manager, my blood pressure spiked to dangerous levels. That could have destroyed your career if your manager wasn't understanding. I'm so glad you got HR involved early to get ahead of the narrative. Bipolar disorder is an absolute beast of an illness. My mother had bipolar 1, and during her manic phases, she once tried to sell our family home to a cult because she thought the property taxes were demonic. It is terrifying how real the delusions are to them. Chloe is absolutely right, the disease takes their existing insecurities and weaponizes them. Stay strong, OP. Keep those boundaries firm. User 3. I am going to frame that equation. Honestly, before the bipolar reveal, I thought your brother was just the most arrogant, manipulative narcissist on the planet trying to scam his way into a luxury West Loop apartment. The psychological interest invoice where he charged you $75 for family dinner superiority is something out of a sitcom. It's wild how the human brain can construct such elaborate, mathematically detailed fantasies when the chemistry goes wrong. The fact that he can joke about the library seminar now is a massive green flag for his recovery. Forgive yourself for being angry at him. You didn't know he was sick, and his actions were objectively abusive, regardless of the cause. Healing takes time. My family fired me as their free accountant via text, forgetting I was the sole guarantor on their $300,000 credit line. So, I froze their accounts and uncovered a felony. My name is Clara, and I'm 29 years old. The notification that liquidated my role as the family bank, punching bag, and free financial fixer didn't happen during a scream-filled, plate-smashing argument. It arrived silently, vibrating against the mahogany table during a high-stakes corporate audit meeting that could define my entire career. It was a Tuesday afternoon. The air in the conference room was sterile, cold, and smelled faintly of dry erase markers and expensive coffee. My phone screen lit up with my mother's name, Diane. A single line of text appeared on the illuminated glass. "We found a new partner. We don't need your negativity and constant oversight anymore. We're cutting ties." No warning. No phone call. Just that. 5 seconds later, my younger sister, Chloe, reacted to the message with a heart emoji. A literal red heart. I sat there and stared at the message, the taste of my lukewarm water suddenly turning metallic and bitter in my mouth. I didn't even feel anger right away. I just felt the kind of heavy, detached numbness that comes when you've watched a condemned building collapse in slow motion, and you are finally watching the dust settle over the rubble. So, I excused myself from the audit meeting. I didn't slam the door. I didn't make a scene in front of the senior partners. I walked calmly down the hallway to my private office, closed the heavy glass door, pulled down the privacy blinds, and locked it. My hands were perfectly steady as I opened my laptop and woke up the screen. I didn't reply to the text. I didn't ask why. I didn't beg for an explanation. Instead, I logged directly into the family business banking portal. These were the accounts I had managed entirely for free for the last 3 years. The ledgers I had spent my weekends violently untangling while they were out spending money they didn't have. The transactions populated on my screen immediately, a glaring testament to their financial delusion. There was Chloe's recent influencer trip to Mykonos, brazenly classified as a marketing expense. There was my father Richard's lease on a $65,000 luxury sports car, charged directly to the company card. And there was the $4,200 monthly withdrawal, vaguely labeled operating expenses, that I knew for a fact went straight into my mother's personal checking account to fund her country club lifestyle. They thought they were so incredibly clever. They thought they had found a new investor, some hard money lender who didn't ask annoying questions, who didn't demand receipts, and who wouldn't hold them accountable. To them, that meant they didn't need my strict oversight anymore. They thought I was just a buzzkill daughter trying to ruin their fun. But they forgot one crucial detail. They forgot that I am a forensic accountant. And they definitely, catastrophically forgot that I was the sole personal guarantor on their $300,000 commercial line of credit. I opened the bank portal for the $300,000 credit line. The cursor hovered over the management tab. For 3 agonizing years, I had been their ultimate safety net. I had co-signed the massive loan because they cornered me, looked me in the eye, and swore it was to build a family legacy that we would all share. I had covered their exorbitant interest payments out of my own pocket when they were short on cash. I had meticulously fixed their fraudulent tax returns when they tried to claim luxury vacations to the Maldives as legitimate business trips. I had been the only adult in the room while they played house with $250,000 of other people's money. And the absolute second they thought they had secured a better deal with less oversight, they discarded me via a cowardly text message. I moved my mouse and clicked, "Freeze account." A harsh red confirmation window popped up on the screen. "Are you sure you want to suspend all activity on this credit line?" I didn't hesitate for a fraction of a second. I clicked, "Yes." Then, I navigated to the guarantor section of the banking portal. I selected the option to initiate the permanent removal of the guarantor due to a fundamental breach of contract and bad faith dealing. The bank system prompted me for documentation. I took a screenshot of the text message from my mother, highlighting the words, "We're cutting ties," and attached it as legally binding evidence of the severance of our business relationship. I hit submit. The screen refreshed with a loading wheel, and then the final message appeared. "Request pending, account frozen. Line of credit suspended." It was done. The action was immediate, silent, and entirely lethal to their business operations. I sat back in my ergonomic desk chair, the profound silence of my locked office pressing against my ears. My phone buzzed again. This time, it wasn't my mother, it was an automated notification from the bank. Alert. Commercial line of credit ending in 4,492 has been suspended. All linked cards have been deactivated. I watched the notification slowly fade from the lock screen. I expected to feel a crushing wave of guilt. I expected to feel the familiar panic of letting my family down. But I didn't feel guilty at all. I felt incredibly light. I felt like I had just set down a massive, lead-lined backpack filled with rocks that I had been forced to carry since I was 22 years old. I thought of the countless sleepless nights I'd spent going over their chaotic ledgers, desperately trying to find legal ways to make the numbers work, trying to save them from their own staggering incompetence. I thought of the dozens of times I'd had to say no to my fiancé, Mark, about taking a simple weekend trip because I had to drain my savings to pay for an emergency plumbing repair on one of their poorly inspected flip houses. I had been their silent investor, their unpaid fixer, their ultimate insurance policy, and they had treated me like a disposable employee they could fire at will. Well, they were about to find out exactly what happens when the insurance policy gets cancelled without a refund. I opened my work email and drafted a brief, highly professional message to the new hard money lender they had foolishly mentioned in previous arguments, the shady one known for exorbitant interest rates and predatory terms. Subject: Notice of Guarantor Withdrawal, Richard and Diane, last name, to whom it may concern. Please find attached the bank confirmation regarding the suspension of the primary credit line for the aforementioned parties. I am no longer serving as the personal guarantor for any of their business or personal ventures. Govern yourselves accordingly. I attached the PDF bank confirmation. I didn't need to say anything else, it was a professional courtesy. If this new lender was foolish enough to invest based on my pristine credit score and professional reputation, they deserved to know that specific asset was permanently off the table. I hit send. Then, I closed my laptop. The blue glow of the screen vanished, leaving me bathed in the soft, natural afternoon light filtering through the blinds. I caught my reflection in the glass of the window. I looked different, calmer, sharper. I wasn't the desperate people-pleasing daughter who begged for scraps of approval anymore. I was a senior forensic auditor who had just permanently closed a file on a catastrophically bad investment. I picked up my phone, went into my contacts, and blocked their numbers. Mom, Dad, Chloe. One by one, block, block, block. I didn't want to hear the sheer panic in their voices when the company credit cards were humiliatingly declined at expensive restaurants. I didn't want to hear the screaming when the checks to their contractors bounced. I wanted absolute silence. And for the first time in my entire life, I was going to get it. People always ask me why. Why does a highly educated, smart woman, a forensic accountant who literally hunts down corporate fraud for a living, sign her financial life away to people who clearly don't respect her? It wasn't because I was weak, it wasn't even because I was afraid of them. It was because I was a gambler. In my line of work, we extensively study cognitive biases. The most dangerous one in existence is the sunk cost fallacy. It's the insidious voice in your head that says, you can't fold your hand now, because you've already put way too many chips in the pot. If you walk away now, you lose everything you've ever invested. But if you stay, if you put in just a little more money, a little more effort, maybe you can turn it all around. Maybe you can finally hit the jackpot. For me, the jackpot was never about money. It was the deeply ingrained delusion that if I just solved one more financial crisis, if I just covered one more massive overdraft, my father would finally look at me with the same unconditional adoration he gave Chloe when she simply walked into a room. I vividly remember the day I signed the immense stack of papers for the commercial line of credit. It was 3 years ago. We were sitting in a stuffy, small office at the bank branch near their sprawling house. My father, Richard, was wearing his lucky suit, the expensive navy one he wore when he was aggressively pitching a big idea. He had his hand resting heavily on my shoulder, radiating false warmth. He looked the loan officer dead in the eye and proudly said, "This is Clara. She's the absolute brains of this entire operation. She's the one who's going to make sure the family legacy survives and thrives." Legacy. That was the heavily loaded chip they always played. I looked across the desk at my mother, Diane. She actually had tears welling up in her eyes. She reached under the table, squeezed my hand tightly, and whispered that I was literally saving them. That I was the good one, the responsible one. In that fleeting moment, I felt a massive rush of dopamine that was stronger than any narcotic. I felt seen, I felt valued, I felt indispensable. So, like an absolute fool, I signed the dotted line. I put my immaculate credit score, my hard-earned life savings, and my entire financial future on the line for a real estate flip house business that had never, not once, turned an actual profit. I truly thought I was buying equity in this family. I thought I was investing in a future where I finally had a permanent seat at the table. But that's the brutal reality of the sunk cost fallacy. The house always wins, and you always lose. Over the next 3 grueling years, I kept throwing good money after bad. When they inevitably missed a massive loan payment, I quietly covered it from my savings because if the loan defaulted, my initial investment of trust and my credit score would be totally destroyed. When they demanded a new luxury car to keep up appearances for high-end clients, I stupidly signed the lease because I desperately needed them to succeed so my sacrifices would mean something. I spent my precious weekends reconciling their disastrous, chaotic receipts while Chloe spent hers partying on yachts in the Maldives. I canceled romantic anniversary vacations with Mark to pay for emergency roof repairs on properties they hadn't even bothered to inspect before purchasing. I was constantly chasing my losses, utterly convinced that the times next times property, the times next times check, would be the one that fixed everything. I was a textbook addict, and their fleeting, conditional approval was the needle. But, looking at the frozen bank screen now, the clarity was blinding. This was never a partnership, it was an emotional Ponzi scheme. They were paying me meaningless, microscopic dividends of affection using the capital of my own self-esteem. There was never going to be a return on my investment. There was never going to be a moment where they handed me a check and said, "Thank you, Clara, you saved us, you can rest now." They were going to bleed me dry until I was financially bankrupt and emotionally hollowed out, and then they were going to discard me like trash. Just like they did this morning. The text message wasn't a sudden, out-of-the-blue break. It was a margin call. They had found a new lender, a new source of naive liquidity, so my capital was no longer required. They thought they were firing me. They didn't realize I was the one permanently closing the ledger. I rubbed my eyes, fully expecting to feel a wave of intense grief. I waited for the crushing sadness of losing my parents to wash over me, but it simply didn't come. Instead, I felt the cold, hard, clinical satisfaction of an auditor who has finally found the missing variable that perfectly balances a complex equation. I wasn't losing a family. I was writing off a catastrophically bad debt. I was aggressively cutting my losses before I lost myself completely. The computer pinged loudly. The bank request was fully processed. The commercial line was locked down tight. No more withdrawals, no more wire transfers, no more credit card swipes. The casino was officially closed. I reached for my phone, not to call them, but to call Mark. I needed a brilliant corporate lawyer, and for the first time in 3 years, I wasn't going to lie to him about how bad the numbers really were. Update 1. It took exactly 48 hours for the silence to violently break. The timeline was almost mathematically predictable. Commercial banks usually take 24 hours to process a guarantor removal, and another 24 hours to officially notify the primary account holders via certified email and phone calls. So, when my office phone lit up on Thursday afternoon with a blocked caller ID, I knew exactly what was happening. The hurricane had made landfall. I was sitting in my office, the thick glass walls insulating me from the dull hum of the accounting firm outside. I watched the phone violently vibrate across my desk. It stopped, then started again immediately. Then my direct office line rang. I let it go straight to voicemail. Then my email notification chimed loudly. Subject, urgent, medical emergency, please call immediately. Sender, Diane via a newly created Gmail address. I didn't open it, I didn't have to. I could vividly imagine the contents perfectly. First the feigned confusion, then the escalating panic, then the unhinged, toxic rage. It's a fundamental biological response. In nature, when a deeply entrenched parasite suddenly realizes its host is dying or forcibly detaching, it doesn't quietly accept its fate. It violently releases toxins. It induces a massive cytokine storm. It actively tries to make the host so incredibly sick that the body stops fighting the infection just to survive the agonizing symptoms. My family was the parasite, and their unhinged rage was the toxin. My assistant, Sarah, tentatively knocked on the glass door. She looked deeply uneasy, holding a notepad. "Clara, I'm so sorry to interrupt. There's a woman on line 2 who claims she's your mother. She sounds completely hysterical. She says your father is having a medical emergency and you need to wire funds immediately." I felt a sudden, sharp flicker of the old reflex, the massive adrenaline spike, the overwhelming, ingrained urge to rush in and fix it, but I ruthlessly tamped it down. I looked Sarah dead in the eye. "It's not a medical emergency, Sarah, it's a financial one. Tell her I am in a sworn deposition and absolutely cannot be disturbed under any circumstances. If she calls back, hang up." Sarah nodded, visibly relieved, and quickly left. I turned back to my dual monitors, but my focus on the corporate audit was gone. I opened a new incognito browser window and searched for Chloe's public social media accounts. It was a morbid curiosity, like checking the local weather radar for a massive Category 5 hurricane you know is barreling toward your house. And there it was. A video posted exactly 20 minutes ago. Chloe was sitting in the driver's seat of her imported SUV. The ring light lighting was absolutely perfect. A single, pristine tear was strategically glistening on her lower lash line without ruining her expensive mascara. The caption read, "When toxic family members try to ruin your success because they're deeply jealous of your light. Number, betrayal. Number, narcissistic abuse. Number, healing." She was vague booking, masterfully crafting a completely fictitious narrative where she was the innocent, hardworking victim of my sudden, unprovoked cruelty. "I just don't understand how someone who shares your blood can be so incredibly hateful," she whispered to the camera, her voice trembling with practiced fragility. We were finally getting somewhere. We were finally building our dream, and she just violently pulled the rug out from under us with zero warning, just because she can't stand to see us happy and thriving. But we will rise above this toxicity. The comments section was already overflowing with sickening sympathy. "Stay strong, Queen. Jealousy is a literal disease. Cut them off, babe. You don't need her negative energy. I scrolled through the comments, feeling a wave of absolute, freezing detachment. They were brazenly rewriting history in real time for an audience of strangers. They weren't panicking because they missed my presence in their lives. They were panicking because the company credit card had just been humiliatingly declined at the luxury gas station. They were panicking because the new investor, the shady one they had so gleefully discarded me for, had likely run a routine credit check, seen the massive, glaring red flag of a freshly frozen $300,000 line of credit, and immediately pulled their funding. Then came the voicemails. I had my phone on strict, do not disturb, but the automatic text transcripts appeared directly in my inbox. My father, Richard, had left 3 messages. His voice wasn't sad, or confused, it was utterly venomous. You think you're so damn smart, Clara? You think this little stunt is funny? You just cost us the biggest deal of our lives. The new funding fell through, because your bank froze the primary assets. You are going to fix this immediately. You are going to call the loan officer right now, grovel, and tell them it was a massive mistake. Or so help me God, I will retain counsel and sue you for breach of fiduciary duty and intentional interference with business relations. Fiduciary duty. I actually laughed out loud in my empty office. He was throwing around complex legal buzzwords he'd half heard on a television procedural. He was entirely too stupid to understand that a personal guarantor has absolutely zero fiduciary duty to the borrower. In fact, it's the exact opposite. The borrower has a strict legal and ethical duty to the guarantor not to default or mismanage funds. He was literally threatening me with severe legal action for refusing to let him continue robbing me blind. I watched the notifications roll in for another hour. It was a textbook extinction burst, the final, desperate, explosive surge of energy before a toxic behavior permanently dies. They were throwing everything at the wall to see what would stick: immense guilt, weaponized shame, legal threats, public humiliation. They were desperately trying to trigger the old Clara. The Clara who was utterly terrified of their disapproval. But that Clara was dead. She had been thoroughly audited, found entirely redundant, and completely liquidated. I picked up my phone and called Mark. "They're escalating," I said the second he picked up. I expected his voice to be tense, but it was perfectly calm, a solid steel anchor in the swirling chaos. "Do you want me to draft and send a formal cease and desist letter to their residence?" he asked smoothly. "Not yet," I replied, my eyes scanning the massive digital files I had pulled from the bank before freezing the account. "Let them burn themselves out and put their threats in writing. But I need you to come to my office right now. I've been reviewing the old ledgers, the ones from before the digital transition last year. I found something." "What did you find?" Mark's tone shifted from supportive fiancé to razor-sharp corporate attorney. "I found a highly suspicious pattern of wire transfers," I said, zooming in on the PDF displayed on my right monitor. "A recurring, escalating transfer to a private LLC called Crimson Tide Investments. It started exactly 6 months after I signed the original loan guarantee." "Mark, I don't think they're just chronically incompetent and bad with money. I think they're actively hiding it. I'm leaving the courthouse now, I'll be there in 15 minutes. I hung up and looked out the massive window at the sprawling city skyline. The frantic panic playing out on my phone screen felt incredibly distant now, like a police siren wailing several blocks away. They were screaming and thrashing because the free money tap had finally been turned off. But they didn't realize that a frozen credit line was the absolute least of their impending problems. I was about to turn on the blinding fluorescent lights, and parasites absolutely hate the light. Mark arrived exactly 15 minutes later. He didn't bring comfort food or wine. He brought his heavy leather briefcase, his encrypted laptop, and a massive banker's box of yellow legal pads. That is exactly why I love him. He deeply understands that for me, true peace of mind doesn't come from empty platitudes, it comes from airtight, irrefutable documentation. He took off his suit jacket, rolled up his sleeves, and sat up across from me at the small conference table in my office. "Okay," he said, cracking his knuckles. "Let's look at your total liability. If they actually try to sue for breach of fiduciary duty, it's complete legal nonsense, and I'll get it dismissed with prejudice in a day. But we need to make absolutely sure your guarantor withdrawal was bulletproof. Show me the books." We spent the next 3 hours in what I fondly call the quiet zone. It's that intense, hyper-focused state of flow where the outside world completely falls away, and nothing exists except the raw data. I projected the massive Excel ledgers onto the smartboard on the wall. We meticulously traced the cash flow of the family business for the entire last fiscal year. It was a staggering, horrifying mess of gross mismanagement, overpriced, unlicensed contractors, massive late fees, exorbitant interest penalties, unjustified luxury expenses. But then, we finally got to the Crimson Tide transfers. "Right there," I said, pointing a laser pointer at a specific line item from 8 months ago. "Transfer to external vendor, Crimson Tide Investments. Oh, $12,000. Labeled as consulting retainer. Oh, Mark frowned, leaning closer to the board. Who the hell are they? I've reviewed their vendor lists before. I've never seen a formalized contract for a company by that name. Neither have I said softly. And look, I scrolled rapidly down the ledger. It happens again, and again, every single month, in wildly varying amounts. $8,500. $15,000. $10,200, always labeled with incredibly vague, non-specific terms. Site management, design retainer, strategic consulting. I sat down at my desk, opened the State Secretary of State's official business registry portal. It's a matter of public record, a powerful tool I use literally every single day to catch wealthy executives trying to illegally hide assets during hostile divorces or bankruptcies. I slowly typed in Times Crimson Tide Investments LLC. The search wheel spun for one agonizing, endless second before the official results popped up on the screen. I felt all the blood rapidly drain from my face, leaving me cold. Registered agent, Diane. Last name, my mother. Principal address, a generic P.O. box in a small town 3 hours away. But that wasn't the smoking gun. I dug much deeper, pulling the actual scanned PDF of the original articles of organization filed with the state. The LLC wasn't a standard operating business. It was legally structured as a pass-through entity for a private trust. Beneficiary, the Chloe Future Trust. I sat back in my chair, the air leaving my lungs in a sharp, painful hiss. Mark stared at the screen, his brilliant lawyer brain rapidly clicking the disparate pieces together faster than I could even say them out loud. They weren't just carelessly spending the money, Clara, he said, his voice dropping low and turning incredibly dangerous. They were systematically laundering it. It was the ultimate missing variable. The complex math finally, horrifyingly made sense. They had aggressively borrowed $300,000 against my pristine credit score. Thanks for watching. They constantly claimed the flipping business was failing, that they were completely broke, that they desperately needed me to cover the massive interest payments out of my savings because market conditions were tough. But the real estate market wasn't tough at all. They were deliberately siphoning the loan principal times my personal liability times into a legally protected, offshore-style asset entirely for my sister. They were planning to intentionally default. I whispered, the words tasting like bitter ash in my mouth. They were going to completely max out the $300,000 credit line, quietly transfer all the liquid cash to this hidden shell company, and then abruptly file for Chapter 7 bankruptcy on the main business, leaving you entirely holding the bag for the $300,000 debt. Mark finished grimly, his eyes flashing with genuine fury. Because you're the personal guarantor. The bank would bypass the bankrupt business and immediately come after your personal assets, your savings, your condo. While they walked away completely tangent-free with a massive six-figure nest egg safely hidden away for Chloe. It wasn't just gross financial incompetence. It wasn't just a toxic family being terribly bad with money. It was highly premeditated, meticulously structured, felony-level fraud. They had looked me dead in the eye, squeezed my hand, and tearfully begged me to co-sign the loan to save the family legacy, all while they were actively, enthusiastically digging a massive financial grave they fully intended to push me into. They valued Chloe's future unearned comfort infinitely more than they valued my basic financial survival. I was the acceptable sacrifice they were more than willing to make to ensure their precious golden child never had to work a day in her life. The last microscopic, lingering thread of guilt I possessed, the tiny voice holding on to the naive idea that maybe they were just desperate, sad, incompetent older people, violently snapped. It didn't just break. It completely disintegrated into dust. This is highly criminal, Mark said, pacing the room now. This is textbook. Fraudulent conveyance. If a federal bankruptcy trustee or the district attorney saw this paper trail, they would go to federal prison. All three of them. Ass. I know. I said. My voice was eerily steady, colder and harder than it had ever been in my entire life. And they're about to find out that the absolute only thing worse than having a forensic accountant for a daughter is having a forensic accountant they actively tried to frame for a felony. I turned back to the printer and hit print. The articles of organization, the devastating transfer logs, the highlighted bank statements. I methodically compiled them into a thick, red legal file. I wasn't going to wait around for them to try and sue me. I wasn't going to wait for them to offer a fake apology. What exactly do you want to do? Mark asked, watching me assemble the weapon. I looked at the massive stack of damning paper. I want to invite them to a formal meeting. Do you think they'll actually show up? Mark let out a dark, humorless laugh. Oh, they'll absolutely come. I know, I said, a cold smile touching my lips. Because I'm going to text them and say I'm ready to negotiate the immediate release of the frozen funds. They'll think they finally won. They'll think I completely cracked under the pressure. I picked up my phone, navigated to my blocked contacts, and temporarily unblocked my father's number. I typed a single, carefully crafted text message. Come to my firm's main conference room tomorrow morning at exactly 10 a.m., bring Mom and Chloe. We need to settle this and discuss unfreezing the accounts. He replied in less than 30 seconds, glad you finally came to your senses and stopped this ridiculous tantrum. See you at 10. I stared at his arrogant words on the screen. He had absolutely no idea. He genuinely thought he was coming to a surrender ceremony. He didn't know he was happily walking straight into his own execution. Update 2. They arrived at the firm at exactly 9:58 a.m. the next morning. Punctuality is incredibly easy when you falsely believe you're walking into a room to collect a massive check. I watched them enter the lobby from the glass mezzanine above. My father, Richard, was wearing his aggressive closer suit again, the sharp navy one with the obnoxious gold cufflinks. He was practically strutting. My mother, Diane, had intentionally worn a soft pastel cardigan, perfectly playing the rehearsed role of the deeply concerned, soft-hearted, victimized matriarch. Chloe was trailing lazily behind them, aggressively typing on her phone, looking profoundly bored, as if salvaging the family fortune was just a minor, annoying errand interfering with her lavish brunch plans. They confidently walked up to the reception desk with a swagger I hadn't seen in years. They truly thought I had cracked. They thought the total silence of the last 48 hours was me slowly crumbling under the unbearable weight of their disapproval and legal threats. They didn't know it was just the eerie, dead quiet before the verdict is read. I walked down the sweeping staircase and met them at the reception desk. I didn't smile, I didn't offer to shake hands. I didn't offer them coffee or water. Clara, darling, my mother gasped, dramatically reaching out for a tight hug that I deftly and coldly sidestepped. Her eyes rapidly scanned the busy lobby, ensuring she was performing for an audience of receptionists and passing security guards. We were so incredibly worried about you. You've been acting so utterly erratic and manic lately. Conference room B, I said. My voice was entirely flat, devoid of any recognizable emotion. Follow me. I turned on my heel and led them past the open plan desks, ignoring the curious, lingering glances of the junior auditors who knew exactly who I was. I opened the heavy, soundproof glass door to the executive boardroom. Mark was already inside, standing tall at the head of the massive mahogany table, wearing his sharpest dark suit, his hands resting on a massive stack of legal files. My father stopped dead in his tracks in the doorway, his arrogant smile faltering slightly. Who the hell is this? What is Mark doing here? We don't need lawyers, Clara. This is a private family meeting to fix your little mistake. This is a formal settlement meeting, I corrected, gesturing to the chairs. And Mark isn't just my fiancé today, he is acting as my retained legal counsel. Sit down. They slowly sat down, and the entire dynamic of the room shifted instantly. The corporate boardroom is my ultimate arena, not theirs. The air conditioning hummed softly in the background. I walked to the front of the room and plugged my laptop into the HDMI cable. The ceiling projector whirred loudly to life, casting a harsh, blinding white light onto the massive screen behind me. I assume you're here to demand I unfreeze the $300,000 credit line, I said, remaining standing while they were forced to look up at me. We're here to accept your formal apology, my father snapped, aggressively leaning back in his leather chair, trying desperately to reclaim the rapidly shrinking space. And to figure out exactly how you're going to fix the massive mess you made with the new lender. Do you have any idea how deeply embarrassing it was to explain your little temper tantrum to them? I didn't answer his question. I simply clicked a key on my laptop. The screen behind me instantly changed. In massive, bold black letters, the slide read, Crimson Tide Investments LLC, Registered Agent, Diane, Last Name, Beneficiary, The Chloe Future Trust, Total Fraudulent Transfers, YTD, $142,500. The deafening silence that followed wasn't just empty. It was incredibly heavy, physically sucking the oxygen right out of the room. Chloe finally looked up from her phone, her jaw literally dropping open, her eyes widening in pure, unadulterated terror. My mother went completely, sickly pale, her hand flying to her mouth. My father's jaw worked frantically up and down, but absolutely no sound came out of his throat. We know, I said, my voice slicing through the silence like a scalpel. We know everything. We know about the monthly wire transfers. We know about the hidden shell company. We know you were systematically siphoning the loan principal, my personal liability, to hide liquid assets before you filed for Chapter 7 bankruptcy. That's just high-level tax planning. My father finally stammered, thick beads of sweat suddenly forming on his forehead. You don't understand complex corporate finance, Clara. We were legally protecting the family estate. You were committing severe, premeditated fraudulent conveyance. Mark interjected, his voice perfectly calm, highly professional, and utterly lethal. You were intentionally moving protected assets out of a dying business specifically to defraud your major creditors. And more specifically, to massively defraud Clara, whom you fully intended to leave holding the bag for a $300,000 debt while you funded a trust for Chloe. How dare you? My mother suddenly shrieked, jumping up from her chair, her voice violently trembling with that weaponized, hysterical fragility she used so masterfully for decades. "We did this for the family. To ensure Chloe had a basic safety net. You have a highly lucrative career, Clara. You can easily handle the debt. Your sister needs financial support. You are incredibly selfish." They all started shouting at once then, a chaotic, deafening wall of noise. My father screaming wildly about ungrateful, traitorous daughters. My mother violently sobbing about how I was maliciously twisting their deep parental love into something ugly. Chloe screeching at the top of her lungs that I was just a bitter, jealous loser who wanted to steal her trust fund. It was a pathetic cacophony of massive entitlement and sheer, unadulterated fear. And right there, in the middle of that screaming room, I learned the single most important lesson of my entire life. I call it the sound of a closing door. For my entire life, I truly thought that power was about having the absolute best, most logical argument. I thought if I could just explain myself clearly enough, if I could lay out the facts, if I could just scream my agonizing pain loud enough, they would finally hear me. I thought communication was the ultimate key. But I was completely wrong. True, unshakable power isn't found in the noise, it's found in the absolute silence. Explaining yourself to abusers is just a pathetic form of begging. It's a desperate attempt to get someone else to validate your reality. When you finally stop explaining, when you completely stop arguing, you instantly stop handing them your power. I didn't shout back. I didn't try to logically justify why it was morally wrong for my own parents to steal $300,000 from me. I just stood there, perfectly still, and watched them. I let their hysterical, venomous words hit the dead silence of the room and fall completely flat. I looked at them not as the terrifying giants of my childhood, but as small, pathetic, desperate criminals who had just realized the locks on the vault had been permanently changed. When they finally ran out of breath, realizing with dawning horror that I wasn't engaging, the room fell dead quiet again. The only sound was my father's heavy, panicked breathing. "Are you quite done?" I asked quietly. My father glared at me with pure hatred. "You can't prove any of this in court, it's all circumstantial. I don't have to prove a single thing to you," I said softly. I gave Mark a slight nod. Mark reached into his briefcase and smoothly slid 3 thick, heavily sealed manila envelopes across the polished mahogany table. They stopped directly in front of my father. "This is a formal, legally binding notice of a massive corporate fraud investigation initiated by the bank's internal security division," I said, watching my father's eyes lock onto the bank's logo on the envelope. "I officially submitted the entire binder of evidence to them at 8 a.m. this morning. They are extremely interested in the specific mechanics of Crimson Tide investments." My father slowly picked up the envelope, his hands shaking so violently he could barely open the flap. "And this," I continued, pointing to the second document, "is my formal, irrevocable revocation of the personal guarantee. The bank officially accepted it this morning based on overwhelming documentary evidence of your bad faith dealing and intentional fraud. The $300,000 credit line is permanently closed. The existing debt is now entirely, exclusively yours. And because of the fraud investigation, the bank will be aggressively calling in the entire loan balance immediately. You're literally sending us to federal prison," Chloe whispered, her face completely drained of color, the terrifying reality finally piercing her thick bubble of delusion. "I'm not sending you anywhere, Chloe," I said, closing my laptop with a sharp snap. "I'm just finally turning on the lights." I reached deep into my blazer pocket and pulled out a heavy set of brass keys. They were the keys to the massive, sprawling McMansion project house they were currently living in rent-free, the one they bought entirely with the money I secured. The one they were letting slowly rot while they secretly funneled all the renovation cash to Chloe's trust. I forcefully slid the keys across the long table. They clattered incredibly loudly, the sharp metal sound echoing off the glass walls like a gunshot. "I am completely divesting," I said, looking each of them dead in the eye one last time. "The properties, the business, the massive debt, the family. I am entirely out. Clara, please, wait." My mother suddenly lunged forward, desperately grabbing for my hand across the table. Her tears were completely real now, born not of manipulation, but of sheer, unadulterated terror. "We can fix this. We can dissolve the trust. We can put all the money back. Please, God, don't leave us like this." I calmly and firmly pulled my hand back out of her grasp. I looked at her really, truly looked at the woman who birthed me and realized with profound relief that I felt absolutely nothing. No lingering hate. No residual love. Just the cool, clinical detachment of a senior auditor permanently closing a highly toxic file. "The meeting is over," I said. Mark and I turned around and walked out of the boardroom. We didn't look back. Behind us, the frantic shouting and sobbing started up again, but through the heavy soundproof glass, it sounded muffled, distant, and entirely irrelevant, like a broken radio playing in another room. I walked purposefully through the grand lobby, past the nodding security guard, and pushed through the revolving doors out into the busy city street. The midday sun was shining brilliantly. The air smelled intensely of exhaust, roasting coffee, and absolute freedom. The heavy door of my past had finally closed, and God, I absolutely loved the sound it made. 6 months is an absolute lifetime in the high-stakes financial world. Global markets crash, massive assets violently liquidate, and entirely new entities rise from the smoldering ashes of failed ventures. It has been exactly 180 days since I walked out of that conference room, and the entire landscape of my life has been radically restructured. The immediate fallout for my family was exactly what the forensic data predicted. Without access to the massive credit line to artificially float their lifestyle, the massive flip house, the one they were living in while pretending to renovate, completely stalled. They couldn't pay the angry contractors. They couldn't pay the massive ballooning mortgage. The commercial bank, armed with my fraud evidence, moved with terrifying speed. The public foreclosure auction happened exactly 3 weeks ago. I didn't go. I didn't even bother to look up the final listing online. I just saw the automated legal notification pop up from the county clerk's office, mentally filed it under resolved, and went about my day. The criminal fraud investigation is moving slower, as federal things often do, but it is moving relentlessly. The district attorney's office is reportedly extremely interested in the complex tax implications and wire fraud aspects of Crimson Tide investments. My father desperately tried to reach out to me last month through a sleazy third-party defense lawyer, aggressively offering a pathetic settlement if I would just formally retract my sworn statement and evidence to the bank. I didn't even respond. I simply handed the letter to Mark. His official legal response was a single, devastatingly brief sentence on his firm's letterhead: "My client has absolutely no interest in negotiating with the defendants." As for me, I got a massive promotion. I am officially a senior partner at the firm now. The executive board recognized that an auditor who can ruthlessly spot a complex shell company meticulously hidden inside a family trust and who has the absolute iron stomach to turn in her own fraudulent parents is exactly the kind of apex predator they want leading the anti-fraud division. I'm sitting on the massive balcony of my new penthouse condo right now. It's a beautiful Friday evening. The sprawling city lights are slowly blinking on, creating a brilliant grid of gold against the deep purple twilight. Mark is inside the kitchen, laughing as he pours 2 large glasses of an incredibly expensive vintage red wine. I bought the wine, I paid cash for the massive apartment, I paid for every single piece of custom furniture. Every single thing in my line of sight completely and utterly belongs to me, free and clear. There are absolutely no hidden liens on my peace of mind. I pick up my phone one last time. I navigate deep into the hidden, blocked messages folder. It's an old trauma habit I'm actively trying to break, like obsessively checking a deadbolt you already know is perfectly secured. There are dozens of new messages sitting in the dark. Desperate, rambling texts from my mother about the sacredness of family loyalty, unhinged, angry rants from my father about ungrateful children ruining his life. Vague, passive-aggressive quotes from Chloe about karma and forgiveness. They are all still desperately trying to transact business in a currency I simply no longer accept. They want my immense guilt. They want my explosive anger. They want my engagement. But I am absolutely not buying what they are selling. Mark steps out onto the breezy balcony and hands me the heavy crystal glass of wine. He sits comfortably beside me, perfectly at ease in the quiet silence. He doesn't ask if I'm okay. He already knows I am. "You checking the market?" he asks softly, nodding at the glowing screen of my phone. "No," I say, taking a slow sip of the incredible wine, "just permanently clearing the cache." I press select all, then I firmly press delete. The massive wall of toxic messages vanishes instantly. The dark history is gone. The server is completely wiped clean. I look out at the beautiful, glowing city. For years, I truly thought solvency was just a complex math problem. I thought it was purely about ensuring your total assets exceeded your total liabilities. I genuinely thought if I just poured enough money, enough time, and enough of my soul into the massive black hole of my family's endless expectations, eventually I would be in the black. Eventually, I would finally be worthy of their love. But I realized tonight that true solvency isn't about money at all. It's about emotional liquidity. It's the profound, unshakable ability to walk away from a catastrophically bad investment without ever looking back over your shoulder. It's the absolute freedom to wake up in the morning and know with total certainty that you do not owe anyone a single piece of your soul just to keep their fake peace. It's knowing that your inherent value isn't determined by how much you can be financially abused and used. My family is completely bankrupt. Not just financially, but morally, spiritually, and emotionally. They selfishly spent absolutely everything they had. My deep trust, my unconditional love, my fierce loyalty, and today, they have absolutely nothing left to show for it but a massive pile of debt and a looming criminal indictment. But me? I am incredibly profitable. I have my unshakable integrity, I have my brilliant career. I have my deep peace, and I have the beautiful, echoing sound of a closing door that is going to stay locked forever. Top comments. User 1. As a fellow CPA, Reading the part where you found the pass-through entity to your sister's trust made my blood run entirely cold. That wasn't just them being bad at business, that was a highly calculated, predatory move to destroy your financial future so your golden child sister could live comfortably. The fact that they tried to write it off as tax planning when confronted is hilarious. Enjoy the promotion, you absolutely earned it. User 2, corporate lawyer here. Your fiancé Mark handled that boardroom meeting flawlessly. The moment they threatened you with breach of fiduciary duty, I literally laughed out loud. They had no idea they were actively committing fraudulent conveyance and wire fraud. The DA is going to have an absolute field day with those ledgers. Please post an update when the indictments finally drop. User 3. Explaining is a form of begging. Wow, I really needed to read that today. I've spent the last 5 years trying to explain to my toxic parents why their behavior hurts me, hoping they'll finally have a breakthrough. You just made me realize that my silence is the only power I have left. Thank you for sharing this, Clara. Enjoy your beautiful, drama-free life on that balcony. The new VP fired me to hide his $1,800,000 embezzlement, so I activated my grandfather's secret trust and ruined him. He fired me at 8:45 a.m. with a medium-sized cardboard box he'd already packed himself. I smiled, picked it up, and walked out without a single word of protest. Exactly 45 minutes later, I walked back into the executive boardroom, and he finally learned the catastrophic, career-ending mistake he had made. He never bothered to learn my real last name. Original post. They packed my silver paperweight before they even called me into the office to tell me my career was over. That is the detail people always fixate on whenever I recount this nightmare. Not the 17 years of my life I dedicated to the company, not the heavy, engraved silver paperweight itself, not the legendary man who originally gave it to me, and not even the sheer, unadulterated audacity of a 32-year-old in a bespoke Italian suit, who had been at our company for a grand total of 8 months. Genuinely believing he possessed the authority to end my entire professional existence with a cheap box from Office Max and a practiced, reptilian smile. People fixate on the paperweight because it means this ambush was meticulously premeditated. Someone had physically walked into my private office while I was getting my morning coffee, opened my locked mahogany desk drawers, and unilaterally decided that what I had painstakingly built over nearly 2 decades could be neatly condensed into a 12 by 18-inch cardboard box. The paperweight was a personal gift from Robert Sterling. He was my grandfather. He was also the man whose name is permanently etched into the limestone facade of the building we were standing in. But I am getting slightly ahead of myself. That is the inherent problem with recounting this particular chapter of my life. I have to actively resist the overwhelming urge to hand you the explosive ending right at the beginning, because the ending only truly lands with the force of a freight train if you fully understand the intricate foundation of what came before it. If you understand exactly who I was when I walked into that glass-walled office on that freezing Tuesday morning in late October, and exactly who Julian Vance mistakenly thought he was dealing with. He thought he was dealing with Sarah Jenkins, a middle-aged, easily replaceable financial drone. He had absolutely no idea he was dealing with Sarah Sterling. And that one microscopic gap in his due diligence was going to cost him his money, his marriage, and his freedom. I had been the director of financial operations at Sterling Industries for 17 years when the axe supposedly fell. 17 years is not some vague, abstract concept, it is a physical weight. It is the highly specific, comforting aroma of a Wednesday morning in the factory, a mix of burnt dark roast coffee from the third-floor break room and the faint, metallic, industrial tang of cutting fluid and hot steel, drifting up through the ventilation grates from the massive warehouse floor, 3 stories below. It is the deeply ingrained muscle memory of knowing, without ever needing to check the corporate schedule, that our logistics coordinator, Chloe, arrives exactly 12 minutes early on Tuesdays and Thursdays, but is precisely on time every other day because she drops her twins off at daycare. It is the eccentric quirk of the West Wing elevator that will violently skip the 4th floor unless you physically hold the button down for a full 3 seconds. 17 years is institutional knowledge, muscle memory, and 1,000 microscopic calibrations that nobody ever bothers to write down in an employee handbook because nobody ever expects them to suddenly disappear. I was 44 years old. Over the course of my tenure, I had successfully managed this manufacturing company's complex financial architecture through 2 brutal economic recessions, a catastrophic global supply chain meltdown, a localized warehouse flood that nearly wiped out our Q3 inventory, a predatory hostile acquisition attempt by a private equity firm, and the slow, grinding, emotionally taxing years after my grandfather Robert finally stepped back from active duty. My brilliant accounting team ran low 8-figure monthly reconciliations without so much as breaking a sweat. I knew exactly where every single dollar went. I had known for nearly 2 decades. But far more importantly, I knew exactly where every single dollar was supposed to go. That specific distinction matters immensely. In fact, that distinction is the entire axis on which this story turns. Diana Vance had taken over the mantle of chief executive officer roughly 5 years prior. She was an exceptionally capable, deeply pragmatic administrator. She was boardroom polished and politically fluent, whereas my grandfather Robert had been rough around the edges and factory floor intuitive. They were complete opposites in almost every conceivable way, but I genuinely respected her. Robert had trusted Diana to meticulously maintain the sprawling empire he had built from scratch, and for the first 4 years of her tenure, she did exactly that. She was a steadying force. Then, her daughter married Julian Vance. Julian arrived at Sterling Industries exactly 8 months before the morning of the cardboard box. His official corporate title was Vice President of Strategic Optimization, a convoluted, meaningless role that had been explicitly fabricated just for him. That alone should have been a massive, flashing red siren. Julian was 32 years old, and he possessed the unearned, frictionless confidence of a man whose entire life had been a series of velvet ropes unhooked by other people. His tailored navy suits were impeccable. His aggressively firm handshake was perfectly calibrated to assert immediate dominance. He constantly used exhausted buzzwords like synergy, agile modernization, paradigm shifting, and streamlined verticality without any apparent self-awareness that these terms had been corporate punchlines for over a decade. He was a walking LinkedIn post. I noticed him the exact same way you notice a sudden, uncomfortable drop in barometric pressure. Something fundamental in the atmosphere shifted, and your body physically registers the incoming storm long before your conscious mind can articulate it. The very first anomaly I noticed occurred just 3 weeks after Julian officially moved into his corner office. He abruptly requested full access to all of our third-party vendor contract files, all of them, spanning the entire last 6 years of operations. Now, on paper, this was a perfectly reasonable request for an executive in a strategic optimization role. I compiled the digital dossiers and sent them over without a second thought. The second anomaly, however, made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. 4 weeks after I sent those files, 3 of our longest-standing, most reliable supply vendors companies we had partnered with since long before the 2008 recession suddenly received blunt, immediate non-renewal notices. Their unceremonious replacements were obscure, freshly minted companies I had never once heard of in my 2 decades in the industry. The new financial bids were higher. Not dramatically, comically higher. But exactly the kind of subtly inflated padding that easily slips through a distracted quarterly budget review if the board is moving fast and nobody is paying forensic attention. But I paid attention. I always paid forensic attention. I immediately pulled the new vendor registration packets. I ran their listed corporate addresses through our standard compliance and risk assessment databases. I flagged 2 of them, Apex Solutions LLC and Nexus Strategies Group, for highly suspicious overlapping directory information, and I drafted a comprehensive, evidence-backed memo to our internal legal department. Internal legal sat on it. They did nothing. I followed up politely a week later. Legal responded with a brief, dismissive email stating they were actively reviewing the transition parameters. 4 more weeks passed in total silence. I desperately tried to gaslight myself into believing it was just standard bureaucratic drag. I told myself I was being a paranoid, overly protective gatekeeper. I reasoned that a hotshot new executive bringing in his own preferred vendors was standard corporate evolution, and that I was seeing malicious patterns where there was only mundane coincidence. I had been embedded at Sterling Industries for so long that I had started mistaking my own personal familiarity with vendors for objective operational correctness. I told myself a lot of very comforting lies. My hands weren't physically shaking yet, but they would be soon. The absolute breaking point came during the 7th month of Julian's reign. I stayed late on a miserable, rain-soaked Thursday evening. I had no particular reason to be there, or at least, that is what I told my husband. I had complex quarterly tax projections to finalize, and the massive office floor was blissfully quiet at 7:30 p.m. Chloe had gone home hours ago. The entire floor was pitch black except for the rhythmic hum of the server room down the hall and the occasional, distant metallic ping of an elevator 2 corridors over. I was running a routine, high-level reconciliation report when I saw it glowing on my monitor. A newly approved payment authorization. $275,000 to Apex Solutions LLC, one of the mysterious new vendors for comprehensive strategic advisory services rendered in Q3. The authorization document had been physically signed by Julian Vance, and conveniently countersigned by Diana's executive assistant. This specific routing meant the massive expense had bypassed standard procurement channels and moved through as a generalized operational expense, purposely kept just a few $1,000s below the strict $300,000 threshold that would have triggered a mandatory, line-by-line review by the full board of directors. I immediately looked up, Apex Solutions LLC, incorporated exactly 11 months ago. The registered agent was a boutique law office located in Delaware. The listed corporate director was a generic name I didn't recognize. But the mailing address, a nondescript commercial building in northern New Jersey, matched a very specific address I had seen once before. My heart began to hammer against my ribs. I frantically scrolled back through the digitized vendor archives. I almost missed it entirely, but there it was, buried in a PDF from 2021. The exact same New Jersey building, just a different suite number, was the registered legal address for Vance Strategic Partners, an independent consulting firm Julian had founded 3 years before he married Diana's daughter and wormed his way into our company. I sat completely frozen in my ergonomic chair for a long, suffocating moment. My office was pitch dark except for the stark, blue-white glow of the dual monitors illuminating my face. Outside my window, 3 stories down, I could hear a forklift moving heavy pallets through the loading dock. I listened to that familiar, low mechanical groan, the literal sound of the beloved company I had helped keep alive through sheer force of will. I printed the damning documents, all of them. I placed them in a thick manila folder, locked the folder inside my bottom desk drawer, closed my laptop, put on my damp trench coat, and drove home in a daze. I did not sleep a single minute that night. By 6 a.m., sitting at my kitchen island with a cold cup of coffee, I had compiled a devastating list: 3 new vendor registrations with overlapping corporate addresses, 2 shell company directors that traced directly back through multiple layers of legal obfuscation to a holding group Julian had been heavily associated with before his marriage. A blatant pattern of lucrative contract awards all occurring in the brief window since his arrival that had completely bypassed competitive bidding in ways that were individually defensible but collectively impossible to explain away as mere coincidence. The total amount of siphoned capital was hovering somewhere in the terrifying range of $950,000. Possibly much more if this parasitic pattern held steady into the upcoming Q4 cycle. I desperately needed to talk to someone. But who? The internal legal department had already buried my first memo. The board of directors was largely deferential to Diana's leadership. I seriously considered marching directly into Diana's office, but if she was somehow complicit, I was instantly dead in the water. And if she didn't know, I needed to be incredibly, surgically careful about what I was formally implying about her beloved son-in-law. I made 2 critical decisions. First, I scanned every single piece of evidence and emailed the encrypted files to my personal account, and then to a secondary secure server I hadn't touched in 4 years. Second, I scheduled a highly discreet, off-site meeting with Marcus Thorne. Marcus was Sterling Industries' external corporate counsel. He was not part of the in-house legal team that reported up through Diana's compromised organizational chart. He was the senior partner at the external powerhouse firm that had handled all high-level governance, trust matters, and estate planning since my grandfather Robert's era. Marcus was sharp, relentlessly meticulous, and the kind of man who read dense legal footnotes the way normal people read the morning headlines. We had worked closely together for nearly 15 years. I trusted him implicitly. But more importantly, he did not report to Julian Vance. I met Marcus at a quiet, dimly lit steakhouse downtown. I told him exactly what I had found. I didn't exaggerate or editorialize. I laid the paper trail out on the oak table the way a prosecutor lays out a murder weapon, calmly, chronologically, and specifically. He listened for 20 uninterrupted minutes. Then, he slowly put down his reading glasses and looked at me with a heavy expression. "Sarah," he said carefully, his voice barely above a whisper. "You fully understand what this looks like?" "Yes," I replied without hesitation. "And you understand the incredibly dangerous position this puts you in?" "Yes," I said again. He was quiet for a long moment, staring at the documents. Then he said something I didn't fully comprehend the gravity of at the time. "You need to make absolutely certain that your own personal governance position is fully documented and legally current. Do not let that lapse for a single second." I nodded, assuming it was just routine lawyerly caution. It wasn't routine at all. Marcus knew something I hadn't fully reckoned with yet. Whoever was orchestrating this massive financial drain against the company would inevitably realize that the director of financial operations was a threat. They would need me out of the way before the annual audit. Edit. A lot of you in the comments are asking why I didn't just confront the CEO, Diana, immediately since she seemed reasonable, or why I didn't go straight to the police. To clarify, in corporate embezzlement cases involving family members of the CEO, blowing the whistle internally without an ironclad, external defense strategy is professional suicide. If Diana chose to protect her daughter's husband, she could have fired me for insubordination, locked me out of the servers, and destroyed the evidence before the SEC even picked up the phone. I needed an absolute, bulletproof structural guarantee that I couldn't be silenced. As for the police, white-collar fraud requires forensic accounting, not a 911 call. I needed the trap to be inescapable. Update 1. Exactly 2 weeks after my meeting with Marcus, the trap snapped shut, or at least, Julian thought it did. Julian Vance casually slid a medium-sized cardboard box across my mahogany desk. The box was the kind of anonymous, depressing brown cardboard that could contain absolutely anything: office supplies, archived files, or the accumulated, pathetic rubble of a person's entire working life. Inside it, already neatly packed by someone else's hands, was my life. My favorite ceramic coffee mug with the Sterling Industries logo that was so old the blue lettering had faded to a ghostly gray. My heavy Texas Instruments financial calculator, the exact one I had used every single day since I graduated business school. 3 framed photographs, my daughter Emily on her 10th birthday, my husband Mark and I at our 15th anniversary dinner in Rome, and one large group photo from 2011, the brutal year we navigated the global supply chain crisis without a single warehouse layoff. 12 exhausted people standing proudly in front of the factory floor, grinning like we had just survived a war. Because in a way, we had. And resting on top of it all was the heavy silver paperweight, the one my grandfather Robert had given me, deeply engraved with the date, the 14th of October 2005. My first day. Someone had been inside my private office. Someone had picked the lock on my drawers, physically touched my personal belongings, assessed my life, and made unilateral decisions about what was important enough to throw in a box. Julian stood across my desk, framed by the morning light, wearing a charcoal gray suit that probably cost more than my first car. He wore the highly specific, deeply condescending expression of a man performing a difficult but necessary executive duty. His eyebrows were furrowed just enough to signal fake corporate regret, but his jaw was set just enough to signal unyielding resolution. It was a remarkably polished performance. I have no doubt he practiced it in his bathroom mirror. "Sarah," he began. And I immediately noticed he didn't say Miss Jenkins, which was a subtle psychological tell, though I filed it away in my mind without comment. "We are currently making some very significant leadership transitions as part of our overarching modernization initiative. The board values everything you've contributed to the company over the years, but we are moving in a more agile direction." The entire office floor outside my glass walls was dead silent. I could physically feel 40 people holding their breath. Julian confidently slid a thick, legally bound document across the desk. A separation agreement. My eyes moved over the dense text with the practiced, terrifying speed of someone who has read tens of thousands of financial contracts. Enhanced severance package. 6 months of medical coverage. Extremely aggressive standard non-disclosure agreement provisions. A punitive non-disparagement clause running both ways. A complete legal release of all future claims against the company. It was incredibly thorough. Someone in the legal department had worked overtime to make this airtight. "We are modernizing the leadership pipeline, Sarah. I'm sure you understand," Julian said, his voice dripping with faux sympathy. I looked down at the cardboard box. The silver paperweight caught the fluorescent light. There is a very specific, terrifying psychological phenomenon that occurs when you have spent 17 years pouring your actual soul into something. When you have genuinely, deeply loved the grueling work, the exhausted people, and the foundational mission of a place, and then you are forced to sit there and watch a parasite try to hollow it out from the inside. It is a very cold, very specific type of anger. It is not hot or explosive. It is absolute, freezing zero. The kind of anger that does not make your hands shake, or make you want to shout. It is the kind of anger that makes your mind extremely, terrifyingly precise. I slowly picked up the separation agreement, folded it once, folded it twice, and calmly set it inside the cardboard box on top of the paperweight. "I will have my personal attorneys review this," I said, my voice completely flat and devoid of any emotion. Julian blinked, visibly taken aback. He had clearly expected something else. Protests, desperate bargaining, demands for an explanation, or perhaps even tears. People who have had 17 years of their life brutally ripped away tend to produce some kind of emotional reaction. He had emotionally prepared to play the stoic victor. "Of course," he said, recalibrating his tone quickly. He smiled. That practiced, polished, reptilian smile returned. "You're handling this surprisingly well, Sarah. It speaks to your professionalism." I closed the flaps of the cardboard box. I picked it up in my arms. "Have a wonderful morning, Julian." His smug smile held for exactly 2 seconds before faltering. But I was already walking past him. The 40 people outside my office still weren't breathing. Chloe, standing by the massive commercial copier, had thick tears running silently down her cheeks. Our veteran warehouse supervisor, Mike Vargas, who had just walked upstairs to hand-deliver the morning inventory reports and clearly had absolutely no idea what he was walking into, was standing frozen in the main doorway. Mike wore an expression that could best be described as a man actively contemplating felony violence and only barely thinking better of it. I didn't stop my momentum. I gave Mike a slow, reassuring nod. I walked past Chloe and squeezed her trembling shoulder gently as I passed. I walked to the elevator, pressed the down button, and held it for 3 full seconds, exactly the way you have to, or it skips the 4th floor. The heavy steel doors opened. I stepped in. I watched the chaotic office floor disappear as the lobby rose up to meet me. Building security formally walked me out of the building with the specific, agonizing misery of good people being forced to follow orders they consider deeply shameful. The senior guard on my left, a gentle giant named Stan who had been guarding this building for 12 years, couldn't even bring himself to look me in the eye. I didn't make the situation worse by forcing him to. In the grand marble lobby, I walked past the massive oil portrait, Robert Sterling. His sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, imaginary sawdust permanently painted on his heavy work boots. He had that specific, no-nonsense squaring of the shoulders that meant he had been physically building something with his bare hands right before they forced him to pose for the photo, and he fully intended to go right back to building it the second they were done. He was 62 years old in that portrait. The building was 15 years old. I was only 26 when I first started working under him. He looked out from the heavy gilt frame with that exact expression I had known my entire life, patient, unyielding, certain. Looking exactly like a man who had already meticulously accounted for every single possible contingency. I know, I thought, looking up at the canvas. I know, Grandpa. I walked out through the revolving doors into the freezing, biting October wind. I walked to my car, a silver 2019 Subaru Outback. My husband Mark lovingly calls it my sensible Midwestern midlife crisis. I sat down in the driver's seat, placed the heavy cardboard box on the passenger seat, kept my keys clutched tightly in my hand, and for one long, silent minute, I did not move a single muscle. It was exactly 8:53 a.m. I thought about Robert. I thought about the hundreds of blue-collar warehouse workers whose livelihoods we had desperately saved in 2011 when it would have been so incredibly easy, so financially justifiable to the board, to slash the workforce by 30%, trim the quarterly numbers, and call it strategic right-sizing. I thought about what this massive company meant to the local economy, not just the physical jobs, but the foundational idea of it. The idea that something built with actual intention and integrity can remain standing against the tide of corporate greed. And then I thought about the fake vendor contracts, the layered shell companies, the $950,000 minimum that had been systematically bled out of our accounts in just 8 short months through hidden channels specifically designed not to be noticed by anyone looking at the surface. Julian Vance was a cunning man, and he had made several tactical mistakes, but his most catastrophic error was architectural. He had built his entire embezzlement plan on the arrogant assumption that I was just a long-tenured, disposable employee. A relic of a bygone era. Someone who could easily be pensioned off into the sunset with an enhanced severance package and a terrifying NDA. He had never, in his 8 months of plotting, thought to run a background check on my maiden name. In my 44 years of being Sarah Jenkins, I had learned to let my lineage go. People who truly needed to know my background, found out. People who didn't need to know, simply didn't. It was not my professional responsibility to volunteer my billionaire grandfather's identity at watercooler chats. My cell phone violently vibrated in my coat pocket. It was 9:35 a.m. It was Chloe. She was whispering so frantically that her voice was vibrating with a terrifying mixture of sheer panic and pure exhilaration. Sarah. Oh my God. Sarah. Breathe. Chloe. What is happening? Legal. The external legal team just forcefully opened your locked, full personnel file, the restricted governance file. Julian is in the main boardroom right now. He is, Sarah, he is literally screaming. I could faintly hear, echoing through the phone's receiver, the very specific, terrible acoustics of the 4th floor executive conference room. That room has notoriously awful soundproofing. I have complained to facilities about it for over a decade. What exactly is he saying, Chloe? He's shouting Sarah Sterling. Who the hell is Sarah Sterling? Why does this name appear in the foundational governance documents? What does this mean? I looked out through the rain-streaked windshield of my Subaru. Through the massive glass doors of the lobby, I could just barely see the edge of my grandfather's portrait. Chloe, I said, my voice dropping an octave, cold and steady. Yes? Tell Julian Vance that I am the woman he legally needed permission to fire. A sharp, stunned pause on the line. I could hear her breath physically catch in her throat. Then, a very quiet trembling, oh my God. I will be back up there in exactly 10 minutes, I said. Call Marcus Thorne. Tell him it is time. I ended the call. I reached over and patted the cardboard box on the passenger seat. I smoothed the wrinkles out of my trench coat. I put the keys in the ignition. Here is the exact legal detail that Julian Vance failed to read. When my grandfather, Robert Sterling, finally stepped back from active management 9 years ago, he did not just hand the keys over and go golfing. He spent 14 grueling months locked in a room with Marcus Thorne and a terrifying team of elite trust and estate attorneys, completely restructuring his ownership stake in the company. Robert was not a conventionally sentimental man. He didn't make tearful speeches about family legacy, and he certainly didn't call his grandchildren into his study for dramatic announcements. He expressed his love through structural architecture. He built heavy, unmovable things that would persist long after he was dead. He legally placed exactly 35% of Sterling Industries into an irrevocable family trust. The Sterling Family Governance Trust, formally established under Delaware corporate law, with Marcus Thorne named as the primary co-trustee. Now, 35% was an incredibly specific, mathematically calculated number. It was not outright majority control, but it was exactly enough voting power to legally block any fundamental restructuring decisions, any mergers, or any executive liquidations. It was enough to instantly trigger a mandatory, scorched earth review under the company's foundational documents if certain strict governance conditions were ever violated. And the trust had one absolute, unyielding operating requirement at all times. One Sterling family member, in good legal standing, must hold a senior, active operational role within the company at all times. Specifically positioned in finance, labor relations, or vendor ethics oversight. And that family member must remain securely in that role absent documented criminal cause, unanimous board consensus, and express, written trust officer approval. This devastating clause was not buried in some obscure handbook, it was explicitly detailed in the governance appendix of the company's foundational corporate documents. It was legally incorporated by reference into every single executive employment agreement ever signed. It was cross-referenced in the master shareholder agreement that every single board member, including Julian Vance, had physically signed. But nobody ever reads the appendices. That is the profound, beautiful secret about real power. The structural, foundational, bone-deep kind of power. It does not announce itself with tailored suits or buzzwords. It sits completely silent in footnotes and cross-references, entirely invisible to arrogant people who are looking for it in all the wrong places. Julian had aggressively looked for my power in my job title. He had looked for it in my expense reports. He had looked for it in whatever meager leverage he imagined a middle-aged woman with 17 years of institutional knowledge might be able to scrape together in a panic. He had never once bothered to look in the foundational governance documents. He had never stopped to ask himself one crucial, glaring question: why has this one particular woman been allowed to stay in this one particular high-level financial role, in this massive company, for 17 uninterrupted years, surviving 5 different ruthless leadership regimes without a single involuntary departure? I will tell you why. It is not because I was the single most brilliant financial mind to ever pass through Sterling Industries. We have had Ivy League geniuses come and go in a matter of months. I survived because my grandfather built a titanium structure that legally required me to be there. And because for 17 years, I had actively chosen to honor that sacred trust. Not as a burdensome obligation, but as a deep, moral conviction. Because I fiercely believed what my grandfather believed. That a massive company built on the broken backs and calloused hands of blue-collar workers should absolutely have at least one person in the executive suite whose entire job is to listen when those workers speak, and to protect the vault when thieves try to break in. That was the real job. The actual job hidden underneath the corporate title. Julian Vance had fired the wrong woman, and now it was 9:45 a.m., and I was walking back toward the front doors. Update 2. I parked my Subaru in the exact same VIP executive parking spot I had vacated exactly 52 minutes earlier. Stan, the security guard, rushed forward to hold the heavy glass lobby door open for me. He looked like a man who had just been frantically told over his earpiece that something apocalyptic was happening upstairs, but he had no idea what, and his better instincts were screaming at him to get out of my way. I gave him a warm smile, nodded, and walked straight to the West Wing elevator. Waiting for me in the marble lobby, standing in a perfect, intimidating line, was Marcus Thorne. He was carrying the scuffed, heavy leather briefcase he had owned for 25 years. Standing rigidly beside him was Elena Rostova, one of the 2 senior trust officers, a woman who was small, terrifyingly precise, and wore an expression of absolute, neutral authority that I had always found deeply comforting. Behind her stood David Park, the secondary trust officer, who had apparently broken several traffic laws driving down from the state capitol the second Marcus called him that morning. The 4 of us stepped into the elevator. We rode up to the 4th floor in absolute, deafening silence. I held the button down for 3 seconds. It didn't skip. When the steel doors slid open, the entire 4th floor hallway was possessed by that very specific, suffocating species of corporate quiet. The kind of quiet that means 50 people are trying desperately to look like they are working while staring unblinkingly at you. I could clearly see through the thick glass walls of the main executive conference room. There were several figures panicked around the massive oak table. I could see Julian Vance pacing frantically. He never sits down when he is agitated. I had noticed that months ago. He was gripping the leather back of a chair at the far end of the room so hard his knuckles were bone white. I could see Diana Vance sitting dead center at the head of the table, her spine absolutely rigid, her face a pale, frozen composition that had clearly taken a monumental amount of effort to assemble. I didn't knock. I pushed the heavy oak doors open. The room contained Diana Vance, CEO, 4 senior board members including Chairman Richard Sterling, no relation, ironically, but a board member since Robert's era. The company's ruthless in-house general counsel Patricia Marsh, 2 terrified junior members of the legal team, and Julian Vance. Julian was physically clutching my sealed personnel file to his chest like it had personally assaulted him. Why the hell wasn't this explicitly flagged in her digital profile? Julian demanded, shouting to no one in particular as I walked into the room. His voice had taken on the strained, slightly hysterical, high-pitched quality of an arrogant man who is deeply accustomed to controlling rooms and suddenly realizes he does not control this one. Marcus Thorne stepped forward and set his heavy leather briefcase on the mahogany conference table with a sharp, echoing Times click. It was in her profile, Julian, Marcus said, his voice a low, terrifying rumble, specifically detailed in the governance appendix, cross-referenced in sections 4, 7, and 12 of the foundational employment documentation. You simply failed to read it. A heavy, suffocating pause fell over the room. Nobody reads the damn appendices, Julian shouted. He actually said this out loud, in front of the general counsel. I will carry the memory of his pathetic, panicked face in that exact moment to my grave. The genuine, bewildered indignation of an entitled man who truly believes that his own ignorance of a rule is somehow the rule's failing, and not his own. Chairman Richard, who had been on this board for 22 years and who I had watched gracefully age from a vigorous 60 into a formidable 82, looked at Julian with an expression of profound disgust. It was the specific disappointment of an old man who has seen many terrible things in business, and had sincerely hoped to see fewer of this pathetic variety before he died. People who are attempting to terminate legally protected trust officers read the appendices, Julian, Richard said coldly. The room went graveyard still. Julian's manic eyes finally found me standing near the door. He stared at me the way you stare at an optical illusion when your brain is violently struggling to process that the image doesn't match the category you filed it under. Jenkins? He stammered, like the name was a heavy door he was violently pushing against and finding it completely locked. My married name, I said calmly, stepping forward. You never once thought to ask. Elena Rostova, the trust officer, stepped forward and methodically laid 3 thick, legally bound documents on the center of the conference table. Miss Sarah Sterling Jenkins' unilateral termination, as unlawfully effected this morning at 8:45 a.m., immediately triggers Article 9 of the Sterling Family Governance Trust Agreement. Elena recited, her voice slicing through the air like a scalpel. This constitutes a catastrophic material governance breach. Per the unyielding terms of that breach, all restructuring activities, financial transfers, and vendor authorizations initiated or authorized by the terminating officer are immediately and indefinitely suspended pending a total forensic review. Furthermore, all vendor contracts entered into within the officer's entire tenure are hereby subject to immediate hostile audit, and the terminating officer is themselves subject to a full, invasive review of their institutional conduct and financial history. Julian laughed. I want to be incredibly precise about this detail. He actually threw his head back and laughed. It was a short, breathy, reflexive sound. The desperate laugh of a man who is absolutely certain that everyone else in the room is just confused about something fundamental, and he just needs to explain it to them. This is an absurd misunderstanding, Julian scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. I was streamlining bloated operations. Nobody here disputes that this archaic company desperately needed modernization. I didn't let him finish. I unclasped my leather bag and pulled out the thick manila folder I had hidden the night before. Marcus had reviewed it at 6 a.m. Elena and David had reviewed it at 7 a.m. Patricia Marsh, the general counsel who importantly did not report to Julian and whose loyalty to this company predated his marriage to the CEO's daughter by 2 decades, had been quietly briefed by Marcus at 8 a.m. I stepped to the table and laid the damning documents out. I didn't do it with theatrical drama. I did it the exact same way I lay out a routine quarterly tax report. Methodically, chronologically, specifically, so that every single powerful person present could see the exact same devastating truth at the exact same time. Corporate registration documents for Apex Solutions, LLC. Corporate registration packets for Nexus Strategies Group. The highlighted, shared registered Delaware addresses. The overlapping, identical shell director names. The undeniable, paper trail thread connecting all of them through 2 complex layers of holding structures directly back to Vance Strategic Partners, Julian's pre-marriage consulting firm. Then came the approved payment authorizations. $275,000. $189,000. $142,000. $500. $98,000. And several more still pending in the queue. And finally, the kill shot. One single, printed email, legally retrieved from the company server under a covert legal hold Marcus had quietly initiated 5 days prior. The email was sent from Julian's personal, encrypted account to an address registered to the Delaware law office that had set up his shell companies. It was dated exactly 6 weeks ago. Exactly 3 weeks after I had sent my very first warning memo to the internal legal department. The printed email read, "Get Jenkins out of the way first. She's been here too long. She'll recognize the vendor names during the Q4 audit. Once she's gone, we have a clear runway to pull the rest through Q2. Diana Vance had not moved a single inch. She was still sitting at the head of the long table with her perfectly assembled posture, and she was staring down at the printed email without any readable expression. It was the way people stare at horrific things when their brain is actively trying to understand whether what they are reading is actually real. The room was completely, suffocatingly silent. Julian was no longer laughing. I stood there and watched his face. I watched the actual, agonizing physical process of realization, which is a much slower, stranger, and more pathetic thing than movies make you expect. First, the smug smile completely melted away. Then, his jaw slackened. His eyes darted frantically across the laid-out documents, and his throat bobbed in a dry, desperate swallow. Then, he slowly looked up at me. And for one fleeting second, his face was entirely unguarded. He finally understood. He had not just fired a long-tenured, annoying employee who knew a little too much. He had fired the one single person on Earth who already knew times everything. The one person who possessed the absolute structural authority to bring his entire life crashing down. The one person who had been quietly, methodically documenting his felonies for months. The one person who walked out of the building with a cardboard box without protesting because she was absolutely, terrifyingly unafraid of what came next. He had fired a Sterling. And in doing so, he had legally handed her the absolute authority to walk right back in and destroy him. Diana Vance slowly set the printed email down on the table. Her voice, when it finally broke the silence, was completely hollow, barely above a hoarse whisper. "Julian," she said, not looking at him. A long, agonizing pause. "What exactly did you do to my company?" Julian stopped trying to formulate an answer. He looked exactly like a man standing on a beach, watching a massive tsunami roll in, and realizing far too late that he cannot outrun it. What followed over the next few months was not a cinematic movie scene. True justice in the corporate world is infinitely slower, more grueling, heavily procedural, and considerably less dramatic than people expect. But it is also, in its grinding, bureaucratic way, absolutely thorough. Patricia Marsh initiated an immediate, total forensic accounting audit. The elite firm Deloitte was brought in by the panicked board of directors with a specific, ironclad mandate to trace every single vendor contract authorized within the past 8 months. They spent 5 exhausting weeks tearing through our digital records. The final stolen amount, when the dust settled, was $1.82 million. I had severely underestimated how many fraudulent transactions had already cleared the Q4 processing queue while I was compiling my initial list. A full half of it was traceable directly to Apex Solutions, with the rest scattered across 4 additional dummy entities that the massive audit identified. The formal SEC referral was made by the board of directors on a freezing Thursday afternoon in early December. I was not physically in the room when the call was made, but Marcus Thorne called my cell phone at 4:15 p.m. "It's done, Sarah," he said quietly. Julian Vance officially resigned from his fabricated position as Vice President of Strategic Optimization at 9 a.m. the following Monday. The brief, sterile corporate statement cited pressing personal family reasons. Nobody in the building believed it, and frankly, nobody was meant to. Julian and Diana's daughter legally separated less than 2 months later. I know this not because I actively track his miserable life, but because corporate environments, even massive manufacturing firms, are essentially just small towns wearing expensive suits. They do not keep massive secrets well. The SEC investigation into wire fraud, severe securities violations in connection with fabricated board approvals, and gross breach of fiduciary duty was officially ongoing as of the last time I spoke to Marcus. I am reliably told by our legal team that the Delaware law office that established the illegal shell companies flipped immediately and is fully cooperating with the federal prosecutors to save their own licenses. Diana Vance remained as CEO. This surprised some people in the industry, but it made perfect sense to me. She had been brutally deceived by someone she loved, and her operational record over the 4 years prior to Julian's arrival was incredibly solid. However, the board required a massive, top-to-bottom governance review and the immediate implementation of draconian vendor compliance procedures. My financial team spent the entirety of February designing those protocols. I was, of course, consulted extensively throughout this process, because 20 years of institutional knowledge does not pack neatly into a cardboard box, no matter how carefully an arrogant thief tries to organize it. I was formally offered my position back within 48 hours of the boardroom confrontation, full reinstatement, full back pay for the brief period of my termination. A very public, formal apology from the board of directors. I accepted. Of course I accepted. What else was I going to do? Let someone else watch my grandfather's vault? It has been nearly 9 months since that Tuesday morning. The heavy silver paperweight is back exactly where it belongs on my mahogany desk. The framed photographs of my family are back. The battered Texas Instruments calculator is back. And my faded coffee mug is back, although someone accidentally chipped the ceramic rim during the frantic repacking process. There is a small, sharp divot right in the middle of the Sterling logo now that wasn't there before. I have purposefully left it there. I actually kind of like the physical reminder. Chloe brought me a massive box of pastries on my first official morning back. Mike Vargas, the gruff warehouse supervisor, walked all the way up to the fourth floor and shook my hand with both of his, which is the absolute most emotional I have ever seen the man in 17 years. People ask me sometimes, usually over drinks, what it actually felt like walking out of the building with that cardboard box, sitting alone in my freezing car, and then walking back in to drop the hammer. Honestly, the cardboard box felt incredibly light. Far lighter than I ever expected it to. Because the things that actually matter, the deep relationships, the ingrained knowledge, the 17 years of understanding exactly where every single corporate body is buried and how the machine actually breathes, you don't carry those things in your hands. They are already permanently inside you. Nobody can pack them up and send them home. Julian Vance never understood that fundamental truth. He arrogantly thought he was just removing a pesky piece from the chessboard. He didn't realize that the piece he was trying to remove times the board. Robert Sterling built this massive company with his bare hands, a lot of sweat, and a bone-deep belief that the working people who show up every single day to do the grinding, exhausting work absolutely deserve to have someone in the executive building who is paying close attention. For 17 years, I tried my hardest to be that person. I think I will try for another 17. The massive oil portrait is still hanging proudly in the main lobby. Robert, with his rolled-up sleeves, imaginary sawdust on his boots, and that expression of patient, permanent, unyielding certainty. Every single morning when I scan my badge and walk in, I look up and nod at it. He always knew I would handle the thieves. He just built the heavy steel structure to make absolutely sure I had the weapon to do it. Top comments. User 1, the fact that he literally yelled "nobody reads the appendices" in front of the general counsel and the board chairman is the most glorious, self-immolating nepo baby moment I have ever read. The sheer arrogance to think you can embezzle nearly $2 million and just box up the one person who notices. Masterclass revenge, Sarah. User 2. Corporate lawyer here. Reading the breakdown of the Sterling Family Governance Trust was absolute poetry. The operational requirement clause is such a brilliant, ironclad dead man's switch. Your grandfather didn't just leave you a job. He left you a loaded shotgun hidden under the floorboards just in case the new owners tried to burn the house down. Phenomenal foresight. User 3. He didn't realize the piece he was trying to remove times the board. Chills. Absolute chills. I love how you didn't freak out when he handed you the box. You just folded the NDA, packed it up, and let him hang himself with his own rope. I hope he enjoys federal prison. My family funded my wife's secret affair with my brother. So I bought their debt, foreclosed on their house, and let them beg in the rain. My parents actively financed my wife's secret hotel rendezvous with my older brother, then helped him get me fired so I couldn't afford a divorce lawyer to fight back. Today, they stood shivering in the freezing Seattle rain, desperately begging my security guards for 5 minutes with the billionaire CEO who just foreclosed on their entire lives, having absolutely no idea the man they were pleading with was me. Before I tell you exactly how I systematically dismantled their lives and took everything from them, hit that like button if you believe karma always collects its debts, and let me know where you are watching from in the comments. Now, let's go back to where this absolute nightmare started. I am standing right now on the 50th floor of my company's headquarters in downtown Seattle. The floor-to-ceiling windows offer a spectacular, panoramic view of the Puget Sound and the sprawling city skyline. It is a view that costs more per month in commercial leasing than my parents made in an entire decade. The glass is incredibly thick, completely soundproof, keeping the chaotic noise of the city completely at bay, but my eyes are not focused on the beautiful horizon or the ferries crossing the dark water. They are locked dead on the street level below. The rain is coming down in aggressive, unforgiving sheets today. It is the kind of miserable, bone-chilling Pacific Northwest downpour that soaks right through your clothes, ruins your leather shoes, and sinks deep into your soul. Down there on the concrete pavement, shivering under a useless, wind-battered black umbrella, is my older brother, Liam. Next to him is Maya, the woman I once stood before God and promised my life to, clutching a cheap transparent raincoat tightly around her shoulders, her dark hair plastered to the sides of her face, and huddled slightly behind them, looking infinitely smaller, older, and more fragile than I have ever seen them in my entire life, are my parents, Richard and Helen. They look utterly pathetic. They look exactly like the kind of people who have run out of options, run out of money, and finally run out of lies to tell themselves. They are aggressively demanding to see the owner of the massive conglomerate that just effectively ended their luxurious, fake lives. Just 5 minutes ago, the head security guard at the marble front desk in the lobby called up to my private office. His voice was hesitant, highly professional, but clearly uncomfortable, asking if I wanted to receive the frantic, soaking wet family causing a massive scene near the elevators. They were shouting about illegal lawsuits, about unfair business practices, aggressively demanding to speak to the boss. I took a slow sip of my black coffee, looked at the blinking light on my desk phone, and told the guard to lock the revolving glass doors and let them wait out there in the freezing rain. Looking down at them from this incredible height, you would think I would feel a massive rush of pure, unadulterated joy. You would think I would be laughing out loud, popping open a bottle of vintage champagne, and celebrating my ultimate victory over the people who maliciously threw me to the wolves. But the absolute truth is, I just feel a deep, cold emptiness inside my chest, followed quickly by a profound, heavy sense of relief. It took me 3 brutal years of absolute hell to build this flavor science and beverage extraction empire. 3 years of blood, sweat, tears, sleepless nights, and an absolutely ruthless legal strategy to get to this exact moment in time. I did not get lucky. I orchestrated this outcome. I meticulously planned every single lawsuit, every hostile corporate acquisition, and every strategic market maneuver to ensure that when the hammer finally fell, it would completely crush the very foundation of their arrogance and their bank accounts. People ask me all the time how I became so successful so quickly in such a highly competitive industry. They see the tailored charcoal suits, the luxury cars parked in my private underground garage, and the rapidly expanding business portfolio, and they naturally assume I had some massive inheritance waiting for me. They assume I had a wealthy, connected mentor who simply handed me the keys to the kingdom. They do not know that my relentless drive was forged in the absolute ultimate betrayal. They do not know that my ambition is fueled by the sickening memory of my own mother handing my wife the keys to a luxury hotel room so she could sleep with my own brother. When you lose everything in the blink of an eye, your marriage, your family, your dignity, your savings, and your entire sense of reality, you only have 2 choices in this world. You can let the suffocating grief swallow you whole, let the dark depression become your permanent address, and live the rest of your life as a bitter, broken victim. Or you can take all that burning rage, all that toxic waste they carelessly dumped on you, and use it as high-octane rocket fuel. I chose the latter. I chose to weaponize my heartbreak. I chose to build a fortress so high they could never touch me again. Standing here watching the harsh rain batter their shoulders, my mind inevitably drifts back to the very beginning of my life. I realize now, with the crystal clear, painful vision of hindsight, that the warning signs were always there, flashing right in front of my face. The blatant favoritism, the subtle cutting digs at the dinner table, the way I was always treated like a second-class citizen in the very home I grew up in. I was born into a family that viewed me not as a beloved son, but as a backup plan, a safety net they could happily trample on whenever it suited their needs. I just stubbornly refused to see it until they forced me to look at the ugly, undeniable truth. I grew up in a very average, seemingly perfect middle-class family in the sprawling suburbs of Seattle. From the outside looking in, we looked like the quintessential American dream. We lived in a 2-story craftsman house with a perfectly manicured lawn situated at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. My father, Richard, was the president of the local HOA, always shaking hands, organizing neighborhood watch programs, and playing the role of the highly responsible, upstanding civic leader. My mother, Helen, baked intricate pastries for the community bake sales, and hosted massive summer barbecues. We smiled widely for the annual holiday cards, projecting an impenetrable image of total domestic bliss to our neighbors. But behind those freshly painted front doors, my family made it painfully obvious who the star of the show really was, and it was never me. Liam, my older brother by 3 years, was the undeniable, untouchable golden child. He was incredibly charismatic, naturally athletic, and possessed this arrogant, easy confidence that my parents absolutely adored. When Liam expressed a passing interest in joining an elite, highly competitive traveling soccer league, my parents signed him up without a single second thought. They bought all the top-tier expensive gear, drove across state lines every single weekend, stayed in expensive hotels, and cheered wildly at every single game. When I, at age 12, asked to join a basic community science program because I was deeply fascinated by chemistry and flavor profiles, my mother sighed heavily, as if my simple request was an enormous, unbearable burden on the family. She looked at me, rubbed her temples, and told me that they were stretched far too thin right now, and maybe we could look into it next year. Next year came and went, and absolutely nothing happened. My childhood dreams and interests were simply collateral damage in the grand, expensive project of funding Liam's perfect life. The blatant, unapologetic favoritism hit a sickening, unforgettable peak during our teenage years. I will never forget my 18th birthday as long as I live. For Liam's 18th birthday, my parents had secretly dipped heavily into their retirement savings and bought him a car. It was not just any practical used car, it was a used BMW. They threw a massive catered party, invited the whole neighborhood, rented a huge white tent for the backyard, and paraded him around like royalty. My father gave a long, tearful speech about how Liam was destined for absolute greatness. When I finally turned 18 3 years later, I did not even bother asking for a car. I already knew my place in the hierarchy. What I received was a cheap, dry sheet cake from a grocery store, heavily discounted because the icing was smeared, and a generic greeting card that said they were proud of me. But the memory that truly cemented my complete lack of worth in their eyes was a Christmas morning a few years later. My parents always went completely overboard for Liam during the holidays. That year, Liam tore open a custom leather briefcase and an incredibly expensive vintage watch. I sat there on the living room floor in my worn-out jeans and opened a small, flat cardboard box. Inside was a multi-pack of plain white socks and a $50 Amazon gift card. My mother looked at me with a perfectly straight face, her eyes practically daring me to complain, and said, "We spent the exact same amount on you both this year, Julian. Don't look so disappointed." I didn't let their emotional neglect destroy my future. I worked my absolute hardest in high school because I genuinely felt like I had to prove my worth to the world just to justify my existence. I worked 2 grueling part-time jobs during college, one flipping burgers and smelling constantly like stale cooking grease, and another stocking heavy boxes on warehouse shelves overnight just to afford my tuition. My parents claimed they couldn't help me financially, citing the tough economy. Yet, they were somehow magically managing to pay for Liam's entire MBA program and his luxurious downtown apartment. I majored in chemical engineering with a deep focus on flavor science. It was my absolute passion. While Liam was out aggressively networking, playing golf, and partying on our parents' dime, I was in the university lab learning how to isolate chemical compounds, deeply understanding how flavor and scent powerfully tie to human memory and raw emotion. I wanted to create high-end, revolutionary extraction methods for the specialty coffee industry. During my senior year, I was working at a small boutique coffee roastery in the city. It was not glamorous, but I was surrounded by the raw materials I loved, barely making minimum wage. That is exactly where I met Maya. Maya walked into the shop one rainy Tuesday afternoon. She was stunning, elegant, soft-spoken, with a warm smile that completely disarmed my usually guarded nature. I spent a full hour showing her different complex roast profiles, explaining the intricate chemistry behind the bright acidity of Ethiopian beans and the deep, lingering chocolate notes of Sumatran blends. She didn't just listen politely, she leaned in. She looked at me right in the eyes like I was the most fascinating person in the world. No one had ever taken that kind of genuine, undivided interest in me before. We started dating almost immediately. She didn't care that I was a broke college student grinding through a minimum wage job. She admired my intense ambition. For the first time in my entire life, I felt like I was somebody's absolute priority. I proposed to her 2 years later. I meticulously saved up every single spare dime from my meager junior flavor scientist salary, skipping meals to afford a beautiful, modest diamond ring. When I eagerly drove to my parents' house to tell them we were officially engaged, my mother barely looked up from her glossy magazine. She took a slow sip of her wine and said, "Well, I hope her family has money, Julian, because you certainly do not." Our wedding day should have been the happiest day of my life, but Liam made absolutely sure to cast his toxic, suffocating shadow over every single moment of it. Liam showed up late in a custom-tailored tuxedo that cost more than my entire wedding budget. He spent the entire reception heavily drinking premium liquor, dominating every conversation, and aggressively networking. But what really made my blood boil was a moment toward the end of the night. I was walking back from the restroom when I saw Liam corner Maya near the open bar. He was leaning in way too close, invading her personal space. I heard him say, his voice dripping with arrogance, "Wow, Julian really hit the jackpot, didn't he? I didn't think my little brother had it in him to land a woman like you. You could do so much better, you know." I fully expected Maya to slap his face. I expected her to walk away in total disgust. Instead, I stood frozen and watched Maya laugh. It was not a polite, uncomfortable chuckle. It was a genuine, flushed, throaty laugh. She reached out and touched his arm lightly before turning away. At the time, I forcefully brushed it off. I trusted my wife implicitly. I had absolutely no idea that the foundation of my life was already rotting from the inside out. Update 1. The first year of our marriage was good. I proudly landed a junior scientist position at a mid-sized reputable beverage company in the city. The starting salary wasn't making us rich, but it paid the mortgage on our small townhouse. I was working long, grueling hours in the laboratory, volunteering for extra projects, trying desperately to secure a major promotion so we could start a family. But right around our second wedding anniversary, things started to significantly shift. A dark, suffocating tension slowly crept into our home. It started with Liam. He began showing up completely unannounced at our place. I mean, letting himself in with a spare key mid-afternoon on regular weekdays, always dressed to the nines in his expensive designer gear. Because I was working late at the lab almost every night, I wasn't there for most of these random visits. I would come home utterly exhausted to find Liam sitting comfortably on my couch, drinking my expensive scotch, with Maya sitting entirely too close to him on the cushions. When I asked her later what he was doing there, Maya would just smile dismissively, actively avoiding eye contact, and say, "Oh, he was just in the neighborhood. Don't be so paranoid and jealous, Julian." Then Maya herself began to drastically change. She began complaining constantly and bitterly about our modest house, our aging used car, and my totally average income. Suddenly, out of nowhere, She was wearing brand new designer dresses and carrying authentic luxury handbags that easily cost more than my entire monthly mortgage payment. When I confronted her, she vaguely claimed she got an unexpected cash bonus at her administrative job. The ultimate turning point, the exact moment my entire reality permanently fractured into a million jagged pieces, happened on a rainy Thursday in late October. I had come home early because a sudden power outage at the main laboratory canceled our afternoon trials. I walked into the house, and it was dead silent. I went upstairs to our bedroom to change. As I reached into the closet, I accidentally knocked over Liam's incredibly expensive wool coat, which he had inexplicably left draped over a chair in our bedroom the night before. When the heavy coat hit the hardwood floor, a folded piece of thick glossy paper slipped out of the inside breast pocket. I picked it up, and my eyes automatically caught the embossed gold logo at the top. It was an itemized receipt for the Times Cascade Luxury Lodge, one of the most exclusive, ridiculously expensive boutique hotels in the entire region. The dates printed on the receipt were for the previous weekend, a specific weekend Maya explicitly told me she was going on a girls' wellness retreat with her younger sister, Sophie. The luxury suite was booked under Liam's name. The total was over $4,000. But what truly stopped my breath, what made the blood literally turn to freezing ice in my veins, was the payment method printed clearly at the bottom. The last 4 digits of the credit card printed on the receipt did not belong to Liam. I recognized those 4 specific digits instantly because I had personally set up the online banking portal for my parents years ago. It was my mother's premium high-limit credit card. I stood there frozen in my bedroom, the piece of paper trembling so violently in my hands that I could barely read the numbers anymore. Liam wasn't just sleeping with my wife. My parents were literally paying for the hotel room. I grabbed my car keys, ran out of the house into the pouring rain, and drove straight to Maya's sister's apartment. I hammered my fists on Sophie's door until she finally answered. When she saw the look of absolute murder on my face, all the color instantly drained from hers. She knew. I didn't yell. I just held up the crumpled hotel receipt, my voice terrifyingly calm, and said, "Tell me the absolute truth right now, Sophie, or I swear to God, I will subpoena your phone records during the divorce discovery process." Sophie immediately broke down, crying hysterically. She confessed absolutely everything. She told me Maya and Liam had been secretly sleeping together for over 8 months. They would constantly use her as a fake alibi. But then Sophie dropped the absolute crushing blow that destroyed me. She admitted, sobbing, that she had felt so incredibly guilty about the affair that she had secretly gone to my mother, Helen, 3 months ago, practically begging her to intervene and stop Liam from destroying my marriage. Do you know what my loving mother told Sophie? My mother told her to keep her mouth shut and mind her own business. My mother stated clearly that Liam was a highly successful man who could give Maya the luxurious life she truly deserved, and that I was just a poor scientist holding Maya back. I later discovered through a ruthless private investigator that my parents had quietly sold a valuable piece of rural family real estate they owned specifically to pad my mother's bank account so she could seamlessly fund Liam's extravagant lifestyle and his secret hotel hookups with my wife without raising flags. They literally sold family property to finance my utter destruction. I didn't sleep a single second that entire night. I sat in the pitch dark in my freezing car, staring blankly at the dashboard clock. I needed a bulletproof plan. I knew with absolute certainty that if I confronted them immediately in a blind emotional rage, they would instantly gaslight me. I needed to secure my personal finances first. I needed to keep my stable job, secure that impending promotion to director, and use the increased salary to hire the absolute best, most vicious divorce attorney in the city. The next morning, I drove to the beverage company headquarters, running on nothing but pure adrenaline and shattering heartbreak. I planned to go straight to HR to request an emergency advance on my salary. But my highly manipulative brother had vastly different plans for me. As soon as I walked through the heavy glass doors of the lobby, 2 large corporate security guards and a senior representative from HR intercepted me. They escorted me directly into the corner office of my boss, David. David wouldn't even make eye contact with me. He stared firmly down at his massive mahogany desk, sliding a thick manila folder across the polished wood. "Julian, we are letting you go," David muttered, his voice tight and rehearsed. "Effective immediately. Security will escort you to your desk to pack your personal belongings, and then you are to leave the premises." I stared at him, my mind completely short-circuiting. My performance reviews had been absolutely flawless for 2 years. David shifted extremely uncomfortably. "There have been several complaints about your general attitude and your recent mental stability. We are aggressively restructuring." It was a blatant, disgusting lie. It made absolutely zero sense until a few days later when a sympathetic coworker called me off the record. She let it slip that Liam had recently taken David out for an incredibly expensive steak dinner. Liam's massive logistics and packaging company was a major supplier to our lab. Liam had aggressively leveraged his massive corporate weight, explicitly threatening to pull a multi-million-dollar supply contract unless David fired me on the spot. Liam had boldly claimed I was mentally unstable and causing toxic drama. David, the pathetic coward that he was, gladly took the bribe and threw me straight under the bus. Liam hadn't just stolen my wife. He had systematically, maliciously orchestrated the total destruction of my career so I wouldn't have the financial resources to fight back against him in court. I was publicly escorted out of the building by security. I drove back to the townhouse, my chest incredibly tight with a cold, terrifying clarity. I walked through the front door, and there was Maya, standing right in the middle of the living room. She was zipping up a massive, expensive designer suitcase. She looked up at me, her face completely hardened, entirely void of any of the warmth or love I once foolishly believed she had for me. She looked at me like I was a disgusting stranger. "I am leaving you, Julian," she said, her voice dripping with absolute unapologetic disdain. "I am filing for divorce today. I want you out of this house by the end of the week." She didn't even try to hide the betrayal anymore. She knew I had been fired. She and Liam had planned this exact vicious sequence of events perfectly to leave me completely paralyzed, broke, and defenseless. She walked right past me, dragging her expensive luggage I now knew my own mother had paid for, and walked out the front door. Through the window, I watched her get into Liam's black Porsche idling by the curb. They just drove away. I stood there completely alone in the empty living room of a house I could no longer afford, with absolutely no job, no wife, no family, and almost nothing left in my bank account. The silence of the house was absolute, heavy, and deafening. But as I stood there in the absolute wreckage, something deep inside my soul permanently shifted. The weak, desperate Julian who constantly wanted his parents' approval died right there. I walked over to my cardboard box from work and pulled out my personal leather-bound chemistry notebook. It contained all my proprietary, unreleased, highly advanced formulas for revolutionary coffee extraction. I made a silent, unbreakable vow to myself. They thought they had buried me deep in the dirt, but they forgot one absolutely crucial thing: I was a master scientist. I knew exactly how to mix highly volatile elements to create an explosive, unstoppable reaction. I didn't need a family anymore. I needed an empire. And I was going to build it directly on top of their absolute total ruin. Update 2. The divorce process was an absolute, unmitigated bloodbath. Because I had absolutely no inheritance and no salary whatsoever thanks to Liam's malicious corporate sabotage, I was completely at their financial mercy. Maya hired the most ruthless, notoriously expensive divorce lawyer in the city. Her retainer was paid for entirely by my mother's premium credit card. I walked into that cold courtroom representing myself. Maya's lawyer systematically, ruthlessly stripped away absolutely everything I had ever worked for. They took the townhouse, citing my sudden lack of a stable salary. They took the meager, hard-earned savings we had meticulously built in our joint account. I walked out of that depressing courthouse on a freezing Tuesday morning with absolutely nothing to my name but my beat-up aging sedan and my leather-bound notebook. I was forced to move into a tiny, windowless studio apartment in the absolute worst, most dangerous part of town. The ancient radiator barely worked, and the sickening smell of stale cigarette smoke was baked permanently into the peeling wallpaper. I survived strictly on cheap ramen noodles and sheer unadulterated hatred. I swallowed my pride and took a grueling, back-breaking night shift job at a massive, incredibly dangerous industrial food processing plant. I spent my nights physically mixing heavy drums of industrial solvents from midnight to 8:00 inches the morning just to pay my exorbitant rent. But the absolute second I clocked out and dragged myself back to that terrible apartment, the real meaningful work began. I transformed my tiny, cramped kitchen counter into a sophisticated makeshift laboratory. I spent absolutely every single spare dime I earned on raw, high-grade specialty coffee beans and professional glass beakers. I worked until my eyes physically blurred and my calloused hands shook violently from pure exhaustion. I wasn't just brewing coffee, I was literally distilling my rage, my heartbreak, and my trauma into a tangible physical product. I engineered a cold extraction process that was vastly more complex, incredibly sophisticated, and undeniably superior to anything on the market. It yielded a concentrate so smooth and perfectly balanced it tasted like pure luxury. After 8 brutal months of relentless failure and hundreds of ruined batches, I finally cracked the perfect chemical code. I bottled the dark liquid in cheap glass vials, printed homemade minimalist labels at a local copy shop, and called the brand Times Apex Extracts. I started aggressively peddling my product to independent boutique owners and exclusive high-end cafes across the city. I was flatly rejected 99 times. People looked at my homemade packaging and literally laughed in my face. But on the 100th try, a highly respected cafe owner in the wealthy financial district agreed to put 5 small bottles on his front counter just to get me to leave. Those 5 bottles completely sold out in 4 hours. The very next day, he frantically called me and ordered 20 more. The week after that, he demanded 100. Word of mouth spread like absolute wildfire among the city's wealthy elite. The massive, life-altering turning point came when a highly prominent, wildly successful venture capitalist named Nolan walked into that specific cafe. Nolan bought a bottle of Times Apex, immediately recognized the unprecedented quality, tracked down my personal phone number, and aggressively demanded a business meeting. I walked into his massive glass-walled corner office wearing a cheap, ill-fitting suit from a thrift store. I sat down, looked him dead in the eye, and gave him the raw, undeniable chemistry and the incredibly high profit margins of the product. Nolan was blown away. He immediately introduced me to Mr. Vance, a quiet, incredibly ruthless billionaire investor who controlled a massive private equity firm. Mr. Vance meticulously looked at my proprietary formulas, looked at the desperate burning fire in my eyes, and wrote me a massive seed funding check that fundamentally changed the entire trajectory of my life forever. He didn't just give me working capital, he gave me an entire fully operational manufacturing plant and a global distribution network. Over the next 3 grueling but triumphant years, Apex Extracts completely exploded. We launched a massive full line of premium ready-to-drink beverages and commercial concentrates. We got picked up by massive national retailers. We became the absolute fastest-growing specialty beverage brand in the entire country. I was making millions of dollars, investing heavily in prime commercial real estate, and building an impenetrable corporate fortress, all while Liam, Maya, and my parents smugly thought I was rotting away in a gutter somewhere. I intentionally used a pseudonym for the press and stayed completely off all social media. I wanted my massive new wealth to be entirely invisible. And while I was steadily, relentlessly climbing to the absolute peak of the mountain, Liam was actively, arrogantly digging his own financial grave. Liam had inherited his highly lucrative regional logistics company from his wealthy former father-in-law, from his first brief marriage, before he stole my wife. But Liam was absolutely not a competent businessman. He was a spoiled, deeply arrogant golden child who firmly believed massive success was his divine birthright. He spent his days playing expensive rounds of golf, taking 3-hour alcohol-fueled martini lunches, and aggressively micromanaging his best employees right into the ground. He actively alienated his biggest corporate clients with his insufferable ego. Within 2 short years of stealing Maya, Liam's logistics company was heavily, dangerously bleeding cash to maintain their absurdly lavish fake lifestyle, the brand new Porsche, the designer clothes, the ridiculously expensive international vacations they constantly posted online. Liam started secretly taking out massive, high-interest corporate loans from predatory lenders. He recklessly leveraged the entire infrastructure of the company. My parents, utterly, hopelessly blinded by their lifelong delusional worship of him, actually co-signed a massive secondary loan to bail him out. They voluntarily put the deed to their beloved pristine Craftsman house up as collateral. They actually genuinely believed he was just going through a temporary rough patch. I watched it all happen in real time through the meticulous, highly detailed financial reports of my expensive private investigators and my elite corporate lawyers. I knew exactly how much crippling debt they were in. I knew exactly which specific banking institutions held their toxic loans. And because I now had substantially more liquid capital than I ever knew what to do with, I legally created a complex series of anonymous corporate shell companies. Slowly, methodically, and completely legally, my shell companies began quietly buying up their massive debt portfolios. I bought the commercial loans holding Liam's failing logistics company hostage. I bought the secondary mortgage on my parents' suburban house. I became their sole anonymous, completely merciless creditor. They thought they owed money to massive, faceless banking institutions. They had absolutely no idea they owed every single red cent to the younger son they had casually thrown away like garbage. The trap was fully, perfectly set. The steel jaws were wide open. All I had to do was sit back and wait for them to run out of cash. And inevitably, they absolutely did. Liam missed 1 massive loan payment, then 2, then 3, then. The banks, acting entirely on my strict, merciless, legally binding orders, flatly refused any extensions or restructuring. We aggressively called in the entirety of the massive loans. We initiated the aggressive rapid foreclosure process on the family real estate. We completely froze the corporate assets and the payroll accounts. We completely pulled the rug out from under their fake plastic lives in a matter of 48 hours. Absolute total panic set in. My lawyers informed me that Liam had been frantically calling the holding company's main line for 3 days straight, aggressively demanding to speak to the CEO, screaming wildly about unfair business practices. Finally, after letting him sweat in absolute terror, I told my executive secretary to grant him a formal meeting. I specifically scheduled it for a rainy Tuesday afternoon. I wanted them to physically feel the bitter cold. I wanted them to step right into the trap of their own blind arrogance. And they walked right into it, completely blissfully oblivious to the absolute slaughter that was waiting for them on the 50th floor. The incredibly heavy solid mahogany doors to my massive executive boardroom are completely soundproofed. I was sitting quietly at the head of the massive 20-foot polished granite conference table. The room was intentionally dimly lit, the massive floor-to-ceiling windows right behind me casting my dark silhouette sharply against the gray, stormy sky. My lead corporate attorney stood quietly by the window, securely holding a thick black leather binder containing every single devastating financial document and asset seizure order we had meticulously prepared. The intercom buzzed. "Send them in," I said, my voice completely devoid of any emotion. The double doors swung open, pushed forcefully by Liam. He marched into the room first, his supposedly expensive suit deeply wrinkled and damp from the pouring rain outside, his face flushed an angry red with absolute arrogant indignation. Maya followed right behind him, nervously clutching a wet designer handbag, looking around the incredibly opulent boardroom with wide, fearful eyes. And then came my parents, shuffling in slowly, looking exhausted and totally terrified. They didn't look at me at first because the bright light was directly behind me. I was just a dark, imposing figure. "Listen to me very carefully." Liam started shouting immediately, marching up to the table and slamming his hand down hard on the polished granite edge. "I don't care who you think you are or what kind of illegal predatory lending operation you are running. You cannot just illegally seize my corporate assets without a standard grace period. I am a highly respected businessman. I will aggressively drag your entire holding company into a massive, highly public lawsuit. My parents' real estate is totally, completely off limits." I let him finish his pathetic rant. I let the echo of his empty, desperate threats completely die out in the massive, silent room. The heavy silence stretched out for 10 agonizing, suffocating seconds. Then, I slowly leaned forward into the overhead light. I deliberately rested my elbows on the cold granite table, intertwined my fingers, and looked directly, piercingly into my older brother's eyes. "You do not have the money for a massive lawsuit, Liam," I said calmly, my voice incredibly steady, low, and cold as ice. "You do not even have the money to pay for the parking meter downstairs on the street." Liam completely, totally froze. His jaw physically dropped open. All the angry red color instantly violently drained from his face, leaving him looking like a pale, terrified ghost. He stumbled backward half a step, completely losing his balance, physically bumping into Maya. Maya let out a sharp, highly audible gasp, her trembling hand flying up to cover her mouth. She recognized me instantly. My mother, Helen, let out a strange, horrible choking sound, desperately grabbing my father's arm for physical support. My father just stared at me, his brain entirely unable to process the reality sitting in front of him. "Julian?" My mother whispered, her voice trembling so violently it physically cracked. "What? What are you doing sitting there? Where is the owner of the company?" I smiled at her. It was absolutely not a happy smile. It was the terrifying cold smile of an apex predator. "I am the owner, mother," I said, leaning back comfortably in my expensive leather chair, savoring the absolute shock on their faces. "I am the sole owner of the holding company. I own the private equity firm that bought out your bank. Which legally means, as of 48 hours ago, I own Liam's logistics company. I own Liam's fancy Porsche. And I hold the absolute legal deed to your beautiful pristine craftsman house." "This is a joke," Liam stammered uncontrollably, shaking his head frantically in total denial. "This is a massive, sick, elaborate joke. You are a broke, pathetic flavor scientist. You got fired for being unstable. You do not have this kind of massive corporate capital." I nodded silently toward my lawyer. He stepped forward from the shadows, calmly opening the heavy leather binder, and tossed 4 incredibly thick stacks of legally binding documents directly in front of them on the granite table. The loud slap of the paper hitting the stone echoed in the room. "These are the certified legally binding financial transfer records," my attorney said, his tone entirely clinical. "My client legally acquired your outstanding corporate debt 3 months ago. He also legally acquired the secondary mortgage. You are in total catastrophic default. The foreclosure and the corporate asset seizure are entirely legal, binding, and actively being enforced by local authorities as we speak." Liam looked down at the massive stacks of papers, his hands visibly shaking as he frantically flipped through the pages. He saw his own signatures. He saw my new legal corporate name at the top. The absolute crushing reality of his complete destruction finally crashed down. "Julian, please." Maya stepped forward, stepping right in front of Liam, her voice suddenly entirely different. Gone was the absolute disdain and cruelty she showed me the day she packed her bags. Now, she sounded incredibly sweet, highly desperate, actively trying to manufacture fake tears. "You absolutely do not have to do this to us. We are family. We made mistakes. Terrible mistakes, but we can fix this. We can work out a payment plan." I looked at her, searching my own soul and feeling absolutely nothing but total indifference. "You made a very clear choice, Maya. You boldly chose the man with the Porsche. But you foolishly forgot that a car is just metal, and metal eventually rusts. You backed the wrong horse, and now you have to walk." My mother violently pushed past Maya, real terrified tears streaming rapidly down her wrinkled face. "Julian, sweetheart, my beautiful baby boy, please, you absolutely cannot take our family home. We have lived there for 30 years. All your precious childhood memories are in that house. You can severely punish Liam if you want, But do not punish your own loving parents. We love you so much. I stood up slowly, planting both of my hands firmly on the table, leaning aggressively over the granite to look my mother dead in her terrified eyes. Childhood memories? I asked, keeping my voice dangerously low. You mean the precious memory of you sitting in your kitchen telling Sophie that I was a pathetic loser holding Maya back? You mean the heartwarming memory of you secretly selling your valuable rural real estate specifically to fund your favorite son's expensive hotel room so he could comfortably sleep with my wife behind my back? You actively, intentionally financed my absolute destruction, Mother. You handed them the knife, paid for the blade, and happily watched them stab me. Do not you dare stand in my boardroom and try to use the word love. My father suddenly yelled, desperately trying to summon some pathetic patriarchal authority. You are being incredibly vindictive and cruel, Julian. Blood is thicker than water. You must forgive your family. You are right, Richard, I shot back instantly, calling him by his first name for the very first time in my entire life, watching him flinch at the disrespect. Blood is much thicker. It is messier, and it permanently stains everything it touches. You consciously chosen Liam over me since the day I was born. So now you get to fully live with him. You get to figure out exactly how to survive in the real world when the golden child permanently loses all his gold. Liam suddenly lunged forward with a feral scream, aggressively grabbing the heavy legal documents and violently tearing them in half, throwing the shredded pieces across the boardroom. I will fight you to the bitter end, he screamed, spit flying from his mouth. I will hire every single ruthless lawyer in this state. I will completely destroy you. With what money? I asked quietly. That simple question stopped him cold in his tracks. He froze, his hands still raised in the air. Your corporate payroll accounts are entirely frozen, I explained slowly. Your personal premium credit cards are completely maxed out and deactivated. Your house is currently being padlocked by the county sheriff's department as we speak. You are completely, utterly destitute. You are exactly where you intentionally left me 3 years ago. The only difference is I had the incredible brains and the massive drive to build an empire out of absolutely nothing. You do not even know how to make your own cup of coffee without paying someone else to do it. Make sad. I pressed the intercom button firmly. Security, we are entirely finished here. Please promptly escort these 4 individuals off the premises. If they resist, call the police, and have them formally arrested for trespassing. As the security guards walked swiftly into the room, Maya started sobbing hysterically, sinking to her knees on the expensive carpet. My mother was wailing loudly, grabbing my father's jacket. Liam just stood there, completely paralyzed, staring at me like he was looking at the actual devil himself. Get out of my building, I said firmly, turning my back to them completely and looking out the massive window at the pouring rain. And never ever try to contact me again. The immediate fallout from that boardroom meeting was completely absolute and shockingly fast. The entire fragile, debt-ridden structure of their fake lives completely disintegrated into dust within days. The bank officially seized Liam's logistics company the very next morning, locking the doors and liquidating the physical assets. The shiny Porsche was aggressively towed right out of his driveway by the repo men before noon while his wealthy neighbors watched. My parents were formally legally evicted from their beloved pristine house by the end of the week. The absolute humiliation of the entire neighborhood actively watching the armed sheriff enforce the foreclosure notice broke my mother completely. She became a total social pariah overnight. They were forced to move into a cramped, depressing 2-bedroom apartment in a highly dangerous neighborhood. To pay the new rent, my father was forced to take a grueling minimum wage night shift job as a security guard at a local drafty warehouse. But the absolute most poetic, mind-blowing twist of pure karma, the massive secondary explosion that completely vaporized whatever tiny shred was left of Liam's fragile sanity, happened about a month later. I was sitting quietly in my office when my private unlisted cell phone rang. It was Sophie, Maya's younger sister. Her voice was highly frantic and filled with a dark, twisted kind of amusement. Julian, she said, you are absolutely not going to believe what just happened. After everything they did to you, you deserve to know. Sophie quickly explained that about 8 months ago, Maya had excitedly publicly announced she was pregnant. Liam had been insufferably proud, aggressively bragging to everyone at the country club about his impending fatherhood. Maya had given birth to a baby boy exactly 2 weeks after my hostile corporate takeover officially stripped them of all their money. The extreme suffocating stress of losing the luxury lifestyle had caused a massive violent fracture in their already toxic relationship. Liam, terrified and broke, violently demanded to know how they were going to afford raising a child when they could barely afford groceries. In the middle of a massive screaming match in their tiny, newly rented apartment, Maya finally snapped under the pressure and confessed the ultimate, devastating truth. The baby wasn't Liam's. During the last year, while Liam was busy arrogantly running his company into the ground, Maya had gotten incredibly bored. She had started sleeping with her expensive, highly muscular personal trainer at the luxury gym Liam was paying thousands of dollars a month for. She had intentionally lied about the paternity, actively planning to trap Liam into funding her wealthy lifestyle forever. But now that Liam was totally broke, the new baby was nothing but a massive financial anchor, and she maliciously threw the painful truth right in his face just to hurt him. The woman he utterly destroyed his own younger brother to steal had done the exact same horrifying thing to him. Liam completely, totally lost his mind. He physically destroyed the small apartment in a blind feral rage, throwing furniture through the windows. The police were called by terrified neighbors. Maya immediately filed a massive restrictive restraining order against him. A quick DNA test proved he wasn't the biological father. He was publicly, brutally, completely humiliated. Everyone in their elite social circle found out the sordid details. Liam was left with absolutely nothing, no company, no money, no fancy cars, no wife, no child, and a totally ruined professional reputation. The last I heard, he was working as a low-level minimum wage dispatcher for a cheap trucking company, living in a rented filthy room, drinking cheap beer, and aggressively blaming everyone else in the world for his massive failures. My parents tried to desperately reach out to me a few times, sending pathetic handwritten letters begging for forgiveness and asking for cash loans. I simply handed them to my assistant and told her to put them directly into the industrial shredder. They made their choice a long time ago. Now they get to choke on the absolute reality of who their golden child really is. Walking away from the absolute wreckage of my old life, leaving them crying in that boardroom, was the most incredibly liberating feeling I have ever experienced. I established an impenetrable titanium boundary. The very next day, I legally dropped my father's last name entirely. I went to the county courthouse and officially changed my legal last name to Apex. I was no longer the unwanted, unloved son of a pathetic, toxic family. I was the absolute master of my own destiny. About a year after the boardroom confrontation, I attended a highly exclusive charity gala I was personally sponsoring. That is where I finally met Elena. Elena was an independent commercial architect, incredibly smart, sharp-witted, and wildly passionate about her career. We started talking casually, and I was instantly captivated. For our first few weeks of dating, I intentionally didn't tell her about my massive wealth. We just went to quiet local coffee shops and walked through city parks. She fell deeply in love with Julian the man, not Julian the billionaire CEO. When I finally brought her to my massive penthouse and explained my business empire, she genuinely didn't care about the money. She cared about the intense drive and the incredible resilience it took to build it. She was the complete total opposite of Maya in every conceivable way. We are officially getting married next spring. We are actively planning a very small, incredibly private wedding in a beautiful secluded botanical garden. There will be absolutely no toxic relatives invited. By family, I exclusively mean the family we have actively, carefully chosen. We are also actively talking about starting a family of our own soon. I have already set up a massive ironclad trust fund for our future children. But vastly more importantly, I have made a sacred unbreakable vow to myself. I will never ever treat one child differently than another. I will give them the unconditional fierce love and protection that I was completely denied by my own parents. Looking back at the absolute nightmare I survived, I realized something incredibly profound. I used to desperately wish that none of it had ever happened. But sitting here today, looking out at the massive city I completely conquered, holding Elena's hand, I wouldn't change a single agonizing second of it. The absolute unforgiving cruelty of my parents and the sickening betrayal of my brother and my wife did not destroy me like they planned. It forged me. It violently burned away every single ounce of weakness inside my soul, leaving behind nothing but unbreakable, hardened steel. They arrogantly tried to bury me deep in the dirt so Liam could shine brighter. But they didn't realize I was a seed. And from that dark dirt, I grew into a massive towering tree that now completely blocks out their sun. Top comments. User 1. The fact that your mom literally sold family real estate to fund your wife's hotel hookups with your brother is the most diabolical, evil thing I've ever read on this app. Buying their debt and foreclosing on them was the ultimate chef's kiss of karma. You didn't just burn the bridge, you nuked the entire city. User 2. Liam finding out the baby was the personal trainer's right after losing his entire company is proof that the universe has a sense of humor. Maya really thought she secured the bag, only to find out the bag was empty and on fire. Glad you found Elena and built a real life, OP. User 3. I actually gasped out loud when you told Liam he couldn't even afford the parking meter downstairs. The level of meticulous planning it took to buy up their debt through shell companies is insane. You literally became a supervillain to the people who created you, and I am 100% here for it. My mother demanded I give my sister $450,000 of my inheritance to even things out. I said no. So she sued me and accidentally exposed her golden child's fraud. My sister stood in the middle of my grandfather's living room, pointing at the walls he built with his bare hands, and told her wedding planner to tear them all down for a better reception flow. So I kicked them both off my property, revoked her invitation, and let her own greedy lawsuit expose her financial frauds to her fiancé, leaving her with absolutely nothing. I never thought money could instantly vaporize a family, but looking back, the rot was always there. It just took my grandfather's death to pull back the curtain. 6 months ago, my grandfather, Arthur Harrington, passed away. He was an absolute titan of a man. He built his commercial construction business from literally nothing but a rusted toolbox and an unrelenting work ethic. He was a man of calloused hands, smelling perpetually of fresh pine sawdust, strong black coffee, and old motor oil. He taught me everything I know about integrity, showing up on time, and doing the job right even when no one is watching. When I was just 15 years old, instead of letting me sleep in and play video games, he started dragging me out of bed at 5 a.m. to take me to his active job sites every single summer. He taught me the trade from the ground up, sweeping floors, carrying lumber, framing walls, and eventually managing crews. By the time I turned 18, I was working full-time for his company while grinding through community college business classes at night. I didn't have a traditional college experience. I had early mornings, sore muscles, and the quiet pride of building a life with my own 2 hands. My younger sister, Chloe, who is now 26, took an entirely different path. Our mother, Brenda, 55, always treated Chloe like a fragile piece of porcelain that needed to be protected from the harsh realities of the world. Chloe went to an outrageously expensive private university out of state. My parents took out massive loans to facilitate this, and Chloe decided to study art history. She spent her college summers backpacking through Europe with her wealthy sorority friends, finding herself in Parisian cafes and Italian vineyards. She visited Grandpa Arthur maybe twice a year, and miraculously, those visits always perfectly aligned with holidays, birthdays, or the start of a new semester when she needed a little financial boost. I am not judging her choices, or at least, I tried not to for a very long time. We were just fundamentally different people living in entirely different realities. The bomb dropped when Grandpa's will was formally read in his attorney's mahogany-lined office. Grandpa left me his lake house in Maine. Now, you need to understand, this isn't just a dilapidated fishing shack. It is a stunning, sprawling 4-bedroom, custom-built timber cabin sitting on 10 pristine acres of dense forest with exclusive, private deep-water lake access. It was his masterpiece, worth approximately $900,000 in the current market. To Chloe, he left $60,000 in liquid cash and his collection of vintage, restored watches that were appraised at roughly $35,000. The entire remainder of his substantial estate was systematically divided among various local charities and trade school scholarship funds he had supported throughout his life. The will included a sealed, handwritten letter explaining his precise reasoning. For me, he wrote page after page about our shared memories at that lake house. He wrote about teaching me to fish off the very dock we spent an entire summer rebuilding together when I was 16. He wrote about my first clumsy attempts at carpentry on the back porch. His exact words were, "I want this property to stay firmly in the hands of someone who understands its true, bleeding value beyond a dollar sign. A house is just wood and stone until you pour your sweat into it. Liam knows the sweat." For Chloe, his letter was much shorter but still kind. He mentioned being proud of her artistic passions and explicitly stated he hoped the $60,000 cash injection would help her finally establish her career and wipe out some of her debts. My mother, Brenda, went absolutely nuclear. She didn't just disagree, she launched a crusade. She started calling me 4, sometimes 5 times a day, her voice shrill and demanding, insisting that generational family wealth must inherently benefit all children equally, completely regardless of what the person who actually earned the money intended. She aggressively argued that Grandpa Arthur was a toxic, old-fashioned misogynist who played favorites simply because I am male and chose to work in the dirt and mud like him. She demanded, not asked, demanded that I immediately list the Maine lake house for sale and split the $900,000 proceeds right down the middle with Chloe. Here is where my initial guilt and conflict came in. I genuinely loved my sister. Despite our massive differences, we had always maintained a close, if superficial, relationship. Chloe herself hadn't directly screamed at me for the money yet, but she had started making extremely passive-aggressive, calculated comments. She'd sigh loudly at family dinners, mentioning how incredibly lucky I was, and how a massive cash windfall from the house could literally solve every single problem in her life. She is currently drowning in about $85,000 of combined student loans and high-interest credit card debt from her lifestyle. My mother then decided to weaponize the extended family. At a tense Sunday dinner, my aunt pointed her fork at me and called me a selfish, greedy opportunist. My uncle loudly proclaimed I was spitting on traditional family values. They created an echo chamber, all aggressively chanting that Grandpa would have wanted us to take care of each other, and that keeping the entire property made me a monster. But the absolute truth is, I don't want to sell it, period. Beyond the immense, crushing sentimental value, my wife Maya and I have been desperately trying to plan for our future. We want to start a family. We dream of our future children spending their humid July afternoons jumping off that exact same dock, just like I did. Currently, Maya and I live in a cramped, noisy, 2-bedroom apartment in New York City. This main property represents a future, a sanctuary, that we could never, ever afford to purchase on our own. My mother's latest shifting argument is that I already have a highly stable, lucrative career. I successfully run my own mid-sized commercial construction firm now. Meanwhile, Chloe is 26 and still struggling to find her true path. She works a meager 15 hours a week at a boutique art gallery and occasionally writes freelance blog posts that pay pennies. Brenda says it is my biological duty as the older, successful brother to even out the scales of the universe. I desperately tried to offer olive branches. I told Chloe she could use the lake house absolutely whenever she wanted for free vacations. I offered to personally pay for her flights up there. I told her she could have her future wedding on the property entirely free of charge. I even offered to dip into my own personal savings to help her aggressively tackle the high-interest portion of her credit card debt, but Brenda shut it down. She told me my offers were insulting crumbs. She formally demanded I either sell the property and give Chloe $450,000, or I personally take out a massive mortgage and buy Chloe out for $450,000 cash. Reddit, Aita for refusing to sell my grandfather's lake house, even though it undeniably created a massively unequal inheritance split between my sister and me. Edit to clarify some recurring questions in the comments. Yes, the will was absolutely, 100% properly executed with impartial witnesses and a high-end estate lawyer. Grandpa Arthur was thoroughly evaluated by his primary care physician and a geriatric specialist just 2 months before finalizing the will, specifically to prevent my mother from trying to challenge it. The deed to the house has already been legally, fully transferred into my name. I hold the title insurance. I am not worried about the legal mechanics, I am just mourning the total destruction of my family. Update 1. Posted 3 weeks later. Well, everything escalated with terrifying speed. First, thank you to every single person who responded to my original post. The overwhelming consensus was that I was NTA and that I needed to honor my grandfather's dying wishes without guilt. I felt deeply validated reading your comments, but a naive, stupid part of me was still desperately hoping to find a peaceful, loving resolution with my family. That hope was violently murdered this past weekend. Let me back up. After my original post, I sat down and had a very long, seemingly emotional FaceTime conversation with Chloe. She cried a little, admitted she was deeply hurt by the disparity of the will, but explicitly stated she understood Grandpa's reasoning. We virtually hugged it out. I reiterated every single one of my previous offers: free vacations, the wedding venue, helping with the debt, and I even added that when she was finally ready to buy a starter condo, I would personally gift her $10,000 toward her down payment. She seemed genuinely, profoundly grateful. I thought the war was over. My mother, however, strapped on her armor and doubled down. She created a toxic family group chat literally titled Fairness for Chloe. She spent her days flooding this chat with passive-aggressive psychology articles about how inheritance inequality breeds resentment and destroys sibling bonds. I quietly muted the chat for my own sanity, but my wife Maya would occasionally check it and show me the most deranged highlights. Brenda was methodically building a narrative that I was a manipulative, calculating sociopath who had spent years slowly poisoning a sick old man's mind against his own sweet granddaughter. Then, last Thursday, Chloe called me. She was practically vibrating with excitement. Her boyfriend of 3 years, Ethan, had finally proposed. I was genuinely thrilled for her. I immediately reminded her of my offer. The main lake house was completely hers to use for the wedding. She squealed with joy, thanking me profusely, and immediately started rambling about planning a rustic, elegant, lakeside summer wedding for next June. Fast forward to Sunday morning, Maya and I packed up our truck and drove the 5 hours up to the main lake house for a long weekend. The property desperately needed maintenance. Grandpa had been severely ill for the last 2 years of his life, and the harsh Maine winters had neglected the exterior. We pulled into the long, gravel driveway and immediately hit the brakes. There were 3 unfamiliar cars parked on my property. One was Chloe's SUV, one was Ethan's sedan, and the third was a massive, pristine white Sprinter van with pink cursive lettering on the side, Evergreen Elegance Wedding Planning. Feeling a knot of dread in my stomach, Maya and I walked through the front door. We found Chloe standing in the center of the main living room, gesturing wildly while showing a woman with a clipboard around my house like she was the sole proprietor. They were actively discussing knocking down walls. If we just remove this entire load-bearing wall here, Chloe was saying, pointing to the exact wall Grandpa and I had spent 3 weeks framing and reinforcing, it will really open up the flow for the cocktail hour. And obviously, this dated, ugly kitchen has to be completely gutted before the caterers can use it. The wedding planner was nodding enthusiastically, snapping photos on her iPad and taking laser measurements of my ceilings. I cleared my throat loudly. What exactly is happening here? Chloe spun around, beaming a completely fake, plastic smile. Liam, perfect timing. I'm just getting a head start on planning the big day at Our Times Family Lake House. Notice the pronoun, our. The wedding planner eagerly stepped forward, handing me a glossy business card. You must be the brother. I am so incredibly excited to transform this hidden, outdated gem into a premier luxury venue for Chloe. I felt my blood pressure spike. I pulled Chloe roughly into the hallway, away from the planner. Chloe, what the hell are you doing? I offered to let you host your wedding here. I didn't offer to let you demolish my house. This is my property, not a shared family asset. Chloe's fake smile vanished, replaced by an eye roll so hard I thought she'd sprain something. Oh, come on, Liam, stop being so dramatic. We both know Mom is completely right. This place should legally belong to both of us. You owe me this. I'm just planning my wedding at my family's estate. That is the exact moment Maya tapped me on the shoulder and silently held up her phone. She was showing me Chloe's Instagram page. Chloe had posted a photo of the lake house 45 minutes prior. The caption read, "Can't wait to marry my soulmate at our family's sprawling historic lake property. Number lake house wedding, number, family estate number, generational wealth, number, blessed." I saw red. I turned to Chloe, my voice dangerously calm. "Everyone needs to pack their things and leave my property right now." Chloe immediately burst into theatrical, heaving sobs. She started screaming that I was an abusive monster ruining her engagement joy, that I was being a controlling tyrant over a house I didn't even pay a single dime for. Ethan came rushing out of the kitchen, trying to play the mediator. He held his hands up, saying, "Whoa, guys, let's just all calm down and discuss these renovations like a family." The wedding planner, realizing she had walked into a radioactive family war zone, looked absolutely mortified. She gathered her equipment, mumbled an apology, and practically sprinted to her van. Chloe, sobbing hysterically, pulled out her phone and called Brenda. Our mother lives over an hour away from the lake house, but she somehow pulled into the driveway in 45 minutes. She must have been doing 90 down the interstate. Brenda threw the front door open, marching in like a conquering general. She didn't even look at Maya. She immediately cornered me and started viciously berating me for emotionally traumatizing Chloe on what was supposed to be the most magical planning day of her life. The argument that followed was the ugliest thing I have ever experienced. Brenda screamed that Grandpa Arthur's brain was rotting from dementia when he wrote the will. Chloe shrieked that I had systematically isolated and manipulated a vulnerable, dying old man just to steal her half of the money. Brenda threatened to hire a pitbull lawyer and contest the will to drag me through the mud. Chloe dropped to the floor, sobbing that I was maliciously stealing her dream wedding venue just to watch her suffer. But the absolute breaking point the moment the bridge burned forever was when my mother pointed a manicured finger at my wife. "And you?" Brenda spat at Maya. "You're nothing but a pathetic little gold digger who finally hit the jackpot, manipulating my son into stealing from his own flesh and blood." I lost my mind. Maya grew up bouncing between abusive foster homes. She worked 3 grueling, back-breaking jobs simultaneously just to put herself through nursing school. She has never asked me for a single penny. In fact, when we got engaged, Maya Times was the one who insisted we sign a strict prenuptial agreement just to completely prove to my family that she wasn't marrying me for my business assets. I stepped between my mother and my wife, pointing at the open front door. "Get out. Get off my property right now, or I am calling the county sheriff and having you all arrested and charged with criminal trespassing." Chloe screamed that I couldn't legally ban her from her own rightful inheritance. Brenda told me, her voice dripping with venom, that I was dead to her unless I immediately signed over half the deed. They finally left, tires spinning angrily in the gravel. But not before Chloe sat in the passenger seat of Ethan's car and recorded a tearful, devastated video for Facebook. She cried into the camera about how her cruel, greedy millionaire brother was aggressively gatekeeping the family estate and actively trying to ruin her wedding out of pure spite. By the time the sun went down, the post had gone completely viral within our extended family network. My phone practically melted from the notifications. I received dozens of furious text messages from aunts, uncles, and cousins calling me heartless, a sociopath, and a disgrace to Grandpa Arthur's legacy. Maya and I spent the rest of the weekend in absolute, heavy silence. We patched the rotting wood on the dock, the rhythmic sound of the hammer the only thing keeping me sane. Later that night, I found myself standing in the living room, staring at a framed photo of Grandpa Arthur, quietly apologizing to him for the disgusting circus his beautiful sanctuary had become. I have officially, in writing, revoked my offer to host Chloe's wedding. I called a local security firm and spent $2,000 having high-end, motion sensor security cameras installed around the entire perimeter. I completely changed all the heavy deadbolt locks, because I discovered Chloe had secretly made unauthorized copies of the spare key years ago. My best friend, who is a corporate attorney, told me to start a physical binder and document every single interaction, text, and threat, because people like this always escalate. The Fairness for Chloe group chat has become a war room. Cousins I haven't spoken to in a decade are writing paragraphs about my lack of morality. However, My dad, who divorced Brenda 10 years ago specifically because of her toxic, narcissistic behavior, sent me a private text. It read, "I am so damn proud of you for standing your ground, son. Arthur would be too. Don't give them an inch." That text broke me. I sat on the floor of the bedroom and sobbed. I love my sister, but the person who stood in my living room demanding to tear down my grandfather's walls is a stranger. My mother has always been controlling, but this level of psychotic manipulation is entirely new territory. I am starting to realize I never actually knew the people I grew up with. Update 2, posted 2 months later. I genuinely never thought I would be back on this forum with another update. I thought the worst was behind me. I was wrong. The situation has mutated into a nightmare beyond anything my brain could have possibly comprehended. Grab a drink, because this is going to be a very long, very dark ride. Following the overwhelming advice from Reddit and my attorney friend, I went extremely low contact with Brenda and Chloe. I didn't block their numbers. I needed to monitor their crazy, but I heavily restricted their access to all my social media and only responded to logistical emergencies. For about 3 blissful weeks, the silence was golden. I should have known the silence meant they were plotting. It started innocently enough with a thick, certified letter arriving at my office. It wasn't a lawsuit yet. It was a formal, aggressive legal request for binding mediation to resolve the unfair and fraudulent distribution of the Harrington estate. The letter, drafted by some strip mall lawyer they found, outlined a completely fabricated narrative. It claimed my grandfather was heavily medicated, suffering from severe cognitive decline, and that I exerted undue, coercive influence over him. It demanded equal treatment for the grandchildren. I immediately forwarded the letter to the powerhouse estate attorney who originally handled Grandpa's will. He called me 10 minutes later. He actually laughed out loud on the phone. He told me it was the most pathetic, legally baseless fishing expedition he had seen in his 30-year career. He then proudly laid out the armor Grandpa had built for me. Grandpa's file didn't just have a will. It contained a comprehensive, psychiatric medical evaluation conducted by an independent specialist exactly 48 hours before the will was signed, definitively legally confirming his total mental competency. It contained a high-definition video recording of Grandpa sitting in the office, looking straight into the camera, calmly and rationally explaining exactly why he was leaving the lake house to me and the cash to Chloe. It contained signed, sworn affidavits from 2 independent witnesses, his primary doctor, and his CPA, all confirming zero undue influence. My lawyer told me Brenda and Chloe were just rattling sabers, desperately hoping I would be terrified of public family drama and just hand over a massive settlement check to make them go away. He was right about the motive, but wrong about how far they would go. 2 days after I ignored the mediation letter, Chloe physically ambushed me at my commercial construction office. She showed up with Ethan and a brand new, sleazy-looking lawyer. But it was Chloe's appearance that shocked me. She was wearing what I can only describe as a meticulously crafted sympathy costume. My sister, who refuses to check the mail without full contour makeup and designer clothes, showed up wearing no makeup, her hair deliberately messy and unwashed. Wearing an oversized, wrinkled, faded sweater. She looked like she was auditioning for a Sarah McLachlan commercial. Her new lawyer handed me a thick, bound document. They weren't just asking for half the lake house value anymore. They had completely lost their minds. The document was an itemized list of psychotic demands. 1. 50% of the newly appraised lake house value, $450,000. 2. Emotional distress damages for being forcibly excluded from the family property, $100,000. 3. Reimbursement for her suddenly ruined wedding venue deposits and emergency venue changes, $60,000. 4. Total coverage of Chloe's massive student loan debt, claiming I only avoided debt because I got the unfair educational advantage of working for Grandpa, $85,000. Total demand, $695,000. I stared at the paper. I looked at the lawyer. I looked at Chloe's fake, tragic face, and I burst out laughing. I couldn't stop. It was so absurd it became comedy. This was apparently the wrong response. Chloe immediately started hyperventilating, bursting into loud, theatrical wails about how I was a sadist who enjoyed watching her starve. Ethan wrapped his arms around her, shooting me a glare of pure unadulterated hatred. The lawyer leaned forward and used his slimy voice. "Mr. Harrington, this is an incredibly generous compromise offer to avoid a very long, very messy, very public trial that will destroy your business reputation." I stopped laughing. I stood up, opened my office door, and said, "Get out of my building before I have you all trespassed." Chloe's hyperventilating tears miraculously vanished in less than a second. Her face hardened into a mask of pure malice. She walked past me and hissed directly into my ear, "You are going to deeply regret this, Liam. Mom was right. You're a monster." The mask had fully slipped. That evening, I discovered exactly what her revenge looked like. Chloe had launched a GoFundMe campaign titled, "Help Me Fight for My Dying Grandfather's Stolen Legacy." The campaign description was an absolute masterclass in sociopathic manipulation. I have it memorized. It read, "My name is Chloe Harrington, and I am shattered to share my nightmare. When my beloved, ailing grandfather passed away, my family made a horrifying discovery. In his final, confused months, he supposedly left our family's historic, generational lake house worth nearly $1 million solely to my older brother. This was a devastating shock, as Grandpa always promised the estate would be a shared sanctuary for our future children. I firmly believe my grandfather was heavily pressured and manipulated in his final, vulnerable days. My brother, who controlled Grandpa's business, isolated him while I was away at college pursuing the education Grandpa always dreamed I would get. Now, I am drowning in crippling student debt, facing the cancellation of my wedding, while my brother hoards a $1 million luxury estate. All I desperately want is fairness. I want to buy a modest home, pay off my education, and honor what I know in my soul were my grandfather's true dying wishes. Please help me raise funds for the legal fees to fight this elder abuse and secure justice for my family." She set the legal fee goal at $60,000. Within 48 hours, she had raised over $9,000. It was mostly from distant extended family members, old high school friends, and community members who only knew her manufactured, tearful side of the story. The comments on the donation page made me physically sick. Liam should be locked in a cage. Greedy, toxic men always try to violently push women out of generational wealth. Elder abuse is a horrific crime. I hope you put him in prison, Chloe. Your poor grandpa would be weeping in heaven seeing what his son did. Against my lawyer's strict advice, the sheer injustice of it made me snap. I created an account and posted a single, highly detailed comment on the GoFundMe. Fact 1. The will is legally ironclad and supported by independent psychiatric medical evaluations proving full competency. Fact 2. Chloe received $60,000 in liquid cash and $35,000 in vintage valuables. Fact 3. I offered Chloe free, unlimited use of the house and offered to pay for her wedding. Fact 4. The inheritance differences reflect the fact that I spent 10 years physically working for his company, while Chloe visited twice a year. Stop scamming people. My comment was deleted by the campaign organizer, Chloe, in exactly 4 minutes, and she instantly blocked my IP address from commenting again. Then came the coordinated social media carpet bombing. Chloe started posting highly edited, nostalgic throwback photos of her sitting on Grandpa's lap when she was 6 years old, with captions like, "I miss your light every single day, Papa. I promise I won't let him destroy what you built." Noticeably, she couldn't post any photos from the last 10 years, because she was literally never around to take any. Brenda mobilized her army of bored, middle-aged suburban friends. She started posting massive Facebook essays about the patriarchal sickness of inheritance inequality and how families protect male abusers. She created a hashtag, #Justice for Chloe. Local mommy bloggers and micro-influencers started sharing it. Then, a regional online news outlet actually picked up the story. The headline read, "Local woman fights for fair inheritance after grandfather mysteriously leaves $1 million estate to brother." The journalist had only interviewed Chloe and Brenda. When I frantically called the publication to provide the medical records and the actual truth, the editor coldly told me they were focusing on the human interest narrative of women fighting systemic inheritance disenfranchisement. They completely omitted the fact that Chloe had inherited $95,000 in cash and assets. The real-world pressure became suffocating. My commercial construction company's Google and Yelp pages were suddenly review-bombed with hundreds of fake one-star reviews calling me a thief, a misogynist, and an elder abuser. But the line they crossed that meant total war was when they targeted Maya. Maya works as a pediatric nurse at a massive city hospital. Last Wednesday, someone we suspect Brenda walked into the hospital and left 50 printed flyers of Chloe's GoFundMe page scattered across the nurses' break room tables, the cafeteria, and taped to bathroom mirrors. Scrawled across the top in thick red marker were the words, "Is this the monster your coworker Maya is married to?" Maya called me from a supply closet, sobbing. Several of her coworkers had started treating her with cold suspicion. One senior nurse actually pulled her aside and asked, completely seriously, if Maya felt guilty wearing scrubs while living off stolen elder money. That Friday, desperately needing an escape from the psychological torture, Maya and I drove up to the main lake house. As we turned onto the dirt road leading to our driveway, my headlights illuminated something that made my blood freeze. Stabbed deep into the front lawn was a massive, "Professional Real Estate for Sale" sign. I slammed the truck into park and sprinted toward the house. There was a strange SUV in the driveway. I unlocked the front door to find a local real estate agent standing in my kitchen, showing the property to a wealthy-looking older couple. "What the hell are you doing in my house?" I roared. The agent looked terrified. "Excuse me? I'm showing the property." The owner, Chloe Harrington, signed an agreement with my brokerage yesterday to aggressively fast-track the sale. Chloe had forged my grandfather's old stationery, pretended the house was still in probate, and authorized a listing. I had to pull up the county tax records on my phone, show my physical ID, and explicitly threaten the agent with a lawsuit for breaking and entering before they finally scrambled out the door. That night, Maya and I sat on the edge of the wooden dock, our feet dangling over the black water. I was shaking with pure, unadulterated rage. I realized I couldn't just defend myself anymore. I had to utterly destroy their narrative. I went up to the attic to search for old property blueprints. Instead, I found a dusty, heavy cardboard box tucked behind the insulation. Inside were Grandpa Arthur's journals. He had kept meticulous, daily diaries for 40 years. I sat on the floor with a flashlight and began reading. The entries regarding Chloe weren't just sad, they were a damning, chronological record of her lifelong selfishness. I digitized every single page. The 14th of August 2018, Chloe's 21st birthday today. Sent her a card and a $1,000 check. She cashed it by 2 p.m. No phone call to say thank you. Beginning to think she only sees me as an ATM. The 4th of July 2020, invited Chloe up to the lake for the weekend. Told her I wasn't feeling well and would love the company. She texted saying she was too busy with summer classes. An hour later, Liam showed me her Instagram. She's at a massive beach house party in the Hamptons drinking champagne. My heart hurts. The 12th of October 2021, Chloe called crying. Said she couldn't afford her textbooks and might fail. Wire transferred her $800. 2 days later, Brenda bragged to me that Chloe just bought a new $1,200 Prada bag. I am done enabling this. To the 3rd of March 2023, 2 months before he died. Met with the estate lawyer today. Finalized the will. The lawyer asked if I was sure about limiting Chloe to cash. I am. She doesn't love the lake house. She loves what she can sell it for. The lake must go to someone who sees it as a home, not a bank account. Liam has earned this 10 times over. That final entry was dated during the exact window Brenda publicly claimed he was suffering from extreme dementia. I am meeting with my ruthless new litigation attorney tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. I am completely done trying to preserve a relationship with vampires who only see dollar signs where memories should be. Grandpa didn't just leave me a piece of real estate. He left me a sanctuary, a reminder of what actual, unconditional family looks like. Brenda and Chloe made their choice. They chose greed over family, lies over truth, and manipulation over love. I will update this post one last time after the legal nuclear bomb drops. Final update, posted 4 months after the last. This will be my absolute final update. I have hesitated for weeks to write this because hitting post means fully accepting that the family I grew up with is permanently, irreparably dead. But I owe closure to the thousands of you who followed this nightmare. And honestly, I need to write this to purge the last of the poison from my system. The day after my last post, my litigation attorney and I went on the offensive. We drafted a massive, terrifyingly comprehensive cease and desist letter and had it served simultaneously to both Chloe and Brenda via process servers at their respective homes. The legal document exhaustively detailed their crimes. 1. Severe defamation of character. 2. Tortious interference with my business, the fake reviews. 3. Wire fraud, the GoFundMe campaign, built on verifiable lies. 4. Attempted real estate fraud, the fake listing. 5. Intentional infliction of emotional distress, the hospital harassment of Maya. We demanded the absolute, immediate cessation of all defamatory social media posts, a complete takedown of the GoFundMe with mandatory refunds issued to every single donor, a public written retraction of their false claims, and zero further contact with my wife or me outside of formal legal channels. Chloe's response came exactly 48 hours later. She didn't hire a lawyer. She didn't back down. Instead, she set up her ring light, sat on the floor of her expensive apartment surrounded by crumpled tissues, and went live on Facebook. She sobbed hysterically to her thousands of viewers about how her abusive, millionaire, corporate contractor brother was now using his massive wealth to legally terrorize and silence her. She literally compared herself to David fighting Goliath. She claimed I was weaponizing the legal system to oppress a struggling artist. The live video exploded. It went viral across our entire state. The hashtag #StandWithChloe trended locally. Local news stations ran B-roll footage of my construction company's logo while talking about corporate bullying. The actual truth didn't matter to the public anymore. The tragic, underdog narrative was too juicy to ignore. What Chloe, in her infinite narcissism, failed to realize was that by taking the fight completely public and continuing to defame me after a legal warning, she made every single piece of private evidence fair game. My lawyer had explicitly warned them. They called our bluff. We didn't bluff. Within 24 hours, my attorney and I launched a beautifully designed, SEO-optimized public website titled, thetruthAboutTheHarringtonEstate.com. We didn't use hyperbole. We just posted raw, undeniable data. We posted the full, unredacted will, including Grandpa's deeply emotional letter. We posted the certified medical competency evaluation signed by 2 doctors. We embedded the high-definition video of Grandpa Arthur calmly and articulately explaining exactly why Chloe was only getting cash because she treats family like a bank. We posted high-res scans of Grandpa's private journals, highlighting the exact dates Chloe lied to him to extract money while partying. We posted the official probate accounting showing Chloe had already received $95,000 in liquid assets. We posted a brutal side-by-side collage. Screenshots of Chloe's GoFundMe claiming she was starving and drowning in debt, placed right next to screenshots from her public Instagram showing her buying designer bags, eating at Michelin star restaurants, and taking luxury vacations during that exact same time frame. We posted the undeniable proof from the financial discovery process that 40% of her crippling student loan debt was actually just maxed out credit cards from high-end retail shopping sprees. But the absolute kill shot, the piece of evidence that ended her entire life, was a series of text messages we legally obtained via subpoena during the initial discovery phase of her threatened lawsuit. It was a text thread between Chloe and her best friend, sent the night after she ambushed my office. Chloe wrote, "Once I get Liam to legally crack under the public pressure, I'm buying that penthouse condo in Back Bay. Mom says if we just keep making his wife's life a living hell at the hospital, he'll pay us the $700K just to make it go away." Her friend replied, "Is the GoFundMe actually working?" Chloe responded, "It's genius, I've already pulled in $12K from these gullible idiots. Even if we don't win the legal lawsuit, I'll have enough cash for a new Mercedes down payment. These morons actually believe I gave ASH times to about the old man or that dusty, mosquito-infested lake house." We blasted the link to the website to every single family member, every donor on the GoFundMe, every local news outlet, and every person who had left a fake review on my business page. The backlash was apocalyptic. The GoFundMe trust and safety team immediately launched a fraud investigation, permanently banned Chloe's IP address, and forcibly refunded over $18,000 to the donors. Several extended family members who had donated called me, weeping and apologizing, saying they had been completely blinded by her manipulative tears. But Brenda, completely divorced from reality, doubled down. She officially filed the lawsuit contesting the will, citing undue influence and lack of testamentary capacity. She hired an outrageously expensive, aggressive trial lawyer on contingency, completely convinced her maternal outrage would sway a judge. The probate trial happened last month. It lasted exactly 3 days. Brenda's lawyer stood up and tried to paint me as a calculating, sociopathic mastermind who had imprisoned a dying man in his own home. They actually paid a medical expert psychologist who had literally never met or examined my grandfather to testify about theoretical, invisible cognitive decline. They put Chloe on the stand to weep about being a loving granddaughter denied her birthright. Our defense was a surgical strike of pure facts. Grandpa's actual, treating physician testified under oath about his razor-sharp mental acuity. His CPA testified about how Grandpa thoroughly analyzed the tax implications of the will. And then, we played the video of Grandpa Arthur in the courtroom. The entire courtroom sat in dead silence as my grandfather's booming, steady voice echoed off the walls. "I am leaving the main property to Liam because he is the only one who understands what I built there. It is not about the money, it is about the wood, the sweat, the memories, the traditions. Chloe is a lovely girl, but she only sees things through the lens of dollar signs. The cash will serve her lifestyle better. I pray she uses it wisely." The judge, an older, no-nonsense woman, looked absolutely disgusted with my mother and sister. Her ruling from the bench was swift and merciless. Not only did she formally uphold the will in its entirety, completely dismissing their claims with prejudice, but she invoked a rare legal sanction. She ordered Brenda and Chloe to pay 100% of my exorbitant legal fees, stating on the record that their lawsuit was a frivolous, cynical, and malicious attempt to override the crystal-clear wishes of the deceased for pure financial gain. The aftermath of the gavel dropping was absolute carnage. Brenda sent me one final, venomous email. It read, "You may have won a piece of paper legally, but you have destroyed your family. I hope that rotting wooden house was worth losing your mother and sister forever. You are dead to me. Do not ever contact us again." Chloe, incapable of self-reflection, posted a final Instagram story featuring a selfie of her looking stoic. The caption, "Sometimes you have to learn the hard way who people truly are when money is involved. Cutting out toxic, abusive family members and stepping into my healing era." The sheer, blinding irony was almost physically painful. But here is where the story takes its final, most devastating turn. About 2 weeks after the trial ended, I received an unexpected phone call from Ethan, Chloe's fiancé. His voice sounded hollow, like a ghost. He asked to meet me privately for a beer at a dive bar across town. When I sat down, he looked at me with bloodshot eyes and said, "I ended the engagement. I moved out." I was stunned. "What happened?" Ethan took a long pull of his beer. "I couldn't marry a sociopath, Liam. When she was crying in your office that day, hyperventilating, and sobbing, I found out she had spent an hour practicing that exact crying routine in our bathroom mirror that morning. The whole thing was a calculated performance. The website you put up. The text to her friend. I thought I knew the woman I was sleeping next to. But the person I watched during this lawsuit wasn't a human being, it was a shark. He then revealed the most pathetic detail of all. Chloe had already completely blown through her entire legitimate inheritance. The $60,000 cash? Gone. In less than 6 months. She used it to lease a $90,000 luxury Range Rover she couldn't afford, bought a closet full of designer clothes, and booked a 3-week spiritual healing retreat in Bali that cost $15,000. The $35,000 vintage watch collection? She was too lazy to get them properly appraised by a horologist, so she pawned them to a strip mall jeweler for less than $12,000 to pay off a single credit card. She kept telling me, once we finally get Liam's lake house money, we can buy the perfect life, Ethan said, shaking his head. But I finally realized, even if you gave her $1 million, it would be gone in a year. There would always be another thing she deserved. Another person who owed her something. Just last week, my office received a certified letter forwarded from Chloe's last known apartment address. It was from an aggressive debt collection agency. Chloe had recently applied for a massive personal loan and listed me as a business partner and guarantor, claiming we had joint commercial ventures. The debt collector was demanding information on my assets. I had my lawyer immediately fire off a cease and desist and flag her for identity fraud. Through the family grapevine, I've learned that Chloe was formally evicted from her luxury apartment because she couldn't make rent without Ethan's income. She is currently living in Brenda's guest bedroom. She is actively telling anyone who will listen that she is writing a memoir about inheritance trauma and narcissistic sibling abuse. She has also started a brand new GoFundMe to fund her independent art therapy practice. She possesses absolutely zero medical or therapeutic certifications. She is also allegedly engaged again, this time to a guy she met at a bar 3 months ago who truly understands her spiritual struggle. Brenda has spent the last month trying to convince the remaining extended family that I am a monster who illegally forged the medical documents to steal from a helpless woman. Some of the older, gullible relatives believe her. Most of them saw the website and have blocked her number. I have completely stopped caring. The poison is out of my life. This past weekend, Maya and I drove up to the lake house. We didn't have to look over our shoulders. We didn't have to check the security cameras, we just existed. We have officially finished all the necessary repairs. The dock is completely rebuilt with fresh, treated cedar. The kitchen has been beautifully updated but properly, maintaining the rustic, historic charm that Grandpa Arthur loved, not the sterile, modern monstrosity Chloe's wedding planner had aggressively envisioned. And as we sat on the end of the dock, watching the orange sun dip below the pristine tree line, Maya leaned her head on my shoulder and told me she is officially 12 weeks pregnant. We are having a little boy. We are going to name him Arthur. As I sat there, listening to the water lap against the wood, I thought about what this horrific, agonizing experience has fundamentally taught me. 1. People will immediately show you exactly who they are the second a dollar sign is introduced. The prospect of unearned wealth didn't change Chloe and Brenda, it simply removed their masks and exposed the rotting entitlement underneath. 2. Family is absolutely not defined by shared genetics. My real family is Maya. My real family is my unborn son, Arthur. My real family is my dad, who stood by my side when the world called me a villain. And my real family is the memory of a grandfather who saw me more clearly than I saw myself. 3. You must fiercely honor the explicit wishes of those who have passed. Grandpa Arthur knew exactly what he was doing. He saw the greed I was too willfully blind to acknowledge. He gave me the armor to survive it. 4. Document every single thing. The journals, the medical records, the video, the text messages. They were the only things that saved my reputation, my business, and my sanity from a coordinated smear campaign that almost successfully rewrote reality. 5. Sometimes, brutally losing your biological family is the only way to gain your actual freedom. I spent a long time mourning the mother and sister I thought I had, until I finally realized I was mourning an illusion. To anyone out there who is currently facing a similar nightmare, stand your ground. Do not let toxic emotional manipulation or the threat of ruining the family override legal documents and the dying wishes of someone who loved you. A person who truly, genuinely loves you will never try to aggressively steal what was freely given to you by someone else. Grandpa's lake house is infinitely more than a piece of taxable real estate. It is a physical testament to a man who valued deep character over shared blood, relentless effort over lazy entitlement, and hard truth over comfortable manipulation. Every single time I cast a fishing line off the end of this cedar dock that we built together, I look up at the sky and thank him. I thank him for seeing the truth when I couldn't. Brenda and Chloe made their beds. They chose the absolute worst parts of human nature, greed, lies, and theft. Now they have to live in the miserable, broke, lonely reality they created for themselves. I have chosen peace. I have chosen truth. And I am choosing to carry forward the legacy of a man who understood that family isn't about blindly splitting everything 50 over 50. It's about giving what is right to those who have actually earned it through love, time, and genuine connection. This lake house is no longer just my inheritance. My true inheritance is the absolute, unshakable knowledge that I stood up for what was right, even when it cost me every single person I thought I loved. Thank you, Reddit, for giving me the strength to fight when my own family tried to break me. I won't be updating this account ever again. It is finally time to stop looking in the rearview mirror and start building the beautiful, quiet future Grandpa Arthur envisioned when he handed me those keys. To Grandpa, I kept my promise, old man. The lake house remains with someone who sees its true, bleeding value. Your legacy lives on, not just in the timber and stone, but in the harsh lessons you taught me and the man you forced me to become. Until we meet again at that great, quiet lake in the sky, tight lines and following seas. Top comments. User 1. This is the most satisfying conclusion I have ever read on this site. Your sister is a textbook, purebred narcissist. The fact that she literally times practiced crying in the mirror times before trying to extort $700K from you is chilling. And your mom is the ultimate enabler who created that monster. NTA. Enjoy that beautiful lake house with baby Arthur. User 2. S. Estate attorney here. The judge making them pay 100% of your legal fees is the ultimate legal smackdown. We call that the find out phase of F times CK around and find out. It requires the judge to find their lawsuit maliciously frivolous. Your grandfather was a genius for doing the medical evaluation and the video recording. He knew exactly what his daughter and granddaughter were capable of. User 3. She pawned the $35,000 vintage watches for $12,000 to pay off a credit card. My soul physically left my body reading that. She had absolutely no respect for history, craftsmanship, or her grandfather. She just wanted fast cash to fuel her fake Instagram life. Ethan dodging that bullet is the second biggest victory in this story. Congratulations on the baby boy. My brother uninvited me from Christmas, saying, "You look like a loser," so I canceled his kid's tuition and his wife's Range Rover. My name is Liam, 33. 3 days after I nearly died on a frigid operating table, my older brother excluded me from our family Christmas dinner because I didn't suit his high-end business image. Caleb called to tell me that my presence would ruin his networking event disguised as a holiday gathering while I was lying on my living room sofa, pale, weak, and wrapped in heavy wool blankets recovering from an emergency gallbladder removal with life-threatening complications. He spoke the terrible words to me. He added, "It is no place for losers, Liam. You will just embarrass yourself and ruin the vibe." He laughed dismissively before hanging off. Caleb and my toxic family ignored one big, earth-shattering thing in their frenzied pursuit of social climbing. They didn't realize the quiet, modest guy they treated like a peasant was the cornerstone of their lavish existence. They had no idea I made 7 figures ghostwriting Silicon Valley tech CEOs. Most importantly, they forgot that my bank account funded his kid's premium private school and his wife's new Range Rover Sport. As they rush and beg as their pristine plastic world burns down, they are now discovering the true cost of their arrogance. My phone notification sound that afternoon seemed like a head blow. My skull was throbbing like a jackhammer. I was laying fetal on my sofa, surrounded by a fortress of dirty tissues, empty mugs of tepid herbal tea, and a plastic bottle of powerful prescription medications that hardly relieved my abdominal burning. The operation was brutal. My rehabilitation felt like walking my bare stomach across miles of shattered glass due to a slight inside infection and a delayed healing process. My weakness was extreme. My hand trembled as I went for the phone on the coffee table, exhausted from moving a single muscle. It read Caleb on the shining screen. A pitiful relief wave swept over me. Finally, my older brother checked on me. I texted him, and his wife Vanessa before anesthesia. Another cold, thoughtless thumbs up from Vanessa and radio silence from Caleb greeted me as I returned to my silent abode, but now he called. I foolishly assumed he cared. Clearing my dry, scratchy throat, I answered the phone. I informed him I was home and that the last several days had been terrible. Caleb interrupted me before I could finish telling him about the hazardous virus. He had a sharp, enthusiastic voice without a care in the world. He sounded like he was rushing through an office. He loudly proclaimed that he and Vanessa were completing the Christmas Eve dinner list and had costly caterers arriving in an hour for a mandated tasting menu. My brain was too slow to register his significant tone change due to severe painkillers. He asked me what I could bring this year since standing by a hot stove was too hot for my fresh stitches, but I proudly said I had already bought Vanessa's favorite pricey vintage wines for the family gift exchange. The line paused. Heavy, pregnant quiet seemed sharper than my stomach cut. Caleb exhaled loudly and theatrically. He constantly made a phony sympathetic noise before doing something selfish and calculated. He informed me the guest list will vary drastically this year. He promised a luxurious, exclusive atmosphere. Vanessa brought Beatrice, the vice president of her large real estate firm, and Caleb was bringing in 2 affluent angel investors for his new startup. I adjusted my legs on the sofa, wincing at the stinging, burning tug in my side, and told him it seemed like a really intense evening. I vowed to sit quietly in the corner. I promised to stay out of his VIP guest's way. I told him I needed to be with my family since being alone in a quiet house after a big surgery was affecting my mental health. Caleb sighed louder. It was an agitated, frustrated sound that showed I was a huge burden. He claimed I wasn't listening. This was no family potluck, he claimed. This was a crucial networking event disguised as a Christmas party, and corporations valued looks. He admitted that my recent appearance did not fit the exclusive aesthetic they were establishing. In my throat, my breath jerked. My stomach discomfort disappeared, replaced by a frigid shock. I inquired about his meaning. He adopted that condescending, lecturing tone I detested since childhood. He noticed I work from home, he noticed I wear cheap sweatpants, and drive a beat-up 10-year-old Toyota Corolla. He stated I was fine with my mediocrity, but his house guests were sharks. They won. He stated Vanessa was anxious about creating a good impression, and having her brother-in-law sitting in the corner looking like a sick ghost who hadn't brushed his hair in a week was not the image they wanted to create. The final hit was devastating. A sluggish loser, he said. He instructed me to stay home, take my medicines, and they could send over any cold leftovers. The line stopped altogether. My call was disconnected. Blindly, I stared at my phone's black screen. A pale, exhausted man with large circles under his eyes appeared in the dark reflection. I dropped the phone on the carpet and closed my eyes. My greatest efforts to stop hot tears failed. It wasn't simply my brother's icy rejection. It was the hubris, blindness, and cruelty of kicking a bleeding guy on his couch. We must go back to the beginning to understand why his vicious comment struck so deeply into my soul and why that beautiful Range Rover was about to be towed in front of his wealthy pals. We must examine the tremendous poisonous debt I silently carried for him for years. Caleb and I were divided from the start in our suburban home by thick permanent marker. Caleb was unquestioned golden child. He was the high school quarterback with the captivating $1 million smile who could persuade a rigorous instructor to improve a failing grade by asking about her weekend plans. I was the silent bookworm who built bespoke computers and wrote long stories in his small bedroom while everyone else watched football. He was loved by David and Helen, our parents. He looked like a Fortune 500 CEO bound for glory and wealth. They saw me as a pleasant afterthought, a backup plan they never intended to utilize. When college started, the obvious favoritism was unsettling. My parents surreptitiously liquidated a large portion of their retirement assets and took out a risky second mortgage on our childhood home to send Caleb to a costly out-of-state private university. They claimed Caleb needed exclusive network access. When I applied for schools, my father gave me a cheap glossy brochure for the local community college and told me that hard work and student debt create character. I didn't tantrum. I worked long nights in a dirty diner to pay for my tuition in cash. No one heard me complain. Simply put, I studied late at night and worked. Caleb meticulously used up every advantage he was given throughout the next decade. He founded a luxury watch brand that collapsed in 14 months. He tried to build a big tech startup incubator without coding. My parents rescued him every time the barriers closed. They sold a gorgeous lakeside land my grandfather left for us to pay Caleb's hollow business aspirations. I quietly established a prosperous career from my home room. I became a popular ghostwriter. I turned brilliant but inarticulate startup founders' raw, messy, disorganized thoughts into gigantic best-selling books and polished Forbes pieces. My hourly fees skyrocketed, but my lifestyle was inconspicuous. I acquired a small, well-insulated, paid-off house in a quiet neighborhood. I aggressively maxed out my 401k in investments. I drove a reliable 10-year-old automobile. I could tell time without a Rolex. 3 years ago, Caleb's artificial reality collapsed dramatically. A cold November Tuesday night brought heavy rain. I heard a panic knock on my door. I opened it to see Caleb completely saturated. Sore, red eyes from sobbing. He appeared. Afraid. He stopped in my hallway, fell against the wall, and broke down. The awful reality he withheld from our parents was revealed. His credit cards were maxed out. He was 3 months behind on his large, inflated mortgage payments, and Vanessa, his gorgeous, shallow wife who had grown up with a silver spoon, was packing her fancy suitcase. She threatened a messy divorce and planned to take Noah and Mia back to her affluent parents' mansion. Caleb double-grasped my shirt. He wailed, pleading for financial help. He promised a huge success with a new business, but he needed time to raise investor funding. He stared me in the face and said I was the only person he could trust with his life. I saw my older brother, who had everything, now a sad puddle of water and tears on my wooden floor. I thought about my 8-year-old nephew Noah, who struggled with math. I remembered my 6-year-old niece Mia, who loved to doodle. I couldn't let those innocent kids lose their home and suffer a terrible divorce. Against my better judgment, I signed a strict financial contract with him. I refused to give Caleb a blank check or deposit money directly into his account because I knew it would disappear into expensive business lunches and dubious investments. Instead, I promised him I would cover the fundamentals to keep Vanessa from leaving. I automated bank transactions to Noah and Mia's upscale private school. I took up Vanessa's huge monthly lease on her new Range Rover Sport to protect her fragile public image so she could drive to her high-end real estate showings. I did it for love. I did that because families should protect each other during storms. However, I soon discovered that thankfulness is short-lived. As anxious months grew into years, Caleb never found a regular employment. He claimed freelance consultant status. He never returned $1 of my blood money. Worse, the family dynamic changed radically. Suddenly, his desperate humility on my floor that rainy night was replaced by a corrosive, insufferable attitude of entitlement. After paying the bills, they stopped thanking. They stopped inviting me to dinner unless they needed free computer help or someone to keep the kids while they attended pricey charity galas. The breaking point became apparent around the holidays. We had a huge Thanksgiving dinner at my parents' house last year. I paid for Vanessa's huge organic turkey and pricey international wine, but no one addressed it at the dinner. My father, David, admired Caleb in the dining room. Caleb is really scaling up his operations this quarter. My dad enthusiastically told the room. That new LLC is going to change everything for the family. My father glanced at me. He smiled tightly and politely. And Liam, are you still doing that typing thing? Writing those little blogs for people on the internet? I held my heavy silver fork under the table till my knuckles grew white. Vanessa laughed condescendingly from across the table as I took a big breath, nodded calmly, and replied, yes, I am still writing to pay the bills. It is honestly cute that you have a little hobby to keep you busy, Liam. But you really should let Caleb give you some real business advice soon. You simply cannot drive that terrible old Toyota forever. It literally brings down the property value of the entire neighborhood when you park it in our driveway during visits. My parents actually laughed. Caleb arrogantly sipped my fine wine, which I had paid for. I sat silently. I bit my tongue viciously because I loved the kids too much to fight. 2 nights a week, I tutored Noah in math via Zoom. Mia got pricey professional art supplies every month from me. I kept telling myself I was saving them from poverty. I had no idea I was sponsoring a gigantic delusion. I paid top price for the bullets they boldly shot into my back. Update 1. Caleb shot me and expelled me from the family when I was recovering from major abdominal surgery on my couch. A cold, hollow agony surged fast across my chest, overshadowing the blazing pain in my surgical wounds. As the fresh stitches tugged tight against my skin, I sat up on the sofa, cringing angrily. Deep within me, a dangerous seething fire began. No post-op fever was involved. Rage was pure. It was pure, unrelenting rage. He knew I was entirely alone in this place. He recognized my physical and mental pain. And he threw me aside like expired rubbish because my comfortable clothes didn't fit his faux wealthy style. I picked up my phone off the carpet and accessed Instagram. Vanessa posted a new story 20 minutes ago at the top of my timeline. Tapped the glowing circle. The slow panning footage showed their big, decorated living room. The room I prevented the bank from foreclosing. It had thousands of dollars in unique gold and white ornamentation. A huge, elaborately adorned Christmas tree reached the arched ceiling. Comforting, expensive classical music played in the background. Vanessa wrote, prepping for the biggest night of the year. Exclusive VIP guest list only. High life success. No negativity allowed. At the bottom of the screen, I silently watched the short video loop 3 times. No negativity allowed. I understood. Their new code word for me. Zoomed in on the video with 2 fingers. I noticed the beautiful Italian leather sofa I helped them choose and partly paid for. Little Noah ran gleefully by the camera in his pricey custom-tailored private school winter outfit. My thumb threatened the flashing screen. Caleb on the phone called me a loser. He called me stale. He boldly claimed I did not belong with global champs. I quit Instagram and created my secure banking portal. I bypassed my normal inspection. I swiftly scrolled over my enormous diversified investment portfolios and high-yield savings accounts. The numbers were too big for Caleb to comprehend, even in his most desperate dreams. I firmly selected scheduled recurring transfers and settings. 3 luminous life support units kept his phony plastic world alive. Monthly automatic transfer, $3,500. Private tuition for Noah and Mia. Monthly auto transfer, $1,300. Vanessa leases Range Rover Sport. A $600 monthly automatic transfer. Emergency family support foods. I powered their arrogant triumph silently for 3 excruciating years. I whispered his nasty words to the empty living room. Stagnant loser. Ice cold, menacing smile. Not a joyful smile. A master demolitionist smiling at a doomed building before pushing the detonator. Caleb longed for a winter-only Christmas. Perfect style was his goal. Okay, I'll do what he wants. He utterly ignored the high society cardinal rule. Real winners pay huge bills. My thumb lingered over the private school tuition red cancel button. My body was flooded with a weird, tremendous wave of peace, erasing the sorrow, betrayal, and shame. Tap the glass screen. The banking app warned me strongly. Are you absolutely sure you want to permanently cancel this recurring transfer? This critical action cannot be undone. Yes. Cancelled transfer. Permanent $3,500 monthly loss. The next huge payment was due to the school in 3 days. I quickly descended the digital list. Luxury Range Rover lease, $1,300, month, due 15th, cancel. They spent grocery support on extravagant sushi dinners. Cancel. My back rested on the couch cushions. With 3 thumb taps, I had eliminated over $5,400 of my brother's monthly tax-free income. If I stopped paying the bills, people would notice when the school administration phoned or the burly repo man showed up in the driveway. I knew. I wanted to explain why the money well had dried up. Waiting was short. My phone flashed. At 10 a.m., 2 days later, on time, Caleb called. Let the phone ring and go to voicemail. It rang again instantly. A frenzied, uppercase text followed. Call me now, Liam. Emergency. 10 minutes passed. I cautiously walked to the kitchen, poured a long glass of cold water, took a deep breath, and called him back. The moment the phone line connected, Caleb yelled, "What did you do?" He didn't greet. I was not asked about my stomach's mending. He panicked completely. His voice shattered with hysteria. The school administration just called me. Mr. Harrison said the massive payment bounced hard. He said you completely removed your credit card from the parent portal. Good morning to you too, Caleb, I responded, sounding cool and emotionless. How is the exclusive Christmas prep going? He shouted, do not play your sick games with me, Liam. I am in the middle of a critical meeting. Harrison said if the tuition balance is not paid in full by 5 p.m. today, both kids are permanently unenrolled for the upcoming spring semester. What the hell is going on? Did your stupid bank screw up the transfer? No, I answered quietly, sipping water slowly. I canceled it. It was deafeningly quiet on the other end. All I heard was his raspy, terrified breathing in the receiver for 5 blissful seconds. You what? Why? Why in God's name would you do that to us? Why? Because, I said, with every drop of ice in me, I am a loser. Remember? You proudly told me 2 days ago on the phone, this family is no place for losers. And losers do not pay for elite private schools, Caleb. Real winners do. And since you are such a massive successful winner now with your high-end corporate friends and your exclusive aesthetic party, I figured you did not need my stagnant loser money anymore. You petty, vindictive piece of trash. He screamed, struggling for words. You are doing this right now, right before Christmas Eve? You are intentionally punishing Noah and Mia because I accidentally hurt your fragile feelings? I am absolutely not punishing anyone. I clarified, cutting through his trickery. I am simply stepping back. You clearly stated I bring the energy down. You said I embarrass you and Vanessa. Well, neither does my money. You absolutely cannot have it both ways, Caleb. You cannot treat me like garbage in private and use me as a free ATM in public. It is $3,500, Liam, he shouted into an empty office stairway. I do not have that kind of liquid cash sitting around right now. I am heavily tying up capital for the new business launch. Then maybe you should not be hosting a heavily catered party with expensive wine, I mused. Or better yet, ask your 2 new angel investors. I am sure they would love backing a winner like you who cannot afford his kids' education. He yelled, you are completely ruining our lives. Vanessa is going to have a massive nervous breakdown. Do you have any idea how much pressure she is under to make this VIP party perfect? Actually, I do, I said, turning the knife slightly. Which is exactly why I also permanently canceled the lease payment on her Range Rover Sport. It is due on the 15th. You might want to give her a heads up so she does not drive it to the country club and get stranded. He screamed a lengthy, horrifying curse at me. He said the pricey car was registered in her name, therefore I couldn't do it. I informed him that the money was coming from my account and that the bank of Liam was closed forever. I hung up. I could feel my heart pounding my ribs. My hands shook. I hated hearing my brother cry, but God, it felt great to stand up for myself. The desperate response was quick and pitiful. My phone received the family flying monkeys promptly. My cell phone rang again 2 hours later. My mother, Helen, and Aunt Brenda were on a 3-way conference call. They did not inquire about my surgery recovery. Liam, what is horribly wrong with you? My mother screamed, her voice shaking with forced sadness. Caleb is practically in tears. He says you cruelly cut off the children's education out of sheer petty jealousy over his success. I laughed cruelly into the phone. He told you I was jealous? Did he happen to tell you he completely uninvited me to Christmas dinner because I am not high class enough for his new friends? He is under massive corporate pressure, Aunt Brenda said, perfecting the manipulator part. He is building a lasting family legacy. You have a little house and 0 responsibilities. You have plenty of extra money sitting around. You are being incredibly selfish and cruel. Family always helps family, Liam. Family respects family. I retorted immediately. If his legacy is so incredibly strong, he can pay his own bills. I suspended both numbers, but Caleb continued. A dangerously desperate man. My premium credit card company sent me an urgent red flashing fraud alert the next morning. In a metropolitan high-end designer catering business, someone tried to charge $5,200. Cold blood raced through me. I gave Caleb an emergency backup card 2 years ago when his old car broke down in the middle of nowhere. I instructed him to quickly destroy the plastic card. I immediately contacted the bank's fraud department. The security guard confirmed the card was absent. One person manually inputted the numbers online. Caleb tried to steal from me to buy expensive gifts and food for his party. I told the bank it was big fraud. I reported and permanently canceled the card. My guilt vanished at that instant. This was no longer a sibling rivalry. This was planned financial abuse. That was felony theft. I would burn his phony facade. My rage quickly turned into strategic focus. If Caleb wanted to aggressively play a high society tycoon who had no boss, I would treat him like a defaulting corporate business partner. I called Silas, my best college friend, right away. Senior corporate litigator Silas works downtown, a bright, dangerous shark in a tailored suit who will not accept foolishness. I meticulously described the complicated issue to him over the phone. I detailed the canceled school tuition, lease, crazy Christmas party, and shocking credit card fraud from that morning. Silas remained silent until I concluded my narrative. Silas remarked, "You have been blindly giving him how much money?" In a deadly serious tone. "Yes, I have a highly detailed spreadsheet," I said. I opened my laptop and retrieved my detailed tax-related financial data. Every tuition payment, luxury car lease payment, emergency financial loan he swore he would repay, even Vanessa's purebred dog's pricey vet costs. It totals out to exactly $180,000 over the last 3 years. Silas whistled a quiet approval over the phone. Did he ever put in writing that these transfers were loans and not gifts? Yes, absolutely, I said quickly, pulling up my 3-year-old cloud-stored text messages. Quote, "I will pay you back every single cent, Liam. I just need time to scale." And I have dozens of other messages over the years explicitly acknowledging the mounting debt. "Perfect," Silas whispered, and I could almost hear his predatory smirk. "We are drafting a formal legal demand for complete repayment. I want all $180,000 fully accounted for in the document." It obviously won't force him to write a massive check today, but it legally freezes him in place if he tries to quietly sell the house or take out another line of credit to survive. This demand letter will act as a massive immovable roadblock. "When exactly do you want it delivered to his house?" "Christmas Eve," I answered without hesitation. He specifically wants an exclusive, high-end Christmas party for his VIP guests. Absolutely nothing says high society quite like a uniformed legal courier showing up at your front door during appetizers. Silas immediately began preparing the devastating legal strike, while I saw Caleb's pristine plastic world suddenly disintegrate. Without my continuous income, financial pressure crushed them fast. The private school explicitly gave them a little time to raise funding. Toxic whispers were spreading quickly among rich parents. I was sure since a mutual acquaintance provided me a screenshot. I signed on to a burner Facebook account for neighborhood watch updates. My first stop was the gated community's members-only group page. Vanessa posted a desperate listing an hour ago, selling lease takeover for 2023 Range Rover Sport, immaculate condition. We simply need to upgrade to a much larger vehicle for our growing family. Please DM for details. Serious inquiries only. Must move fast. I focused on the brilliant computer screen. A growing family. The deception was pitiful and obvious. She fought for survival. The hefty lease payment was due in 2 days. She desperately tried to pawn the hazardous debt on a wealthy neighbor before the towing firm located the fancy car as the repo man circled their neighborhood. Their huge lies were choking them violently. They used inexpensive duct tape to keep the gleaming facade together long enough to wow their VIP guests as it cracked into a million pieces. Another business contact told me who those VIP guests were. Vanessa brought her direct supervisor, Beatrice, a powerful commercial real estate vice president. Caleb aggressively invited Harrison and Grant, 2 major angel investors, to fund his empty LLC. Caleb and Vanessa were unknown to these privileged folks. Only the meticulously made mask was known. The costly imported wine, professionally catered dinner, and shining Range Rover in the driveway were all they knew. I checked my desk digital calendar. Christmas Eve was 4 days away on December 20th. My surgery incision was healing well. My intellect was clearer than in years. I had lived my adult life in the shadows, letting my family use me as a stepping stone. I mistakenly believed the toxic narrative that I was the quiet, dull younger brother who was only useful when the huge expenses were due. I shut down my laptop and watched the snow fall from the living room window. I would attend the Christmas party. I wouldn't stay or eat their pricey catered cuisine, but I would give them a wonderful gift they'd never forget. I thought the worst of the betrayal was over. I believed my parents blindly backing Caleb was the worst knife stab. I was terribly mistaken. The frightening reality about my family's financial loyalty was waiting at that party. It would alter my entire understanding of my blood. Update 2. Christmas Eve arrived in our city, bringing a bitter winter wind that seemed to cut through my car windows. I silently parked my 10-year-old, fully paid-off Toyota Corolla down the street from Caleb's massive, sprawling suburban house, or at least the house the bank owned for a few more weeks until harsh reality caught up with his massive financial lies. I sat alone in the driver's seat, my old car's heater fighting to prevent the temperature from freezing, watching the heavy, wet snow swiftly gather on my car's bonnet. I was not invited to this elite holiday party. I knew my older brother had made it painfully plain when he called me when I was bleeding on my couch to say I would ruin his corporate aesthetic. But 2 small gifts wrapped in plain brown paper were carefully placed in my car's backseat. My bright little nephew Noah received a highly specialized, pricey coating kit. The other was a professional watercolor set for my niece Mia. I wouldn't let my older brother's enormous, fragile ego deprive his innocent children of Christmas with their uncle. They should not be penalized for their greedy parents. For the frigid evening, my strategy was really simple. I would silently stroll up the long driveway, drop the 2 wrapped gifts at the front door, hand over Silas's enormous legal papers, and leave before my poisonous family insulted, degraded, or humiliated me again. I surveyed the immaculate street. Every grand house on the wealthy block followed the pricey, dazzling holiday design. While I watched the peaceful street through the snow, a sleek black corporate town car quietly rolled up to Caleb's house. A sharp, stylish woman in an emerald green wool coat entered the cold night. Vanessa boldly displayed her professional corporate profile images to our family, so I knew her face. The commercial real estate firm Vanessa worked for had a powerful vice president, Beatrice. Vanessa badly wanted Beatrice to give her a huge promotion and salary boost next year. A new electric Tesla stopped softly at the curb behind the corporate town car. 2 elderly guys in costly custom-tailored suits walked on the snowy pavement. Caleb was aggressively pursuing Harrison and Grant, 2 wealthy angel investors, to get big investment for his empty business endeavor. Caleb's house appeared to gleam in the winter sky. Every enormous bay window was filled with beautiful golden light. I saw dark silhouettes of wealthy people moving effortlessly within the living room, clutching fine crystal wine glasses and laughing loudly at jokes I couldn't hear. From the outside, it looked perfect. It looked pricey. It resembled a gigantic, well-constructed, frail lie. I took a deep breath, grabbed the 2 wrapped gifts and the thick manila legal envelope from the back seat, and exited my car into the bitter winter cold. Walking purposefully up the long twisting driveway, my heavy winter boots crunched noisily on the frozen pavement. As I approached the enormous 3-car garage, I saw something pitiful and revealing about their position. Vanessa's white Range Rover Sport wasn't parked in the driveway for VIP business guests to admire. Instead, the fancy car was aggressively jammed into a dark, tiny area on the far side of the home, partially obscured by thick evergreen plants. She deliberately hid the pricey car from the street. She was afraid of losing her ultimate status symbol before the VIP party because she heard the repo man was scanning license plates in her zip code tonight. I knocked on the enormous wood front door with my gloved hand. Before my knuckles touched the black polished wood, the massive door rapidly slid open from inside. There was Caleb. His outrageous rich burgundy velvet tuxedo jacket probably cost more than my first year of college. His right hand clutched a large crystal glass of pricey imported whiskey and his hair was nicely slicked back. His dazzling, phony, charismatic smile evaporated the moment his eyes met mine. His face went absolutely white, turning a sickly, scary pale gray. He appeared to have seen a ghost on his doorstep. "What in the hell are you doing here?" Caleb yelled, stepping outside into the cold and partially closing the big front door to obscure the bright, warm celebration inside. "Merry Christmas to you, too, Caleb," I murmured gently, despite the adrenaline rush pounding my ribs. "I am just dropping off these gifts for Noah and Mia. I am absolutely not staying to ruin your exclusive corporate aesthetic. Just take the boxes so I can go home." I shoved the brown paper bundles at his chest. Caleb did not take the boxes. He stared at me in disgust. Dark denim trousers, a thick wool winter coat, and a knitted scarf were my comfy outfit. I looked like an ordinary, hard-working man who had just come from the cold. No wealthy socialite discussing a big real estate portfolio over expensive caviar. Angered, Caleb murmured, "I explicitly told you to stay away from my house tonight," scanning the street in dread for anyone watching us. "I am actively securing my entire financial future right now. Harrison and Grant are inside drinking the vintage wine right now. You absolutely cannot be seen standing on my porch looking like a homeless person. Give me the damn boxes and get off my property right now before I call the neighborhood security patrol to aggressively escort you out." A crisp, demanding woman's voice screamed out from the warm entryway behind him before I could respond to his wild, cruel threat. "Who is at the door, Caleb? It is absolutely freezing out there. Tell them to come inside and shut the door before you let all the heat out." "Beatrice." Caleb panicked deeply, his eyes widened in abject dread. He could not make a loud, confrontational scene on his front porch in front of his wife's firm's vice president. He carefully opened the hefty wood door with a tense, unnatural grimace. "It is just Liam, my younger brother," Caleb called back inside the home, shivering with tension. He brutally pushed me over the threshold into the bright foyer, gripping my arm like a vice. "Drop the stupid boxes on the table and immediately leave through the kitchen," he murmured into my ear, scotch and real dread on his breath. "Do not you dare embarrass me in front of these people tonight." The big house's heat instantly warmed my chilled face. It smelt like fresh pine needles, pricey cinnamon candles, and gourmet roasted turkey. The huge entrance led to the large living room, where 15 well-dressed people were casually mingling. Noisy chatter in the room halted. Every eye slowly turned to me, awkwardly standing by the front door with 2 brown paper bundles and a hefty manila envelope. "Liam." Vanessa emerged from the big designer kitchen with a silver platter of intricate canapes. Her nicely manicured face turned into a horrific mask. She looked at my damp cold boots, then panicked at her sparkling, pricey white imported rug. "We absolutely were not expecting you tonight. Caleb told everyone you were violently ill and highly contagious." "I am leaving right now?" I murmured, staring into Vanessa's fearful eyes. "I am just dropping these gifts off for my niece and nephew. I absolutely do not want to interrupt your high-end corporate networking." As I turned to put the 2 boxes on the foyer table, I spotted my parents, David and Helen, relaxing on the costly leather sofa near the fireplace. My mother's face was tense with disdain. My father got up and pointed an aggressive finger at me from across the room. "Liam, your brother explicitly told you this was a closed corporate event," my father said, meaning to chastise me like a rebellious child in front of the wealthy strangers. "You have zero business being here tonight. Have some basic respect for Caleb's important career and leave right now. You are entirely ruining the mood." Since childhood, my father had emphasized Caleb's artificial success over my life. The man who was sitting in a property I saved from foreclosure, confidently drinking excellent wine I bought with my own money, aggressively told me I didn't belong in the room my money had paid for. The situation's audacity was intoxicating. The tall woman in the gorgeous emerald green coat entered the foyer before I could turn around and leave the front door into the frigid weather. It was Beatrice. She held a crystal champagne glass, looking glamorous and frightening. She disregarded Caleb, Vanessa, and my outraged parents. She looked at me with sharp, analytical eyes, tilting her head like a puzzle solver. "Wait just one moment," Beatrice remarked, her strong voice breaking the tense, unpleasant silence of the huge living room. She took 2 deliberate steps toward me. Liam the ghostwriter? The man who structurally edited and rewrote the Horizon Tech CEO memoir last spring. Complete silence filled the living room. A pin dropping on the costly hardwood floor could have been heard. The sudden interaction puzzled and derailed Caleb, who forcefully blinked. His high-pitched, anxious laugh resembled a dry choke. "What? No, Beatrice, there must be a massive misunderstanding," Caleb sputtered. "This is just my little brother, Liam. He just writes silly little blogs on the internet from his couch. He is currently in between real jobs right now, struggling a bit financially. You know how the economy is right now. We kindly try to help him out with family charity where we can." He did it again in front of me in a room full of corporate VIPs. His goal was to make me look like a charity case to boost his bogus prestige. Beatrice ignored Caleb's anxious talk. She approached me and extended her hand with professional reverence. She shouted, "You are the absolute best structural editor and ghostwriter on the entire East Coast." To make sure every affluent investor heard her, "My chief executive officer actively tried to hire you on a massive retainer contract last year. You cost an absolute fortune. Your corporate lawyer told us your private waiting list for new clients was over 6 months long, and you firmly rejected our massive salary offer without a second thought because you were fully booked with Silicon Valley billionaires." My smile was tiny but sincere, and I boldly shook her hand. "It is actually an 8-month waiting list now, Beatrice. It is incredibly nice to finally meet you in person. Your CEO runs a brilliant operation, but my schedule was simply too full to take on another massive project at the time." Caleb's face lost all color instantly. He appeared ready to vomit on the white rug. His shaking hands were ripping apart the years-long lie he had created. Caleb said, "I really think you are horribly mistaken, Beatrice," trying to reclaim control of the room. "Liam heavily relies on us for money. He drives a rusted 10-year-old Toyota. He does not have corporate clients." I said, "I think we should entirely stop pretending right now, Caleb," loudly and clearly in the quiet, attentive room. Vanessa shouted, "Liam, please do not do this right now," from the kitchen doorway, panicking. Her hands were shaking so much that the silver appetizer tray rattled against her rings. "Do not do what exactly, Vanessa?" I inquired gently, carefully turning to face her. "Do not tell your wealthy corporate guests that I paid the massive cash deposit for the expensive catering they are currently eating? Do not tell them I bought the vintage wine they are drinking from my personal checking account? He is highly medicated," Caleb yelled, his voice booming off the vaulted ceiling. He just had major abdominal surgery. He is suffering from intense post-surgery delirium. He absolutely does not know what he is saying. Please, everyone just ignore him. I am absolutely not confused, Caleb, I said, holding the large manila envelope I brought inside. Definitely not a Christmas gift. My aggressive lawyer, Silas, had formally drafted the terrible legal brief, and I am absolutely not a stagnant loser. Losers do not completely fund your fake luxury lifestyle for 3 full years while you pretend to be a wealthy corporate tycoon to your friends. I deliberately strolled to the costly glass side table next to Harrison and Grant, the 2 enormous angel investors, who were in astonishment. I firmly laid the large legal envelope on the glass with a pleasant thud. That document is a formal, legally binding demand for the immediate repayment of the $180,000 I have personally loaned you since 2021, I told the VIP guests, staring at my older brother. That massive sum officially includes the expensive private school tuition for your children that you lied and told everyone you paid with your corporate bonuses. It also strictly includes the massive monthly lease on the white Range Rover Sport parked outside. You are completely lying, Caleb shouted, lunging for the glass table to grab the package. Harrison, the taller of the 2 wealthy businessmen, immediately led Caleb with his hand raised like a traffic cop. Harrison coldly remarked, "Let the man speak," his keen eyes narrowing ominously at Caleb's pitiful expression. "I permanently canceled all of the automated bank payments 3 weeks ago," I said, feeling lighter and stronger with every syllable. "Because you proudly told me on the phone that I did not fit your exclusive aesthetic. You were right. I absolutely do not fit in here because I actually pay my own bills with my own money. Liam, you are completely ruining this family," my father David shouted from the sofa, his face turning a frightening purple. "How dare you embarrass your brother like this? We gave Caleb our entire retirement savings. We completely drained your future college fund and your grandfather's inheritance to build his business. If you destroy his reputation tonight, you destroy us all. We have absolutely nothing left." The secondary twist shook the room like an earthquake. My parents surreptitiously bankrolled his early failures with money we both owned, bringing themselves to the edge of destitution to keep Caleb's golden child reputation. They had staked their lives on a losing horse, depleting their 401ks, and now they demanded I pay their horrific gambling debts to rescue their fragile egos. The dark living room was flooded with intense orange and yellow light. Bright flashing colors came from the large bay window facing the street. Each person in the room looked at the glass. A big heavy-duty tow truck aggressively pushed into the driveway, blocking the exquisite corporate town car and the electric Tesla in the frigid snow. The falling snow reflected the dazzling flashing lights, creating a wild nightclub-style strobe glow over the carefully adorned Christmas tree. A large hefty man in a high-visibility outfit aggressively jumped out of the truck cab with a metal clipboard. He confidently approached Caleb's slightly open oak front door and loudly pounded on the glass panel. "I am looking for a Vanessa," the repo man shouted, his harsh voice muffled but detectable through the frigid glass. "I have a highly expedited legal order for the immediate repossession of a white Range Rover Sport. I see it hiding on the side of the house. You can hand me the electronic key right now, lady, or I can forcefully use the steel hook to drag it out of the bushes. Your absolute choice." The vast living room was suffocatingly quiet. Vanessa's hands gave out. The heavy silver tray of pricey appetizers fell suddenly onto the hardwood floor. All that could be heard in the huge home was the smash of ceramic plates and the splash of shrimp cocktail on the white floor. Beatrice, the vice president, carefully gazed out the bay window at the tow truck's flashing yellow lights, then down at the hefty legal demand letter on the glass table, and lastly at Caleb, horrified. No anger was on her face. Pitying was incomparably harsher in the brutal corporate world. "I think we should all leave immediately," Beatrice said to the 2 angel investors, setting her crystal champagne glass on the next table. "No, wait, please." Caleb ran toward them, crawling over the mangled shrimp cocktail, and grasping Harrison's fine suit jacket sleeve. "Harrison, Grant, Beatrice, please, it is a massive banking error. A complete misunderstanding. My brother is mentally unstable and trying to actively sabotage the massive deal. We can fix this right now." Harrison aggressively shook Caleb's anxious fingers off his fine suit jacket as if it were covered with radioactive filth. "The absolute only massive error here tonight, Caleb," the investor said, "was you arrogantly assuming we would not run our deep corporate due diligence. We fully knew about your LLC filing status being entirely delinquent. We just attended tonight to see if you would be honest and transparent about your cash flow. Clearly, honesty is absolutely not your strong suit. Do not ever contact my corporate office again." The investors turned and left confidently. They aggressively stepped over the big mess on the pricey carpeting. Caleb, stunned and hyperventilating, was passed quickly. They left through the heavy front door, disregarding the muscular repo man who was using noisy hydraulic machinery to secure Vanessa's white Range Rover, and fled into the cold winter night. I stood alone in the destroyed living room center. The rest of the high society crowd, Wealthy neighbors, and distant corporate friends rushed to the coat closet to escape the radioactive embarrassment. "I want a complete divorce," Vanessa shouted, her neatly groomed hair tumbling madly in front of her face. She aimed a shaky finger at Caleb violently. "I am absolutely done with this fake life. I am filing for full custody of Noah and Mia, and I am moving back to my parents' estate tomorrow morning. You completely ruined my professional career in front of my boss." Caleb slowly turned to me. He looked tiny, looked old quickly. The ugly burgundy velvet jacket looked like a shoddy, badly fitted high school play costume. "You completely ruined my life," he lamented, hot tears flowing down his pallid cheeks. "You destroyed absolutely everything I built." "No, Caleb," I responded calmly, slowly buttoning my thick winter coat for the cold. "I absolutely did not destroy anything. I just finally turned the bright lights on, so everyone could see the rot. There was no explosion or battle immediately afterward." Massive egos deflated slowly, pitifully, agonizingly. The luxurious car was violently pulled away into the darkness, so I left the cold driveway. Vanessa was yelling about hiring a terrible divorce lawyer to get full custody of the children and every dime in their empty accounts, so I left. I left when my parents started sobbing about their lost retirement cash and social status. I confidently left the front door, got into my trustworthy, totally paid-off Toyota, sat quietly in the driver's seat, and breathed. For the first time in years, the crushing weight on my chest, the laborious secret-keeping, the tremendous financial burden, and the incessant desire to blindly protect my miserable family from brutal reality were gone. The sudden end of that unhealthy familial dynamic felt like a long overdue burial. Instead of enormous anguish, I felt immense tranquility. After driving home, I made a huge cup of hot chocolate and watched a comedy. I spent Christmas Day alone in my quiet house, and it was the most calm, delightful holiday of my life. In the anxious months after the tragic party, the phony house of cards crashed totally. Caleb could not afford the huge mortgage without my monthly payments and no affluent investors. The bank drove the house into foreclosure hard. The large property had to be listed in late January. It sold swiftly, but after aggressively paying off the large bank debt and various legal liens, including my lawyer Silas's $180,000 lawsuit demand, they left with nothing but the clothing on their backs. The corporate fantasy died quietly and pitifully. Vanessa delivered on her loud threat. She demanded full custody of the kids, divorced, and returned to her parents. Caleb was forced to move into a tiny, gloomy two-bedroom apartment near the noisy city center. He finally needed a hard work. He was no CEO. He was a pressured mid-level account manager who aggressively sold commercial HVAC equipment over the phone. Because they stupidly gave Caleb their life savings, my parents had to surreptitiously apply for part-time retail jobs at a local hardware shop in their late 60s. No one from my family spoke to me for 6 months. I desperately wanted emotional and physical separation. I needed quiet time to recover from the painful knowledge that my parents and older brother had treated me like a cash resource rather than a person. In late April, my phone buzzed with a text. Absolutely not from Caleb. It was from Noah, my nephew. "Can you please come to my soccer game today, Uncle Liam? Dad says he has to work and cannot make it." I went. I relaxed on the cold aluminum bleachers in my sweatpants and hoodie, proudly watching my nephew run on a somewhat muddy, uneven public school sports field. He no longer wore the pricey private school uniform fitted for perfection. Despite looking scruffier and worn, he seemed happier and lighter. He rushed wild across the field toward me when the whistle halted the game. My niece Mia was also there, sitting calmly on the green grass and drawing in the professional sketchbook I gave her for Christmas. Noah threw his arms around me and muddied my spotless jacket, shouting Uncle Liam. I didn't care. "Hey there, buddy." I patted his back and said warmly. "Dad told us you are secretly super rich," Noah innocently stated, pushing back and staring at me with huge, inquiring eyes. "Is that actually true?" I boomed with laughter, feeling great in my chest. "I am very comfortable, Noah. I am comfortable because I work incredibly hard every single day and I do not buy expensive things. I absolutely do not need to impress people who do not care about me." Mia said, "Dad says he is really sorry." Without looking up from her vivid picture, he strongly told Mom he was incredibly stupid. Caleb stood alone by the chain-link parking lot fence while I slowly stared up across the muddy field. He wore soiled khakis and a cheap wrinkled windbreaker. He appeared weary. His weight had increased and his hair was thinning. Definitely no longer the golden boy. Not a phony tycoon. He was broken, anxious, and working hard to pay child support. After seeing me glance at him, he slowly waved his hand. He avoided the bleachers. He finally respected the large, immovable boundary I had legally and emotionally created by keeping his distance. I only nodded at him, not waved. There was no instant forgiveness. I need years of therapy to forgive that kind of treachery, but it was a sign that he was now living in the real world with us. As we gently approached my reliable, paid-off automobile, I realized something profound and significant. Caleb was right about one thing when he called me that dreadful day. That upscale Christmas party was not for losers. But standing there holding my darling niece's small hand, knowing my mortgage was paid, my vast financial accounts were secure, and my conscience was clear, I knew who won. I wasn't the insecure man who required a rich audience to feel important. I was no sad man who needed a rented velvet jacket and a leased fancy automobile to feel important in a room full of strangers. I was Liam. The silent foundation was me. This was my ghostwriting. For the first time in my life, I had rewritten my tale and fixed my life first. Let me tell you, that tremendous peace of mind is the best aesthetic anyone could wear. Don't destroy the family over a mistake, Dad said after my brother slept with my fiancée. I nodded, cut their funding, and let the law did the rest. Original post. I want to be unequivocally clear about something before I get into the weeds of this nightmare. I am not writing this because I need sympathy, and I am certainly not writing this to process my trauma. I am writing this because the full, unvarnished picture of what happened start to finish, every agonizing detail is the kind of thing that needs to exist somewhere outside of my own head. So, here it is. My real name doesn't matter, but you can call me Liam. What matters is that I built something real. I was 24 years old when I started my company. We specialize in cold chain medical logistics, automated temperature-controlled transport systems, secure routing for sensitive biologics, and operational consulting for pharmaceutical distribution. It is not glamorous. It is not the kind of thing you explain at a dinner party without watching someone's eyes glaze over into a comatose stare. But it is profitable in ways that most exciting industries could never even dream of. I had spent 3 grueling years after college working a soul-crushing warehouse job during the day, while doing inventory audits for a small medical supplier on nights and weekends. I saved exactly $6,000. I knew one guy with a regional pharmacy operation who needed better cold storage sourcing and couldn't afford a full vendor relationship. I became that vendor for him. Then I became that for 3 more like him. Then I hired someone. Then 2 more people. Then I stopped counting employees and started counting multi-state contracts. By the time I was 29, the business was pulling 7 figures annually. By 32, which is where this story truly begins, I had 22 full-time staff members, active contracts across 4 states, and a pristine reputation in a highly lucrative niche industry. I didn't take shortcuts. I didn't take venture capital investors who wanted board seats and control. I owned it completely, and I ran it the exact same way I built it, carefully, methodically, and without making unnecessary noise. The money changed things for my family. It happened gradually at first, and then all at once. My father, Arthur, had retired from municipal contracting the year I turned 27. He had done fine for himself over the decades, but retirement thinned their financial margins incredibly quickly. My mother, Helen, did part-time administrative work for a local real estate office. It was enough to keep her busy, but nowhere near enough to cover their actual living expenses. When my business started producing real, life-altering money, I didn't make a massive production out of helping them. I just quietly did it. Arthur needed a new truck because his transmission blew. I handled it. The roof and the kitchen in their aging house had been falling apart for a decade. I had them completely gutted and renovated. Small things at first, then much bigger ones. The biggest one was the house itself. It was a beautiful 5-bedroom colonial with a decent-sized yard in a neighborhood that had appreciated steadily over the years. I bought it outright in cash when I was 28. I put their names on the occupancy registry, but I held the deed. I covered the property taxes, the utilities, the HOA fees, and the maintenance without ever making it a monthly conversation. It was their home. I just happened to own the physical structure. That was simply how things worked in my head at the time. I was providing. Then, my older brother Marcus moved back into that house about 18 months before everything completely collapsed. Marcus is 38, 6 years older than me, and he possesses a unique, terrifying gift for being between opportunities in a way that always sounds temporary but never quite is. His previous venture had been some kind of crypto-adjacent startup that never gained an inch of traction. Before that, it was a drop-shipping franchise arrangement that spectacularly fell apart. He has charm. The specific kind of aggressive charm that works flawlessly on people who refuse to look at historical patterns. I looked at the pattern, I knew exactly who he was, and I helped him anyway because he was my brother and that felt like what a good son was supposed to do. I put Marcus on my company payroll as a compliance consultant. It was a low-level role, mostly vendor coordination, nothing that touched core corporate financials. It gave him an income that looked entirely legitimate on paper. In exchange, he had access to secondary vendor accounts and a company credit line meant strictly for minor operational purchases. I genuinely thought I was giving him a stable foothold to rebuild his life. I wasn't watching him closely enough to see what he was actually doing with that foothold. Then there was Elena. I met her at a corporate compliance seminar 3 years before all of this went down. She was working as a corporate auditor at the time. She was a phenomenally sharp dresser, impeccably good at reading rooms, and incredibly comfortable navigating conversations that other people found intimidating or difficult. We were in the same breakout session. She made a point about regulatory loopholes that I fundamentally disagreed with, and I told her so directly in front of the room. She laughed instead of getting defensive. I liked that immediately. We dated for 2 wonderful years before I proposed. She said yes without a single second of hesitation. I believed every single part of it. 8 months into our engagement, she abruptly left her auditing job and started describing her new work as independent consulting. The details were always incredibly vague whenever I asked. Client confidentiality, she would say. I'm still getting the LLC established, it's complicated. I let it go because my business was in a massive expansion phase, I was working 80-hour weeks, and I trusted her completely. That trust was a fatal error. The wedding was exactly 4 months out. The luxury venue was booked. The massive deposits were paid across the board. We had Sunday dinners at my parents' house every single week. Elena and my mother Helen got along famously. Marcus was always making the table laugh with his exaggerated stories. Arthur was always topping up everyone's wine glasses. Everything looked exactly like it was supposed to look. It was the perfect family portrait. I came home early on a random Tuesday afternoon. A massive client meeting had been abruptly cancelled, so I decided to take the rest of the day to decompress. Marcus's truck was parked in my driveway, which wasn't entirely unusual. He stopped by the house regularly to drop off paperwork or grab a beer. I didn't think anything of it. I unlocked the front door, stepped inside, heard a specific kind of sound, and stood completely still in the foyer for a second while my brain desperately tried to catch up with what my ears were telling it. Then, I walked down the hardwood hallway toward the master bedroom. The door was open about 3 inches. I pushed it the rest of the way open and stood silently in the doorframe. I have replayed that exact moment in my head 1,000 times since it happened. What I saw in that room didn't break me. What actually broke me was what happened in the 2 hours immediately after. Specifically, what my own parents chose to say to me before I even had time to breathe through the shock. Elena saw me first. She went completely, terrifyingly still. It wasn't the stillness of genuine shock or panic, it was the stillness of rapid, cold calculation. Marcus turned over slowly, looking exactly like a man who had already started running the mathematical probabilities of his survival before he had even fully registered that I was standing there. Neither of them spoke a single word, neither did I. I stood in that doorframe for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 5 seconds. And then, I said quietly, without raising my voice even a fraction of a decibel, "Get out of my house." That was it. I turned around, walked into the kitchen, and sat down at the marble island. Marcus was dressed and sprinting out the front door in under 2 minutes. On his way through the kitchen, he actually slowed down, looked me dead in the eye, and said the most pathetic sentence I have ever heard. "Bro, it just happened." Like those 4 utterly meaningless words were going to magically fix the universe. I didn't look at him. I didn't respond. I kept my eyes locked on the countertop until I heard the front door slam shut and his truck engine roar to life in the driveway. Elena took a little longer. She eventually came to the kitchen doorway, fully dressed, her eyes artificially red, and said, "Liam, I can explain this." I looked up at her and said, "No, you really can't." She stood there for another agonizing 30 seconds, waiting for me to scream, to cry, to throw something, to say literally anything else. I didn't. So, she left. I sat at that kitchen island for 20 minutes without moving a single muscle. No music, no television, just the hollow sound of the house settling around me. I wasn't in shock, exactly. It was more like the deeply unsettling feeling of a massive calculation finally completing in my head. It was like some buried part of my subconscious had suspected this answer for months and had just been violently handed the empirical confirmation. Then, my cell phone rang. It was my mother. That caller ID alone told me absolutely everything I needed to know about the very first phone call Marcus made from his truck as he peeled out of my driveway. He hadn't called her to cry or apologize. He had called her to get ahead of the narrative. And my mother, Helen, who had eaten dinner at my table every Sunday for years, who had hugged Elena and called her a daughter, opened the conversation with these exact words: "Liam, please. It was a mistake, he's your brother." I didn't reply. I pressed end and set the phone face down. Arthur called exactly 4 minutes later. My father's opening line was much more considered, like he had taken the time to think about the psychological framing. "Son, don't do something rash that destroys this family over one bad decision. Think about what we've built together." That word. Together. I sat in the deafening silence of my kitchen and let that word bounce around in my skull. What exactly had we built times together? The logistics business was entirely mine. Every contract negotiated, every employee hired, every agonizing decision made at 5 a.m. before anyone else in the world was awake, that was me. The house they lived in was mine. The truck parked in my father's garage was mine. The luxury kitchen my mother cooked in every Sunday had been completely gutted and rebuilt using my money. The steady stream of income that funded every single comfortable, insulated corner of all their lives came from exactly one source: me. And yet, The absolute second the people they had chosen to protect over me got violently exposed, suddenly it was a shared structure. Suddenly, there was a together that I apparently had a moral obligation to preserve. Update 1. I didn't sleep a single second that night. Elena came back around 10 p.m. I unlocked the door and let her in solely because I wanted to hear her talk. I wanted to see the exact mechanics of her lies. She gave a long, beautifully rehearsed explanation. She talked about the distance in our relationship due to my work hours. She talked about her profound loneliness. She claimed Marcus had aggressively pursued her. She swore it had only been going on for a few months and that it meant absolutely nothing. The words flowed out of her mouth in that specific, polished way that only happens when someone has been preparing a speech in their head for much longer than the crisis they are currently using it for. I listened to the entire monologue without interrupting once. Then, she said the one sentence that shifted the entire tectonic plate of my reality. Liam, your parents knew things had been strained between us. I talked to your mother about it extensively. She understood. She said it like it was a softening detail, like it would somehow help her case. Helen had known Elena and Marcus had been spending significant time together alone. She had known the relationship was supposedly strained, and she had said absolutely nothing to me. Not once, not a single solitary word across dozens of Sunday dinners, casual weekly phone calls, and 100 different opportunities to say something. She had actively chosen to protect their disgusting arrangement over her own son. I didn't scream. I didn't react with anger. I just looked at Elena, and I smiled. It wasn't a sarcastic smile, and it certainly wasn't a warm one. It was just a quiet, deeply settled expression that apparently communicated something so dark she wasn't prepared for it, because she stopped speaking mid-sentence and didn't attempt to start again. She told a mutual friend months later that the smile I gave her that night scared her infinitely more than anything I could have ever shouted. I quietly asked her to leave. She practically ran out the door. I sat completely alone in the dark kitchen until 3 a.m. Then, I opened my laptop. I didn't open it to look at photos or wallow in misery. I opened it to start mapping every single account, asset, liability, access point, and operational dependency in my life. I wanted to see exactly who relied on what, who had access to what, and what the full, unvarnished financial architecture of my existence actually looked like when drawn out on a spreadsheet. Honestly, that was when I found the real betrayal. The cheating was just the appetizer. I found Marcus's name on a secondary vendor credit account that I had absolutely never authorized. He was listed as a secondary signatory on a digital document that bore my signature, except I had never signed it. I went through the last 16 months of financial records with forensic precision. The stolen amounts were small. The intervals were highly irregular. It was brilliantly intentional. It was designed to be small and irregular enough to stay completely below the automated fraud alert thresholds of our accounting software. Over the course of 16 months, Marcus had siphoned exactly $82,500 out of my company. And that was only what I had managed to find in the first hour of digging. By 5 a.m., I had 6 browser tabs open, 3 complex spreadsheets running, and a yellow legal pad completely covered in handwriting that had gotten progressively smaller and tighter as the hours dragged on. I wasn't panicking. That is the thing I really want to emphasize. There was zero panic in my body. What I felt was infinitely closer to the focused, airless, sociopathic calm that washes over you when an abstract emotional problem suddenly becomes a concrete mathematical equation. Abstract betrayal is devastating and messy. Specific stolen numbers are just a logistical problem to solve. I kept pulling the server records. Marcus's embezzlement method was surprisingly straightforward once I understood the underlying logic. He had legitimate vendor account access as part of his consulting role, which meant nobody in accounting ever flagged his logins. When legitimate invoices came in with minor, manufactured overpayments, the standard company practice was to apply that surplus as a rolling credit toward the next bulk order. What Marcus had been doing instead was manually redirecting those specific surpluses to a completely separate dummy shell account through a series of tiny corrective transfers. Individually, they looked like routine, boring reconciliation entries. Nobody reviews reconciliation entries at that microscopic granularity unless they are specifically hunting for a rat. I hadn't been hunting. By the time I mapped the full, exhaustive run of his theft, I stopped being surprised by what I was finding. Then, I seamlessly transitioned to Elena's layer of the nightmare. I pulled the master credit line authorizations first. I found a finalized document with my signature on it, explicitly approving a massive increase to the company's operational credit ceiling. I had absolutely never signed that document. I knew this with 100% certainty because that exact credit increase had been discussed internally with my finance team, and I had firmly decided against it 3 months prior. The discussion was logged in my email archives. The final decision not to proceed was clearly in writing. And yet, there was my signature on a formalized approval document dated 6 weeks after I had explicitly said no. Real, human signatures have natural variation. The pen pressure changes, the angle of the loops shifts slightly, the tail of a letter catches differently, depending on how fast your hand is moving. I had signed my name tens of thousands of times over the years, and no two signatures were ever microscopically identical. The signature on that credit document was technically proficient, but it was completely, mathematically consistent with another document I found. It looked exactly the way a signature looks when someone has obsessively practiced tracing it rather than actually living it. The second forged document I uncovered made my blood run entirely cold. It was a partial property asset transfer. It was preliminary legal paperwork that appeared to be slowly moving one of my most valuable business-held commercial properties into a jointly named marital trust structure. It had never fully completed processing. Whatever the intended endpoint was, the timeline had been interrupted by me coming home early. The signature on that transfer document perfectly matched the first forgery. Elena had spent years as a corporate compliance auditor. She was a master with complex documents. She understood exactly how financial paperwork moved through bureaucratic systems and exactly where the oversight gaps were. She hadn't been vague about her new consulting work because the work was boring. She had been vague because her actual full-time job was meticulously dismantling my assets to steal them. I sat back from the glowing laptop screen and stared at the horrifying mosaic I had just assembled. Marcus was aggressively stealing cash. Elena was quietly forging documents to steal real estate. Both of them were operating with enough brazen confidence and consistency to suggest they felt completely safe doing it. And then, I remembered the old family cloud server. I still had administrative access to a shared family Google Drive, a setup from years back that nobody had ever formally closed out or bothered to secure. I opened it, navigated to Helen's personal backup folder, and found an archived email thread from 8 months ago between my mother and Marcus. Helen's line, "Be careful, he'll notice eventually." Arthur's single-word reply from his linked account, "Agreed." Not, "Stop this immediately." Not, "What the hell are you doing to your brother?" Not, "I won't be a part of this." Just, "Be careful." My parents hadn't built the embezzlement structure. But they had absolutely known about it. They had sat down, weighed the moral cost of saying something against the financial cost of saying nothing, and actively chosen silence. Because saying something meant demanding accountability. And demanding accountability meant the immediate end of a luxurious, insulated life that I had been quietly funding for them for years. I closed the laptop at 6 a.m., and calmly brewed a pot of black coffee. While it dripped, I picked up my phone and called my overseas business attorney, a brilliant, ruthless man I had retained 2 years prior when I was exploring expansion into international export markets. He was someone completely outside of my family's knowledge or social orbit. I told him I needed to immediately begin restructuring the company's entire ownership architecture through the foreign registered holding entity we had previously discussed as a contingency during the export planning phase. He paused and asked me how quickly I needed it done. I told him I needed it done as fast as it could be executed without leaving a single legal vulnerability. He said 2 weeks, maybe less if we expedited the filing fees. Over the following 48 hours, I became a ghost operating in plain sight. I contacted a cutthroat real estate attorney and instructed them to immediately list the family home for sale. I priced it highly aggressively, competitive enough to move at lightning speed. The listing went up quietly. I systematically removed Marcus from every single company account, server, and physical access point, framing it internally to my IT department as a routine, randomized security audit, nothing that would raise immediate red flags with the wider staff. I moved every cent of my personal savings into a newly established offshore account that existed entirely outside of my family's awareness or domestic legal reach. I called the luxury wedding venue, coldly canceled the booking, and ensured the massive refund processed directly to my private card only. Then, I meticulously built the evidence file. Every single fraudulent transfer record, both forged signature documents, high-resolution screenshots of the damning email thread, and a clean, chronological timeline detailing exact amounts, dates, and IP addresses. I organized it into perfectly labeled digital folders, one for my investors, one for the extended family, one for Elena's professional network, and one for law enforcement. I saved everything to a heavily encrypted external drive. On the 4th day of my silent war, Elena came to my corporate office. She was incredibly composed. She had clearly taken the time to regroup and strategize. She walked in with the distinct energy of someone who had decided that a direct, reasonable adult conversation was the winning play. She sat across from my massive desk and talked about the lost wedding deposits, about how much social capital had already been committed, and about the tragic disruption to both of our lives. Then, she leaned forward slightly, lowered her voice to a soothing register, and said, "Liam, your parents think the best thing for everyone is to handle this privately. They suggested maybe we all attend family counseling, a structured healing process." She said it like it was a completely neutral suggestion, like she was merely relaying objective information rather than delivering a highly coordinated, manipulative message. But I had the Google Drive thread. I knew exactly how long this particular parasitic team had been in communication. I looked at her across my desk, and I smiled again. The exact same dead, hollow smile from the night she had left my house. She recognized it instantly. I watched her pupils dilate as she registered it, and I watched her brain desperately try to decide what it meant. She didn't reach a conclusion before I politely thanked her for coming in, stood up, and told her I would be in touch. She practically fled the office, looking infinitely more terrified than when she had arrived. That evening, I opened a secure travel app on a burner phone and booked 2 flights. The first flight was under my full legal name, heading to Chicago. The second flight was booked under my middle name, a name that appeared legally on my passport, but that I had absolutely never used professionally or personally in any context my family would ever recognize, heading to Charleston, South Carolina. Nobody knew about the second flight. Nobody knew about a lot of things. The final week was the most surreal, out-of-body experience of my life. I went to work every single day, answered routine emails, sat in complex client strategy calls, and handled all of them flawlessly. When Elena texted me asking if we could meet that weekend to talk properly and heal, I casually replied, "Sure, we'll sort something out." She sent back a deeply relieved-sounding response. She genuinely thought that meant progress. Marcus sent a massive, groveling apology text on Wednesday. It was 3 dense paragraphs, beautifully structured, and emotionally calibrated in a sophisticated way that absolutely did not match his usual illiterate writing style. Someone had clearly helped him draft it, almost certainly Helen. I read it once, archived it directly to the law enforcement evidence folder without replying, and went right back to what I was doing. What I was doing was finishing the execution. The offshore ownership restructure officially completed on day 9, significantly faster than the 2 weeks my attorney had originally estimated. My massive logistics company now sat legally insulated inside a foreign registered holding entity, with me listed merely as an appointed officer rather than the named domestic owner. Any future attempt by Elena to claim the business as a shared marital asset in civil litigation would now require navigating an international legal labyrinth that would take years and cost substantially more in legal fees than it could ever possibly produce. It wasn't entirely untouchable, but it was astronomically expensive enough to be functionally out of reach for people without vast resources. Which, as of that specific week, perfectly described every single person in my family. The real estate attorney called on day 10. We had an all-cash offer on the family home that was incredibly close to the asking price. I accepted it immediately. I demanded a standard contract with a brutal 30-day vacate clause for all current occupants, legally enforceable from the exact date of signing. Then began the quiet, systematic dismantling of their lives. I removed my parents from my Verizon family phone plan on a random Tuesday morning. I permanently closed the shared platinum credit card my mother had been using as her personal piggy bank for 2 years. I canceled the weekly HelloFresh grocery delivery account that billed to my card. I canceled the Netflix, Hulu, and Spotify subscriptions. I terminated the expensive insurance rider I had added to cover Arthur's truck. I canceled the HOA fee auto pay. I didn't announce a single piece of it. I didn't send a dramatic message explaining what was happening. These luxurious lifelines had simply been running effortlessly in the background because I had set them up and paid for them. Now, I stopped paying. They would discover each and every severed artery only when they tried to use it and failed. 3 days before I vanished, I called my operations manager, Sarah, my head of client accounts, and my lead logistics coordinator into my office separately and privately. I told each of them the absolute truth in strict professional terms. The company was undergoing a massive ownership restructure due to severe internal fraud. Their roles were fully secure, their salaries were guaranteed under the new structure, and all communications should route exclusively through the updated encrypted chain going forward. I gave each of them a massive retention bonus processed directly through the new foreign entities account. These 3 people I trusted with my life. I also knew that the 4 junior staff members Marcus had spent 2 years aggressively cultivating personal relationships with would likely read the sudden shift in the wind and make their own decisions to leave. That was perfectly fine. I had already accounted for their attrition in the new budget. The final family dinner was entirely my idea. I texted Helen on Thursday and said I wanted to come over for Sunday dinner, that I thought it was finally time to talk and heal. She responded in under a minute, overflowing with heart emojis. When I arrived at the house I legally owned, she had cooked a massive, elaborate feast, the kind of intensive meal that takes most of the afternoon to prepare. Arthur poured expensive scotch before I even sat down at the table. They were incredibly careful with me. Both of them hovered in that specific, delicate way people do when they think the victim is still deciding their fate, and they desperately need the decision to go their way. We talked about forgiveness, about perspective, and about how strong families absorb difficult things and come out the other side united. I asked leading questions that made them feel heard and validated. I ate every single bite of food on my plate. I smiled. At the very end of the evening, Arthur put his heavy hand on my shoulder, looked at me with faux paternal wisdom, and said, "We'll get through this as a family, son." I nodded slowly. I hugged them both. I walked out the door, got in my car, and drove home. Update 2. I loaded exactly 2 duffel bags into my car before 4 a.m. Everything that actually mattered had been quietly staged and shipped gradually over the previous 4 days. Legal documents, encrypted hard drives, and a few irreplaceable personal items that had zero monetary value but that I absolutely wasn't leaving behind. The rest of the house, the expensive furniture, the electronics, the art I left exactly as it was. The dishes were clean in the sink, the lights were off, and absolutely nothing was staged to look like a permanent departure. I drove to the airport in the pitch dark and caught the first flight to Chicago under my legal name. I landed, waited 2 agonizing hours in the bustling terminal, and then boarded the second flight to Charleston under my middle name. I was heading to a colleague's private guest house, arranged entirely through a secure channel that had zero connection to anyone in my family's social or professional world. Nobody had that contact. Nobody knew that name was on a boarding pass. By the time the sun was fully up and shining over the Atlantic, I was completely gone. They figured it out in fragmented pieces, which I imagine was infinitely worse than finding out all at once. Elena arrived at my house mid-morning with coffee, intending to play the loving, repentant fiancé, and found the house locked, dark, and utterly silent. She called my cell number and immediately reached a dead voicemail on a line I had already flagged for permanent cancellation. Marcus got the legal vacate notice delivered via certified mail simultaneously with my parents. It wasn't a heartfelt letter. It was standard, brutal legal correspondence. No personal note, no explanation, just the cold, formal language of a finalized property sale and a strict 30-day eviction timeline. Panicking, he immediately called the corporate office. Sarah, my fiercely loyal operations manager, coldly informed him that his consulting arrangement had been terminated effective immediately due to the new ownership structure, and that he was legally barred from the premises. The 4 junior staff members who had been close to him had already handed in their resignations that very morning rather than navigate the terrifying new corporate chain, which meant he had absolutely zero allies left answering his frantic calls internally. The Verizon phone plan died sometime around noon. Helen tried to use the Platinum credit card at a luxury grocery store at 1 p.m., and it violently declined at the register. She tried to call my number 17 times over the course of the afternoon from a borrowed phone. Arthur's text messages started out measured and authoritative, and devolved into sheer, unadulterated panic by the evening. Elena sent a sobbing, hysterical voice message to the cancelled line that absolutely nobody would ever hear. And then, the massive debt collectors started calling. 2 separate vendors Marcus had been fraudulently deferring payments to under his falsified authorizations were now in aggressive, active collection. The operational credit line I had been quietly servicing through automatic payments went completely unmaintained the exact moment I severed my bank details. And commercial credit lines do not wait patiently. They escalate ruthlessly. By the end of the first week, the collection calls to Marcus were daily. By the end of the second week, they were constant, threatening, and legally binding. Arthur and Helen, who had absolutely never managed the massive financial obligations attached to a luxury property they technically didn't own, had zero framework for what was happening to them, or how to stop the bleeding. I know all of these details because my loyal friend Priya told me later, but that comes after I landed, settled into the beautiful Charleston guest arrangement, made a cup of coffee, and opened my laptop. The master evidence folder sat on my desktop clean, meticulously labeled, and organized into 4 distinct weapons. Investors, extended family, professional network, law enforcement. I opened the law enforcement section first. My ruthless attorney had already drafted the formal criminal complaint. All I had to do was type 2 words to authorize him to file it. I read through the devastating document once, then replied to his email, "Do it." The formal criminal complaint hit the lead detective's desk on a Thursday morning. My attorney filed it with the full, unredacted evidence package attached: the fraudulent transfer records, the hidden reconciliation trail, the forged signature documents, the timeline, everything clean, chronological, and heavily annotated. When you hand financial fraud investigators a massive case that is already 90% built and gift-wrapped, they move with terrifying speed. By Friday afternoon, Marcus had received a terrifying phone call from a detective asking him to come down to the precinct for a conversation. By the following Monday, Elena had a certified letter from the exact same fraud department. I wasn't there to witness any of it. I heard about the panic firsthand, weeks later. At the time, all I knew was that the complaint had been officially filed, and that the brutal machinery of the justice system was now moving entirely on its own momentum. That was the whole point. I didn't need to stay and watch the explosion happen. I just needed to make sure the fuse was lit. The investor drops went out that same week. I had set up a secure Proton Mail alias months prior for dealing with paranoid overseas contacts. I used it now. Both of Elena's largest private investors received the exact same anonymous document, a 4-page forensic audit summary with the damning bank records attached. No emotional editorial, no narrative framing, just the cold, hard transfers, the shell account numbers, the dates, and the stolen amounts. It was clinical enough to look exactly like it had leaked from an internal corporate review rather than a personal vendetta. One investor forwarded it to his aggressive legal team within the same business day. The other called Sarah, who smoothly confirmed the company was undergoing restructuring and that an internal review had identified severe irregularities. That was all she legally had to say. It was more than enough. Their attorneys initiated a formal audit of Elena's consulting firm within the week. The extended family drop was infinitely more personal, and vastly more precise. I sent the forged signature documents and the embezzlement records directly to my Uncle David, my father's older, immensely wealthy brother. He was the kind of terrifying patriarch whose mere presence at any family gathering instantly dictated the tone for how everyone else behaved. He was respected in a way that Arthur had always quietly, bitterly deferred to. I also sent physical copies to two prominent cousins who had been at my engagement party, who had given tearful speeches, and who had looked me in the eye and told me they were so happy for me. I included a brief, polite note with each package. I have been advised by legal counsel to share this context with the family before the impending criminal proceedings become public record. I wasn't asking for their help. I wasn't framing it as a messy family dispute requiring their mediation. I was simply making absolutely sure that the people whose opinions carried the most weight in my parents' superficial world knew the full, unvarnished truth before the courts dragged it into the sunlight anyway. Uncle David stopped returning Arthur's desperate phone calls within 3 days. The cousins quietly, permanently withdrew from the massive family group chat. There were no screaming confrontations, no dramatic announcements, just absence. The specific kind of heavy, suffocating absence that arrives without any explanation and therefore cannot be argued with, bargained with, or managed. For Helen, who had spent decades meticulously maintaining the family's fragile social standing, that deafening silence was its own specific, agonizing punishment. The professional network drop on Elena was the quietest, and by far the most effective. Through a mutual, highly connected contact from my export expansion work, someone with zero personal connection to Elena, but a massive reach in corporate auditing and financial brokerage circles, I made absolutely sure her name was casually attached to the phrase criminal civil matter involving document forgery in all the right whispered conversations. I didn't need to distribute the documents myself. I didn't need to make unhinged phone calls. In elite professional networks built entirely on credentialed trust, dark implication moves 10 times faster than documentation. Within 2 weeks, massive corporate doors were slamming shut in her face in ways she couldn't possibly trace back to a single source. Then, Marcus and Elena did exactly what I had mathematically predicted they would do. They violently turned on each other to save themselves. The absolute second Marcus understood that Elena's forged signatures could legally position him as a co-conspirator in a massive real estate theft rather than just a separate embezzler, he started aggressively distancing himself from her immediately and publicly. He told mutual contacts she had operated entirely independently, that he hadn't known a single thing about the forged documents, that the financial side had been entirely his own isolated situation, and that the two crimes were completely unrelated. Elena found out he was throwing her under the bus within days. Her immediate response was to scorch the earth. She told a mutual friend, someone she desperately trusted, and absolutely shouldn't have, about all the fund redirections, about the hidden vendor account transfers, and about the horrifying fact that she had known for months and stayed quiet because she thought they were leaving together. She actually said that last part out loud. They were leaving together. As in, the master plan had been for both of them to completely drain my life, steal my commercial property, and exit with as much of my empire as they could carry. I heard this through Priya weeks later, and I sat on the porch looking at the ocean for a long time. By month 3, the entire structure of consequences was fully in place and running flawlessly without my involvement. The police investigation was highly active. Marcus and Elena were trapped in separate, terrifying legal situations that their mutual public contradictions were only making worse. The extended family's social withdrawal had become permanent enough that Arthur and Helen had completely stopped expecting it to ever reverse. The aggressive debt collection calls were ongoing. The family home sale had closed, and the new buyers had enforced the eviction. My parents had been forced to desperately scramble and find a tiny, depressing 2-bedroom rental that Arthur's municipal pension could barely cover. I was working, traveling occasionally, and rebuilding the logistics company's structure into something infinitely cleaner, leaner, and more efficient than it had ever been before. Every single week felt more like my own life, and less like the chaotic aftermath of someone else's parasitic decisions. Then, 4 months after I vanished, I logged into an incredibly old email account. It was a college-era address, barely used, kept alive mostly out of digital inertia. I logged in solely to retrieve an old tax document I had stored there years ago. There were 14 unread messages. 13 of them were automated spam. The 14th was from Helen. The subject line read, "I know you won't read this." I almost closed the tab. My hand actually moved toward the trackpad to delete it. Then I stopped, took a breath, and opened it. She had written for a very long time. I read every single word, And at the very end, after everything she said, after the brutal acknowledgement, the deep shame, and the highly specific honesty I had never expected from her, there were 3 words. I sat with them for 20 minutes. Then I made the final decision left to make in this entire saga. The email was massive. Helen had never been a person who wrote at length. Her texts were usually brief, her communication strictly functional. This was entirely different. She had clearly written it over multiple agonizing sittings, maybe over multiple days, because the emotional tone shifted slightly in places the way writing does when the author comes back to it after crying themselves to sleep and sees it differently in the cold morning light. She didn't justify a single thing. That was the very first thing I noticed. There was absolutely no architecture of excuse underneath the words, no careful positioning of blame toward Marcus or Elena to soften her own horrific role in it. She bluntly admitted she had known about the money. Not the full $82,500, not every single transfer, but she had known Marcus was actively taking from the business. And she had calculated, her exact word, calculated that saying something to me would cost her more than staying quiet. She said she told herself it was a small thing, that he would eventually stop, that I was so rich I would never notice, or that if I did, it would quietly resolve itself without her ever having to be the one who said it out loud and ruin the peace. She actually quoted her own damning email back to herself. "Be careful, he'll notice eventually." She said she had read that line again recently and hadn't been able to explain to herself how she had become the kind of monster who could write it. Not times stop, not times this is evil, just times be careful. Like the only real concern in her heart was the risk of the gravy train derailing, rather than the fact that her eldest son was robbing her youngest son blind. She said she knew Elena and Marcus had been sleeping together, and had actively told herself it was just a phase. That she hadn't wanted to see what she was clearly seeing because seeing it would require her to act, and acting would mean violently disrupting the only version of reality that worked for her. The version where I kept quietly building the empire, they kept endlessly benefiting from it, and nobody ever examined the rotten foundation too closely. She wrote, "We made you responsible for absolutely everything, and then we fully expected you to absorb the devastating cost of our moral failures too. That wasn't a family, Liam. That was dependency dressed up as love." I finally understood that the morning the sheriff handed us the vacate notice. I just didn't know how to say it until now. And then, at the very end, after all of that brutal confession, "Please come home." I sat with those 3 words for 20 minutes, not because I was actually deciding whether to go. I knew before I even finished reading the first paragraph that I was absolutely never going back. Not to that state, not to that broken dynamic, not to the pathetic version of myself that had kept the whole parasitic arrangement running just because it was easier than asking what I was actually getting in return. I sat with the words because they deserved that much respect. Because my mother had finally written something profoundly true and impossibly difficult, and I wasn't going to dismiss it without actually feeling the heavy weight of it. She was right about most of what she wrote. That was the honest, painful answer. The dependency dressed as love line was terrifyingly accurate in a way that took genuine psychological courage to put into words. I truly believed she meant it. I truly believed she was agonizingly ashamed. I believed that somewhere in the specific, humiliating collapse of the luxurious life they had built entirely around my labor, something had finally become crystal clear to her that comfort had kept blurry for years. None of that changed what going back would mean. I closed the email. I moved it to the trash. I emptied the folder. No reply. Not because I wanted her to suffer the silence maliciously, but because I had absolutely nothing left to say that the last 4 months hadn't already said infinitely more clearly than I ever could in writing. An answer would reopen a negotiation I had already permanently concluded. It would falsely suggest there was still a timeline where the outcome was different. There wasn't, and telling her that directly would have been its own specific kind of cruelty, more personal, more surgical than the silence. The silence, at least, left the shape of things slightly ambiguous. That was the absolute last kindness I had available to give her, so that was exactly where I left it. Marcus took a pathetic plea deal on the felony fraud charges 8 months after the investigation officially opened. The forensic evidence I provided was so overwhelmingly clean that his public defender aggressively advised against going to trial. He received a suspended sentence, mandatory repayment through a massive civil judgment that will garnish his wages forever, and 3 years of strict probation. The private investor lawsuit ran parallel to the criminal case and settled separately. What little assets he had left went entirely toward it. His name in every single professional context I had ever touched was permanently finished. Last I heard through Priya, he had fled to another state and was working a grueling overnight warehouse job. No startups, no consulting, absolutely no access to anyone else's accounts ever again. Elena's situation resolved through a brutal combination of a criminal plea and a massive civil liability finding. She fully cooperated with the investor audit in exchange for slightly reduced charges, which meant she handed over absolutely everything she knew about Marcus's transfers in addition to answering for her own sloppy forgeries. The legal restitution completely wiped out her life savings. The corporate compliance world had slammed its doors shut to her long before any of the legal outcomes were even finalized. Professional networks always move faster than courts. She is currently trying to rebuild somewhere else, in a completely different, lower-tier industry, suffocating under the weight of a financial and reputational reset that will take her decades to work through. Arthur and Helen are still living in that depressing two-bedroom rental. The wealthy social world they had moved through so easily for decades has contracted in the quiet, permanent way that happens when people withdraw without announcement. Uncle David hasn't spoken to them since receiving the documents. The cousins are coldly polite at a distance when unavoidable family events require proximity, and completely absent otherwise. Helen has stopped being invited to the charity galas and luncheons she used to organize. None of that social exile was something I orchestrated directly. It was just the natural, inevitable result of a dark truth becoming known in a community where reputation had always been the only real currency. They have each other, and they have a specific, agonizingly private understanding of exactly which choices led them to a smaller, quieter, poorer life than the one they had grown so accustomed to. That heavy understanding is going to be sitting in the room with them for the rest of their lives. I am in Charleston now. I rented a beautiful apartment 2 blocks from the water. It is the nicest place I have ever lived in, not because it is massive or overly expensive, but because every single decision made inside its walls is entirely mine. Nobody else has a key. Nobody drops by uninvited to drink my beer. Nobody calls from the living room asking for money while I am trying to think. The logistics business runs flawlessly under the new offshore structure. The new operations director I hired has turned out to be vastly better at the day-to-day internal management than I ever was, which completely freed me up to focus on the high-level client relationships and expansion strategy I had been neglecting for years while I was too busy being everyone's personal financial infrastructure. I am 32. I work hard. I travel when the work calls for it. I am not in any rush to rebuild anything personal, not because I am irreparably damaged or closed off, but because for the absolute first time in a very long time, I am not operating from a massive emotional deficit. I am not giving more of myself than I have. I am not exhausting myself maintaining a fake version of reality that requires me to actively look away from what I am actually seeing. Priya texts occasionally. Nothing heavy, just the normal, casual back and forth of two people who have firmly established that they are on the same side of reality. That is more than enough for me right now. I thought, when I was sitting at that marble kitchen island at 3 a.m. running the financial map, that what I was building toward was revenge. I thought I wanted some deeply satisfying, explosive final act of destruction that would feel like cinematic justice when it finally landed. What it actually felt like was simply removal. I stepped out from under a massive, rotting structure I had been exhausting myself holding up for years. And the structure violently collapsed not because I actively demolished it with a sledgehammer, but because it had absolutely never been capable of standing on its own 2 feet. The collapse wasn't something I maliciously did to them. It was just the reality of what was always true, finally allowed to be visible to the world. Elena once told me my silence scared her infinitely more than anything I could have ever said. My mother's final email was the absolute last test of that theory. I deleted it, closed the laptop, made a cup of black coffee, stood at the massive window while it brewed, and watched the street outside doing its perfectly ordinary Tuesday morning things. A woman walking a golden retriever, a delivery truck idling at the corner, seagulls on a wire doing absolutely nothing in particular. Completely, beautifully ordinary. That was exactly the point. Top comments. User 1. The line dependency dressed up as love is one of the most chillingly accurate descriptions of toxic family dynamics I've ever read. Your mom didn't love you, Liam. She loved what you provided. The fact that she was willing to let your brother steal from you just so she wouldn't have to deal with the drama of confronting him tells you everything. You didn't ruin them. You just stopped being their shield. Good on you for getting out clean. User 2. I am a forensic accountant, and the way you handled that audit and the legal restructuring is pure, unadulterated poetry. Moving the assets to a foreign holding entity before dropping the hammer was a masterstroke. Elena thought her compliance background made her smart, but she forgot the golden rule: never try to outpaper the guy who built the company from the ground up. Enjoy Charleston, you earned every bit of that piece. User 3, the fact that Marcus tried to throw Elena under the bus the second the heat came down, and she immediately retaliated by admitting they were going to drain you and run away together. Absolute chef's kiss. Thieves have no loyalty. It's wild how quickly a family crumbles when the person funding the delusion finally walks away. The silence was the ultimate revenge.